Mage among superheroes. Chapter 351. The last time we had caught a trace of Zentha, we'd only gotten a single instant that the human eye couldn't see. Nor could Orc or Selmothian eyes, but that was why we had recordings. "All right, let's go over the plan one more time," I said as we stood in front of the scrying orb Wilhelmina had created. "We alternate scrying until we get any image at all, then run out where we can make a portal." It was so inconvenient that the power brigade was warded against extra-dimensional stuff. The defenses probably weren't perfect, but trying to fight our way out seemed annoying. There were ways to get exceptions, but it probably wasn't a good idea to create a portal inside HQ anyway. What about the simultaneous scrying? That got something. We can afford to alternate twice each, then try as a pair. It will leave us less personally viable, but we're not hoping for a battle. Magic resistance for supers tended to be on a type-by-type basis. The bruiser or invincible types were generally good, unless they were only resistant to physical trauma. Great Girl would have been an excellent choice, but she was busy. Sadly, friendship couldn't override work, especially when this was technically work. We'd managed to get this personal mission approved, so I really hoped it would pan out. Captain Punch would have been a great choice, but getting executives for random missions wasn't that easy. If we could, Calculator would be great against certain magic. If he got hit with sleep magic, he might just accept it though. Assuming he could sleep. I had no proof of that. Shockwave was available and happy to help. They might not be magic resistant, but they could move fast enough to be untargetable. Shockwave wasn't easily taken out by simple tricks either. With processing and reflexes to match their speed, random patches of grease thrown on the ground wouldn't do much. The best reason to have Shockwave, though, was that we didn't really want to fight. If it turned into a real brawl, I had no idea what would happen. Maybe Zentha could destroy an entire building, or read every move ahead of time and set up perfect traps. Or maybe she couldn't fight. Hopefully she'd at least understand where I was coming from. I needed answers to something. For purposes of a potential battle, Antagonist was our best bet. He didn't look like much, fully zipped up in a mirrored full bodysuit that covered his head. But that was the point. Antagonist could create a duplicate of someone and replicate their abilities. If Zentha could fight, a mirror of her should be useful. It wouldn't be a perfect copy, so if she was just way too powerful, it wouldn't matter. But at least we could afford to sacrifice a copy if things got violent. Finally, we had Sorority. Splitters were great for creating extra targets that were also real threats, as well as blocking exits. Assuming Zentha didn't just teleport away, of course. Stopping that was our first plan. It was a small team, but we weren't trying to crush Dr. Doomsday. We were trying to talk to someone who probably didn't want to talk. Either that, or she was making it way more difficult than it had to be if she did want to. There was some chance that Zentha was already gone, but if she didn't run immediately the first time, she should hopefully be there when we arrived this time. Presumably. If not, well, we wasted an afternoon's worth of mana and took some time to reassess. I started things off, calling upon the maximum power of scrying. All I got was some wasted mana. Not even a flicker of an image resolved in the swirling mists. I could feel resistance, which indicated very little more than that she probably still existed. I wasn't a great diviner, I just fell into this by accident. Midnight swapped with me, then me again and him a second time. I was certain that my non-detection would be worn down by that point. Maybe it was recast. It wasn't like she wouldn't be able to sense anything at all. She should be more attuned to such things, and I could usually tell someone was watching. All right, I don't think we're getting anywhere, I admitted. Together? Midnight nodded. Rather than together, it was more like at the same time. We didn't form the same spell, we merely used the same focus at the same time. It was probably terrible. But it had worked before, sort of. Now it worked again. The swirling mists broke for just a moment before the spell was torn asunder. "Let's go," I said, scooping up Midnight. While we couldn't get Calculator's time for the mission, we did make sure he was ready to help with this. He could better scan through the information and pick out useful frames, which would be sent to us for purposes of gate. Once we got to the rest of the squad outside, the elevator doors had barely closed before we had a message. I studied the image. It wasn't from opposite sides this time, but the surroundings were still extremely vague. However, it was good enough to get an idea of the location. Still in Earth number two's Japan, unless her location was a decoy somehow. We didn't have time to delve deeper. We met Shockwave, Sorority, and Antagonist just outside. "We're going," I said, as Midnight and I split the costs of gate. I paid 2/3, since I was still far ahead on mana. Not quite that much, but he'd used a lot of his mana on scrying. Shockwave zipped through the gate first. Sorority spread a couple of her out to the sides, but remained with the rest of us as we stepped through. We'd be able to tell if Zentha was running. Oh, there she was. Not that I should have expected much different. We had exactly one room we could appear in, given the very limited information. I was just surprised she was still there. The elven woman was surprisingly tall. "Watch out, fire!" Shockwave had actually gotten all the way around behind her, but Zentha had a fire shield active. Or it became active when they approached. There were 2 explosions to the sides, and Sorority staggered. A literally dark reflection of the elven woman stepped out of the mirrored surface of Antagonist at the same time as I finished gathering mana for Dimensional Anchor. I shot a greenish ray that never reached Zentha, fizzling in front of her. "You know, in some versions of the future, you were wise enough not to come here." "Aren't diviners supposed to be truthful?" I asked. "Don't just make stuff up." I could probably dispel Fire Shield, then Shockwave could perform a takedown. But if we didn't need to, it might be better. Midnight was holding some mana ready, but he probably couldn't do that for long without resolving it into a spell. "You are even more audacious than he described." I could only presume she meant Master Yuvithar. "Yeah, well, I'm stronger now, so where is he?" "You have to know." "It will do you no good to seek him out." "Are you going to tell me why?" "Would it make a difference?" "It totally would. But I don't think you'll explain. The future bends and twists, but some features remain constant like a boulder in a stream. Only tragedy and danger will befall you if you continue your pursuit of Master Yuvithar." "You're so unhelpful. You know, if you're hiding from some people, I could get you somewhere with more allies and less random monster attacks. Just help me find something." Talking was good. My companions knew that was the point, so they were helpfully maintaining their positions. Zentha might run if it was just me. If she could perfectly counter us, then it didn't matter anyway, and she'd just say whatever. "I see a future full of violence does not dissuade you," Zentha frowned. "But you must know that harm will befall those you care about if you pursue this." "And if I don't, they'll be safe?" If this was a threat, I was going to shoot her. It just seemed more likely to work than magic. "The breadth of the future isn't clear." I sighed. "Izzy found you much more helpful." That was because her choice for the future was not so problematic. I crossed my arms. I should have had my gun prepared before we came through the portal. I was just thinking about magic too much. Could I reach her with my staff easily? Surely she couldn't cast anything that would take us all down. There wasn't that much lingering magic in the area, so her traps were thin. I wouldn't even know you exist if not for her choice there. Anyway, I have the feeling you have most of the answers I'd want from Master Yuvithar. You could make this easy. Why is everyone lying about magic? For your own safety. Oh, I nodded, so you're one of them. Midnight certainly felt my spike in emotion. He managed to resolve his mana into a water blast the instant after I started moving forward. I figured gathering mana would give Zentha too much notice. My staff struck forward as I prepared to dispel. Shockwave could grab her once there was no barrier. Zentha shook her head. Typical. She'd better not have been referring to orcs. I felt her begin to gather mana at the same time as Antagonist's copy. She was faster. Antagonist was a bit slower than myself or Midnight, probably because he didn't normally use mana, but Zentha was faster, way faster. In the time I went just a couple steps, she got in a whole teleport, not a dimension door or something minor. She disappeared from in front of us and could have been thousands of miles away. I struck the area she had been in case it was an illusion, but I already knew better. My staff swished through empty air and the dispelling magic found no purchase. Did I screw this up? I turned towards Midnight. She obviously didn't want to talk. Midnight shrugged. Shockwave contributed as well. She seemed prepared to be mysterious and annoying, Think I could catch her if I was going really fast? What an insincere attempt to get hasted. I shook my head. I'm not paying for broken windows in another world, and the people who could fix that are busy enough. Sorority was carefully moving around the room. A second one of her. There were clear side effects from her previous clones being destroyed. I saw her bend down and look under a side table. Then she pulled something from her pocket. Might as well bug it, she explained, in case she comes back. Smart, I said. I was willing to bet Zentha was in a different world by now. And we hadn't learned anything. I turned to Antagonist. I don't suppose you have secrets bouncing around in that magic noggin, do you? Antagonist shook both heads. Nah, just a vague idea of how powers work. Better if I see them. Also, this woman has a crazy amount of different abilities. Sounds about right, I said. I wondered how I could learn to gather mana that fast. I didn't usually need to spend more mana per period of time, but beating villains to the punch would be useful. And a couple spells faster could actually save me effort in the long run. Why did she let us catch her if she was just going to leave? Maybe she didn't expect we could actually get here, Midnight said. We'd already been to this world. She should have noticed that. How much of the future can diviners see? Midnight asked. Well, I didn't actually know. Maybe not as much as they want people to think. She might not have known anything about the future at all. There being violence in my future was like saying the sun was going to rise in the morning. Though I didn't really like the sound of tragedy, if she actually wanted to convince me, she would have said something concrete. She was probably just making stuff up. Chapter 352. Returning to Earth number 1 after Zentha Kitris zipped away, I found myself without any clear and immediate goals. That was fine sometimes, but I felt like I was supposed to have gained some ground. Instead, I was barely enlightened with knowledge, and none of it was freely offered by her. Just ominous portents that she had to know wouldn't be useful. I had decent hopes for her, since she'd been so helpful to Izzy. Sure, we'd sort her out in hiding instead of in her fancy manor, but if that was such a problem, you'd think she'd have accepted my offer of aid. I wasn't going to take on a world full of wizards. But surely we could have at least brought her to a world willing to protect her instead of one she was just hanging out in. I rarely ever ended up on Earth number 2 without an incident with the scouring. I had been slightly concerned that my presence had drawn them in somehow, though the incident with the large batch of Humarans I pulled through was probably related to their presence more than the gate. It was also possible being cognizant of that issue had helped. My gate could have been more subtle, or they were all busy. Surely if they could actually just assault the world whenever they wanted with limitless numbers, they would have won already. While I was personally disappointed in some of the developments, the Power Brigade probably liked my availability. I did still have some experimentation to do, but mostly I spent time on patrols. Though I did try to figure out how one got as quick with mana manipulation as Zentha. Was that just an experience thing? I was probably faster than before. I just hadn't really thought about that factor all that much, given that I would simply run out of mana faster. But being able to respond to attacks more easily would be very useful. Fortunately, that was the sort of thing I could do on the job, just generally trying to improve my casting speed. It might just take time, but if there was some sort of secret to it, I needed to grab someone and make them tell me. It was entirely possible that Zenfa Cloudfound didn't know what time zone I was in. I came to that conclusion because I received a sending shortly before midnight, and it wasn't related to some sort of emergency. Maybe mages were supposed to have awful sleep schedules. I certainly did sometimes, but there was rarely a reason I couldn't take a proper rest and continue whatever I had been doing more alert in the morning. Information regarding the whereabouts of Grand Mage Ixius Uvithar has come to our attention. It may be of interest to you. Whoa, that was a revelation. I'd never heard Master Uvithar's given name, as far as I was aware. I got a text from Midnight asking about the magic and my response. I just invited him across the hall. It would be cool if we had a little tunnel he could just run across, but that wouldn't be the standard for most people in this apartment complex, so it was sensible they didn't have that. Mostly, it was just meant for individuals of various sizes to be accommodate. Sounds like a trap, Midnight commented. Right, I replied. I'm just not sure for who. I don't think I've done anything to bother the super-secret cabal lately. Except for the thing with Zentha. Oh yeah, you think she's part of the Cabal? Midnight shook his head. No, she wouldn't have to be in hiding. That made sense. So they figured out I saw her somehow. Not necessarily. It could be a coincidence. Also, there might not be a super-secret Cabal running things. Nah, that sounds boring. There has to be. I pondered for a few moments. This specific they has to be the Archmages of Granbold, right? Think we can trust them? Who can say? Midnight shook his head. He paced along the back of the couch. That was about as high as he was comfortable going most of the time. How much contact have we really had? The initial meeting, a couple messages thanking us for participating in the defense of allies in Linduel, and not much else. I did get the mana manipulation book, though maybe it was so I didn't figure out the true secrets. Or so you didn't kill yourself with your mana crystal thing. They didn't even know about that. Also, I didn't stop doing it. It was still the best way for me to maximize my mana, though I only overabsorbed individual crystals after I got a level to make up for the small difference in potential. It also hadn't stopped me from wanting to explore other potential mana options. If anything, seeing the safe and approved methods made me think about others. And now I was thinking about how to use mana better, not just absorb and store it. Midnight pondered for a few moments. You have to respond soon, right? How do we politely decline? Well, I shrugged. I don't know if we should, because they might actually have information I want. We just need to make sure to be safe about things. Maybe meet somewhere public and bring backup. And what sort of backup can we bring? Undertrained recruits? Jerome? Midnight asked. Oh, right. We couldn't bring supers. I suppose our options are limited. But Sir Calman should be willing. And if he's not available, then we won't go. I suppose that would work, though armed soldiers might be a bit much for some people. Personally, I thought they were reasonable to have everywhere. There aren't that many others we can ask. Sierra is super busy and also not really combat-oriented. I'm sure she'd gladly grow us a new limb if we lose one, but that's a better reason to not have her. Zeb might be too suspicious, and Izzy might not want to go. As long as we end up safe, Midnight said. That's all that matters, but we should think about how to word our response first. Dash, dash, dash. We didn't finish things with a single sending, but eventually plans were made, and I think we did a great job not sounding too paranoid on our end. We had a whole week to sort out our plans, and we put together our group. If anyone asks, say you're a druid. But I'm a beastmaster, Zeb commented. I can't do magic and stuff. First, I wasn't talking to you, I pointed out. That's part of the plan, though you do have a good point. I looked at Izzy. Maybe pretend to be a beastmaster. She frowned. Will they listen to me? I want to help, Zeb said. Of course I'll listen. I mean your companions. Zeb looked offended. They are all very good boys and girls. Douglas is the best girl besides me. Sugar is sweet, and Tammy hasn't chewed holes in anything today. He'll be one of the bestest boys eventually. Zeb was not good with human naming conventions. Or maybe she was just bad at names in general. Look, I said, we just need to know if Izzy can at least nominally tell squirrels 1 through 3 what to do. Their names are... If you continue gathering squirrels, I'm absolutely not remembering all of them. I cut her off. She'd been surprisingly effective in the last month, tripling the size of her squirrel gang. When she'd heard about the trip, she insisted on coming to protect us. That was great and all, but it was not going to be simple to bring her other 2 oversized and 1 otherworldly companions. Technically, the squirrels were from the wrong world too, but only particular people would notice that particular detail. Same with Zeb, since dogs existed and were pretty widely varied like on Earth. Not that Zeb was a dog, the various things she was wearing would be attributed to her being a companion. Same with the squirrel trio, though they didn't have combat outfits yet. I heard that with the power of a beastmaster behind them, they were surprisingly effective though. Mostly through people from the portal squad complaining about training. Zeb looked pretty big next to Izzy, like one of those pretty good Danes or something. Obviously a different build, but proportionately. Izzy was carefully considering the squirrels. She carefully stretched out a hand towards Zeb's head. Here, Douglas. The squirrel hesitated slightly. She wasn't that familiar with Izzy. However, with slight encouragement from Zeb, she complied. I guess we can work with this, Izzy nodded. Too bad we can't explain it as you having 5 familiars somehow. Zeb tilted her head. I barely even fit on his shoulder. It would be strange. Despite my size, I was willing to say that Zeb did not fit on my shoulder. That's not a requirement for familiars, you know, I pointed out. Some walk around independently. Midnight does, pretty often. It's just so much faster, Midnight commented, and easier. You do know that you don't have to carry your companions, right? Zeb currently had squirrels perched on her head and back. There had been a third moments before. I know, otherwise Miss Flutter and Fluffy couldn't be my companions. Instead, I can ride them. You don't have to stack at all, I clarified. But why wouldn't you? Zeb asked. I didn't have a good answer for that. Anyway, try not to talk if it's not important. I'll leave translation up for you in case you need to talk to Izzy or someone else, but otherwise just try to bark? It will sound really bad, Zeb said, unless it's actual words. People will just think you're a dog with a weird bark. The truth wouldn't even come to mind, I said. We passed through the lobby of Extra. Especially nowadays, we had to keep up at least some proper procedures. That angel smells funny, Zeb commented after we stepped into the portal zone. In an important way, I asked. Zeb had a good nose after all. I looked to Midnight, who shrugged. I don't go around sniffing people. Midnight's nose wasn't quite as good, but still better than my orcish one. I wasn't sure where Izzy ranked in things if we included the squirrels. She could have enhanced her senses that way, but I didn't think so. Zeb thought about my question. I think she's okay. I just didn't expect an angel to smell like that. Like, what? I asked. It's probably a personal thing. In that case, I said, maybe don't bring it up. Though if something is dangerous or concerning, we really should know. It's not dangerous, Zeb confirmed, or at least not any more dangerous than being an angel. Angels were pretty dangerous. Soon enough, we reached an outgoing alcove. Midnight and I split a gate, partially for regeneration purposes and partially for casting practice. Sir Calman was waiting on the other side. Ready for a journey? He asked. I nodded. That was the main caveat we had for showing up. No portaling into the capital, not that they'd really want that. No teleporting either. Though it would have been an option. I wasn't willing to risk ending up in the wrong spot in the capital or missing, though. I'd only seen it in scrying a couple times, and I didn't necessarily trust them sending a random mage who could teleport us. So we were going to have a proper journey. Sir Calman could take care of some business in the capital, and his presence would help make sure nothing went wrong. I didn't know what could go wrong, but the answer was usually everything I could think of, and then 10 more things. Chapter 353. Carefully studying the areas we passed so that I could remember them for later teleportation or dimensional travel was the sort of thing a mage should do. That is, if the mage was a peasant without access to technology. I just took pictures and attached little notes to them. Riverton was centrally located, so it would be good for traveling to other parts of the country in the future, if I had to. Westdale wasn't that important on its own, but one of the peaks nearby would be a good viewpoint to see a wide horizon. Our journey to Grambold City was boring and safe. The depictions of safety and lack of conflict weren't entirely made up, after all. Main roads were well patrolled, and monsters would be quite rare. I wasn't sure about bandits, but they'd probably be smarter than to attack an armed and armored group, even if they thought we had something valuable. Are there bandits? I asked Sir Calman. There's always outlaws of some sort, he said, for various reasons. Izzy nodded. They'd prefer to prey on lone travelers, obviously. But I rarely found any trouble, and I could always outrun it. She had faced a lot more trouble than me. Part of that was living longer, but the lifestyle certainly mattered. We would have probably been happier swapping some of our circumstances, but wasn't that true of everyone? And we might have found unanticipated negative aspects. I still thought I would have preferred more real fighting, though it would have greatly influenced my future course, and I was pretty happy with how things were going. Bandits don't sound very nice, Zeb commented. Bunvarixian leaders always told us to watch out for Selmothian attacks, but I don't know if there were actually any in my lifetime. Well, Midnight commented, there were probably some. Our people are at war, after all. We shouldn't be. True, Midnight agreed. Even I agreed with that. I'd found plenty of people to fight without also including conflicts that didn't have to happen. Plus, I wasn't going to participate in most of the Selmothian-Bunvarixian war anyway. I'd only been in one major battle on Selmoth and a couple involving Bunvarixians on Earth, which was barely anything. This sure was a lot of walking. You guys need to get airplanes, or skyships at least. Sir Calman rolled his eyes. It wasn't long ago that you used to be part of us. Also, who is going to pay for such things? Rich people who want to be somewhere faster. They'd teleport. Rich people who want to be busy for a while. How many people actually get to teleport regularly? I asked. Aside from mages, not terribly many, and not most mages. Why not? I asked. Because most don't reach a high enough level. That's not true. You can cast teleport at level 25. Most people should reach that level. A bit older than me. It can't be comfortably used for a number of levels beyond that, Sir Calman pointed out. Not everyone likes pushing the limits of their mana capabilities. Why not? You get to do the good stuff early. If not that, though, they should at least cast Magnificent Mansion. You can retire with that, you know. The same reasoning applies, Sir Calman said. What are people even doing with our abilities? Personally, preparing to fight any evils that arise. See, and if they told people that there were evils that could arise, there would be more people prepared. Are there any expected evil arisings in the near future? Sir Calman shrugged. If it counts, the war in Linduel is ongoing, but things have been relatively quiet, except the part where planes are getting sealed off. On the road, we talked freely. In cities, Zeb had it the hardest since she wasn't supposed to talk at all. Mostly she avoided it successfully when people were close. Granbold City was big. Impressive walls, clearly enchanted with magic. Why isn't everywhere like this? I asked. Limited mana, Sir Calman said, but there's more mana here than elsewhere. So either the capital is hogging the magic, or they could do at least half of this. Sir Calman gave no comment. I wondered what he knew about the conspiracies. Izzy didn't seem to know anything, but she'd spent most of her time avoiding people on purpose. I didn't actually know if flying ships were viable. Magical enchantment and object creation had only been a brief overview in the tomes I had access to. I didn't see any over Granbold City, though. Teleportation was probably better, but my airplane journey had been way faster than this most recent one, which was why I thought of that. Selmothians had both, kind of. Though their flying machines were more personal in size and speed than planet-spanning. The teleportation worked fine, though, and was plentiful. Here in Granbold City, teleportation was only theoretical. Even if Sir Calman knew of some, until I saw some, it was still theoretical. The guards at the gates stopped our group. Midnight looked like a normal cat, his suit hidden. I was wearing decoy clothes as well. They were uncomfortable, which made me appreciate Francois's work much more. And just normal Earth clothing. Izzy had one of her local outfits, as well as proper identification. She was used to traveling after all. Sir Calman was in full armor, but he was emblazoned with the symbol of the Order of the Lion and displayed his identification. Fortunately, that covered for the rest of us, me and a bunch of pets. I didn't have proper identification. Everyone in Mossley just knew each other, and I'd never been somewhere that needed it. I needed to get some form of identification if the plan was to come back here, and that was the plan, even if it could change. Because I'd been promised knowledge, some of which was magical and some of which was personal. Granbold City was, unsurprisingly, very different from a grounded perspective that was also wider in scope. Scrying had shown me some of the city previously, but not in a useful way. Unless I wanted to teleport into the middle of the sky over the city, I needed some more grounded perspectives. People probably thought I was odd for holding up a large rectangular plate, but I was immune to public shame. The citizens of Mossley couldn't stop me, so people I didn't know certainly couldn't. Izzy elbowed my thigh. Turlough, snap a photo of me. I did. Not like that. Think of the lighting and get a better angle. Don't you have your phone? I asked as I moved to where she pointed anyway. My camera features were probably higher quality. I had gotten what was recommended and quite expensive early in my career. Technology grew fast, but things that were less than a year old were still good. Like this? Get more of the street. Something felt weird, but I did it anyway, sort of kneeling to get Izzy and the street and people behind her. Let me see. She took a look. Good. Personally, I thought the artistry was lacking, but I wasn't a great judge of such things. Bark, bark. I wondered if Zeb knew she could still speak Bunverixian if she wanted, instead of making bad barking sounds. She was just supposed to avoid it, since some people might have translation active. Zeb jumped up and poked my tablet with her nose. Oh, you want me to get a picture of you too? Sure. And the squirrels, obviously. Then Midnight, Izzy, Sir Calman, and finally I used Mage's reach to hold the tablet up to take a picture of all of us, with the front camera. It was worse, but at least I could tell we were in frame and see where I was pressing. I wondered if Mage's reach was naturally electrically conductive. It was supposed to represent a person's hands, after all, but it didn't feel the same. It worked fine with the touchscreen, though. We have some rooms reserved, Sir Calman commented. I suggest we secure our lodgings and take a break before heading to perform our official business. That sounded good to me. Official business was usually so dull, even when powers were involved. Probably the same when it was magic, though I didn't usually get super official. I tried to steer away from being involved in that stuff when I could help it. We had 2 separate rooms, which just about split things, guys and girls. Midnight would be using a bed he brought himself. It was small enough to fit in storage. Zeb, Izzy, and the squirrels would be in a single room. I would have preferred a bed from shelter, but cities were picky about people throwing up magic homes in the middle of the street. Sir Calman was setting down his pack of travel gear. Most of my stuff was in storage when Izzy knocked, then let herself in. Gimme your tablet. You can't send yourself the pictures without cell towers, I reminded her. I still handed it over. Technically, there was some Power Brigade secure stuff on there, but most of that required net access anyway. She did go to the pictures. Who's this? She asked, flipping the tablet around. That's you. You told me to take the picture. Was something wrong with her? I didn't sense any magic, but I was ready to bop her with my staff if I had to, or to use my own dispel. Or both. She kicked my shin, but not hard enough to indicate she wanted to brawl. This person, she pointed. It was just some random elf in the background. No idea. Why? She was watching us. Oh, that makes sense. Spontaneous photos could have been selfies. Probably just a local spy of some sort. Sir Calman? He took a look. Can't say I recognize her, he admitted, but I'll keep an eye out. If I ever saw her, I would suddenly gain a suspicious look. But such were the perils of subterfuge. Midnight took a look as well. I guess it's not surprising someone was sent. Do you think they were waiting all day? I asked. Or on previous days? Sounds boring. Our arrival today was anticipated, Sir Calman said. There was a scratching sound on the door. Bark, woof. I let Zeb and the squirrel trio into the room. Don't just leave us alone. What was that about a spy? Zeb had good ears, which wasn't surprising. I showed her. This elf. But we should probably just leave her until we figure out what's going on. Zeb sniffed the screen. Your technology is lame. How are we supposed to find her? Come on, guys, look at this lady. The squirrels piled onto Zeb's head. I helpfully pointed. I suppose just by looking. That might be your job, as the pet. We will dutifully find her and remember her scent, Zeb said earnestly. It's fine if you don't. If I saw her, I'd try to remember her magic. Though depending on her class, it might be more subtle. Not everyone had a convenient aura lingering around them. Dash, dash, dash. The Mage's tower was frankly too big. It wasn't skyscraper tall, but it towered over everything around it. I was pretty sure it was held together by magic and nails, though maybe there were some structural engineer classes in this world that I just didn't know about. People didn't go for mundane solutions that often, though. Not for big things. I wish I could feel what was going on, I grumbled. Even with arcane sight on, it was just a whole lot of magic. If I was trying to determine if there was a particular kind of ward, the answer would probably be yes. Alternative, there would be enough interference that I'd have to assume it was there. We should have asked them for a meeting in a nice field outside the city. Don't be too nervous, Sir Calman said. It doesn't sound like you're meeting the Council of Archmages. Just Zenfer, who you've already met. Maybe a couple other mages. And I'll be there as well. He clapped me on the shoulder. If I was certain we were enemies, I would never go in the tower. I'd just bring all the explosives I could stuff in storage and set them off outside. Or rain down meteors on the place. Then again, they probably had all sorts of neat things inside. Whether I could learn anything useful would be another matter, but I could try. Chapter 3, 154. Comparing the Granbold City Tower with what Master Uvithar had wasn't particularly fair, but I made the comparison regardless. Obviously far more people would reside in this particular tower, so the absolute size difference wasn't that important. The construction was immediately different. Instead of stone block construction, or perhaps covering it up, the outside of the tower was plastered and painted a deep blue, probably expensive without dipping into some sort of royal territory. Grauton certainly had a king or queen or something. I should probably know. Anyway, the tower was obviously more adorned on the outside. The doors to the compound that held it were probably about half the size of Master Uvithar's tower. Massive wooden things with metal strips and engravings. A guard was waiting at the doors by the miniature door laid into one of them. The guard had shiny equipment, but I didn't feel like the enchantments went far beyond that. Then again, I wasn't that familiar with enchantments compared to active spells. Sir Calman had a physical token to present, so the guard knew who we were. Then the little door swung open to let us in. I had the feeling they didn't get a lot of orcs here. A little more, and I might have hit my head on it. We were met by an apprentice of some sort. He had wings and bird-like clawed feet, but otherwise looked pretty standard humanoid. Birdfolk seemed like an odd name for people who shared barely 2 traits with them, especially since he still had arms. I wondered if the floors inside were enchanted. They had to be, right? Not that we were going inside. Stepping into their territory was already enough. Zeb was here to help us have an excuse to not change location to somewhere inside. I did get a glimpse inside the tower as we stepped onto a different path. A more reasonable-sized door than those outside the compound opened up, revealing a marbled inside with gilded furniture. Or maybe it was inlaid with gold. I couldn't tell at the distance we stood. One was many times more expensive. Our small group was guided through some gardens that were pretty nice. I'd rate them just below some of those in New Bay I'd been to visit. All the plants were well taken care of, but extremely local and expected. There were some hedges, roses, trees, and a little stream. I wasn't sure if the stream was real. It was obviously water, but I was pretty sure there wasn't a stream flowing through the city. At least not there. There were some more exotic plants, but they didn't seem as if they'd been selected from as diverse of locations as Earth stuff. I was kind of hoping to see some magical plants, but maybe those were in a different garden. Or maybe only druids kept magic plants. We were taken to a nicely shaded area with ivy covering trellises and some comfortable seating. Archmage Zenfer and his associates will join you shortly, our guide informed us. They should already be informed of your arrival. Then he walked off, which bugged me. Not that he was leaving, I really didn't care. But why did he have wings if he wasn't going to fly? Maybe they just weren't big enough, but I figured birdfolk had some magic going for them. Otherwise, I would probably heard something about them not actually being able to fly. So they're just going to leave us here? Izzy asked. I shrugged. They can probably still see us, with the walls and tower. Besides, were we going to attack the place suddenly? That seemed silly. It would only be if they gave us a reason. And then we'd be leaving as soon as possible. I didn't want to find out if they were willing to meteor swarm their gardens. The first person to show up was a shriveled olive on a stick. No, wait, a green raisin walking along with a staff tied with jangly bells. A bit closer, and her features resolved into a goblin pretty well buried under a wide-brimmed hat. "Hello," she said. "Hello," I replied. Bark, Zeb commented. Well, I only understood that was the first part of hello, because I was familiar with Bunverixian. At least she caught herself. The rest of us, who were supposed to introduce ourselves, did, and Izzy introduced Zeb, Douglas, Sugar, and Tammy. As made sense for her as a beastmaster, because she was one right now. The old goblin lady didn't even look particularly surprised at Midnight speaking. Maybe she'd already heard, or she was just used to weird magic stuff. I'm Rickle. The name sounded vaguely familiar. I don't think she was an archmage, though. There weren't that many of them, and I thought I mostly knew their names. Probably. Nice to meet you, I said. She climbed up onto one of the tall stools available. There were a few of those. Zenfa would need one, and Izzy did too. Sir Calman was large enough to get by with a standard-sized chair. Rickle settled into her chair before continuing. I heard you have been engaging in a lot of dimensional travel. Is that true? How much is a lot? I asked. For most people. Her voice was small, though not exactly weak. Why, I'd say once is above average. Being able to cast Gate is quite something. Do you have many upgrades to Gate? 2, I said. I sort of pushed it to cast it early. How delightful, she commented. There she is. I turned at the sound of Zenfa's voice. Grand Mage Edgebinder, we told you that we'd be going together. Something about that name. Bah, she said, waving her staff and causing a racket, clattering it against the table, stool and ground while the bells jangled. Then I'd be waddling over here for hours yet. The other two with Zenfa were a youngish-looking dwarf and an old human lady. The dwarf was the exception to the age thing, really. He was maybe around the same age as Sir Calman, though I didn't know enough dwarves well to say for certain. They were respectively Mage Kilbrek Stonecrush and Archmage Rusul Ravinsis. Unsurprisingly, the first guy wasn't so famous that I knew of him. I hadn't known what the Archmage looked like, though. She probably had a portrait inside the tower somewhere. Rusul enacted some magic before I could react, creating some sort of invisible dome over the area. Hopefully, I didn't react too strongly, because everyone else seemed to think it was reasonable. I did feel Midnight's reciprocal jolt and start of mana gathering, but that was it. Zeb wandered around sniffing people, which might have been for spying purposes or could have been just her normal thing. The squirrels were around, somewhere. Now that we have some privacy, Zenfa said, mounting his stool and raising himself into view, we can get down to business. No, 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 Rickle said. Her staff jangled back and forth as she waggled it like a finger. We must have refreshments first. A halfling like you should know better. Halfling? Wasn't he a gnome? Maybe at some point I mixed up my whimsical surnames, and he had a big nose. Rickle waved her staff over the table, and a half-dozen platters appeared. Then little plates and utensils, followed by a steaming pot of tea. They weren't conjured or anything, but pulled out of storage, but everything ended up neatly arranged and right side up. I was more impressed by that than the quantity, which was kind of high but not unreasonable. I could carry more. Had she gone and picked up fresh tea before coming over? It had to be recent. I wanted to ask, but it didn't feel like the right time. Zenfa grumbled only slightly. I very carefully selected some cheese and bread while waiting for Izzy to suspiciously sniff things. Presumably her eating some of it implied that she determined there was no poison. And I could tell on my own that it wasn't enchanted, which might have been worse. Maybe I didn't need to be paranoid here, but this was exactly the sort of place I should be. Enemy territory, or the territory of potential enemies. Same difference, really. Ahem. Zenfa cleared his throat after appropriately munching on some of the available snacks. The business we are gathered here for is for a matter of interest to us all. The disappearance of Grand Mage Ixius Uvithar. As for why we meet now when the incident itself is a year distant, we have recently come into some new information, specifically the whereabouts of one Midid Rolil. Oh hey, I said, I know that guy. One would assume so, as he apprenticed under Uvithar with you. I shrugged. We didn't talk that much, though. He was human and significantly older, even more than most of the apprentices. He'd easily been 20 when we first met. He didn't react well to pranks. That was close to the limit of our interactions. Regardless, Zenfa said, this is the information we possess. He made an appearance in Adrella. Ooh, that was one of the other countries with a lot of mages. I wondered if the theoretical conspiracy extended there. Why was I even necessary in this? We want you to try to track him down, contact him if you think it's safe. At least Zenfa knew me well enough to be direct instead of beating around the bush. Okay, is there anything else I should know? I felt like I could have just been informed with sending. Yes, we do have a lock of his hair. Zenfa produced a pouch, scavenged from the rubble of Uvathar's tower. It was less of a lock and more a few strands of blonde hair. That did fit mid-ed at least. Why was I being handed hair, though? Oh right, scrying, and divination in general. Connections were good. I'd been getting pretty lucky with my successes so far without tokens like this. Probably helped to have a massive block of diamond. I made sure everything remained in the little pouch. I wasn't interested in touching random hair. There were probably more things I should say. Fortunately, Midnight knew some of them. "What are your goals here?" he asked. Rasul answered that. "I would think the disappearance of a Grand Mage should be sufficient. As for why Turlough is being called upon, he is the most closely tied that we are also certain is not responsible." "Because I was weak," I commented. "And also in another dimension," Rickle said. The old human lady nodded, then continued. "We hope you will believe we have good intentions. But if not, at least we can trust you to do what you think best for your former master." This was the sort of thing where I needed to rely on people who were good at reading others. Truth was something I could pick out occasionally. I really preferred villains who were straightforward about such things, though. If they didn't think they needed to bother lying, it made my life easier. These people might just want me to find Uvathar to track him down and murder him, or eat his soul, or because he owed them money. He'd never told me they were friends. Then again, he hadn't told me they weren't. Probably not everyone was out to get him. Unless... Here's the full report on Mided's appearance. Zenfa pulled out a small book. Earth had way better methods of transporting a few papers without them crumpling. Plus, there were digital versions. "Thank you. I'll look into this when I can. I should just try sending. Sure, it could warn Mided, but that might be good. Unless he was part of the conspiracy. It was going to be very disappointing if there wasn't one. Especially since that meant people were restricted in how much they learned about how magic worked for no reason at all." Chapter 355. "Go on ahead, I'll catch up." The old goblin mage Rickle commented as the others began to move on. Even I was beginning to move on, but Sir Calman and Izzy weren't budging. Maybe they wanted more snacks, but more likely they were picking up on something I wasn't. And since I noticed that, it was basically the same as doing it myself. Sure, part of it was that Midnight was in my head, but surrounding yourself with the right people was a good choice, and thus it counted for me. "Another scone?" the goblin offered as I wandered back towards the table. I wasn't a glutton, but I did grab one to nibble. "So are we just supposed to wander out or what?" I asked. "Do they just trust us not to do anything stupid, or do they have drones watching us?" I didn't actually know a word that would fit, but for once I was speaking my native language and thus had to make up my own translation. "Flying homunculi." "That would be a decent security measure," Rickle commented, "if anyone could be bothered to make them." Either she was deflecting or I had concerns. Then again, the Power Brigade had security specialists as well as power users. The Grandbold Mage's tower was pretty much only made up of power users if we looked at things from that angle. Probably they got to a certain level of safety and thought things were enough. "So, did you need help getting to your destination?" I asked. The stool was pretty high. If she didn't want to embarrass herself in front of the other mages, that was fine. But leaving an old lady stranded wasn't my thing, even if I wasn't going to get merit points from the brigade for my services. "Oh no, an old lady like Mir merely has to rest for longer." Okay, but there were two other old folk that already shuffled off. I looked towards my companions for help. "While we wait," Midnight came in with the assist. "Is there something else you'd like to chat about?" "Well, magic is always of interest," she commented. "Have you read any good magical tomes lately?" "I don't have many," I admitted. "Mana manipulation for mages was interesting." The old woman smiled, her legs swinging atop her tall stool. "Zenfa would be disappointed to hear you thought it anything less than revolutionary, even if it's mostly just compounded from other information with little new to add to the discussion." "So he did write it then?" "The author attribution of some of these is difficult to pick out." She nodded. "So many of us are hungry for fame that we forget little details like that. Or perhaps such details are erased by those with strong opinions about ourselves. if not so strong that they reject our work. Read anything good about dimensional magic? I almost immediately responded, but then I remembered the suspicion we were dealing with here. Maybe this old woman was a snare laid at our feet. I wasn't sure if Uvithar intended the particular delivery method of portal theory, considering it arrived via Santa, but it had certainly been intended to reach me. Maybe he used fate magic or something. I remember Master Uvithar had a book, Portal Theory. Which one? She tilted her head. Which one what? Oh, there are a whole mess of tomes titled Portal Theory, you see. Rickle shrugged. Her shoulders almost sunk into her hat. A treatise on gates, as well as all manner of natural and artificial portals. I repeated the name. If it was a secret that he'd possessed that tome, I would apologize after. But it shouldn't lead them to him. Probably. Oh, that's a good one, Rickle nodded. But I wouldn't recommend that to be the first of my works you read. Have you come across dimensional magic? From storage to spatial rift? No? What's spatial rift? Was that a horrible side effect of something or a spell? It's like gate, but without much behind it, she explained helpfully. But why would... I frowned. Depending on how that worked, I could think of various applications. Mostly dangerous ones. The bigger problem, though, was that I didn't think it was on the list of spells. Is that one on the list? Why don't you check, she said. I did. And there it was, at the 19th tier. There weren't that many spells. I feel like I shouldn't have been able to miss it. I narrowed my eyes at her. It's there. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? It's a spell. Give me a moment, I said. I took out my phone. Why? Because I had written down a copy of the list for the brigade so that they could plan around which spells existed and which did not compared to fiction. There were some things about which my memory was spotty, like names, but not names of spells, and this time I wasn't wrong. Can spells be added to the list? What sort of list would it be if it were immutable? She tilted her head. Is this spell recently discovered? Oh no, it's just not very popular. Probably because of the side effects. What sort of side effects? Rickle waved her arm in a tossing gesture, and I suddenly saw a tome sailing through the air, with momentum. Was that a thing you could do when taking something out of storage? Like the whole setup of tea, including snacks. Rickle sort of answered my question as I stared at the tome in my hands. You can find out if you read the book. Mostly unintentional mutilation. For some reason, nobody likes to keep my earlier books on the shelves. Maybe it's the penmanship, what do you think? It seems fine. I tilted my head. Is this your writing or a scribe's? Considering the amount of magic imbued into the ink, I felt like it was probably hers. Why aren't you an archmage? It's not easy, you know, Rickle waved vaguely. You can't just become an archmage because you want to. Do they have strict requirements? I asked. She shrugged. It's mostly politics. That's the reason for me, at least. Why did you come with the other three? She tilted her head and looked innocent. What do you mean? Am I not qualified? You just don't seem like you're with them, I said. She smiled. We were all here at the same time, weren't we? And your plans ultimately hinge around dimensional magic. Unless Uvithar is hiding under someone's couch. I looked around. Is there some reason to not be maximally straightforward here? Being cryptic is fun, she declared. Anyway, I have my own plots, one of which is making sure that a promising dimensional mage learns as much as he can. I made a face. I didn't even want to be a dimensional mage. I sort of fell into it. I'd rather be a battle mage, given that I have cutty aspect of the barbarian. Then you'll love spatial rift. Just don't use it in cities, or near anything you care about, including yourself. I looked at the tome. How much detail does it go into? Enough. You should be careful with it, though. I couldn't even buy it right now, though I'd certainly be reading up on it before I spent the points. It sounded like something problematic for brigade work. Rickle shuffled slightly, then sighed. It's so hard to get down from these stools. I stood up. I can, so I'm not gonna. You know how to contact me if you need to. Probably don't say anything secret. She gathered mana, and in a flash she was gone. With the stool, I was pretty sure that belonged with the garden and table. I'm not cleaning up this tea party, I said. We should go before someone tries to make us do that. I had many questions. Like, did the compound not have protections against dimensional travel, or was Rickle added to a list of exceptions? Alternatively, did she simply bypass the protections? Was that a hint? No, I shouldn't be teleporting around this place even if I could. But she was certainly showing off for something. She gathered mana quickly, maybe slower than Zentha, though that might not have been her fastest. Faster than me, though. Once we were outside the compound, having found our way through the gardens and out of the walled area, Zeb had a comment. Do you think scones are bad for squirrels? I'm not sure if the grains are good for them, I said, and I'd bet the sugar is bad for them. None of these are chocolate, though. People on Earth really like chocolate, huh? Zeb commented, even though it's bad for so many things. I shrugged. It's just not that bad for larger humanoids. I looked over at Izzy. It's not dangerous for you, is it? It's not that bad. Caffeine is worse for me. She shrugged. Then again, it's probably terrible for Joe, but they still consume it regularly. Speedsters had an awkward relation with stimulants, and sugar, really. The good ones had bodies that could process the necessary components. The bad ones probably died young, though maybe with regenerate they could escape some long-term issues. I do have some actual business to attend to, Sir Calman commented. I will meet up with you at the room this evening. I was kind of dreading the march back. We could have left Sir Calman on his own, of course, but it seemed pretty rude. Still, that was more than a few days of travel to return somewhere. But of course, the obvious solution was simple. Once outside the city, we teleported. It was uncertain how much the mages knew about that. They knew I had gate, but my usage of teleport were less documented in this world. Normally, we would have had trouble bringing 8 of us. There were limits after all, but by some metrics, there were actually 4 of us, which was much more comfortable. Subtracting companions and all that. Arbitrary point-to-point teleportation is convenient, Zeb commented. Well, I do have to know the location well, I pointed out. Or have a picture or video feed, Midnight added. That works too, I agreed. Zeb nodded. It's still way better than most Bunverixian technology. Personal teleportation is limited in scope without infrastructure. But you can still do it, right? Obviously, it's fairly achievable tech. You just need, well, some parts I don't have the blueprints memorized for. Sadly. I nodded. I doubt the techs would let you rest if you could put together all that stuff. I wasn't sure they actually knew how much she did know, though. She and Kithe had some overlapping knowledge on advanced tech, but couldn't produce all the steps on their own. Well, even if they could, Extra might be a bit upset. They were trying to limit the speed at which upgrades came to the general populace for safety reasons. All the municipal districts appreciated it, even if they might want some of the tech for their own uses. Advancement was somewhat inevitable, with tech supers sometimes just stumbling into real tech, especially for the hotspots like New Bay, where people kept pouring in. Relative to the actual population, extra-dimensional and extraterrestrial people weren't that high, but even averaging a handful per day was well outside the norm. I thanked Sir Calman for the escort. I still wasn't certain about the motives of most or all of the mages after all. Izzy and Zeb too. I probably owed them something, even if I didn't need them. It was strange for me to intentionally avoid battle, but I had to consider what archmages might be able to do. Even if they weren't willing to turn their tower into a crater, they probably could just turn me into a pile of dust. When we got back to Earth, I still wasn't sure what I was going to do about Mid-Red. I didn't know the older apprentice that well, but I still didn't want him to get picked up by potentially hostile people. Then again, he might have information I needed. I could probably figure it out. But I also had a new book to read. Maybe it would help me figure out why my dimensional magic stuff wasn't unifying into a single skill, though direct commentary was unlikely on that particular subject. I assumed that wasn't allowed to be published, since I hadn't heard of it before experiencing it myself. Rickle seemed nice. I wonder if she had thrown a city into a rift at some point. That sounded like the sort of thing I would have heard about, but probably it would have been in another country. And I doubted that Spatial Rift actually enveloped a whole city. It couldn't be much bigger than Gate. No, it was technically lower level, so a bit smaller. I guess I had to read the book to find out. Chapter 356. The first thing you have to do if you want to rise from the ashes of mediocrity and become proficient with dimensional magic is to forget everything you know about distance. Distance doesn't matter. Why would anyone bother with dimensional magic in the first place if it did? So forget all about distance and think only about connection. I was trying, but Grand Mage Rickle's book was fighting against years of my learning. I even thought that Introduction might conflict with some of the things she'd said in Portal Theory. Or maybe that was just my poor understanding. This book was a very different style, regardless. I might have done better with direct instruction, but I suppose that would be a bit much to ask. It might draw too much attention for me to be spending time around the Mage's Tower anyway, or for her to spend time away. It was already appreciated that she was helping. The others had directed me towards Midid, which might be useful, but they weren't actually enabling me to do something. I'd probably have to read more than a few pages of dimensional magic, from storage to spatial rift, to know how much it would actually help, though. Curious students must ask, where is storage? Why, it's quite simple. Right next to you, isn't it? Obviously, it was accessible everywhere. Don't be stupid. I nearly threw the book across the room. Nearly, because I stopped myself. Even if we had created scans of it already, I really didn't want the original to be destroyed. There might be something special in it that the scanners couldn't pick up, and it would be rude regardless. Are you actively moving a spatial phenomenon with you with every step you take, without any active magic? Certainly not. How then does storage work? Simply it makes use of the space most connected to you. Outside of normal space, of course, this is how such relatively powerful magic exists as a low-tier spell. There are some truly astounding implications of this that I will leave to the imagination, except to say that it was great luck that I was born as a goblin. I frowned. It couldn't be the green skin, right? Nothing I had read indicated anything like that would matter. Were goblins more connected? Unfortunately, the answer wasn't there. But unlike the normal failures to share information, I didn't mind too much. It gave me something to think about, and it might be better to figure it out on my own. As any mage should, I must instruct you wisely to never forget the basics. They are the foundation of any greater proficiency in magic. Especially those dealing in dimensional magic should find themselves particularly concerned in this area. Was it storage, specifically? I suppose there were also implications of unlocking full potential from extra-dimensional travel. I wondered if I had read other tomes in the past that had similar implications that I didn't understand at the time. I didn't recall any, but retroactively applying importance to things didn't miraculously help me recall anything. Enhanced Mind might help with recall, though I could mess around with that later. It might not even have that meaning, but I couldn't help but hope someone wanted people to learn things. Why not a goblin mage that people were clearly underestimating? Unless she was part of the conspiracy and all that. Either way, she did fun things with storage and teleporting about right in front of me, so I could let that slide. How do you think she did the tea thing? I asked Midnight, who was reading nearby. He was using a digital copy projected in front of his eyes, which was probably much more comfortable than trying to turn pages meant for human hands. Like this. Midnight gestured grandly with his paw, creating an unstable pile of tuna cans and water bottles. Some of those are upside down, I commented. Others were rolling off the table. It was pretty close, though. He'd still had to drop things out from around his paw, though. Have you been thinking about that one? Midnight took a moment to respond. I wondered if she created a stasis for the teapot, or brought one that was overly hot to begin with. I don't know how that would work, though. Same, I admitted. Things usually end up sort of a neutral temperature when coming out of storage. Do you think they interact with each other? Where else could the heat go? Sounds like we have a long day of filling our storage with ice cubes and heat packs. Well, we'd need something at a neutral temperature. Otherwise, when things end up in the middle, it won't be a surprise. I pondered. Do you arrange things inside storage? They're just there, Midnight said. I don't think of specific cans of tuna or anything. You think that's dimensional magic mastery or something else? No idea, Midnight admitted. We did begin a test. Technically, we were working. This was part of training. I got a text from Calculator telling me not to learn Spatial Rift. I told him he wasn't my mum and that I didn't have the points. But I also asked why. Apparently, he didn't like the things Rickle had said about it. I wondered if he skipped to the end of the book, but apparently he just read it all. And here I was, reading at the speed of a sane person, maybe a little lazily. I did wonder if he'd had to focus his full attention to read it in less than an hour. It was decently lengthy. Then again, his power was all about mental processing, so it wasn't that crazy. Material or creature conjuration spells are often associated with dimensional magic. The vast majority of the time, these associations are wrong. I had precisely one thing in that category, Greece, and considering that it was a temporary magical phenomenon, I certainly wouldn't associate it with dimensional magic. But some things theoretically came from the planes of fire or water, for example. Was that not the case? Fortunately, it was confirmed to not be too far from my understanding. If it created anything that lingered beyond the duration of the spell, it was probably actual dimensional magic drawing on the elemental planes. I hadn't used those because I didn't need extra wondering where all the walls of stone were coming from. Also because I wasn't sure they would work on Earth. Maybe that was something I should test. I needed some lower-level dimensional magic anyway, though Wall of Stone wasn't the correct option there. The book went on to explain that most creature conjuration spells created little more than a representation of a creature, at least if it was something native to the material plane. Any sort of animal or the like. Even elementals and other outsiders like fiends or celestials would rarely be a real creature. The exception was when there was a contract of some sort in place. With certain methods, a spellcaster can call upon real creatures without prior contact, but they are usually of lesser power as their natural resistance must be overcome. Furthermore, they are quite resistant to remaining under the caster's control, and thus it is not advised. She didn't even say what methods those were. Was it related to a focus, or some sort of alteration of the spell? Normally spells were supposed to work one way, but I'd seen clearly that was not the case. A young dimensional mage might find themselves fortunate to come into contact with an appropriate individual, or a particularly indulgent master may provide such contact. Either way, such experience can prove valuable for eventual mastery. Could I provide my own contact? I'd never been to the elemental planes, but it shouldn't be harder to get to than any of the others. Then again, the angels had been sealing off their own plane. Maybe others were doing the same. It might even have worked, since I hadn't seen anything I would have considered as being from my old world come through in Doomsday's last rampage. One area in which various rules agreed with my reality was that creature conjuration spells came at a wide range of powers, just as the creatures themselves. For my circumstances, they came as separate spells. Or at least, that was how the system arranged things. Even if they were truly different, once I knew one, I should be able to intuit how to use the others, in theory. And if they contributed to my mastery, I could probably fuse everything into one ability. Maybe. Where was my copy of Spell Mastery, now you have access to natural upgrades and combined spells, when I needed it? Oh, nowhere, because I hadn't written it yet. And it was probably illegal or whatever, so nobody else had either. Well, I guess I could compile some of my notes into part of that book. Do you think we should try to conjure some elementals or something? I asked Midnight. He should have read at least as much as me. For dimensional magic mastery purposes, we could meet something with a gate spell and then summon it a bunch. If it was something weak, it should be cheap to learn and cast. That's not a route I would have gone down, but we have been troubled with any sort of dimensional magic mastery. We might need simpler spells like that, assuming it's actually simple. It's 11 points to find out, I said. Summon minor elemental is tier 6. I frowned. Hey, do you think a summoned creature counts as fighting for aspect of the Barbarian? I couldn't possibly have more knowledge than you, Midnight pointed out. Nor much less, since everything I know I learned. I thought for a few moments. I'd be entirely responsible for the reason something was fighting, but magically I would have only brought it to an area. I don't know if I get experience from someone else fighting after I teleport them somewhere, just that I get a little bit when people are augmented by magic. Not nearly as much as fighting myself, and it somewhat depended on the particular augmentations. But something. When people broke force armor cast on others, for example, it was still at least slightly valuable to me, though it was kind of pointless to bother with unless I had a handful of people who were constantly facing new foes, and I could realistically also just find someone new to battle myself for less hassle. The best way is to try it, Midnight said, if you want to. It serves two goals, mastery would be one of them. I think it's worth the attempt, and some of our allied casters might be interested as well. Not being one for hesitation, the following day I was at Extra's teleportation hall. It would have been the same day, but I did want to read more of dimensional magic in case it mentioned other good routes to early mastery. But it seemed to be going from early to advanced options, and by the time it was providing tricks about Dimension Door that I would doubtless try later, I figured we were beyond basic mastery. Midnight and I gathered mana as I prepared to open a gate to the plane of air, with the understanding that would be the least disastrous plane if anything went wrong. We wouldn't end up underground or on fire, nor would we flood the building. Worst case, some things toppled over, or in this case, nothing happened. I'd probably been lucky with most of my dimensional magic. To be fair, my early attempts at gate had involved reopening a portal that had existed not long before. Other times I was returning to the world I was born in, or the one I'd live in for a long time, or using people with me as connections to wherever I was going, at least until I got familiar. In short, I'd generally sought out the connection requirements that made dimensional magic more viable, before I'd become strong enough to make up for some amount of lacking details in that area. And now I was trying to go to a plane I'd only read about. That might have been fine, since I wasn't trying to get to a specific part of this plane of air, but I could tell there was a barrier. Sealed, like the heavens, and to some extent the material plane. Maybe this was why people hadn't been allowed to unlock their full abilities. Except I wasn't the reason the heavens cut off access. They had seemed quite fine with Sir Calman and I bringing his subordinates there. It was probably Dr. Doomsday, maybe his associates, or it could even be some other reasons I wasn't privy to, but blaming him for everything was standard. Yeah, this isn't going to work, I said to Midnight. Even if we could force a gate to open, which I wasn't certain of, that might be a problem. You think they have a list of alternate realities that might have some elementals? Midnight just looked at me like I said something crazy, even though my world was far from the first Type F world connected to Earth number 1. Chapter 357. Just to save us some headaches in the future, I did attempt to cast Summon Minor Elemental without having any sort of prearranged contract with anything. It predictably failed. I had no connection either to a relevant plane or particular elemental. Frankly, I would have been disappointed if it did work. That would have invalidated quite a bit of the new book I had. It was quite possible someone more skilled than myself, or with more upgrades, might be able to force something without a connection. But in this world, it was expected. The only elemental planes I knew of appeared to be sealed off, separately from the material plane, which still allowed some passage. I didn't have any personal knowledge of those connected to other worlds, no matter how similar they might be. I really wanted to go on a journey to solve this particular issue, but doing so would ruin my other connection, specifically the one about Midid Rolil, one of my fellow apprentices under Uvithar. I was never close to any of them. While studying, we were often isolated, even if we happened to be in the same room sometimes. As many of us had joined Uvithar at different times, we rarely had combined lectures or anything of the sort. And the other apprentices didn't share my predilection for battle, perhaps unsurprisingly, since they were mainly unaspected. Maybe some of them had the aspect of the sage, which would be even more reason to devote themselves to study. But for most, simply using their magic was enough to gain experience and levels. Their main struggle would have been picking out where they wanted to spend their next points. Still, a weak connection was far more valuable than no connection at all. We were already more than a week out of date when we got the info, so there hadn't been too much rush, but waiting around further days might miss an opportunity. I did want to find Uvithar, but I also didn't want whoever he was hiding from to find him. Did that include the particular mages I had met? Perhaps. I needed to come up with a believable lie, depending on what I learned. by which I meant I would ask someone who was good at such things to come up with a believable lie for me to learn, unless the truth just worked better. Midnight and I gathered together to do some scrying shenanigans. "All right," I said. "After I finish my turn, we'll set a random timer for when you begin to keep Midid off guard. If we can capture even a small glimpse, we can use that to try to determine whether or not he's still in Adrella." I'd only seen Adrella once, but I could probably recognize the general architecture. Then again, maybe the Mage's tower was different from the rest of the aesthetic. That wasn't too crazy of a thought. People did all kinds of things with buildings. I held the blonde hair I'd been handed, gathering mana and starting the swirling mists that filled the scrying orb. Once I had used up the potency of the spell, Oh, there he was. "Yeah, that's Midid," I said as city streets came into focus around him. It had taken some effort to connect, but whatever protections he had paled in comparison to Zentha. I shouldn't have been surprised, but we'd spent so much time trying to find people who didn't want to be found, and were good at that. Maybe the hair was that helpful. I'd have to mention that. "I am pleased it was not an ordeal," Midnight commented. "Yeah," I said, "usually it's a whole thing." "Hey, was that—" I paused. "Is it racist to say that it's weird to see an orc in Adrella? Is it unusual?" "Yeah, they're out of the image though. Wait, was that—" I almost let the spell falter. "Can you bring up the recording while I hold this? Of like a few seconds back?" We didn't really need any fancy angles here, because we had a multi-dimensional display with this cube and the various cameras recording it. I just had to keep scrying focused on Midid, and that was good enough. I could do that while looking at a recording. "What do you need?" Midnight asked as his side began to display something. His adaptive suit was still kind of crazy. "About here?" He was looking at the display projected in front of his eyes, which was really the primary one. "If you could change the angle to see that large cloaked figure—" "He's big," Midnight said. He stepped the video forward and backwards. His face was shadowed in darkness, which wouldn't have mattered to us, but was a bit of an issue in the recording. However, connected to Midnight's suit, some active contrast enhancement revealed a bit of something familiar. I wasn't sure, but then I saw a glint of metal just before Midid stepped out of range. "Do you think that's Flasher?" "I don't know how Flash Circuit could be there," Midnight said carefully. "However, it certainly does seem to match." "You think Calculator is busy?" "He's going to be," Midnight said, "if he wasn't already." That was a fun joke, but yes, we were absolutely adding more work. We sent him a message to check the time codes and angle we had marked. Midid was just walking along peacefully. Scrying faded about the time Calculator stormed into the room. "I'd say it's a 70% match," Calculator commented. "That's not that high," I shrugged. "Most people vastly overestimate their certainty." "I do not," Calculator said. "It is significantly more likely that it is Flash Circuit instead of literally anyone else. You need to scry him now." "Midnight?" I suggested. Theoretically, we were equally effective. Swapping off uses was our tradition, for a good reason. "I'm on it," my Selmothian buddy acknowledged. The familiar feeling of magic. I could sense some strain, as Flasher seemed to be more resistant than Midid. Did he not have non-detection up, or willpower? That wasn't really important. There was a villain in our sights, potentially disrupting the other thing we were doing. I frowned. How did he even get there? "He's not magic," I said. "Was that included in your calculations?" "Yes," Calculator said. "There are always exceptions to things that cannot be done." I recognized the specific dimensions of part of his arm. The facial structure matched, and Midnight's scrying spell came into focus, the mists parting to reveal a cloaked figure. On familiar streets, Midnight zoomed in to get a direct look at his face. "And this," Calculator commented, "he is there, so clearly he has a method." "What do we do?" I asked. Around that time, Flasher seemed to be more conscious of the scrying. I could feel Midnight's strain, then the spell broke off. Calculator paused for a second. "According to your report, that first individual you were tracking should be one of your fellow apprentices. He appears to be at risk, given the way Flash Circuit was watching." "We should warn him," I said. "Sending, maybe." "Do that," Calculator agreed. "I'll gather a team. We're going to bypass the niceties of leaving through Extra's approved hall. I'm sure they'll understand." I clutched the hair in my grip. I was going to put it back in the pouch it had come in once I was done with sending. I didn't want him to potentially reject the message or for it to lack sufficient connection. We did still have to leave the building for gate. Probably. I had the suspicion that I could force through it, but it was better to not. Just outside, I saw Bolster and Twirl. "We heard there's an emergency," Bolster asked. I nodded. "I suppose you were the ones who were available." "That's right," Twirl agreed. "I noticed he had a proper weapon. An electrical baton, if I understood correctly. It had some super tech, though it was only a faint aura with it currently inactive. A good non-lethal weapon option. Bolster had a staff quite similar to mine, except for it wasn't magic or made of faux Yggdrasil. So it was really just a fighting-fit quarterstaff with metal shod ends. She was physically capable to begin with, so it made sense to include weapon training for her as well. It worked for me as a backup when I was low on mana, or simply an alternative to magic when it would be too slow or otherwise ineffective. Seeing they were properly equipped, I nodded. "Great. We're going to try to head off a situation in my old world." Calculator had picked out an alley we could gate into that should be minimally intrusive, unless something in the city stopped us, in which case my former fellow apprentice might get captured by villainous forces. That would be inconvenient, though maybe retrieving him from some supervillain lair would be easier, especially if he ended up on Earth. Or they might kill him. I didn't want most of the people I knew to die, and that included Mid-Ed. Midnight and I split Gate's cost. It was a simple enough target, but we didn't want to risk wasting our mana and thus did it at full power. The gate opened up quite easily, but it was better to spend a couple extra points than lose 16 and have to try again. All of us stepped through into the alley next to a busy street. Bolster provided us 3 disguise spells, one for Midnight and myself together. Otherwise, we would be far too obvious. "That way," Midnight commented. He was just a different color cat, which was the minimalistic sort of disguise. I looked like a tall human. Bolster was good at this stuff. I was glad, because that meant she could take on more of that work, while I got to focus on combat spells. Though obviously she needed to know those too, working for the brigade. We walked along the street, and with great effort I didn't look over my shoulder. It was entirely possible that Flasher was ahead of us now anyway. And Midnight looking back wouldn't be as obvious. "Don't spot him yet," he commented quietly. We walked quickly, intending to catch up to Mid-Ed, whose last location was somewhere along this main street just a couple minutes ago. I hadn't gotten a response to my sending, which either meant it didn't work somehow, or that he did hear it and was running and hiding. From me. Which might be fine. I would have liked him to respond, though. I was surprised. No, we were all caught fully off guard when magic suddenly came out of the alley next to us. It was swiftly and expertly cast. I wasn't that familiar with Medid's spellcasting abilities, but it seemed better than I remembered. My memory could be several years out of date, though. Plus the time I'd been on Earth. The good news was that the spell had a limit to its power. It swept over us, and I felt my consciousness dimming. I held onto it, but Midnight toppled over. His suit activated so that he hit the ground safely, but I was leaning on my staff to keep vertical. Bolster was down. Twirl was unsteady on his feet. More magic. I had to provide a response. Mental freedom seemed correct. I was a bit slow. And it wouldn't have helped anyway. "Let's see who you are." Dispelling magic washed over us. Our disguises disintegrated. "Turlough! Damn it, you should have known better." Puffed. Everyone said that, but it wasn't true. "You should have answered my sending. Also, I said huge metal guy." Medid looked like a fairly typical mage. If we were actually enemies, I probably could have clocked him over the head and knocked him out. I assumed it was an illusory message. Since when can you cast sending? Oh, that made sense. A couple months after I walked through a portal. Bolster and Midnight were just picking themselves up. A forceful sleep spell could only do so much. That was about the time an orc tackled Medid. Chapter 358. Fastest on the draw was Twirl, who cracked an orc upside the head as they began to charge in towards us. Then he went after the one that had taken down Medid, along with Midnight. It only took a moment for that particular individual to be incapacitated by excess electricity. But there were more. I swung my staff alongside bolster as several more charged out of the surroundings, weaving shocking grasp into my weapon as it was the fastest spell I could get, and it required the least aim in the frantic circumstances. This was a mess, and we still had to look out for Flasher. I was about to shout a warning reminder when I saw him, but he'd already seen me and I got a face full of laser. That was the last thing I saw for a while. He teleported. I felt the power activation far stronger than the martial skills being used by the orcs. The charge up was so fast, but I was blindly swinging my staff around me and gathering mana regardless. This time, finally, I would lock him in place with Dimensional Anchor. But something or someone got in my way. It was hard for me to mistake the direction with all the super tech Flasher had crammed into himself. I heard a cry of pain from Medid, a confused yelp from Midnight along with a surge of panic. I was gathering more mana, holding my staff out horizontally to try to shove past whoever was in my way. I felt a weapon bite into my side. Then Midnight was the furthest away from me he'd ever been, yet still right in front of me. But only for a moment, and then he was gone. No longer in front of me, and my connection severed. No, that would have been far more traumatic, but it was dulled to the point of uselessness. How? I had many questions, but that was the primary. I stumbled forward as I was struck in the back of the head. I had to thank Francois for his work because I retained consciousness, even if I wasn't using it well. I picked out enemies by sensing unfamiliar mana. Bolster and Twirl were still next to me, but the others were all enemies. I continuously fed mana into shocking grasps, striking enemies even as they hit me with weapons unknown, cutting into my supersuit. A moment of clarity allowed me to focus, multicasting Stoneskin on myself, Bolster and Twirl. Hopefully also Midnight. Somehow. I used the discounted cost instead of maximum power, since I simply couldn't manage otherwise. That cost 20 mana, which was most of what I had and near my maximum capacity. I continued swinging blindly. My staff struck foes one after another. Mage! Mage! Bolster's words pulled me out of my daze. City guards are coming. What followed was a mess. These guards didn't even ask for an explanation, simply attacking. I tried to say something, but I was hit by numerous attacks with both blunt and edged weapons. I tried to use more magic, and passed out. Dash, dash, dash. When I awoke, I could barely see. Not because it was dark, but because that was just how much my eyes worked. I had a headache. I was pretty sure I had several barely treated stab wounds. And for all the physical pain, I really didn't care. My memory was fuzzy, but Midnight was gone. That I could feel. This was a disaster in so many ways, but I honestly didn't care that Medid was gone or that I was imprisoned. I groaned in pain, but the physical was so barely relevant. I staggered to my feet. I was in a small cell. Across from me was Bolster. I felt heavy. My wrists and ankles were shackled, limiting my range of motion. When I arrived at the bars, I managed to see Twirl in the cell next to Bolster. "Good, you're awake. Maybe you can convince them," Bolster said. "I can't use magic, which means no translate." "It's the shackles," I explained. I pressed my face against the bars, my tusks scraping. "I can't see the guards." "They're down the way," Bolster said. Good, they wouldn't see me taking off my shackles then. The only problem? They were anti-magic. I tried to use storage, and they rejected it. Obviously, I barely even had the mana for that. It made my head hurt. I didn't let it stop me, though. I tried again and again until I was fully out of mana. I was collapsed against the bars, and I did it again. Spatial magic was about connection. How could I be more connected than when shackles were all around me and reaching inside me to screw up my usage of mana? I couldn't think of a single greater connection. Except for companions' bonds and whatever, who cared? I wanted the shackles gone, I didn't have mana for it, and I didn't care. I reached inside myself and everything recoiled. The shackles, my body, and my soul. But I didn't have time to convince random guards that we were the ones who had been attacked and we should be let go. If they cared, they could have figured it out already. I stored both sets of shackles. My consciousness threatened to leave me. No. I wasn't talking to anyone but myself. I just needed to say it out loud. I'd been in negative mana once before. It hadn't really been on purpose. This time, I just refused to think about it. The door was locked. My friends' doors were locked. I needed to get to midnight. Knock was 4 mana. Multicasting took 12. "Open up," I shouted. A clanging sound resounded throughout the area, echoing off of the stone walls as the iron bar doors flung open. I stepped into the hallway. Later, I might think about the fact that other doors were opened. "Come on, you two. We're going." There were guards at the end of the hall. I didn't care. Twirl once again reacted first, but Bolster were closer, so they were out in the hall in a moment. I reached out, gathering 20 mana for a gate. I might actually die from going so far into negative mana. I didn't care. I waved my arm, tearing out a chunk of space. I tossed Bolster through. Twirl scurried past when I glanced at him. I heard guards shouting. I stepped through a very wobbly portal. I refused to pass out. I turned around to give another look at where I'd been. A guard was reaching out to grab me, but the gate was already closing. No, it was just vibrating wildly. Either way, he lost an arm. Then I forced it to finish collapsing. More guards came running, but these were from extra. They probably wouldn't hit me on the head. I needed another portal. Midnight. He was somewhere. I reached out. I was going to be about as far into negative mana as my normal maximum, but I needed to reach him. The mana flowed out from me and tore open a hole in space, but it didn't go anywhere. It just was. It was a good thing that I stumbled backwards instead of towards it. And someone caught me, so I didn't compound my concussion. Dash, dash, dash. Idiot. That was the first thing I heard as I woke up. My eyes flickered open. "Ah, you're awake." It was Sierra. I tried to smile, but I think my face was stuck. "What's wrong with you? I had to bail on a big client because of you." "Didn't have to." Yeah, I did. Friends are more important than money, even if that money would help a lot of people." "What were you thinking? I have literally no idea how to fix whatever is wrong with you, and I have magic." "They took midnight. I'm going to chop them into bits in a spatial rift." "What?" "That's what I was thinking, if anything." "I heard about midnight. It's an awful situation, but I'm sure he'll be all right." It was nice of her to lie. Some other time I might have been comforted by that. I got up. Power Brigade Medical Ward. "I need to go." "Wait," Sierra called as I stormed towards the door. Dr. Manuel Martinez stepped in front of me. "Like hell you do. You need to rest." "Not while midnight isn't here." I held up my arm, calling upon shocking grasp. I still shouldn't have had mana. Dr. Martinez stepped out of the way. I heard him muttering into his comm. I made for the elevator. Was something burning? Ah, it was my arm. Sierra chased after me, catching me in the elevator. "What the hell, man?" She looked down. "What did you do to your arm?" "Zapped it," I said. I could barely feel my body right now. "If I fix it, you need to promise not to do it again. Midnight would be sad to see you hurting yourself." It wasn't on purpose. The elevator was going, from floor 5 down to the basement levels where my scrying orb was. Sierra probably wasn't authorized to be in any of these places. "What are you talking about? Spells like that are completely safe." She reached out to touch my arm. I probably had less pain afterwards. Why was she using so much mana? Could she even actually use that much? Why did half of it hang around? Normally, I would have tried to get answers to these questions. Instead, I trod out the door towards my room. I needed to find midnight. Even if I couldn't feel it, we were connected. We had to be. Even if there wasn't a magical connection, we'd been best buddies for over a year. Nearly inseparable. Nobody was going to take him away from me. I gathered mana for scrying. I still didn't have any. The mists didn't swirl, instead darting in and out. They revealed nothing but my own incompetence. I reached for more mana. I stopped, because I knew that one step more and I would die. And if I died, I couldn't save midnight. I dropped to my knees. Damn it. The door opened. "Hey, sorry about this doctor's orders." Something pierced into my neck. My consciousness left me. Dash, dash, dash. I woke up shackled to one of the medical beds. Something beeped. This time it was Dr. Mishra. He turned towards the sound. I pulled on my restraints. "You won't be able to get out." I shook my head. It hurt. "Not true," I said. "I can—" I stopped. Even if I could reliably bypass power dampeners, which might not be true for the non-magical variety, I didn't want to advertise that. Not to go against the power brigade, but just because it needed to be said. You're going to need to be psychologically evaluated before we can let you go. For your own good. Sure, I said. I'd tell them I was really screwed up right now, with midnight being taken. I wouldn't tell them that I was going to go anyway if they denied me. I just didn't know where. How long was I out? You've been sedated for 10 hours, at the recommendation of everyone who understands your sort of magic. Double the time it would take to get full. Enough time for me to claw out of the negatives, except it didn't work like that. Or it wasn't supposed to. But I was full up. And my soul didn't hurt. Even my headache was fading. Something was wrong, broken. Maybe it was me, but that was okay. If it could get me back to midnight, I didn't care if I was a little broken at the end. Though, I supposed I needed to be alive, and at least able to walk and talk, or midnight would be sad, which would make me sad twice over. It wasn't good to die trying to save a friend. At the very least, one had to succeed, and I hadn't been on that trajectory. Good thing there were people to stop me. Chapter 3, 159. Whoever decided that urgent situations should make people feel bad should be fired. Because they overtuned it so much that I was getting close to non-functional instead of focused. Midnight was gone, and I had been chained to a medical bed. Not because the power brigade was going to stop me from saving Midnight, but because they were stopping me from killing myself in the attempt. Pretty much nobody I wanted was available to help. That was no fault of theirs. In New Bay, villains were a dime a dozen, and dimes weren't even worth anything these days. Great Girl was fighting Mummy Man, who tended to win battles by either not dying or swarming people with hordes of zombies. So far, nobody had proven that they were from actual people, but he couldn't die, and he also didn't stay in captivity well. Shockwave had finished a long shift sometime during the 10 hours I was knocked out, then I'd been shackled to the bed for a few more hours reading. But ultimately, it meant that they weren't going to be active for a while. Even speedsters, or perhaps especially speedsters, needed rest. Most of my first squad was also occupied, and also the portal squad. Honey Badger was the only one I could get. Twirl and Bolster would be available in a couple hours, but I didn't feel like I had hours. Zeb was out of state on a squirrel hunt, but at least I had Kick. Cyborg ex-member of the mod squad, he had less experience with Flasher than Iron Shell, but he had been undergoing improvements that might help. I wasn't enthusiastic about running off to another plane with a small squad again, based on what had happened with Midid, but I wasn't going to not do that if I could find Midnight. So I had the two of them, which might become one of them if we went to the wrong place. I had complaints. How did they get Flasher there? I didn't expect anyone to have answers. Kick frowned. Why couldn't he be there? I mean, if someone could make portals or whatever. Honey Badger answered that, which was good, because I didn't want to do many things besides complain, even if it didn't help. That dimension is sealed off from people who don't have matching powers, he explained, so he shouldn't be able to get there. Well, Kick shrugged. Maybe he got portal powers. I grimaced. No, I refuse. He was already so much trouble. Besides, power exclusivity isn't absolute, Kick reminded me. It would be extremely unlikely, though. More probably, he just got an upgrade. One that says he's magic. How? I asked. Who could even do that? Someone with access to magic and tech, I guess, Kick shrugged. In my current state, I didn't want to spend so long on even such important speculation as that. But I had to do something on the elevator ride down. Despite my significant failures, scrying was still the best option. I couldn't feel the bond with Midnight right now, but I had a bunch of Midnight's hair from around his apartment and several cans of his favorite tuna. Maybe it was crazy, but I was grasping for straws. Anything that could make a connection. I was so close to going to Kelmoth and grabbing his family, but that would take more than half of my mana. Even if I found Midnight after that, I wouldn't be able to do anything after making a gate, aside from shooting people with a gun. My staff was gone. It was unique, made by Wilhelmina in the way only tech supers could. Asking them to replicate things like that was bound to be expensive if it was even possible. And I didn't have the important core material which had given it the dispelling properties. Comparatively, I wasn't upset at all to lose it, except that it would have helped retrieve Midnight. In normal circumstances, I'm certain it would have been a serious emotional blow, but it was so insignificant in comparison. Some people might have thought I was calm. That was just because moving my face took too much emotional strain. As of late, I was under the impression that magic liked excess. It seemed to work better to those who had a certain sort of flair. Or I could be making it up. Either way, I arranged the cans of tuna and the baggie full of hair atop the scrying cube. I gathered mana for scrying. I kept my pace slow and steady. I was aiming for 11 mana. Simple. I'd naturally hit that point in a moment, and I would get the most potent version of scrying I could manage. For some reason, it felt like it was taking slightly longer than normal to resolve into a spell. Hey, Honey Badger was saying something. I should have gathered something like twice as much mana as I was intending by now. Maybe I'd caused lingering damage. Nothing hurt though, which was weird. Normally when I screwed myself up with magic, it hurt. Oh, there it was. Some part of me said I'd gathered 23 mana. My fatigue limit. Another part of me said that pain was bad and I should hit the brakes. A third part of me shook its head and tried to explain that actually I hadn't used that amount of mana at all, because I couldn't use more than 11, and a fourth part said that I was off on my mana amount, but in the other direction. The brakes part won, I think, or maybe I properly hit my fatigue limit. Either way, I felt mana leaking out of me as I toppled forward. My vision went black before I hit the corner of the scrying cube. Hey, Mage! Honey Badger was shaking me. You weren't supposed to shake people with concussions, but I probably didn't have one, so maybe it was fine. My head hurt. My eyes focused on him. Hey, what the hell was that, man? I think my magic might be broken. It didn't work. Uh-huh. So, Mage, you didn't happen to suddenly double in level, did you? Nah, I just got a single extra, I said. It didn't make me happy. I'm not the most accurate judge of mana amounts, he said, but you used like 40 mana. I looked at my hand. I wasn't quite sure why. Maybe it was the easiest part of me to look at as I held it up. No way. It couldn't have been nearly at much. Maybe 5. 10. Some weird part of me said 10. Unlike the barbarian next to me, I was accurate at judging mana. How could I be off by 100%? I think you recaptured most of it? He frowned. He was still holding me upright by my shoulders. But you definitely gathered way more. Kick's face appeared in front of me. Listen, I know things are stressful right now, but if you rest more. I stood up under my own power. I'm fine. I should be fine. It's magic that's broken, not me. Maybe at the time I believed that. And it wasn't entirely incorrect. Honey Badger grabbed my tusks to angle my face down. I looked directly into his eyes. Fine, one more attempt, but if anything funny happens, you're stopping. Whatever happened, it wasn't going to be funny, but I also wasn't going to die. Because then I couldn't save midnight. I gathered mana, 11, already. Maybe I had broken my mana sensing because it didn't stop. I did, however, take tighter hold of my mana gathering process. If it didn't stop on its own, I needed to tell it when to do that. I called upon the correct proportion of my maximum mana. 11, 22. I stopped. Come on, become a spell. Normally it just happened, but I had to make it. I wanted scrying. I got something. There were no mists. Maybe there should have been, because the barrage of lights and colors was anything but pleasant. I was pretty sure I saw the hells, which weren't the most visually disturbing part of things. I jumped when one of the cans of tuna exploded, flames bursting upward. But I held onto the spell. It was both easier and harder than before. Nothing was right. Then again, if it had been, I wouldn't have to look for midnight. Bits of hair, technically fur, began to float. A second can melted, including the insides. I saw aluminum goop around like mercury, which was fine. It was much more concerning that the tuna became liquid. Was I going to have to clean that up? Midnight. I looked into his eyes. Where was he? I zoomed outward. I couldn't be distracted by the fact that I could see too far. I needed something. Strange architecture. Orcs through a wall. Then a dog. Several dogs. The image collapsed far before 10 minutes were up. I reached out to try to hold on to it somehow, but it was fully gone before I even had a response. What was up with those dogs? Kick asked. I didn't answer because I was already doing something. My brain was, quite possibly, already broken. I forgot important things like that magic doesn't work that way, and that I couldn't open a portal here, and how much mana it was supposed to take. Near my limit, so I stopped slightly before it. It refused to open. What was it even supposed to look like? An oval. My hand traced a shape in the air, crouching down to the floor and then standing to my full height and reaching above my head. For some of the hours I'd been shackled to the medical bed, I only read dimensional magic, because my body hadn't wanted to sleep after 10 hours of forced unconsciousness. It might also have been from portal theory, and I was just understanding it now. Maybe even better would have been chalk on a wall. The edges were precisely where I had traced, which was not as smooth of a line as I had thought. But it should go directly to midnight, except it didn't open on the other end. I hadn't used all of the mana I'd gathered, though. Half to open this end. It should be enough to connect to the other end. I couldn't call upon the bond, but I knew the spot. Lingering traces of magic still connected to it. Let me through. I wasn't sure if I was talking to barriers of some sort or reality itself. Either way, I pushed my arm through the portal, feeling a sudden change in temperature. I swiped it down, tearing open the area. Midnight, I stepped through. "Should we actually?" Honey Badger commented. Whatever. Come on, dude." We stepped into a room filled with all sorts of arcane tech, which was a funny thing to say, but that was how words worked, and it wasn't entirely wrong either. Some of it had mana flowing through it, and the rest was tech I didn't understand. Alarms blared. Kick was already breaking things. I wanted to get Midnight disconnected safely, and the only thing I could think of that would help was to stop the weird magic stuff. I gathered far too much mana for a dispel. I wasn't concerned about going into negative mana because I was already broken and some of the stuff might explode if I didn't stop it. Honey Badger pulled a bat off his back and transformed it into an axe. All of the portal squad were getting cool weapons. I missed my staff exactly right now because I wanted to dispel things. I shoved my arm into the middle of the majority of the magic stuff and told it to go away. Just anywhere else. And it did. Specifically, it rushed back along the wires and tubes carrying it, crashing into what was already there and causing numerous explosions around the edge of the room. I was vaguely aware that the portal had closed. My magic didn't have any stability to it. But it didn't matter because it was doing things. Our barbarian chopped. I pulled Midnight out of a mess of wires. He seemed barely conscious, probably drugged and magicked. "Hey, buddy, we're getting out of here." Just not through a gate, because either interpretation of mana I had in my mind indicated that I didn't have enough, not if there were spatial restrictions in place. "This seems important," Kick commented, gesturing to a shiny puddle of some sort contained in a glass cage. He smashed it. It was good to have proactive allies in times like this. I needed that. "Oh, that's Midnight's suit," I realized. I held him towards it, and it jumped onto him. "Cool." I heard yelling and barking. "We have to go, gather around me, hold on." Teleport? I both did and didn't have enough mana for that. Dimension door it was. I didn't need to go that far. I gathered exactly enough twice what I should have. What if we were underground? Normally I shouldn't end up inside things, but now. We went up at an angle. Then we were in the air. High enough I might have time to calculate if I had enough mana left for a multicasting of fly. Chapter 360. A short barbarian, a leg-focused cyborg, a feline alien, and an orc all grabbed onto each other as they felt wind rushing by. The orc was me, by the way. We were falling to our deaths. I wasn't super fond of that idea, but I was also fairly certain I'd kill myself if I tried to multicast fly at the moment. So I just regularly cast it on Midnight. I was kind of hoping to re-establish our bond, but even this close it was fuzzy. Fuzzy was far better than before. Maybe I should have tried to triple the cost for a multicasting, but nobody could accuse me of thinking clearly in my most recent hours of consciousness. Midnight was captured and I broke magic. We had to fly. I could split it. Or I could just get my arms under the other two and cast it on myself. No offense to anyone else, but I had priorities on who should live. And it would be quite difficult to get them back from this planet if I died, and midnight was incapacitated. Also, I doubted they would hear me shouting over the rushing wind. All good reasons, but ultimately midnight and I were the most important. As I cast fly, I wondered if the rushing wind counted as a focus component. Whether it did or not, midnight and I suddenly stopped and the other two nearly tore my arms off. Next time I'd transition to flying more gradually. Relatedly, we were now dropping, but slowly. I angled for an alley in the city below, finding something that looked like a full dumpster. It was that, or some sort of concrete. We landed with a thud. Kick sighed. I was led to believe this would be an observational mission which might eventually lead to retribution against what remains of the mod squad. And now I'm in a pile of trash. That just means things are going well, Honey Badger said helpfully. A dog barked at us. No, wait, that didn't make any sense. A basset hound. Or probably not that, but certainly vaguely shaped like one. What was I supposed to do here? Translation. That had lapsed because midnight wasn't around to need it. Bark, growl, long live the resistance, come hide with me. I floated myself out of the dumpster-like object, making sure midnight was with me. I reached over to help the others out. That guy wants us to come with us. Sure, whatever, Kick said. I really wasn't planning to go to another planet today, he sighed. If you get new high-tech upgrades on an emergency mission, can Extra take those away? I asked. Kick blinked. What? Just saying. This is a high-tech world. I turned towards the basset hound. I hear you, buddy. Lucky we have you here. Members of the Resistance must be ready to act at all moments, he declared. Are there a lot of you? I asked. Or is one of us just cosmically lucky? It could be midnight. Getting into a teleporter accident and ending up on a different planet sounded bad, but it was way better than getting in a teleporter accident and not ending up anywhere at all. The supernatural pull of certain parts of Earth was pretty strong, but that mostly biased the events towards a region rather than causing them more frequently. Probably, there was some debate about that. We stand around every corner, behind every swinging door, dug into every garden. I didn't know if that was literal, but there might be a large resistance. In that case, why had they not been more successful resisting? Perhaps I shouldn't judge someone just trying to help, especially not when I was about to topple over. The good news was, being in negative manner didn't hurt anymore. The bad news was that I couldn't tell if that was because I was numb to it or if it wasn't dangerous anymore. Midnight was vaguely half holding onto my shoulder where I'd placed him, held aloft less by his grip and more by the fly spell. The sounds of the city around us turned more chaotic as flying saucers began to appear overhead and alarms blared. I didn't have to guess that they were looking for us. Our new buddy kept low, and we just did our best to follow him through alleys covered with hanging tarps of some kind. I wondered if they were high-tech sensor-dampening tarps. Or maybe they were just tarps. Through here, you'll have to crawl, he said, walking straight through a wall, or at least an image of a wall since I was pretty sure he wasn't a ghost. I got down on hands and knees, moving carefully. I felt a brief firmness, but it wasn't quite right for the apparent surface of brick. I pushed forward, feeling a yielding cloth slide over me as I moved, temporarily blocking my vision. Then I was in a garden of some sort. The sky was fake, though, and the ceiling was low. I couldn't quite stand up. The other two came through behind me. There was a lot of Bunvarixian talking. I managed to pick out some of the louder voices. A Selmothian. Is it okay? Strange apes? The last word might not have quite been apes. Translation told me it was close. Not with words, but with vibes. Bunvarix probably didn't have exactly the same creatures, except maybe squirrels. Rather than cross-dimensional inspiration, this phenomenon should be galactic cross-pollination. In short, there had always been a few instances of movement back and forth, bringing random plants and animals and vaguely mixing ecosystems. That was how such things were explained, but observed instances were admittedly rare, as they should be. This one was kept captive by the dictators, our guide declared loudly. Recall the victorious declarations. Midnight Deathstalker, captured and shamed. We will spread the word of their failures through our networks. Now then, I am sure these people want some explanations. The basset hound turned towards me. I am glad you speak our language somehow, despite that Kelmothian battlesuit appearing damaged. I am Flopan. Might I have your names? Right, we'd skipped that part. For the sake of things on my homeworld, I said, I should go by the name Mage, a pseudonym, unfortunately. You already know Midnight, but he would be called Familiar. Then we have Kick and Honey Badger. Can you clue us in? Kick asked. Sorry, I'm very low on mana, just making introductions. The mana regen here was atrocious, like actually below standard. That concerned me, given various things I knew. Maybe I'd screwed up my intake and the ambient mana wasn't that bad. But again, it didn't hurt. Oh, I should absorb some mana crystals at this rate. I could get more than a few out with one use of storage. Small ones mostly, since those were efficient if I had time. I poured them into my pockets, then crushed one. That felt right. Actually, a bit better than normal. Then again, all my magical tuning was off at the moment. Nothing could be certain. When I actually focused on it, it was significantly more effective, but it might have been more sluggish when I was just letting it happen. I might have to manually absorb them now. Great. How much do you know about Bunvarixian politics? Flopan asked, as he led us over towards a nice patch of grass where we sat down. Let's see. Most of what I knew had come from Zeb. Tiny dogs are dictators that feed propaganda to mid-sized dogs that perform necessary tasks. Big dogs are soldiers that may or may not be zealots. I noticed we had a few of everything around here, though small dogs were rarest. Flopan nodded, his ears and loose skin flapping about. That is generally accurate. This is quite a surprise. Perhaps you learned from the Kelmothians. Nah, I met one of you, Zeb. She was an engineer on a ship that ended up attacking Earth. Oh ho, you are from the Earth. Word has reached our ears that General Sporticus led an assault on that world. The official word is one of great success, but we saw no spoils and counted few ships returning. Sporticus? Never heard of him, I said. Truly, Flopan commented. I had thought he would be known there. He gained special powers. Some say from the divine, but the Resistance knows it more likely he made deals with dark powers. Was he talking about Spot? Technically, you could say his powers were divine, but that did not mean a deity gave them to him. Oh yeah, that's magic. From my old world. Everyone has that. I poked Midnight, who dazedly rubbed my hand. Including this guy. And him. I indicated Honey Badger, though his magic involved more hitting things with weapons. Magic. The Bunvarixian showed a look of concern that I couldn't have been able to interpret without translation active. I suppose that is as good a word as any. If you don't believe in magic, I can show you. Though, not much. Actually, Midnight should be in a better shape, but he's like this. Can you help? Yes. We have doctors on the way, but we do not have so many that they can be at every safe house, Flopan explained. Nor do we have many familiar with Selmothian biology. Most of the studies are from warlike perspectives. I think those guys put some bad drugs in him, I explained. He was locked into a bunch of machines too. His suit was deactivated and his powers were suppressed. Well, I don't know about these powers, Flopan commented, but I can say that I have heard of Kelmothian bond suppression. I was not aware it could even happen with humans, though. Would it be unhelpful to tell him I wasn't a human? Probably, since it would have worked just as well if I was human. It was a good thing Midnight was showing signs of something. Or I would have probably been flinging magic around trying to help, but hurting myself more. Magic I didn't have the mana for, twice over. A German shepherd-like individual with a name that came out to Starla poked and prodded Midnight for a bit before actually jabbing him with a syringe of some sort. Obviously, they were arranged differently than human-made ones, though I noticed a helpful collar with extensible grabbers. Most of the other Bunvarixians had them too, and I wondered if Zeb was supposed to have more things like that. They folded up into nearly unnoticeable states when not in use, serving a similar effect to the Selmothian suits. I wondered if these were an alternative, developed by different people, or merely what people had access to. I felt like Spot had some sort of suit at some point, but that might have been an Earth thing. This should help counteract the drugs in his system, she explained. It will take a few hours for his body to process things still. It wasn't magic. I would have been able to tell, but it seemed like magic because I could feel the bond becoming more real with every moment. I wasn't sure how it suppressed both a Selmothian bond and a magic familiar bond, but then again, there had been some magical garbage mixed in with all the tech stuff holding him. Kik had brought up his concerns that they might have placed trackers on Midnight. I relayed that, but Starla thoroughly checked. It didn't seem they expected Midnight to get out. It wasn't a trap to get to me. Most likely they wanted to study magic in one of the enemies of Bunvorix. I still didn't know how this related to Flasher and Orcs, though. Were they all working together? I suppose there could be evil Orcs not working with Dr. Doomsday, but if they were aligned with the main body of the Bunvorixians, they were still bad. After all, anyone who wiped out squirrels and lied about it couldn't be trusted. We were provided something like big doggy beds mixed with large beanbags. None of them were big enough for me to fully lay out on, but I could sink into one with my legs dangling towards the ground and be supported enough. They provided a tent-like covering to block the artificial sky. It was weird, but we couldn't complain. And even if it wasn't that late in our day, Midnight and I at least needed rest. The other two could figure out their own schedules. Midnight lay next to my head, our thoughts returning to a tangled unity of recursive stress. But it was still better than being alone. Chapter 361. When I woke up, I didn't notice anything was wrong. Which was good, because that was how it had been the last few times. I hadn't realized how much the lack of a presence would break me. I wouldn't have lasted long, as exemplified by my behavior. Not that things were good. I was fairly certain my magic was still broken. There were all sorts of other worries, like the crappy mana regeneration here. Did Spot have to deal with this? Based on Midnight having been taken to Bunvorix, I had to assume he could get there as well. It wasn't unreasonable for him to have picked up Gate or figured out some Bunvorixian method to do a long-range teleport. And they were working with Flasher. That thought hit me again. I was going to try to kill him next time because clearly I hadn't tried hard enough previously. I felt a dull echo of my own worries, but surprisingly Midnight had very few. Relief and confusion, but not much in the way of worry. I have only a vague recollection of what happened, Midnight commented, knowing I was awake. Same here, and I was conscious for most of it. I began to explain what I knew. His powers and our bond were suppressed by some combination of tech, magic, drugs, and overactive cyborg powers. I explained magic breaking and only slightly downplayed some of the stupid things I did. Selmoth needs to know about some of this tech, Midnight said, so we can counteract it. Got mana? I asked. You might be able to do that, or I might, but maybe your magic is broken with mine. I do have mana, Midnight said, and now you've made me worried that I won't be able to use sending. I shook my head. Don't be. You can use it. Just don't expect stability. Best guess, if you screw up your concentration, you don't get a return message. And maybe you give someone a headache. Shouldn't be worse than that. I'm not sure if I can make the message succinct, Midnight said, and obviously there are no long-range relays here, not compatible or that I would trust anyway. Me being here also might escalate the war. I thought of what I had heard. If you're concerned about that, we should really talk to these Bunvorixians, because there was some sort of planetary announcement of your capture. I assume Kelmoth has enough surveillance to pick that out, or they just sent a message directly. Is that? Midnight was now showing some worry. Should I be using my mana on that, or trying to get us out of here? Well, like I said, getting to you was especially difficult. I don't think that was all Brigade HQ. Getting out of here will either be easier or not something we can really accomplish right now. So probably send a message. Midnight did, after we crafted a message that went something like, "Please don't bomb Bunvorix, I'm being rescued and out in the city." Which city? We actually had to ask Flopan, who was easy to pick out in the little pseudo-outside compound they had here. It translated to something like Grand Home. I guess it wasn't that weird to name a planetary capital something big and fancy. Midnight hissed at the first few Bunvorixians who approached. Sorry, habits. I only know one of you that hasn't tried to kill me. I had a slight correction. Technically, Zeb only stopped trying to kill you. She was on a war vessel. Right. Fortunately, our new friends weren't offended. They were well aware of the history between their peoples after all. But knowing that not everyone was part of the military cult they'd set up was comforting. On the other hand, I had some plans to break them out of that. We want an end to the dictators, Flopan the basset hound-shaped guy explained. We want a break in the caste structure. We want peace. Think how much more we could have done if we were not at war with our closest neighbors. We might have even found a replacement for squirrels by now. I could just tell them that Earth had squirrels but wouldn't give them to Bunvorix with their current structure, and we might topple the dictatorship in a day, or cause a terrible and bloody civil war, which the Bunvorixians didn't want. The main blame lies at the top, Flopan explained, but even some of our small leaders had no choice, being moved along with the system. Either way, if they are to perish, it should be after a proper trial. You appear to have some measure of power, and we hoped you might aid us. Ah, so we might not be going home today. You sure you don't want to settle things with violence? I asked. Because I'm pretty good at that. I had already blown up a number of their vessels. I just didn't want to mention that. If anything, we would destroy every weapon and ship of war, but harm no person at all. Since we can't quite accomplish that, violence might be required, but it should not be the first option. Flopan pondered for a few moments. We spoke with your other companions and brought up a request. You humans have manual dexterity without the use of our technology, which might allow you to sabotage certain vessels without raising the alarm. Your companions mentioned you might be open to helping us. For a price. We were mercenaries after all, and Kik could really use some upgrades. We can talk about that, I agreed. At base, our priorities are to get people home. That will be quite difficult, Flopan explained. I don't know quite how you arrived, but landing a ship is likely impossible. The same is true with teleporting off-planet. Why don't we just steal a ship? I asked. We could fly it over to Kelmoth. I looked at Midnight to confirm it was viable. Clearly they had some methods, or the war wouldn't be possible. I regret to inform you that even should you do so, you would likely be shot down, Flopan said. Our planets are at war. It is not unreasonable from their perspective. We could contact them ahead of time, I said. Though, I don't know if space has mana. Has what, precisely? Flopan asked, likely due to the word not translating. Don't worry about it. It's something that I hadn't had the opportunity to test now. Different planets all had mana so far, even if it was kinda bad like here, but I'd never been away from planets at all. Or different planes entirely, but those were from my own world, so obviously they had mana, or they couldn't be accessed. Midnight had some suggestions. If you could confirm for us the location of any teleportation suppressors, as well as potentially providing other support, we might be able to help. We're not planning to stay longer than we have to, but we might support this resistance better from the outside. Right now, our options were to try to gate away, potentially using most of the mana I'd recovered overnight for nothing, depending on whether the suppressors were more powerful against local movements or foreign intrusions, or to try to leverage this opportunity to its fullest. When we learned what they actually wanted in the near future, I checked my points. I can learn Meteor Swarm, I suggested to Midnight. Is that a good idea? He asked. Would sneaking up to ships and manually breaking things be a good idea? I countered. It's long range and very destructive. Midnight spent some time coming up with a good counter. I don't feel that would properly leverage the skills of our other team members. Sometimes you take what you can get. Also, they can go on other missions. There's no way this resistance only has one target they're looking at. But the collateral damage, this place is either as described with no people, or we can't get close enough to do any of the other options. Of course, we will confirm with, I guess they probably don't have binoculars, but some equivalent. It's not a great investment for a single use, Midnight finally said. You know you won't really be able to use it anywhere else. What if I take Spatial Rift? I asked. I'm trying to improve my understanding of spatial magic anyway. That's not really much better. Or, I said, we get much closer and hope that Blizzard works. But as we saw before, it mostly just caused problems because the ships were in flight. Aren't there more precision spells? Not that would be efficient here. I could disintegrate maybe 2 ships or part of 2 ships for the same mana cost, and we can't really eat that cost here. Midnight sighed. The mana is all screwed up. Isn't this less than average? Less than minimum, I'd say. Relatedly, we'd semi-confirmed that Midnight's magic was acting normally, Or maybe he was just more cautious, but he didn't think it felt different. So me screwing up magic didn't directly break him. Maybe it was more of a level of insight rather than actually breaking things, but I didn't think people should cause so many problems with better understanding. I was pretty sure I nearly killed myself the last 2 times I went through a gate, or anyone passing through. They were so unstable, and the edges weren't even close to smooth. They could have easily collapsed on someone partway through, and I'm sure there were other similarly terrible results. For the options, I commented, we could get an actual chunk of meteor, probably, but no component for a spatial rift that I can think of. You'd seriously try empowering a new combat spell with unstable magic and a material component. I just looked at Midnight. Of course you would, to find out what happened. Well, I suggest reading up on spatial rift. At least you can do that. Maybe you'll figure out a way to make it safe. Try to work with the other two. I think I already need a nap. He was tired, and recovering from having a bunch of tubes and drugs in him. You do that, I confirmed. I'll read up on it. We didn't have to rush into whatever we were doing, assuming nobody was coming to get us, but we hadn't been found so far. A couple more hours wouldn't make any difference. Dash, dash, dash. Connection is important for all spatial magic to function. Some might argue that spatial rift is the antithesis to that, as it demonstrates a sort of disconnection. But I would argue that it is even more true. Connecting poorly to a chaotic space is something anyone can do. Nobody sane truly wants an uncontrolled spatial rift, and those with less control might find themselves in an uncomfortable situation. Extremely briefly, less control. Did she mean my broken magic? No, not likely. Perhaps a lack of upgrades, or just poor judgment. I did determine that it had enough range to be a viable option. Gate required being vaguely nearby for stability, but if instability was the purpose, it wasn't quite the same. Yet spatial rift wasn't true chaos, it was only a semblance of it. Additional effects are applied via the connection to a chosen plane of origin. The hellish cold of Stygia or the flames of the plane of fire might reach through. The wise mage does not misjudge which planes are appropriate, so I did have to pick something. Which was a problem, since I might not have access to any appropriate planes. I needed a connection of some sort, and the extra material planes of my old world were further sealed off. Cross-referencing with mentions of sealed planes throughout the tome, I confirmed my thoughts. Though the book didn't mention anything on the scale of every plane being sealed, there was some precedent. Usually temporary. Perhaps this was too, since I couldn't imagine it was without cost to maintain something of the sort. The most chaotic place I knew of that wasn't sealed off I didn't want to inflict on Bunvorics. Though they could probably handle the scouring, if they couldn't, it would be quite the problem. The locals didn't want their people to die, and even the soldiers were still their people. So my options were Meteor Swarm or boring unflavored spatial rift. I needed to get connected with other Type F worlds even more now. Since they weren't being as constantly bombarded by Doomsday and others, they might be more accommodating for a short visit. I wondered if Meteor Swarm could be spatial magic. If I just opened up a gate into the middle of the asteroid belt, I'd get a huge amount of vacuum. The stupid drawings really didn't get the scale of separation right. The chances of getting a single asteroid nearby, let alone one or several of the proper size, was minuscule. And they wouldn't hit a target anyway. It would be a terrible idea. I really wanted Meteor Swarm, but that's because it had been the big spell everyone knew about. Focusing on mastery of a field of magic would be good. I supposed nothing would stop me from learning the other spell on another level anyway. Though I didn't know if the destruction of inanimate objects would count for Curse of the Barbarian. They were dangerous things, and I'd never gotten the opportunity to cause massive damage of the sort before. Certainly not intentionally. I was convinced about the spatial rift play. Now I just had to convince myself not to learn a spell after that which I'd never have an opportunity to use. Chapter 362. If I'd known we were going to be stuck on Bunvorics for more than a couple hours, I really would have taken more effort to bring others with me. If I had even been capable of truly thinking at the time, which I was not. The moment my scrying had locked onto Midnight, I had to go. Now we were slightly trapped on the planet by social conventions and possibly by limitations on opening portals. But when you came across a resistance, you couldn't just not join it, right? Practically, we needed to set up long-term contact with these people. This was an opportunity Midnight's people needed to capitalize on. Furthermore, Midnight himself came up with another reason that we hadn't yet tested Gate with the limited mana regeneration we had scrounged together. Bunvarixian technology should be able to lock onto anything of the sort. It can also suppress it. I'm surprised you got here, in fact. I'm not, I said. If I couldn't use Gate with as much mana as I'd thrown into it, and as little care for how stable it was or how long it lasted, it simply wasn't possible. Granted, it could have been a huge waste with suppression on both sides of the equation, but that was something to consider when consideration was even possible. But as I had gone over earlier, thinking hadn't been available. Maybe that was the true curse of the Barbarian. But frankly, I thought friendship was worth it. I would have done almost the same for my other good friends. I was going to have to write a long report when I got back and help the Power Brigade bolster their spatial restrictions, or at least prove to them that they were good enough to stop everyone but me. I'd gotten a pretty strong reply from Calculator, who had at least been glad to know I was alive. Since Midnight had used sending to contact home, I figured I should do the same. Do you think they can pick out sending? With their spatial stuff? Midnight thought about that seriously, bringing up some sort of information on his suit. Probably not. It's below the energy threshold required to teleport someone. I suppose we should limit our usage just in case. Until we destroy the station, that is. Hopefully any tuning will go with it. I know they aggregate training data, but they don't have a completely connected network. Otherwise, it could be taken down by one good virus. I wondered if magical barriers worked like that. My studies in that area were very limited. I didn't even know how much Master Uvathar's tower had, though it was certainly some. The whole place had been at least a little bit magical. Maybe I should have spent more time studying it, but I hadn't known how things would turn out. Honey Badger, Kick, Midnight and I all made our way through the city streets, led by Flopan, who had become our primary resistance contact. It wasn't a coincidence he had been the one to speak to us, after all. Granted, he was just the closest ranking member, but he wasn't a random member. They'd tracked our descent from the sky and then hidden our path from the Bunvarixians. The other ones. The government. I can't get much closer, he said, not without risking giving myself away. My collar reports a false location, but it is not so far off that they wouldn't detect me entering a military base. He turned to Midnight. Were you able to incorporate the scanning blocker program into your suit? It's constantly complaining about it, but yes. If these Bunvarixians were going to betray us, they would have done so immediately when we were ineffective. No doubt he would still be having his software wiped next time he visited Selmoth, but we were trusting it for now. Good, they shouldn't have any checks for human life forms. Technically, only 2/3 of us were humans, but Flopan might not know that. Given the variety in dogs, or Bunvarixians, an orc might seem human, despite the wildly different skin color and tusks. We have shown you the best targets to dismantle. We would like maximum damage to be caused to the infrastructure. Our other agents will be drawing attention elsewhere, but there will unfortunately be some guards here. If you can, do not harm any. I wondered how much a high-tech spaceship cost. Given the prices of military planes, let's just say I was glad I was getting paid to cause this destruction and not paying for the damages. The combined incomes of everyone in the Power Brigade might never be enough. Assuming we were successful, we entered the airbase via a fence made out of metal poles and crossing energy bars. It had to take a ton of power to maintain that, right? I honestly couldn't tell because it wasn't super tech. It was just tech that was very good. It didn't stand out to my supernatural senses much more than my phone, and anything I thought I felt could have been my imagination. How we dealt with the fence was by climbing over it. I had the feeling it would be nearly indestructible, however we just went over. It was somewhere around 15 feet high, but it was an easy climb sticking my feet between the bars. How is this secure? Kick whispered. It's made to keep out people with paws, I noted. Each horizontal bar was far enough apart that a cat or dog-shaped individual wouldn't be able to climb it. The material was smooth, but there was enough space for us to just step on the various spots. Could they not create a continuous barrier, or were they cheaping out on the energy by cutting out unnecessary middle sections? Theoretically, there were some sensors trying to prevent things that didn't belong from coming onto the base. Practically, we should look like overly large birds. Or something. Or maybe a silent alarm had already gone off and we were cooked. The initial plan had been for me to fling a spatial rift from afar, but upon actually studying what the base looked like, it was clear we needed to approach in person. We weren't near the highest density of ships, however. Instead, we were near a few of the more expensive vessels. The plan was for spatial rift to be used last, targeting some unoccupied section. We wanted to cause as much subtle damage as possible before that. I really wanted to break whatever was lowering the mana regeneration on this planet, even if it was the laws of physics. However, I had the feeling it wasn't natural, given what had been going on with Midnight. He'd been hooked up to all sorts of junk, some of which was using mana. Maybe it had been taking his, but either way they'd clearly learned some stuff from Spot. Things even I didn't know, but maybe his new evil friends did. The magic ones, not the one with superpowers that represented the darkness of her heart. Actually, maybe there were two of those depending on whether Gloom counted as a friend. She was working with Darkstar Girl after all. Those of us with hands pulled out tools the Bunvarixians had printed, basically just wrenches and pry bars, and began pulling out screws and bolts. I would have thought that $100 million ship being physically dissected might raise some alarms, but then again that wouldn't be true on Earth. Once we dismantled some of the paneling, we were able to actuate the mechanisms for a ramp. Then we crawled our way inside, following Midnight's instructions to reach a few specific sections of the ships, where we alternatively caused subtle sabotage and just smashed stuff. Our resident Barbarian unleashed his axe for the latter, and was quite effective even with small amounts of mana used. The most effective method would have been completely subtle and unknown, something that caused the ship to crash when it next took off. But the Resistance didn't want to kill innocents. And there were far too many of those wrapped up in this military. Knowing that wasn't going to stop me from aggressively defending myself if I had to, but I did think about Zeb. The big dogs like Spot I was currently less sympathetic towards, as they'd been the type to assault me directly. I wasn't as convinced that the tiny dog leadership was worth saving, but they probably wouldn't place themselves in kicking range very easily, so it didn't really matter. In 10 minutes, we were in and out of one ship. I didn't actually know how much it cost, but on Earth it would have been priceless. We did snag a few parts, but those were mostly for the Resistance. We got through 3 of the big ships before Kik sensed some people approaching. "They're carrying some high tech," he explained. I looked down at his legs. "Do those have sensors?" "They have lots of things, not as much as Swiss arms, but a variety." We peeked our faces through some windows, they were rather low to the ground like everything, and saw some marching Bunvarixians. "Do we run?" Honey Badger asked. "They're already close," I said. "I can maybe dimension door us out if they come here, but if they search the other vessels, we might just be able to run." "With haste," Midnight suggested. "Yes, we couldn't be too quick. They might detect power usage, but it was more likely they wouldn't." With some luck, they did in fact get onto the first vessel. That was when we rushed out. I was the last one atop the fence when they rushed back out. I hopped down, glad for my ability to efficiently absorb the impact with my legs due to the increased processing speed. Bunvarixan beam weapons blasted their own super fence, protecting us. Though not entirely. We began to run. I gathered mana, looking back across the base. A much larger mass of medium and small ships were unoccupied and densely packed, because the saucers could take off vertically, so they didn't need a long runway. 1938 mana and I cast Spatial Rift for the first time. My connection to the target location was visual and conceptual. My connection to an alternative space was tenuous, so I only got generic extraplanar effects as ships were sucked in. Some were torn apart by the rough edges of space, others were destroyed when it spit them back out. At least a dozen vessels were ruined, with dozens more sustaining various levels of damage. That wasn't the end of things. The spatial rift jabbed into the ground a good way, throwing chunks of Bunvarixian concrete, which may or may not have been relevantly different from Earth concrete, in all directions. Mostly into the flying saucers. Midnight didn't have the fatigue limit to create one of his own rifts, not without any upgrades to the spell. Otherwise, he would have tossed one as well. The guards chased us at the speed of normal Bunverixians that couldn't get over their own fence. They clearly weren't prepared for people like us in particular to be causing trouble. Midnight was riding on my shoulder, obviously. It was unfortunate that they knew we were still on planet, but they couldn't make a public announcement without also announcing that they screwed up, and their important capture, Midnight, was free. They'd lose so much face. It did seem they were able to turn off the fence, but with a head start and over a minute of extreme speed from haste, we rushed our way into the surrounding city, rounding corners and surprising some of the citizens. Then we ended up in some underground tunnels that were not sewers. Flopan was waiting. Fortunately, we'd been able to come to our first emergency location. "Mission successful?" he asked while he sprayed some sort of anti-scent spray. Then he began to lead us through various tunnels and other secret tunnels to throw off our pursuers. He was quite pleased when we told the results. 3 mastiffs damaged and dozens of hounds. A resounding blow. We could use people like you long-term. I wasn't planning to become a long-term resistance member, but maybe I could help some of them get useful powers. It was probably even more illegal here than on Earth, but so was everything they were up to. So did it really matter? I'd have to be able to get people exposed to my old world, though, and to leave here safely. Hopefully they would hold up their end of things. Chapter 363. We ended up in a different safe house from before. The reason was quite sensible. Bringing us back to the same place might allow our detection. The Bunverixian resistance was confident in their own protections. But that didn't include magical search methods. I was pretty sure that we were protected against that. I did make Midnight use non-detection for us, though, because I wasn't certain I wouldn't actually turn it into detection. Had I so far invented the very meaning of a spell? No, and I wanted to keep it that way. I was 99.99% certain I hadn't hurt anyone. I was absolutely certain I hadn't been hit enough to get the 30 or so points of experience that had happened on the mission. My conclusion was that I could probably get experience for breaking things, maybe only weapons of war like the ships, or possibly any sort of destruction. This was a pretty good place to test that, if the resistance kept giving me targets. "Do you want any gear upgrades?" Flopan asked. "I can't guarantee we can do whatever you want, but there are quite a number of things we can do, like lightweight armor." "I have lightweight armor," I pointed out. "Isn't that clothing?" he asked. "I only have heard about humans through propaganda and how you somehow started a war with us while we were peacefully on your planet. It wasn't even a very good lie. They could have claimed you shot down something in space. Anyway, they mentioned clothing is meant to be protective, but not that much." "What he has," Midnight explained, "is made by an individual with powers. It is more equivalent to my own suit, though less adaptive. It has one set form with transparency features." "Fascinating. Could we get scans of it?" "You'll find the design incomprehensible," Midnight said. "Not that there is no value to be gained from it, but it simply doesn't work according to the laws of physics." "Ah, I see. Upgrades would be quite difficult, I imagine, and everything similar we have is very tuned to the Bunverixian form. Perhaps you would want weapons. It seems you would be able to use them." "While we're here, I could use a gun of some sort," I admitted, "in case I need to fight. Conserving mana would be good. I don't think I could keep it back on Earth, though." "How problematic," Flopan said. "Your cyborg friend seemed less concerned, however. It's harder for them to take away something integrated into his power, legally speaking." I wasn't quite certain how people went from someone with advanced prosthetics to cyborg, but it seemed to be a sort of activated power, maybe an inherent feature of humans that once brought to the forefront took over power exclusivity. Theoretically, because Flasher was pushing the limits of what made sense, even for a high-compatibility cyborg, and seemed like he might have something more. With no offense meant to kick, he was just a worse cyborg. His compatibility factor was significantly less, either because he couldn't or didn't attach as much random junk to himself. It was sort of like training any other power. The more cyborg bits were used, the more capable a user became. Up to a limit, probably. Iron Shell had been particularly high, and Flasher might be even more so. He was worse than her, but the mod squad would have been a serious menace if both were still on the streets. Of another planet. We really needed to get back to that, Flopan continued. Your other friend is getting a ranged addition to his weapon. Normally we wouldn't be able to manage that, but the techs think they can fit a power source inside the body of the weapon because he has hands. That is to say, we require a more complex and space-intensive firing rig. I've seen it before, I nodded. These Bunverixians weren't carrying around back-mounted cannons with mouthpieces that they squeezed. But even before the guys at the military base, I'd seen some Bunverixians on Earth. Personally, I thought the Selmothian solution was more elegant, but it was probably more expensive to make self-moldable material like Midnight's suit, though it could get cheap enough that most people seem to have it to some extent. We'll provide what we can, as promised, Flopan said. We're still working on locating the dimensional suppression hub. While we would like you to remain for longer, we don't intend to take advantage of you like that. I looked at Midnight. We should figure out a way to remain in contact. Aside from sending, I mean. You wouldn't be able to initiate that. What is sending? Flopan asked. Long-distance magical communication, Midnight explained, limited by audio length, among other things. Interesting. Can you send messages to Selmothian tech? I asked. Not safely. Our transmitters are short-range to avoid interception by the government, Flopan explained, and they would likely reject any transmissions that reach them. Not quite, Midnight said, but they wouldn't likely respond. Once I get back there, we might manage something. I nodded. I was tired. No, I'd only been awake for a couple hours after sleeping. Enough. I was low on mana, which often felt like being tired, but more so now that I was at incorrect amounts of mana. Rather than being negative, I think I was learning it was more traditionally inaccessible. Do you have a safe house anywhere high up? I asked. Of course not. That would be reckless, Flopan said. Why? If you want a vantage point, we can access some cameras. Mana gathers naturally in higher places, or it's more easily accessible, at least. Could mana be somewhere and not accessible? Was there more here? Since the Bunverixians didn't have a solution, I spent much of the day meditating to try to speed my recovery. It helped, but not proportionately more than normal. So if there was some secret flow to tap into, I wasn't figuring it out. As it turned out, incorporating high-tech upgrades into foreign cyborgs and super-tech weapons took time. I was surprised to hear that the Bunverixians planned to have the work done within 24 hours, but that was still a long time to be waiting around. People were probably still looking for us, and I knew that because Midnight and I sensed strain on non-detection. That meant Spot or perhaps other Bunverixians with magic. Normally my mana would have filled up several times over in a day. Here it was just so bad. Still, I was close to full and pondering if I should try Gate. I didn't sense any deception about the perils of the dimensional suppression hub, though. Even if it worked, if I couldn't immediately grab the others, it might not work twice. Plus, Midnight was still working out how to remain in contact. The Bunverixian resistance wasn't worried about Selmothians because they had a better understanding of the propaganda fed to them and how it twisted things. They were, however, a very small part of the population. There was a lot of work to get anything done, aside from blowing up a bunch of ships, though I guess they also couldn't easily do that. I could, and I even volunteered to help more. I wanted to test my destructive powers somewhere appropriate. If I could get another level, well, it wouldn't hurt to test Meteor Swarm too, would it? I pulled up the status menu. It was sluggish. Turlough, no surname. Level 42. Experience, 4,623 out of 4,730. Storage plus 11, 7 or 4. Firebolt plus 8, 5/3. Shocking Grasp plus 8, 4/4. Grease plus 5, 2/3. Force Armor plus 12, 7/5. Mage's Reach plus 6, 3/3. Translation plus 6, 1 or 5. Alter Time Flow plus 11, 6 vertical 5. Disguise plus 1, 0 or 1. Familiar Bond plus 12, 5/7. Size Shift plus 6, 2 vertical 4. Energy Ward plus 9, 5/4. Sonic Lance plus 5, 3/2. Advanced Divination Magic, +7, 3/4. Shield +3, 1/2. Stone Skin +8, 4/4. Mana Manipulation +10, 2/8. Water Breathing. Variable Freedom +4, 2 vertical 2. Basic Light Magic +4, 1/3. Alter Portal +6, 0 oder 6. Gate +6, 2 vertical 4. Sending +3 open parenthesis 0 vertical bar 3 close parenthesis. Chain Lightning +5, 3/2. Clean +1 open parenthesis 0 or 1 close parenthesis. Shelter +2, 0 or 2. Assistive Familiar Casting +6, 0 bar 6. Multicasting +5, 0 or 5. Enhance +2, 1 vertical 1. Non-detection +5, 0 or 5. Water Blast +6, 5/1. Blizzard +1, 0 or 1. Fly +1 open parenthesis 0 vertical bar 1 close parenthesis. Dimensional Anchor +1, 0 or 1. Knock. Teleport +1 open parenthesis 0 vertical bar 1 close parenthesis. Dispel +1, 0 or 1. Fire Shield, contingency +1, 0 or 1. Summon Minor Elemental, Spatial Rift. Remaining points, 27. I had to pay more attention to the window to keep it active. It only took trivial amounts of mana, if any, but it just didn't want to hang around. Frankly, I didn't blame it. This place wasn't great, and all there was to eat was dog food, plus what Midnight and I had stashed, but after determining the food was safe for our consumption with his suit, we did consume it. The Bunvarixians did have better food, but the resistance was being frugal. Flopan did look a bit regretful he couldn't offer better, but I wasn't here for a cuisine tour. I was here to save Midnight. That was nearly done, and honestly facing danger with him was totally fine for me. He certainly wasn't relaxed, though, so we were going to rip apart whatever might be holding us here and get home as soon as possible. Looking at my status window, I wondered if there was something I could do that I wasn't considering. I had so many spells, but I didn't yet have a fused form of spatial magic. If only. Advanced? Spatial magic +11 or 17 or something. What? I'd never seen my status window shift before. What was happening? And since when did it not know? Oh, I got it. I didn't know. And once I relaxed my thought, things returned to normal. I wasn't happy to find out that I could lie to myself with my own status window now, but it seemed to be correct if I was more careful about things, when it even existed. Or maybe I was just seeing what I expected to see. I guess there was no longer a way to prove otherwise except Midnight wasn't broken. Can you check your status window? He did. And even when I actively manipulated it to say the wrong things, his was right. And his status window was my status window, except for name and level. Unless we actually managed to diverge from the briefly subdued bond, which probably wasn't the case. And we should return to sync at some point. Strangely, whatever I'd done wasn't in the status window. I added another line at the top, thought it might not stay there. Magic status busted. While I was adding things, I might as well take other notes. Though I was basically just copying things from elsewhere, it was interesting to manipulate it. Max mana, 61.5 times 2. Fatigue point, 23.5 times 2. Just for the sake of thorough testing, I did alter the number of upgrades Clean had. I figured it would be one of the least destructive things. I tested my maximum ability first, cleaning a patch of grunge in the hideout. It was a couple feet across. Then I altered the number to display 13-point upgrades. If I really screwed up and actually spent them on accident, which I was intentionally trying not to, it would be a waste, but I shouldn't put myself in some sort of horrible point debt. I tested the spell again and got exactly the same results, even though I tried to do more. I used the same amount of mana, so if the upgrades were actually real, the results would have been blatantly obvious, more than quadrupling the area. When I relaxed my grip, it returned to the correct point value. Though maybe that was me doing it on purpose. It was difficult to tell, but at least it appeared I couldn't accidentally cause serious damage. At most, I would lose a cosmetic display and slightly confuse myself. This isn't supposed to work like this, I commented to Midnight, "I am quite aware," he said, "but this isn't the first time you've said that about magic in general, so I'm not surprised." And he wasn't. Not that I expected him to lie, but he might have exaggerated his opinion on the matter. He really wasn't surprised that I took one more absurd step towards magical madness. It bothered me more because I'd grown up with certain beliefs, but he didn't even know magic existed until shortly before I discovered the first thing that didn't fit what I was told. Chapter 364. It was taking the Bunvarixian resistance a while to find the location of the dimensional suppression hub, which wasn't a big surprise. It would either be some sort of big tower, or it would be buried, or multiple locations spread throughout the city, or, well, any number of things. But aside from big tower, none of them were going to be obvious. There was something I wanted to find that might or might not be the very same thing they were looking for. It was possible that whatever was ruining mana regeneration was also connected to this thing, or they might be disconnected. I was going to break both parts regardless. Assuming there was a thing making mana worse, and Bunvarix wasn't just awful. The bits of magic they had flowing around midnight to restrain him indicated otherwise. When I asked for a mirror or some sort of crystalline cube, I didn't expect to get a mirror cube. Perhaps I should have been more clear. Still, I looked at the mirror cube in front of me. Technically, half a cube. One corner point of a cube where 3 mirrors intersected. For display purposes, it should be quite good, right? If I could make it work. The Bunvarixians provided 3 cameras directly facing each of the mirrors, and I could look in from an angle directly at the corner without getting in their way. So I turned to Midnight. I guess I just look for whatever has the most mana nearby, because we absolutely want to break that. I don't see how that could be wrong, he agreed, though we do want to avoid too many extra targets given the circumstances. We had bad mana recovery, and they'd find us eventually if we kept doing things. The Bunvarixian Freedom Initiative might also lose some people if we screwed up, or even if we didn't. But at some point, things had to settle down from freeing a high-profile prisoner and destroying military vessels, unless we were going to successfully do a revolution this week. My schedule was pretty full with getting back home and stuff. There were probably other things I should do, like figure out what happened to Meded. Forgot about him. Well, he wasn't anywhere near as important as Midnight and being alive, and he was going to be kidnapped or whatever, even if I did nothing, so it's not like I could have made anything worse by showing up. Right. Scrying. Did not having enough mana make my brain slow? Maybe it was just because I was spending so much effort on recovery. Or maybe it was the stress. Then again, wandering thoughts weren't that abnormal for me. Midnight and I had mostly avoided assistive familiar casting since we met back up. I wasn't sure if broken magic was contagious, or how we should balance mana proportions, or lots of other things. We didn't have the spare mana to test, or a truly safe environment either. Thus, I just gathered twice as much mana as a scrying spell should use. The other option was to potentially fail and have to cast it twice. It was expensive, but I had twice as much to work with, so the real limitation was recovery. As usual, I was a bit more careful this time, not simply throwing power at the spell in urgency. I didn't get bombarded with things I had never meant to see, aside from some minor shifting colors in the mirrors. Perhaps I could recreate the mists, but I didn't know their purpose. It didn't take long to recognize a thin tower I'd vaguely seen. Not the one I teleported us out of, probably, but one of the tallest ones on the horizon. And if I'd gone anywhere close to there, I would have absolutely sensed how unnatural it was. I could tell it wasn't a scrying anchor. I didn't know if there weren't any, or if I'd bypassed them. Instead, it was drawing in everything around it. How horrific. Though maybe it was fine, since the magic was probably already being monopolized by Spot and a handful of others. No, wait, that was worse. I vaguely recognized that my scrying window was larger, though any number of factors could have affected that. I rotated it carefully, zooming in and out while observing various angles appearing in my strange setup. As far as I could tell, nobody was inside the tower. It was more of a radio tower than a tower. It was still going to be troublesome to destroy, though. Grand Home extended quite far, with a high population density. I gathered as much information as I could before my scrying spell ended. Then Midnight and I consulted with Flopan, who had observed the process. I'm impressed, Midnight said. Such a large construction project completed in a short time. I wouldn't have expected it to be possible. It's not. Flopan rejected the idea directly. General Sporticus stumbled upon this magic of yours but a year ago. I recall this tower being built. Most likely it has been recently modified, but I don't know which portions. Probably the top, I said. Mana likes to go up. Why doesn't it escape into space? He asked. Well, it also likes to be on things, I said. And I can't easily explain all the reasons. I didn't even know all of them. Mana manipulation was less focused on that part of mana. As it turned out, magic was an extensive topic. Anyway, it's a problem for two reasons. First, that's a pretty tall tower, right? Spatial Rift has a pretty decent range, but it's not limitless. Should have picked Meteor Swarm. That could go a good bit further. Also, it would fling a lot of debris around the city. Meteor Swarm wouldn't make that part better in the slightest. That is quite a problem, Flopan agreed. I don't suppose you can create a portal that just takes the debris away. I shook my head. Not without significantly more practice that I absolutely can't get with it there. Or with me here, probably. A shame, he said. I doubt they'd let us set up a controlled demolition on an important building. Is that like when buildings crumble directly down? I asked. I'd seen something like that. If you do it right, yes. The upper layers will crush the lower without anything twisting. But even if we could secure the explosives, there would be no way for our experts to manage that. How big is the base? Midnight asked. It looks pretty skinny. A few great dogs across, Flopan said. We clarified that those units were approximately meters. Quite approximately, but that was good enough for Midnight. I didn't notice any support wires, Midnight continued. Is it really free standing at that height? It seemed to be at least 700 feet height, more than the surrounding buildings that were a few dozen stories tall. Of course, advanced Bunvarixian engineering can do more than that. Probably. There might be some sort of distortion dampeners around, for winds and stuff. Seems pretty frail, Midnight said. What if someone broke the base? What if someone broke the base of any tower? I believe the base is fortified. I can get some pictures in a couple minutes here. Just have to perform a roundabout image search. Oh right, internet existed and people liked taking pictures of big buildings. Including the Bunvarixian government, probably. It was kind of hard to have the street-level view of a huge tower be secret. As it turned out, the base did have some supports. If anything hit it 100 feet up, it would still collapse, but below that it was well fortified. And there was a whole building at the base. That does make my plan more difficult, Midnight admitted. I don't think we can take out the whole thing. I frowned for a moment. I don't know what you thought could take out the whole thing before now, I admitted. Gate, just turn it on its side and let the tower fall through. It can't go through solid objects. Can't or shouldn't? Well, doesn't, when magic is working right. Which pretty much meant Midnight couldn't do it. Opening a portal inside of something would likely strain my magic, even if I could do it, though. And isn't there dimensional suppression? Spatial Rift worked, Midnight pointed out. We just might not get to our destination or have our destination tracked. Obviously, they could guess we were going back to Earth, but if it allowed them to open up a permanent conduit somehow… Midnight shook his head. So far, they haven't with Spot. But it's a reasonable worry. Anyway, Midnight said, if it doesn't work, we run and hide. If it does work, we have magical freedom. Maybe. It sounds like a solution with many possible dangers, Flopan said. We must think carefully on it. I also had to think about it. If I destroyed a tower by shoving it through a gate, did I get destruction experience? Assuming we could even get that to happen. .. Our plans came in 3 waves. First, Midnight and I found our way there in person. Midnight was disguised as a small Bunvarixian, specifically a young one, because trying to act with the arrogance of a Bunvarixian commander would make us more likely to be exposed. I wasn't capable of looking like even the largest of Bunvarixians convincingly, so I was just supposed to stay in an alley disguised like a mastiff. Midnight walked around the whole place with barely a worry in his heart, while I looked from a single angle. That sure was a tall structure, huh? It really wasn't terribly wide, but it wasn't a skeletal structure like true radio towers. How did they deal with wind and stuff? Did they really just have better materials? Were all the buildings around it enough to help? I barely even understood modern tech, so advanced tech was a bit beyond me. Either way, even if it was strong enough to stand up to any natural effects, some intentional damage could be big, in which case it might topple over, which would be bad. We would need to yank the bottom along somehow. If I made it fall onto another part of the planet, except Gate wouldn't naturally do that. I didn't want to drop it on Earth or Mars. Maybe Jupiter. I didn't have a good connection to Jupiter, though. Earth I'd been to, and I only went to familiar places. How difficult. Maybe I could toss it at some random star I could see, as long as I didn't ignite the planet by putting it too close. So there were some kinks to work out, and I wasn't completely sure I could make a horizontal portal. Then again, what was vertical? Like, actually. Oriented towards gravity, the core of the planet. I hadn't really tried to do anything but convenient portal directions. Did portal theory or dimensional magic talk about whether that was a requirement? I'd seen Rickle drop a whole set of stuff out of storage in a perfect arrangement. I could turn a gate, especially with broken magic. It was just a question of it being a good idea. Was I going to cause more destruction by being less destructive? A quick review told me that gates could absolutely not go through very much solid matter, which was basically the same thing as saying it could go through solid matter. However, super-reinforced future tech towers over 10 feet across seemed like it qualified under any definition of much. So we had to come up with a plan. It was so crazy you might have thought I came up with it, but half of the insanity was from Honeybadger and Kick. They wanted to test out their new cutting abilities, adding on Flopan, who thought that the Bunvarixian Freedom Initiative should be contributing more to their own cause. So we now had Flopan and some sort of explosives expert with us. We were limited to 5 people, because that was the price of a multicasting of Fly. If we wanted 1 or 2 more, we might as well get another 5. As for the plan, it was pretty much just the plan I'd already come up with. But I had a rock, and we were going to mess with the tower first. Chapter 365. The Bunvarixian Freedom Initiative sure put a lot of thought into not causing destruction for this demolition project. Maybe if I got good at that, the Power Brigade would let me do something similar in New Bay. If I could take down just an enemy base, that wouldn't be collateral damage now, would it? Except those were often underground, and collapsing tunnels would usually cause trouble above, and Meteor Swarm wouldn't work well inside. Spatial Rift would probably do a lot, but not always in a good way. So it looked like I was probably staying in the minimize collateral damage crew, which was everyone, since if you only affected your target, it wasn't collateral damage. If this tower falls on the surrounding buildings, Flopan was reviewing the assessments. It shouldn't cause a chain reaction, assuming they are up to code. However, that depends on how aggressively the top crashes down. It might still harm innocents within adjoining buildings, so we must be careful to complete the demolition precisely as intended. Do you think you can actually do that magic you suggested? Absolutely, I said. The biggest issue will be coordinating with the timing of the rest of the crew. If everything goes well, Flopan commented, then we shall have significant warning. He must not have done many practical missions. Everything going well was the least likely option. People had shot at us on our last stealth mission to try to subtly disable things. I took a good, hard look at the rock in my hand and the image of the planet it came from. In theory, nothing should be there which made it perfect for our plans. It was also one system over, which should be vaguely optimal for Gate. I hadn't felt the strain of scrying on my non-detection spell in a while. We had to hope that nobody knew any of the specific resistance members, but Midnight and I were keeping the Earthlings protected as well. Currently, our whole crew for the same price, actually. Multicasting was a 3-to-5 ratio at the moment. I expected it to take a long time to reach 3-to-6 at the current rate of improvements there. Invisibility would be good. We should have had Bolster with us. I certainly wasn't trying to learn every utility spell myself, but of course our departure had been somewhat spontaneous. The Power Brigade tended to keep most people busy, so not having her available at just the right time was expected. The 6 of us, myself, Midnight, Honey Badger, Kick, Flopan, and a spaniel named Kirk, who was our explosives guy. All snuck through various tunnels, only to pop out in a different place from before, a few blocks down from our target. Those of us who were humanoids had disguise spells that would work unless someone actually looked at it. Not really a resounding endorsement, but that was what we had. We were moving at night with the idea that people would be less prepared, and there would be fewer people in the surrounding office buildings if something went wrong. Just because the Bunvarixians wanted to blow something up didn't mean they wanted people to get hurt. It was a bit naive, but I imagined they would at least take down leadership like Spot. If not, I would do it when I got the chance for my own reasons. The few cars that passed us were flyers far overhead, and there wasn't anyone walking along our route. We did glance a few people several blocks down, but they didn't seem to be looking our way. Then we were close to our target. I cast Fly with multicasting, using the normal maximum value. I almost overshot, but I kept the spell nice and predictable. Hopefully it would work as expected. The last time I'd done it, we had too much downward momentum to overcome in an instant. A moment later, we were floating off the streets. Those who hadn't experienced it before floated a bit off target, but the rest of us were holding on to them as they got used to it. We were about half a block away, angling up towards the roof of the building that was the base of the radio tower adjacent target. We didn't run into any immediate trouble as we drifted upwards above the fortified section. At that point, Honey Badger, Kick, and Kirk all latched onto the building. Our explosives canine began to direct the other two on where to cut into the structure. One with a slightly upgraded axe, the other with some recently installed laser improvements. Kirk flew around marking further points with different colored sprays until he had circumnavigated the tower. "Flying is great," he commented. I nodded in acknowledgement of the curly-haired spaniel. "It's pretty convenient. We don't have forever, though." "It's a tight timeline," he acknowledged, "but I'll get things set up as quickly as possible." Soon enough, he began shoving explosives packed around him and carried by the rest of us into the various incisions. We were about halfway around when something started shooting at us from the ground. A squad of grounded soldiers, fortunately over 100 feet away. I didn't have a good way to take them down without risking killing some, not with my spells being unstable. Midnight served as a distraction, casting energy ward on himself and flying tantalizingly close. They were causing some collateral damage which might be blamed on us, but there wasn't much we could do about that. Flopan was recording things for some anti-propaganda measures, but it was a tough thing for them to manage, with most of their videos being taken down swiftly. Still, the more they did that, the more the government was destabilized. At the very least, their censors would be exposed to the truth. The Freedom Initiative was capable of overcoming all of the automatic responses at least. "We've got to hurry," I commented. "I'm sure they've called for backup." "I'm going as fast as I can," Kick complained. "This outer layer is pretty durable." "Just think about the incoming flying saucers," I said. I wasn't sure if people actually got faster. Kirk announced he was ready just as the first saucer shot at us, hitting the tower and setting off all of the explosives. People were blasted away. I was far enough back to only be slightly shaken. Midnight, altar portal. This whole thing was going to come down. Before I even finished my words, my mana was channeling into a gate spell as I called upon my connection to a specific planet through a rock sample. In a way, my allies being blasted away was the best possible result. I couldn't accidentally clip them with the edge of the gate. The safety was very much in question as it tried to fill empty space. Then the tower began to fall into the gate. Midnight had been on the far side of the tower distracting the ground crew, and now he was using his own mana to stabilize the spell as we shifted around to not be on the side with the flying saucer. Honey Badger was charging straight for it. They probably didn't know what to make of a dog holding an axe. Since the disguise only went so far, it was an amusing sight. They also probably didn't expect anyone to seek melee combat with a warship, but that was precisely why he was effective. They didn't have weapons meant to take out people standing on their roof. As he began to chop into it, the ship spent more time swerving and spinning than shooting at us. I'd looked away for a little bit too long and hadn't noticed that the tower, while it was falling into the gate, wasn't keeping a perfectly vertical angle. It was leaning, and that lean was accelerating, Midnight, we're moving the portal. My best buddy just latched onto my shoulder with his claws and directed his magic in the direction I pointed, even though I said something insane. Gate created portals locked to a location. They didn't move, but it had to move. So it did. I angled it up and to the side, trying to catch the tower. I could see beneath it now, which was good. Technically, we'd succeeded in our mission. It was down, but the collateral damage. My portal scraped against the edge of the tower, peeling off layers of reinforced metal and various other stuff. It shot off with massive force, crashing through windows, though to be fair, the flying saucer hit some of the nearby buildings first. Our collateral damage was less than the local government. I've got it, Flopan was saying to someone. Later I learned that he was streaming the whole incident. He picked good angles that made us look quite good, and managed to catch all the lasers that we weren't shooting. Kick was, for his part, trying to pull the tower vertical. I don't know if he helped, but his heart was in the right place. He repeatedly had to let go as it kept pulling him closer to the portal, and his own mass was nothing compared to the building, but he might have slowed its fall. The portal continued up and to the side at an angle, moving into the fall of the tower until finally the last fifth of it was too far over, crashing against the edge of the portal that I overshot into it, bouncing back, tearing and dropping. As one, Midnight and I rapidly called upon new mana. Somehow we created a new gate that caught the falling tower. That was the good news. The bad news. Somehow it connected to the gate that hadn't quite faded as I released control, launching outward and spraying bits and pieces everywhere. But the overall momentum dropped as it went back up in the air, far less than halfway to the height of its arc. With pieces torn off, it wasn't as heavy as it would have been, and we just barely maneuvered our remaining gate into the middle, where it cracked in two over the portal. "Retreat," Flopan called. I really hoped he wasn't recording that building. It looked bad. 100 times less bad than if the tower had directly fallen on it. Almost certainly, but it was on fire, not our fault, and had a whole corner caved in. Rah! Honey Badger hadn't really won his battle with the ship. It was still quite functional, and it took shots at him as he flew after us. It seemed they didn't care how much they damaged their own city. That was the grip of tyrants, I supposed. 2 gates in, I didn't have a ton of mana left, but I had enough to haste us all an uncomfortable amount as we reached the ground, darting down alleyways. As in, our movements outsped our mental processing. Our barbarian companion helpfully tested the turning radius by smashing into a brick wall, and we slowed down a bit on the corner. Back into tunnels, Flopan expertly covered our traces. We even dropped down to a deeper layer. Why did Bunvarixians have so many convenient tunnels? Why were they so short? Oh right, dogs. But hey, hasted crawling wasn't so bad. Dash, dash, dash. I could really grow fond of this sabotage business. I hit level 43, getting about half a level all at once. That was supposed to be more difficult as levels went on, but maybe it was the combined durability or the total damage caused or going up against high-tech stuff. Maybe it wasn't because mass property damage was a new enemy. Either way, I got a lot. Midnight got less, but was getting closer to his own level. Oh right, and mana recovery was correct now. Or at least, not suppressed. I wasn't sure if it was correct because there had been a huge burst, and I was practically flooded with it. It mostly happened at the very end, when we busted the top of that tower. I hoped the Bunvarixian Freedom Initiative was as pleased as I was. If not, well, we were leaving soon anyway. It would just affect how eager they were to retain future contact. Chapter 3, 166. I thought that the whole thing we did with Gate was pretty clever. Along with using Spatial Rift, I was expecting a sort of mastery combination too. Maybe once the latter gained a natural increase. I suppose one proper instance wasn't really enough for that. Then again, I had been expecting some sort of spatial mastery for a while and still didn't have it, so what did I know? "We found it," Flopan declared. "That's great," I said. "What is it?" "The local dimensional suppression hub." Obviously. Oh right, they were still looking for that. Honestly, with the current flow of mana, I had been willing to test potential routes back, even if they ultimately failed. Midnight felt weird. "What is it?" I asked him directly. He sighed. I have to ask an awkward question of the Bunverixian Freedom Initiative. With an opportunity such as this, I feel like I would be betraying my people by not informing them. Flopan waited patiently. With the dimensional suppression hub down and the military base being short on ships, we could strike some sort of critical target. Unfortunately, I don't have access to what those might be and, well, I understand your troubles. Selmothians have been doing well to keep the conflict to military targets. However, all Bunverixians are our brethren. We do not wish to see them perish. Flopan thought for a while. I can bring you a list of targets, automated factories and other things where casualties would be kept to a minimum. If you could strike only those targets. I can't transmit complex information. Just a few sentences at a time, Midnight explained. However, if I give key strike locations, at the very least, I trust that any assault will focus on those targets. We are also aware of the uninformed nature of many engineers and even soldiers. If a revolution could have no casualties, Flopan lowered his head. We would have succeeded long ago. No, we wouldn't have needed it in the first place. He took a deep breath. We will get you the information you need. Then we will need to plan the assault, for it is not as easy as it might seem. We're not expecting it to be unguarded, I pointed out, especially not after recent events. The guards aren't as much of a problem as accessing the facility to begin with. We can fly, I pointed out. That would be useful in literally any other situation, Flopan said. You see, this target is buried deep underground. Should have brought Fluffy with us, I said. Fluffy? Oh, he goes with our Bunverixian friend. Actually, it would have been nice if we had Zeb with us. But the exact details of this trip weren't planned out ahead of time. I saw Midnight, I opened a gate. That was all there was to it. I don't have any earth-digging stuff. I assume the dimensional suppression hub is protected from teleportation. We must assume so, Flopan agreed. That leaves only one method of reaching the area, a multiple-kilometer-long elevator ride. I nodded. What's the gravity here? What? I'll just approximate, makes the math easier. I did pull out my tablet. Spell math I was used to doing in my head, but some things I needed slightly more. Less than 30 seconds, that's not too bad. 30 seconds for… what? The elevator ride takes more than 10 minutes, during which they would have significant time to prepare. It's a bit much, but… I don't see why we'd take the elevator, I said. It's the only way down. Midnight was nervous already. Surely there's a better way, Turlough. How much do you think they're doing with 9 minutes and 30 seconds? I asked him. I really don't want to do it. You can hang out inside my jacket, I said. Flopan tilted his head. Did I miss something? Turlough wants us to jump down the elevator shaft, Midnight said. What? Flopan looked astounded. So many things could go wrong. What if it's on the way up? How will you even stop? They don't have to, do they? I asked. We'll just chop through it, obviously. Then there won't be anything in our way. How will you get out? Flight, teleportation, one of those. I looked at Midnight. Have you come up with a better plan? Sadly, no. The best one I could think of involved me not being there. That's a terrible plan, I said. We'll need you. I know. .. What about air resistance? Kik asked. We're going to ignore that, I explained. Okay, but it gets very significant at… I mean, we'll actually ignore it, I clarified, with magic. And we stop by… Honey Badger looked at me. The fly spell. We'll probably have to pull 4 or 5 Gs at the end, but not for long. That's not too bad, he agreed. We'd probably end up going over 30 seconds. Midnight's suit should be able to coordinate us, though. Or maybe Kik's fancy new internals. We really didn't have a better plan, and waiting would just allow the enemy more time to figure out our goal, or to find us. Non-detection kept taking hits. At least now we could easily reapply it, so nothing had gotten through just yet. If Calculator were here, he'd have a plan that was 10 times better. But he wasn't. So we got me. And Midnight, but unfortunately for him, I thought of something viable before he came up with an option that involved less falling. The thing about being the first person with an idea was that it would stick. .. We're probably not coming back, I commented with great severity, informing Flopan. What? In that case you shouldn't… So if you want to send anyone with us, Make sure they're prepared to be off-world from 1 month to forever. I don't know why people reacted strangely to the things I said sometimes. They were perfectly reasonable words. Because you're teleporting directly out of there, Flopan finally nodded. Obviously, I said, there's bound to be tons of trouble. With this facility damaged, it will be harder for them to stop us and also to create a more permanent connection, right? That's right. Well, we should still probably try not to show up somewhere problematic. They'd already invaded a national park. Why not go there? It was good to have a destination in mind for our inevitable retreat. Dash, dash, dash. There were a few things we knew about the facility. First was its location. The second was that it screwed with teleportation. The third was that there was a big elevator. That wasn't a lot of things, but we could make some guesses. First, Bunvarixians tended to use certain weapons. Energy Ward would protect us from that. There would be guards, but we wanted to get past them. Haste was good. Kick and Honey Badger would be able to destroy most reasonable doors. While we expected a secure facility, we also expected elevator doors, at least for part of it. The four of us approached all stealthily. We were so good at infiltration, and we had prior knowledge about methods that might be used to detect us, while the Bunvarixians were not really prepared to catch humans. Or orcs. Selmothians? Absolutely. That was where the preparations came into place, and going fast. The facility was theoretically behind an unassuming door in the middle of the city. It wouldn't do much good if they placed it in a field miles away, now would it? Not when it was meant to cover an area around it. I don't know why it was buried underground, perhaps it had to be. Either way, it was where it was. As long as our allies weren't wrong, if they were, I would throw all the mana I had at gate and hope things worked out. There was one thing about Bunvarixian doors. They were made for Bunvarixians. That made them inconvenient for humans to fit through most of the time, but they were also made to resist Bunvarixians. Canines weren't known for being great at kicking down doors. They also didn't carry a lot of bladed weapons these days. Either they used their teeth or claws, or used high-tech guns. Honey Badger's axe thrummed with power as he chopped the waist-high door into quarters with 2 slashes. Some of the bits remained attached, but he kicked them apart. Alarms blared as expected. Kick almost did the limbo as he entered the tunnel, and while it was an insane angle for normal people, when we ran into Bunvarixian guards, he met them tech first. There were just 2 that got slammed into the walls, and then the elevator. Apparently the doors weren't made to resist people with hands, and they opened quite easily. Maybe it was a safety protocol. People had to be able to get out. Besides, it was a secret facility, so who was going to attack it? We were. Inside, there were laser turrets that immediately opened fire. Honey Badger chopped those apart, calling upon his mana to enhance the destruction of his swings. I saw the guards stirring around the time Honey Badger was cutting apart the floor of the elevator. It was large and tall from a Bunvarixian perspective, meant to transport probably 10 or more people all at once. It was the only entrance and a long ride after all. They didn't expect anyone to chop the floor. We already had Fly and Physical Freedom cast just outside the door, so we hopped down. Midnight squeezed tightly against my chest. However, despite his fear, he wasn't that bad. Maybe because he couldn't see anything. Obviously, my presence helped a little, but irrational fears didn't always get along with friends. I renewed Honey Badger's energy ward on the way down as we continued to go faster and faster. Then I cast haste when we were about halfway down. We really might need the improved reaction speed to properly stop our fall. I took my time, being as careful to craft the magic to be as normal as possible. The alerts came from various pieces of technology all at once, informing us we had to decelerate. I did so, clutching my arms around Midnight. I wasn't afraid of long falls, nor particularly concerned with high forces. Anyone with the brigade could handle a few seconds of high Gs anyway. This was going great. Honey Badger managed to hold onto his weapon, Kicks were his legs, and I still had mine in storage until we nearly slammed into the ground. Instead, it was just me, and I bent my legs to absorb the last of the impact. Totally fine, no problems. Might have to talk to Sierra to get new knees in a few years. Oh, I feel it, I turned my head. What? Honey Badger asked as he was prying open the doors. These ones were locked down, maybe because of the alarms above. He bent the metal. I could have been an actual barbarian. I did really like magic, though. The big space thing, I said. I don't think it's magic, but it sure is grabbing a lot of it. Bunvarixian guards. My weapon was tuned to be difficult for their suits to resist. I felt a bit bad, but nobody in secret military facilities was totally innocent. Also, they were shooting at us. Energy ward was wearing down. We'd have to rely on our supersuits. Midnight hopped down out of my jacket. The rest of us crouch-walked through corridors that were only slightly too short. Kick picked up some sort of security pass with his foot, opening doors along the way. We entered a room with a bunch of people standing around instruments. "Hey," I called out, "when I blow up that thing, is there going to be a chain reaction?" Canine people looked over, startled. Some of them reminded me of Zeb. They looked worried. But not that worried. It was probably fine, or they thought I couldn't do it. They were unarmed. Get out of the way while we shoot stuff. They were smart. They did. Midnight and I shot stuff. Kick tried to seal the door behind us. I walked up to a window where I could see a really big tech thing. Looked kind of like a particle accelerator or a generator, lots of coils and stuff. I could destroy it from here if I... No. Midnight firmly answered an unvoiced thought. But what do you think happens if... No, we'll just shoot it. But spatial rift... All right, fine, I got his point. Don't throw dimensional magic at the dimensional suppression hub. Honey Badger hit the glass. I was about to tell him it was probably too thick to break, but I would have been wrong. A crack spread through some glass that was absolutely meant to not propagate cracks, opening a hole in the several-foot-thick glass, shards blasting outward in a cone. Barbro was the right guy to accidentally bring along to a mission where we had to break a ton of stuff. I suddenly felt a bunch of magic, but not in front of us. "Oh," I said, "he's here." Midnight spun around. "Spot. Isn't that way better than calling him his official name?" I grinned. Spot and whoever was with him would reach us in a few seconds. I casually shot my modified Bunvarixian laser into a very expensive room while I considered how to handle things. Chapter 367. If I had known that it was actually possible to teleport down to this place, I might have tried it. Granted, they might have been able to track me back to the origin point, but if it had holes for one user, it wasn't a fully secure teleportation system. I was fairly certain this had been a technological teleportation using the Bunvarixians' methods, which is why I only felt Spot himself and not the actual process. But I really wondered if I could have circumvented it. It was kinda late, though. We were already here, breaking stuff, so we couldn't really choose a different entrance method at this point. Unless I got way better at time magic, which would be a pretty trivial thing to do if such absurd magic existed. Time travel to the past was a concept I hadn't even heard about until ending up on Earth. Locking someone in stasis until they appeared in the future was fine. That was still the right order of things, though it was still quite difficult. I felt something changing as I continued to spray lasers into the chamber containing the dimensional suppression hub. Why would I have stopped just because enemies were approaching? This was our goal. Plus, with haste going, I had plenty of time to think. Sure, it was going to take Spot only a handful of actual seconds to get to us, but I had several times that. Midnight, use Blizzard when they round the bend. Normally, I let him make his own tactical decisions, but when we needed to coordinate, I would just say what I wanted. We had a few moments for him to suggest an alternative. "I'll anchor Spot. Then we're going." Midnight confirmed with a nod. "Got it." "Just like that?" Honey Badger asked as he chopped into an expensive-looking monitor. "I love fighting," I began, "and I'll gladly fight them on neutral territory, but not here, so we're leaving as quick as we can." Haste didn't give us that long. Spot came into sight. However, we were on the defensive end of things where we had cover, because from a certain perspective, they were the intruders. There were a lot more people with Spot than I thought. I'd only sensed a handful of magical presences, but he apparently gathered a bunch of the other guards from this facility around him. I had to admit, Spot wasn't as stupid as he looked. A huge blast of ice filled the hallway, coating the walls and the people. Except for Spot and a couple of those individuals with mana. I noted that they were all of the Bunvarixian military-class big dogs. Perhaps they would have done better if they included some of the smart ones. Several of them just shot guns, maybe slightly enhanced by class abilities. I couldn't quite tell because it was all jumbled up with Kick stepping forward and performing his namesake activity on lasers. He left behind some sort of lingering trail that continuously deflected the beams. Fascinating. That was pretty absurd tech. Why didn't the Bunvarixians use that more? Was that an interaction from his powers? Had they gotten stronger? I didn't really understand how cyborg compatibility worked, and I didn't have time to think about it because Spot did something very bad. He looked directly at Midnight, then raised a paw. A horrible black ray sprang from it, streaking towards Midnight. My buddy was a bit slow to react. Maybe it was the angle of things, his magic sensitivity, or just surprise. It didn't matter. I stepped forward and yanked him away. What, was I going to block it with my body? That would be dumb as hell. My arm did get clipped, though. The pain kept me conscious as I finished gathering mana for my multicasting of Dimensional Anchor. 5 streaks of near-nothing launched towards Spot and the areas around him. He dodged to the side into one of the others. Maybe I should have used Chain Lightning. Were they warded against that as well? Why wouldn't they be? Even their suits would probably naturally dampen electricity. It had been the right choice, even if killing Spot would have been better than just hindering them. Mage! Midnight even remembered the appropriate call sign as he shouted in worry. My arm looked fine, which just meant that whatever happened didn't interact with the material of my sleeves at all. I doubted my actual arm looked great at all. "Don't worry about it right now," I said. Then I called to the others. "Hold them off for a moment." I gathered a ton of mana, throwing out a quick sonic lance into the enemy's midst as I was doing so. I don't know what part of me thought that was a good idea. It didn't seem to interrupt my flow, though. Just set me back part of a second. I'd love to defeat these guys, but there were even more soldiers approaching. Oh, the thing we were here to blow up. That was long gone. Turns out any number of holes in complicated machinery makes it non-functional, especially if anyone had proper safety protocols in place. Kick redirected lasers back at enemies while Barbaro chopped at some of the guys. I saw him get hit right in the chest by another black beam. He screamed in rage, and I had no idea what that meant. Something between mortal danger and him completely negating the effects. Yelling meant so many different things to a barbarian. His axe swung at impossible speeds, chopping through walls and into the low ceiling like they were styrofoam. The Bunvarixians were lucky that their magic partially protected them. Spot got a nasty cut across his nose, but that was instead of his head being severed, so he got the good end of things there. My mana finished gathering. I wasn't sure if there might be other restrictions, so I used the maximum it would take. I was responsible for stabilizing the spell myself now, so I did that. Though it was only going to stay stable until we passed through. Maybe it would suddenly become dangerous for anyone chasing us. Not that they should be able to. "Gates open, move," I shouted. Whatever happened to Honey Badger, he could still run. Kick literally sprang off the wall and through my portal. I was glad people were properly paying attention. It was a good thing he moved like that too, because Midnight was tossing down grease everywhere. Honey Badger charged back towards us. Midnight blasted a swirling ball of magic at another incoming death beam. The dispel unraveled enough of it that Honey Badger didn't even grunt. The incoming lasers were absorbed by Energy Ward and then Francois's work. His body could probably take a lot of punishment following that. Midnight tossed a final grease spell into the gap Honey Badger charged through. Except after he dashed through the portal and then I stepped through, he threw a chain lightning towards what we could see of the dimensional suppression hub, no doubt causing truly catastrophic monetary damage. Spatial rift would have totally ruined the whole thing. Spot ran face first into the portal. Drops of blood splattered from his bloodied nose as he could suddenly go no further. Interestingly, neither could his blood, or the death spell he was using. How much mana did this canine have? Apparently about that much. Or less. He passed out. Now I wanted to drag him through the portal, but I settled for shooting at the people on the other side and letting it close since it would have taken too much work. I think I fried one of his ears. Everything was really quiet. I looked around the park. Well, I guess we call a ride. Midnight wasn't quite satisfied with that. "Your arm?" I bent it. Good news, muscles still worked. Bad news, it hurt. It's not getting any worse, I think. I wasn't going to look at it. We'll get it checked out when we get back. What about you? I pointed to our barbarian friend. Next time, I'd use a different arm. I put my new laser gun in storage so I had my hand free and proceeded to call in a brigade-approved ride. I'd also report our mission success and use sending to contact Flopan in a bit. He rubbed his chest. I've taken worse hits, or at least things that were worse before I had powers. He pulled at the neck of his top, looking down. Yeah, that's fine. Kik was breathing heavily but seemed fine. None of the death beams had been aimed at him, just lasers. I like Earth, I commented. .. Do you want the good news or the bad news? Dr. Martinez asked. I shrugged. Ow, moving my left arm hurt. I assume you'll tell me both eventually. The necrotization isn't very deep. And the bad news? I asked. He rolled his eyes. That was both things. Sue, do I need powers to help recover? Just don't use your arm for... We'll start with 2 weeks. I'm putting it in a cast. Midnight radiated worry, but the damage wasn't really that bad. It sure was nice to feel him, though. Thanks for saving me, he said, all those times. Sure thing, buddy, I nodded. He didn't have to say more, and I hadn't been dumb enough to get hurt in a way that was entirely avoidable. Just partially hurt. Also, clerics were a pain. Why didn't I get death spells like Finger of Death? Oh right, I had other ones available to me, and they just weren't appropriate for general mercenary work. Still, I needed to come up with some sort of counter to all that mess he was blasting at us for the next time we fought. I was pretty sure Bandage should be able to counter that stuff with Death Ward. As for my arm, I could bug Sarah if it didn't heal, but that was probably excessive if it was making progress on its own. .. Finalizing my report to Calculator, he kept his face quite neutral. We'll inform Extra about the Bunverixian connection. They'll be quite happy to mediate with the Selmothians, if it becomes necessary. I think the Bunverixian Freedom Initiative is pretty on board, though that might be just one part of them. Maybe some hate Selmothians, but also the current leadership setup. He nodded. I wouldn't find that unlikely. Though the squirrel thing might be more culturally significant than it appears from our perspective. With the Selmothians being blamed for that, he shrugged. I would have appreciated a bit more warning about your dimensional departure, but other than that, you won't be on active duty for a while regardless, until you can make your magic stable. Was he not going to ask me about the part where I used Gate from within Power Brigade HQ? That part was definitely on video. Maybe it was easier not to deal with it, or maybe he was just going to wait until my magic was stable again, if that was possible, before asking me to help test things. I felt like I might be able to return to the old ways, but I wasn't sure if I wanted to. If I could switch back and forth, it would be one thing, but it was unlikely that it would be so convenient. Once I was feeling better, I'd check on Meded. He was either already very dead, very captured, or escaped. No reason to look when I couldn't do anything. It was unfortunate that I'd lost the lead, but I'd rather have him out of reach than Midnight. We needed to figure out a way to avoid that ever happening again. That meant disintegrating Flasher maybe, or throwing him into a spatial rift or something, or if Great Girl got a grip on him while he couldn't teleport, she could probably rip him apart. Just the extra bits if he was lucky. Then again, he was probably 99% cyborg by now. Maybe he had all his internal organs, or maybe just his brain. Iron Shell had gotten pretty close to the latter, if I recalled correctly. Either way, I was hopeful about our future options. Magic and my arm were both messed up, but things were pretty alright. Chapter 3, 168. For the next couple of weeks, I wasn't on active duty for a number of reasons. Injuries and magic not working right were high up there. That did give me time to figure things out, though. I even had Midnight and Bolster to represent the way things normally worked. Honestly, outside of a crisis, it was pretty manageable. I now had twice as much usable mana, which was not to say that I actually had more mana. In fact, it seemed like that probably hadn't changed at all. It was difficult to say without breaking mana for someone else, but that was how it seemed to be. For normal individuals, they effectively had half of their mana in reserve, seemingly as a stabilizing factor. Did that mean if I didn't dig into the latter half of my mana that my spells would be stable? Absolutely not. Now that I'd done this, I had to actively choose to make things stable, calling upon mana that wasn't used. And then once I was below the empty threshold, nothing stayed entirely stable, no matter how much effort I put into it. There were numerous other changes I hadn't immediately comprehended, such as using spells at over their capacity, especially some of the large ones. Unsurprisingly, using mana as more power instead of a stabilizing force made things pretty strong. It also seemed to break the fatigue limit, which was where things got tricky. As far as I was able to discern from repeated bouts of spellcasting, the fatigue limit wasn't an entirely artificial construct. At least, there was some base portion of the spell that couldn't go outside that limit, which wasn't an issue in the majority of cases given that my fatigue limit was beyond 20. No single spell could be an issue. It did pose a meaningful restriction for multicasting, though. Currently, I was limited to spells that had a base cost of no more than 8 mana after accounting for upgrades. That was my extreme limit at level 43 with a 24 fatigue threshold, and it was probably better to stay short of that. Perhaps if I broke through some other limitation, I would be able to push past that, but I wasn't sure if that was actually true or if I would even want to. It was far better to momentarily lose consciousness than to explode your own brain. What else was there that had changed? My mana regeneration was proportionately more. That might also be unstable. Perhaps it was unhealthy. Then again, what I was doing with mana crystal deposition had already strained my ability to absorb mana to its limits. Ultimately, if I kept to previous levels of power, my spells were just as stable for a while. I had twice as much mana and similarly twice as much recovery to make use of. And I could push beyond prior limits. It was great for me, and both Midnight and I were glad he was still normal. Assistive familiar casting worked fine. I could moderate myself, and Midnight's part was just normal. Nothing to worry about. At the current point, it was only for splitting costs, because if we wanted just one big thing, it was better for me to do it alone. Dash, dash, dash. It's great that things are still normal for you, I said to Midnight. Even if you could make use of a larger mana pool, it's probably best to keep things steady. Small miracles are great, Midnight said. It's too bad my family knows I can visit alone, though. Midnight had to go get his suit checked out just in case the Bunvarixians screwed with it too much. Obviously, it had worked pretty well during our escape, but it was better to be cautious. And if we forgot, and it was super bugged, the next time we'd ended up on Selmoth, it could have been a serious issue. He'd been able to take care of all of that and bring information about the Bunvarixian Freedom Initiative. I looked around. Theoretically, Zeb's out here somewhere. Midnight sniffed. This way. We were strolling through a park looking for Zeb, and theoretically Sierra at some point. I didn't see Sel or Bun anywhere yet, and they were usually pretty visible. We found Zeb up in a tree, or at least I was pretty sure she was there, packed in among the squirrels. How many do you have now? I asked. Oh, so many. This one is East, and this is... I absolutely cannot remember dozens of squirrel names, I said. I only have 11, Zeb protested. That's not even a single dozen yet. Right, so, what do they do? Well, they're squirrels, obviously. For your job? I tilted my head. You know, as a mercenary. Oh, that. Well, not all of them are combat trained yet, just 4. Isn't that risky, with them being weaker? Oh, that's easy, Zeb said, her black and white head dangling down from a crook in the tree. I make sure they're up to proper standards. They have to be able to reliably take down a street thug first. That's impressive, I admitted. 4 squirrels to take down a street thug is a pretty big upgrade. Not together, silly, individually. Oh, that makes more sense, I nodded. After all, that would put them at sidekick status, able to at least fend for themselves against low-rank super threats, presumably able to escape from mid-rank or higher foes. Midnight was confused. Does it? How strong are they? Want to wrestle? Zeb asked. Douglas says she'll take you down. I might as well try. As expected, Midnight's physical capabilities were far above the average street thug, though it was surprising to see him be knocked away, tumbling. The power hidden in Douglas was significant. Midnight was able to absorb the blow without getting hurt and quickly recovered, eventually pinning Douglas with the help of some physical extensions from his suit, but it wasn't entirely trivial. "I'm not used to fighting something smaller than me," Midnight said. "Certainly not smaller and with greater power." "Beastmaster," Zeb said proudly. "Mages like yourself don't get a ton of physical improvements, but these guys do." Normally, Zeb would have needed a lot of levels to get any significant upgrades to such a large number of companions. As it was, I found it rather concerning. For my own purposes, I could only cast so many spells at once, limiting how many natural upgrades I got. But if each companion could independently train and raise their own abilities, Zeb's growth factor might be concerningly high. Today, Zeb was incognito, which meant no Miss Flutter and no Fluffy, just squirrels. I heard only a hiss and a bark before I was tackled to the ground. However, those were enough to provide a proper response, flipping Bun over me and avoiding Cell. It appeared that Sierra had arrived, or was about to. She jogged over. Her form could probably use a bit of work, but she was clearly active enough. "Hey, I heard you got injured." "It's fine," I said, pulling up my sleeve. "See, it's all yellow and new now." Sierra took a good look at my elbow. "Is yellow good?" "It's like pink for humans," I said. "Mostly." Sierra poked my elbow, carefully watching my reaction. "It hurts," Midnight said in a betrayal of trust. I shrugged. "It'll be better soon. It's still healing, but it's fine." Midnight said, "Finger of Death?" "Probably," I shrugged. Spot didn't exactly yell out his spell names, and I haven't seen it before. Sierra frowned. "You should be careful with things like that." I tried to avoid it, and I can't get Death Ward. "I can," Sierra said. "Ugh, do I have to learn that?" "Are you planning to fight people?" I asked. Not really." "You should be fine. And you," she prodded my elbow, "should make sure that you don't get any wound build-up. Dr. Martinez is scheduled to perform a final scan tomorrow. Let's make sure you pass." Sierra gathered mana. I wasn't going to stop her from voluntarily healing me. Yellow with specks of black turned into a proper, healthy shade of green, as if nothing had ever happened. "You're really good at that," I said, "though I suspect you know that already." "Am I good at it?" she asked. "Or is it good at itself?" "Well, I recently broke magic," I said, "but the mana that was making things stable and good was part of me, so at least a majority of that is definitely you." "Do I want to know?" Sierra asked. Midnight shook his head. "That sounds bad," Zeb commented. "Do you want help fixing it?" I looked down at the border collie-shaped individual wagging her tail. "It's too late, and it's not a machine." "Probably. I didn't actually know that for sure, though." "I heard you met some Bunverixians," Zeb said. "I want to meet them. I've been cut off from home." "We'll bring you along any chance I get," I said. "Extra is going to be focusing on that more than the brigade, but you might get hired by them." I turned to Sierra. "Not all the small dogs are bad." "I knew it," Sierra said. "It's probably just some extremely loud ones ruining things for everyone else." Midnight shook his head. "It's still probably the majority of them, because the system is corrupt." Hanging out with friends was good. Unfortunately, Sierra was busy, and there was only so much we could be around public parks. We couldn't afford to go to the same ones every time either. Not with various people that might recognize us, even with a bit of magic helping disguise some of us. Dash, dash, dash. Now that magic was broken, I had some things to try, like contacting someone on a super-sealed plane. To that end, I pulled out my phone and both typed out a message and recorded a voiced version. This was my focus for sending, normally completely unnecessary. Here, I was trying to be a bit extra. Comgol hadn't told me to never talk to him again. It was just sort of the default because it was difficult. It had become more so, but I'd been able to bounce sendings to him after a few attempts. Now I was going to put in an unnecessary amount of juice to make it more reliable. I broke magic. It's pretty neat. Lots of mana, very unstable, powerful. Sending wasn't a good basis for a proper conversation unless you liked exchanging extremely short letters a handful of times per day. Like texts, but they cost 10 mana each. In this case, it was 20. Some of that would make it more stable, as part of the power in sending was its reliability. So with a focus, it should probably be all right. Worst case, I expected a few words to be jumbled. I thought it failed when I didn't get a response within half an hour. I wasn't willing to throw more mana at it at the moment, however. Then a full hour later, far after the normal response time, I did get a response. I don't recommend it. For a short time, you can revert if you wish. I suspect I know your choice. Either way, be cautious. Circumstances had conspired that whatever time period might have elapsed, I certainly couldn't go back now. Not easily. But it had been worth it for midnight, and I didn't think this was worse. In fact, I was well suited to it. If only I could fight without caution, I could blast huge spells everywhere. No way I was going to do that, though. Great Girl always complained about paying for cars, and buildings were way worse. Dash, dash, dash. Nobody should end up breaking magic by accident, but I still put together a handy primer on magic control, added to our documentation so that we could avoid replicating tests. I also repeated the information to others. Jerome was absolutely forbidden from trying to break magic, but he was smart enough not to try. My secondary apprentice, Haralam, was also content with how things were going. Rob might actually be fine to break magic, though. Maybe he'd need a processing upgrade, but a machine might actually do it. An interesting experiment I wasn't even going to suggest, because I wasn't the sort to risk harm to my apprentice's familiar. Just a thought. The difference between a proper mage and a mad mage was not what you thought about doing, but what you actually went through with. I might still be pretty close to that threshold given my various actions, though. Chapter 369. Of the two options of continuing to try to find Midid and rescuing Midnight, it hadn't even been an option. An old apprentice guy I barely spent time with. Whatever, we'd been in proximity for far longer than Midnight and I, but we'd spent probably a handful of hours total actually interacting. Quite a bit more if you counted passing each other on the stairs. Anyway, I eventually contacted him through the same means as Comgal, sending with a proper focus and an overload of mana. You alive? I suddenly became quite busy with some rescue and revenge operations. I still want you to tell me what you know about Uvithar's circumstances. I felt like I had enough leeway to add a few more words. It's really me. Again. While waiting for that to come back, I tested a few things. There were always more things to test, but this time it was grease, less explosions and all that. Technically, it could be set on fire during its temporary lifespan, but it was less immediately destructive, even if it ended up unstable. I tossed out grease in a training room, being intentionally careless with exactly how it functioned. I wanted to see if it always chose the same factors to destabilize. If so, I could sort of rely on that. To that end, I didn't look at the spells I cast. I just used 4 points of mana. A full double and picked vague regions on the edge of the room. Cameras would record it for later. If I was looking, I would subconsciously affect the results. I could see what it looked like and subconsciously either stick to or shy away from it. Well, one time I was pretty sure I hit myself with it, even though it was supposed to be not close, so that probably also affected things. 16 points of mana gone in a few moments, previously a quarter of my maximum, and now 1/8, which was still not trivial. It should be a useful test, though, hopefully. Though any variations could have come about from me believing there would be variations. How complicated. After a 5-minute timer, I was able to look at the video. One grease spell turned into a sort of jelly blob. Another one didn't go as far as intended. That was the one that partially hit me. Though it was a larger area, so there was that. One went further and covered a larger area, but didn't last very long. The final one looked fairly balanced, but it too covered a greater area than expected. Obviously, using twice as much mana should have resulted in more area, but it wasn't double area, but more like double radius. Was it counting as a higher level spell? In those circumstances, I'd have to get it measured properly. And there was one person who was really good at that, who was already going to review the tapes at some point. Calculator reminded me that we had computers that could do the same area calculations since they were well aware of the dimensions of the room. And then he sent me the numbers anyway. Accounting for upgrades. With the base being a 5-foot radius, it became a 12-foot radius when it was most stable and similar in features. This, of course, was another way in which magic was broken. Downcasting did seem to exist, but now overcasting was possible. Did that mean I should buy huge numbers of upgrades in lower spells? That way I could turn Firebolt into a Fireball or… Wait. No. The features were far too different. Just because they both had fire didn't mean they were the same. The range, form, power, and area were all quite different. Presumably, I could make Firebolt more explodey than directly burny, with spell mastery, in which case everything would be a fused spell to begin with. Obviously, investing points in broader categories was better. I had precisely two right now: basic light magic and advanced divination magic. I had fused spells in alter time flow, enhance, size shift, and variable freedom. Theoretically, the latter group was a partial step towards the former. Or perhaps those things with a dichotomy lent themselves towards fused spells and were unrelated to masteries. If only I could contact Master Uvithar and ask him. I was tempted to reach out to Rickle about spatial magic, but I didn't know much about her except that she was an enthusiast. Loyalty and conspiracy involvement were unclear, though she did give me some information, so she couldn't be all bad. Even if she was trying to push me into making some sort of breach, I didn't care because it was useful knowledge. Should I try to figure out how to throw a ton of objects out of storage at once, arranged in a specific orientation? Was that a practice method that would help me achieve some sort of spatial mastery, or the result of spatial mastery? I got a response from Mage. Sorry I couldn't help. Please don't contact or look for any of us from the tower. If you must, figure out who you can trust first. No names. How annoying. But at least he responded this time. Maybe Master Uvithar would tell me something different. I hadn't been able to contact him before, but I had overcast magic now. I put together a message, wasting about half my words telling him yes, it was me, I could cast sending now. I didn't get a response, and I actually got the feeling it never reached him. That was just my intuition. I didn't have any proof. Rickle was next. I had to figure out how to send a message to her that didn't contain any things I shouldn't know, either for her sake if she was an ally and we were overheard, or for my sake. I wondered, since I could reliably reach my old world with sending, wouldn't it be better to focus any excess mana on something else? Maybe I could prevent it from being intercepted, or cause backlash to anyone who tried. That would be far beyond the original scope of the spell, but the secure communication certainly fit. I took my time crafting the spell as well as my words. I'm interested in the tea and the book throw. Are those good methods to practice or a result of training? As I waited for my response, I considered Greece once more. I had pushed spells to double their limit, but they were ones near my standard fatigue limit before I broke magic. Were there limits to overcasting? Was it double? That would just be using the full mana complement spells should originally have, right? So I tested it. If I was going to do it, why not go for the extreme? My proper fatigue limit was 24 now, so I ramped up Grease many times beyond its limits. I was careful when releasing it. If it didn't all go into the spell, I would have to absorb the free mana or risk wasting it. Or possibly worse, now. But it did. Oh yes, it certainly did. I was disappointed. Not in my abilities or in my failure, but rather in my success. I couldn't say that it wasn't good enough. It was certainly worthy of being a very expensive spell. It was just way too much. I sat in a pile of black muck several inches deep. Any attempt to stand would only result in toppling over. I couldn't say I had created a frictionless surface, but it was fairly close. I'd only managed to get myself into a sitting position with Mage's reach pushing on the inside of my clothing. Otherwise, I would still have half my face buried in grease. It covered the training room from wall to wall, which was quite a sizable achievement. My disappointment filled me so much that I didn't sense the curiosity from midnight until it was too late. "Hey Mage, what's…" A flood swept him away into the hall. Not quickly, but he was scrabbling to hold onto the door with his suit's extendable limbs. There was no way he was going to be able to close it. "Welcome to the Sea of Disappointment. It'll pass soon." Probably. It did not. Before I received Rickle's response, I had given up on waiting. I cast Fly to extricate the two of us. People coming out of other training rooms were dealing with it in their own ways. At least once you included the area of the hall, it was less deep. At least only a little got into the elevators. And the elevator shaft would be fine, probably. Rickles' response came about the time we were mucking up the cafeteria floor. I really hoped it all disappeared soon. The answer to your question is yes. If you want the long answer, it's yes to the second part and then yes to the first. Have you used that cool spell I told you about? People already knew I could cast Gate. Knowing I could also cast a technically lower-level spell shouldn't surprise anyone, especially her. Oh, I should have set up the spell to pass multiple messages back and forth. For double the cost, I might get 4 sets. What a blunder. If I didn't have to worry much about dimensional restrictions or secrecy, that might be the best way. I spent a regular amount of mana to respond. Yes, I got to break some expensive things owned by people who were not nice to my friend. Unfortunately, I don't have any access to the more flexible features. Because access to the normal planes was cut off, and I wasn't connected to them to begin with. Just because I knew about the hells didn't mean I was able to call upon them. Rickles' eventual response came before the grease spell ended, significantly before, in fact. I'm sure you can find some good components out there somewhere. That made me wonder if she had traveled to other dimensions. Would it be weirder if she stuck to things connected to just one world? Probably. So she expected them to have planes with stuff I could connect to. Or maybe it didn't have to be cool planar traits. Maybe I could make a spatial rift that connected to a star, or... Alright, I definitely shouldn't test that one. Maybe a planet like Mercury or Venus. Something super hot or with extreme features. I just needed a place where I could use such spells. Even the middle of a training room wasn't a good spot to put spatial rift. Fortunately, Calculator preemptively contacted me with a suggested place. And by suggested place, it was really an old quarry far away that nobody should be looking at if I was going to be doing any more experiments. The grease incident didn't even last much more than 2 hours, yet for some reason people seemed to think it was a big deal. Midnight thought it was funny once he understood what was going on. Great Girl thought it was hilarious and was sad she missed it. Dash, dash, dash. An incident occurred that I didn't hear about until far later, after it had weaved its way through various sources. It was only eventually connected to me by a snippet of the audio. Unrelated to a larger portal incident, something came to New Bay. Perhaps it had help, or perhaps it stumbled upon and slipped through a natural portal of some sort. The incident was caught on a security camera, revealing a large winged lizard with green scales, though only during the investigation. This creature accosted a civilian, speaking in a language nobody could understand, and then melted the civilian. Instead, the news picked up the story, without access to the actual video, and named the creature Flesh Melter, on account of the melted flesh leaving behind just bones. How precisely it was connected to me took far longer for anyone to notice. Chapter 370. It came to mind that sending Overcast to the point that it could send multiple messages back and forth, if it could even do that, would cost the same as simply using Gate to visit in person. Though Gate would require the same cost to get back, or we could talk through it for a minute. Ultimately, sending was still only useful if other communication methods didn't work. It was better at getting through planar restrictions than Gate, and not having to go somewhere was still good. I did test it, though. I sent a message to Jet, Midnight's mother, asking for her to respond to a series of messages. I didn't tell her how many it would be in case my calculations were incorrect, but it was pretty simple. I did my best to keep the normal form of the spell and focus on getting as many interactions beyond that as possible. If it didn't work right, I'd get one message back and forth, but I got 4 iterations for 8 messages total, bouncing back and forth in sequence. Just what I calculated should be the number and probably not terribly biased by my assumptions. Probably. That was just the way spells scaled. Though maybe I accidentally amplified the stability with the number of iterations. I could probably get more if I intentionally lowered that, but would that go below base stability? It was a bit difficult to tell, and the spell didn't kill anything, so I was a bit uninspired to keep going. It worked in case I anticipated needing multiple exchanges. Not with Selmoth, though, as Extra was apparently quite close to just establishing technological communication. It would be restricted, but Midnight would be able to use it at least. Dash, dash, dash. Midnight and I took a car out of New Bay. Not with either of us driving, of course. There was someone for that. I hadn't had the time nor inclination to learn to drive, or at least not to the level I could get a license. I did learn enough for mercenary work so I could stop one if I happened to be the sole conscious individual in a car, which wasn't out of the realm of possibility. Instead of heading towards the national forest, our goal was a quarry. An old quarry, nearly a full day's car ride out of New Bay, in fact. The land was owned by the Power Brigade to use as a training ground, but people rarely actually used it. For the most part, the training rooms in HQ or satellite locations were good enough, and it was inconvenient. To the point I wouldn't have done it if I had to take a car every time. Yes, saving 6 hours or so would absolutely be worth 15 mana, especially with mana being devalued for me. Between Midnight and myself, we could recover that in 50 minutes. As for why it even took that long, we were far enough outside of New Bay that we returned to normal mana levels, though I was beginning to think it was more like low mana levels. Even if Granbold was a country with archmages in a world of magic, it wasn't quite as magical as I thought it should have been. One might think that Earth would have more ambient mana with nobody to use it, but that also wasn't the case. I suddenly wished that mana manipulation for mages also included something like mana origins, though maybe that wasn't something that would be published anywhere. The quarry was pretty uninspiring. As for why we didn't teleport directly there, it was because it might be in use, and any pictures the brigade had were inside the quarry itself. I took some time memorizing a good spot nearby where I shouldn't expect anyone to be standing around. It was also notable that the quarry should be secret, so even though it was outside, we couldn't expect them to follow us. Even less so because our car continued on to a nearby town, just in case it was being tracked somehow. With Midnight and I having non-detection, we should be protected against magical methods and most powers. Technically, someone with a super powerful nose could follow us, but there were no other cars on the road behind our car, so it was pretty unlikely, and they would have had to be waiting for us specifically to go out of town on a random day. I did appreciate the layers of paranoia, however. I wasn't eager for some things to get out to enemies. I had half a mind to throw Dr. Doomsday into a spatial rift if I saw him. The smarter half suggested a swift tactical retreat. "All right, I think we're ready," I said after we swept the quarry for people. Presumably we would have heard explosions and stuff, but it was better to be safe than sorry. "If anyone's invisibly hanging around the quarry, this is your opportunity to respond," I called. If they were really good at concealing the traces of their power. But if there was nobody there, I couldn't be embarrassed about yelling in front of them. And if someone was there, I shouldn't be embarrassed either. Final warning. Nothing, obviously. The brigade didn't exactly schedule anything out here. Midnight leaned forward curiously. "What are you planning to do first?" "Spatial rift," I said, "but I also want to see that excessive grease from a distance. Maybe I'll tone it down a bit." "You could mix them," Midnight said. "As long as we're way up here, it should be fine." "Right?" "A fair point," I said. "Grease first, then." Midnight could only use it normally, so he wasn't involved in this part. I gathered 12 mana, half as much as last time. It was really excessive to use mana up to my fatigue limit. It was really fascinating to see it covered a wall of the quarry, sliding down towards the bottom, though some of it clung to the walls. Then Spatial Rift, a perfectly normal version that even Midnight could almost cast. Gate had upgrades which made it possible. Spatial Rift was slightly cheaper at base, but had no upgrades yet. Even though I broke so many flying saucers, we recorded the event for posterity. It was fun to watch loose rock and grease get flung around by the pull of Spatial Rift. I still didn't have anything to come out of Spatial Rift, though. Midnight cast an incomplete version of Spatial Rift after. Because it didn't meet the proper requirements, it was a bit less impressive. It threw pebbles around, scattering them against rocks, but not the bigger stuff. It also didn't rip anything loose like mine had. Midnight needed more experience for more levels, and thus a greater fatigue limit. "What are you thinking about?" Midnight asked. "I'm going to guess. Spending tons of points on a low-level spell again, to see if broken magic does something horrifying with it." Well, I shrugged. I did think about that. But then I thought, meteor swarm. Seriously? I should use points for what I want. They don't have to all be practical. Also, I was actually thinking, what happens to the experience I don't get from casting spells? What do you mean? Well, aspect of the Barbarian. I don't get experience for normal mage things. I was gathering mana as I spoke, slowly and carefully. I didn't want to do anything excessive for a first attempt. I just needed to see it. Where does that experience go? Nowhere, right? Midnight said, because it doesn't exist. You doing that stuff doesn't mean anything for you for whatever reason. And it wouldn't go to anyone else because they aren't you. But hear me out, I said, you're my familiar. So experience I get also applies to you, but only combat experience. Why doesn't it work in reverse? I said, here it comes. We should have gotten some old cars or other junk to annihilate. Meteor Swarm was still great, I'm not going to lie, but breaking rocks was kinda mediocre. 4 balls of fire appeared over my head, not high in the sky, because I didn't want anyone driving by on a nearby road to see anything. Of course, they'd probably hear the explosions, but such was life. Trails of fire led to 4 different points, one just out of sight behind a ledge of the quarry. The earth shook as explosions caused competing shockwaves. From where we were a few hundred feet away up on the edge of the quarry, it was only a gentle breeze, barely even hot. I know it doesn't normally work like that, I said to Midnight, but you have to admit that nothing about our situation is normal. A familiar is generally less sapient to begin with. My magic is all broken, so maybe you can glean a bit of experience from my spellcasting. On the other hand, what? I got a point of experience, which is a terrible exchange rate, honestly. I could get in a sparring match with like a dozen different people and get at least that much. But breaking things does give experience. Didn't you get a lot more than that from the ships? They're a lot more dangerous than rocks, I suggested. Or you killed some snakes. Personally, I think they're less dangerous than the rocks. Anyway, I'm going to try to shove the normal spellcasting experience towards you, and reading experience. It can't hurt. Even if it's not semi-duplicated like the combat experience you earn, I'm not using it, so... Should I watch my experience counter? Midnight suggested. Might as well, I said. In that case, I'm not even going to try to cause destruction, to not bias things. I think Blizzard would be good. I might not even hit anything from here, except air. At the end of the day, Spatial Rift ended up with an upgrade. Midnight did get experience from me casting spells, however we couldn't prove that it wasn't related to him intently studying them. And if he wasn't present, we couldn't prove him not getting experience wouldn't be for another reason. In short, we didn't prove anything. But it also didn't hurt for me to try. We did have Midnight practice some spells as well. Finally, we studied the area we planned to return to again, along with taking pictures and then teleported back home. Extra was still our only proper destination for that. Even if we could get directly home or into HQ, it was forbidden in multiple ways. Though someday I was going to go straight into my apartment, because I needed to know. Not today, though. I got a strange look from an angel as we passed by. He scrunched his face as we approached. It was polite to not say anything and move on. What are you doing? I asked. I wasn't limited to strictly polite interactions. I already had a reputation, which was very convenient. Standing guard, she gestured. It was true, she was in uniform and all that. Why did you make a weird face? I asked. Midnight wanted to be gone from this social awkwardness. I stood firm as a rock. What was he going to do? Drag me away physically? He was so tiny. My question caused the angel to make a different weird face. Then she looked around. Can you keep a secret? I held out my hand to make a specifically non-committal gesture. If I need to. You were there at the incident. Oh, you're one of those angels. I looked her over. Couldn't say I recognized her in particular, though I had seen her around Extra before, not always in uniform. Are you angry at me or something? I feel like Malaliel wouldn't have let you stay around if you had vowed revenge. If you wanted to go back, I could send you. But you should know that. The face I made was not a matter of disgust, just confirming your identity. She tapped her nose. Since the transformation. Did you get bit by a vampire? Wait, is that form even contagious? I would not be so easily harmed by those unholy abominations. I frowned. That sounds racist and mean, but also most of that batch did kinda suck. Not a vampire. Midnight commented on my shoulder, sniffing next to my ear. Oh. Midnight had a realization. That meant I had close to the right amount of information. Aha, I said. Grush, she bit you, didn't she? The angel nodded. It's a bit embarrassing. Nah, she's super strong. I assume someone taught you how to handle full moons. The same individual, she confirmed. Great, what's your name if you don't mind? I looked at her name badge. No surname? She shook her head. It's just Inertia. Same sort of deal here, though I have to go by Mage dressed like this. That was pretty much the end of that interaction. One mystery solved. The angel felt a little weird because she was also a werewolf. I wasn't sure if that was normal, but it was also two different realities versions mixed in a third by someone with powers. Was Great Girl more contagious? I wondered if anyone had told Inertia we could have tried to cure her. Not easily after this amount of time, but we probably told Extra that magic could help. At some point. Whatever. Nobody seemed upset. As long as you could control yourself, being a werewolf was pretty much just positives. Chapter 371. Something had been missing for a while, and I didn't even notice because things had gone so far back into the correct direction. Midnight had been gone, and now he was back. So what else could matter? Well, there was my staff. Midnight commented on that. Probably everyone else thought it was in storage. If we're going to start going on missions again, you'll probably need something. Unless you're changing up your combat style. I thought about that. I could, but I feel like having a melee option would still be correct. What happened to it? Midnight asked. It took a while to come up with the answer. It was part of the fog, and it hadn't been important. Some jerks in Adrella took it. Speaking of which, remind me never to go back there. Because they're jerks. Also, I'm probably wanted for nothing, but also fleeing imprisonment. Even though they didn't do anything to stop the kidnappers or anything. Yeah, I didn't much enjoy my time there either, Midnight said. It was worse than that whole underground elf war. Of course it was. We chose to be around that war. War was fine. .. My first thought for getting a replacement was to go to the source. Wilhelmina didn't answer a call, so I ended up trying to get into her secret base while Midnight trained back at HQ. I knew where a few entrances used to be. The third one worked, a dumpster opening up and dropping me into a long tunnel that might tear me to pieces if I was an intruder. I presumed that had to be the case, at least. I was met by a robot that was made entirely out of guns. Hey Frank, I said. Mage, you have not been invited. If I wasn't allowed in the door shouldn't have worked, I countered. I had 5 cannons pointed at me. In short, Frank was doing his best to avoid a threatening posture since it was only that many. Frank seemed to be pondering. Maybe he was using some sort of secret communication method, like radio or Wi-Fi, or one of those teeth things. Your entry authorization has not been revoked. This is a security oversight. I shrugged. That's not my fault. So can I see Wilhelmina? A few more seconds of thought. I cannot leave you unsupervised. I must contact Wilhelmina in person. Therefore, you will come with me, which will involve seeing her in person. Great, I said. Let's go. The various hallways I walked through didn't tell me much. Even the doors that were labeled didn't provide much information. I wasn't even sure what a MacGuffin dismantling room would do. I could guess at the purpose of the room, transdimensional chess club, but I couldn't be sure whether the chess was transdimensional or the people playing. I was rather baffled by the room labeled Not Phasmatron Amplifier Storage. Was it not storage? Did it not have Phasmatron amplifiers? Why would those even come up again? I thought they were pretty unique, but maybe not. Then we came upon a door labeled Big Empty Room. It was a lie, probably, because the room was big and a lot of it was empty. But there was also like half a flying saucer in there, and a third of Wilhelmina. Resident mad scientist Wilhelmina, Frank spoke into the room, you have a visitor. There was no response except some banging and metal scraping on metal. Then, behold, Wilhelmina's long coat extended down as her boots hit the floor, revealing about half of her for a moment. I heard the sound of arcing electricity and tearing wires. Behold! Wilhelmina's momentum dropped her out of the flying saucer onto her back, lying on the concrete floor. Various bits of metal rained down on and around her, along with black oil. She was holding up some sort of sphere. "What's that?" I asked. "A teleportation core." She leaned her head back until I could see her goggles, and presumably so she could see me. "Oh, I wasn't expecting visitors." "I'm still on some list," I said. I was going to take you off of that last week." "Why?" "I'm not supposed to leave anyone on there for more than a month without reason." "It's been more than 6 months," I pointed out. "I've jumped through time again." She startled. "I'm pretty sure that this," I gestured to the ship in general, "is from a few months ago. You've probably just been busy." "Correct," Frank said. "No unexpected time anomalies detected." I frowned. "Are there expected time anomalies?" "Oh yeah, sure." Wilhelmina picked herself up off the floor. "Some people do this crazy thing where they change their clocks twice a year for no reason. It costs billions of dollars and kills people. Anyway, I assume since you're here you want something." "You do make good things," I said, "and you didn't answer your phone." "Can't do that when waist-deep in tech." Frank the cannon bot butler corrected her. "Incorrect. You have hands-free options." "Don't just tell people that. The government will want me to answer them." I hoped she did occasionally. Otherwise she'd get shut down and I wouldn't have access to weird stuff. "Need more bullets?" She pulled something out of her pocket and threw it at me. I caught a clip. "That's not actually what I'm here for." "Did I have to pay for these?" "I'm not sure if I was ready to spend so much right now." "I was hoping you could replace my staff." Nope, it died. And I lost my biomanipulation license. And you also barely use your Googles. I'm pretty sure that information is classified. I also wasn't sure if that mattered. Not so. Wilhelmina waved a large wrench. It's secret. Classified is for government stuff. Even when other people put things in secret categories via classification, it doesn't count because the government likes things fancy. I wasn't sure if that was correct, but she was the magically smart person. Superpowerly smart, mad scientist. I don't think that changes my point. I feel like the brigade might be upset that the goggles had been sending her information. "Why do you have that information on the goggles?" "You don't think they can calculate all that on their own, do you?" she said. "I guess you wouldn't think about it because you don't use it enough. I have recently become more incentivized to know the masses of some things. I just got busy. After I learned about dropping things with storage, I had various plans. They weren't really good enough yet, and I really needed to get good at other space magic still. Also, I totally thought they could calculate that on their own. That was implied. Wait, did they work cross-dimensionally? Was she lying? Maybe she was just crazy, in a different way than I already knew. "Anyway," I said, "a staff?" "Not without more of that metal and the wood. And if you have those, you can do it yourself." I really wasn't sure I could put a metal core into a piece of wood without breaking one or both of them. Was this some special insight or just overconfidence at the craft skills of those around her? "All right, do I just take these?" I looked down at the clip. "We're discontinuing that version." "Why?" I asked. "Not enough armor-piercing capability." What kind of standards did they have? Should I be concerned? Maybe. I did have one heavily armored-powered enemy. "Do you have anything that can hurt Flasher? The cyborg or—" "I don't know any other one," I said. "I do. For just $1 million, I can install a capture field anywhere you want." "Maybe the brigade will be interested," I said. Getting him to come to a specific spot might be troublesome anyway. I needed to get faster with dimensional anchor, though being able to spray it with multicasting wasn't bad. It was much more affordable now, and it would be even more affordable if I got some sort of spatial mastery. "Hey, you don't happen to know any elemental planes that are easily accessible, do you?" "Of course not," Wilhelmina said, "and if I did, I couldn't give access without approval from Extra." "Oh, maybe I should ask them. If I could get to some other Type F world, I should be able to do something with summon minor elemental." "Frank, can you stop by room RS-17 on your way out?" "Yes." I supposed that was my signal to leave. "Okay, thanks for meeting me. Oh, let me know if you have extra teleportation cores." "Not currently," Wilhelmina said. "I have like 30 more varieties of destructive testing for these babies to undergo." Too bad, but I wasn't sure if a teleportation core made from advanced tech would actually be a good focus. It just sounded like it, so I wanted to try. I followed Frank until he stopped suddenly. I almost ran into him. An automatic door opened to my right. This seemed extremely unsecure. Idly, I scanned the room. The label outside was miscellaneous portals. Inside were portals. I'm just going to step in here for a second. Frank didn't acknowledge anything. Had his literal interpretations of Wilhelmina's orders become more flexible, or was this the literal interpretation? Whatever. One of the portals was on the ground. Actually, a number of portals were on the ground, and I could see why. One of them was full of water. I wasn't quite sure how the pressure didn't still push it out, but I wasn't going to complain. Rather than the portals I was most used to, these did have structures around them. They weren't magic, but they were super tech. Not to be confused with advanced tech, because these ones didn't work. At least, not according to the laws of physics. They obviously worked, because I could see into them. I sat down in front of the water portal. It seemed like a good option. All right, I carefully gathered mana. I wanted an elemental. 6 mana. I called upon the spell and nothing. At least that was what I thought until I heard crackling behind me. I felt a bit of warmth as I turned to see a waist-high fire elemental. A humanoid shape without any definitional features of any sort, made entirely out of fire. It waved. "Hi," I said. "I was actually looking for a water elemental, but you look eager to make a contract." It bowed. Crackling sounds didn't quite resolve into words. Did this kind of elemental not have a language, or did translate need more time? It seemed to understand me, though. "Can I summon you in the future?" Nodding. "Great. I do want to get other elementals too, so for now you can go back." The fire elemental waved vigorously before poofing away in a burst of magic. There wasn't a proper portal or anything, it was just like a fire going out for having no fuel. Since I'd been between water and fire, I moved to the far side where I was closest to water for sure. I wanted a water elemental. Fire was probably the least friendly to the brigade's operations. I pictured water in my head as I cast Summon Minor Elemental. The spell quickly resolved, and I heard sloshing. I turned to see the same fire elemental standing there, with a pot. The pot sloshed back and forth, spilling water onto the arms of the fire elemental. It dropped the pot, then flailed wildly. I noticed that the pot was spilling a whole lot of water. Fortunately, it drained into the convenient portal in the floor. I stood the pot back up and was surprised to find it hadn't all spilled out, with some still sloshing around in there. After a little bit, the fire elemental had calmed down and stopped sputtering, then picked up the pot again. "Listen, I was trying to get a water elemental." It nodded, pointing into the pot with one arm as it clutched it with the other arm. "All right, I might call upon you later." It nodded enthusiastically. Maybe I was still too close to fire. Over in the corner, there was a very stony place. I tried for an earth elemental. I was slightly confused, but not surprised to get the same fire elemental again, holding a red-hot rock, while also wearing stone pauldrons somehow. I had many questions, such as how. Was it just standing around a bunch of things waiting to be summoned? "Oh look, a real earth elemental. Can I summon you later?" Obviously, it enthusiastically agreed. I at least had to try air. What I got was probably the most dangerous version. A fire elemental rapidly flapping its arms. It was making wind currents, but they were quite hot. Maybe I needed to find better portals. Chapter 372. I did consider trying to close the fiery portal, but even if I could do it, I doubted that Wilhelmina would appreciate it. She might have some sort of plan that needed these portals to be permanently active. There wasn't really anything inherently wrong with fire elementals, but they were probably the worst option for city-based crime fighting, what with all the flammable buildings and people. So only getting a fire elemental and then a fire elemental with a pot of water under one arm was a bit inconvenient. I took a look at my points. Was there any reason not to spend them? So far, I hadn't come up with a good one. I might invest massive amounts into a single low-level ability at some point to see how it broke things, but that wasn't necessarily a good idea. Points were for spending. I had enough to purchase Summon Moderate Elemental, so that was what I did. I positioned myself carefully to optimize my ability to call upon a powerful water elemental. 13 points of mana. No, I doubled that to try to separate things as far from what had been happening as possible. I felt it, coming to my call. I saw a swirl of water form in the air, and then the clay pot surrounding it and a very bouncy and still waist-high fire elemental. It's you again. The fire elemental tilted its head. You're the same one as I kept getting, I explained. I recognize you. The fire elemental pointed at its face, where there was a flaming mustache, as if to say, it couldn't possibly be me, I have this poor disguise. Certainly, it didn't have that before. But in that case, how would it know that it was different? It seemed that I wasn't going to gain any ground here. Well, just to save some time, do you think other elementals of the same tier you know would also agree to be summoned? It nodded seriously. All right, you can go for now until I actually need you. When it was gone, I sighed. I might never be able to call upon anything but a low-ranking fire elemental at this rate. Or maybe I'd have to find some other connection to different elemental planes. I supposed I shouldn't keep Frank waiting. As I left the room, I realized something. I glanced over my shoulder at the label by the door. Though I knew it said MISC Portals, I also knew I couldn't read that. Since I constantly had Translate active, I hadn't really thought about it. I wondered if Frank had knowledge, or if it was from being around Wilhelmina previously. Or maybe it was a language I'd come in contact elsewhere. I couldn't place it, though. It didn't use any familiar alphabet. Not that I knew many. I could recognize the English alphabet and its associates, a few other forms of writing from Earth, and Selmothian and Bunverixian. So it wasn't any of those. Or common. As I walked past Frank, he suddenly continued moving as if he'd never stopped. We will reach the exit shortly. Thanks, Frank. The cannon bot led me to a cylinder a bit bigger than me that turned into an elevator, which came out in a park bathroom stall somehow. Dash, dash, dash. The whole point of visiting Wilhelmina was to try to get a replacement for my staff, but that part hadn't worked out despite the other stuff I got. Another clip of anti-magic bullets was nice. The ability to summon a minor fire elemental was nice, since I hadn't been successful with that before. It might bring me closer to a spatial magic mastery, hopefully. As for the staff, my next best option was Sierra. She was busy, so I wasn't able to get a hold of her until evening. We ended up speaking on the phone just because texts would be awkward, and were more easily monitored. Both of us had various protections, but it was better to be secure if possible. You're asking about that Yggdrasil sprout? That's right, I said. I lost my staff due to unforeseen troubles. Wilhelmina apparently doesn't have the ability anymore. I get it, Sierra said. That thing is hell to keep alive. It springs up like a weed, but it's so greedy for nutrients that it falls apart just as quickly. Through a couple changes in apartments and a good bit of magic, I barely have anything to show for it. Oh, well, if you can get something staff-sized, maybe a bit bigger than 6 feet tall and a couple inches across so that someone can work with it, I'll owe you another favor. I'd offer to pay you, but the money would be pretty meaningless. I could teleport you somewhere or take you to another world or dimension, within reason. She pondered. Tell me about that teleportation stuff. Because even if I make most of my rich clients come to me, I still lose a significant amount of time on transportation. I don't usually waste mana, but it also means I don't get much time to relax. Hold on, I need to take this other call. I was put on hold. I didn't even know our phones could do that. Maybe Sierra had a special system. It wouldn't be that weird. I waited a good 10 minutes before she got back to me. And if you threaten anything like that again, I'll just let you die. I feel like that wasn't meant for me, I replied. Hey, sorry, Turlough. I had to yell and I wasn't going to actually do that at the client. Instead, Angela will be sending them a more diplomatic version of that. If they made you that angry, maybe you should just let them die. And let all their money go to worthless heirs? Hell no. I've got medical clinics to build in third world countries and third world countries to turn into first world countries. Can you do that? I'm going to try, Sierra said. As far as medical centers go, given the time constraints, most of what I've gotten done are simple things. Even if you throw a ton of money at stuff, it takes a while to build a building and get staff. Thank goodness I've got Angela to visit all those places for me, because I absolutely could not personally verify even 1% of these things. If Angela betrayed Sierra's trust, I was throwing her through a portal to somewhere awful. I'd just have to find the real one. But from what I'd heard, Madame Multitude was pretty unimpeachable. Do you get to see any of it? Maybe if you teleport me places, can you do that with pictures? Yeah, but there are distance and change limitations. Also, I really need to test some of my current limits after I broke magic before I actually teleport you. Good point, dude. Hey, actually, what I need most is to get away from cities. For mana. I nodded, not that she could see me. Right, because you're a druid. Theoretically, a connection to nature could promote both mana regeneration and maximum mana improvements. Though mana manipulation for mages was obviously a bit lacking on the non-mage stuff, I probably shouldn't bring her to the quarry. It shouldn't take much effort to get back to the sequoias. We need to figure out how much teleportation will be matched up against a staff, though. You can also help me pick spells. I'm not sure you want that. I default to combat ones. Exactly, I shouldn't need them. But I might. Petrify, I said. Sierra hesitated for a bit. I don't want to kill people. They can be unpetrified later, and even if their heart stops, people can be on standby to fix that. I'll consider it. I would also consider it, though I'd need to be able to reverse it, and that meant another spell. And I didn't have regenerate, which would matter if I broke bits off of them during a mission. Oh, but I could put someone in storage. Only if they were tiny, or I got way more capacity though, especially since stone would be denser. Now that we were fairly sure I wasn't going to blow people up unintentionally, I was getting back into regular patrols and missions. Of course, there was still a lot of time reserved for training, and that included spending some time with new recruits who also had portal powers. Though most of them would be working from previous lessons I'd given and not receiving personal instruction from me. For one thing, some portion of them were taking up support positions, healing and things like that. In fact, I think there were a couple med school students. I wasn't sure if they had been in med school before they got powers, but there were a couple clerics and druids in the mix. The brigade was going to help them get practical experience. Normal hospitals weren't always prepared for a magical residency. Currently, it was just midnight, myself and Shockwave on patrol. It was a bit short of a proper squad, but we were there half to remind people that supers were protecting New Bay, and half to respond to emergency situations. We got a call. I cast Physical Freedom on Shockwave. Midnight cast Haste. We might have swapped roles, but we weren't certain that it would work out. Even Shockwave didn't want to risk that, because they preferred to not spend their paychecks on broken windows. Kimbak. I was pretty sure Shockwave left out some punctuation there, and pauses. That was fast, Midnight commented. That is the point. Shockwave balanced their speech pretty quickly. Before Haste could run out, we got another distress report from the dispatcher in our ear. Coordinates are... Shockwave was gone. And then back. Technically, I could see them running back and forth, but it hadn't taken long to get around the corner. I would find it hard to react to Shockwave, but I could still witness them. Speedsters had limits after all. Rather than walking next to us, Shockwave was in front. Some kind of gas, they reported. Also more orcs. Doomsday? Hard to say. We'll have to take a look. Midnight and I ran off, with me casting Haste. I constrained it to a normal cast so that I could be sure I would end up with functional friction and stuff. It didn't cost that much now, so it would be more of a waste not to speed us up. As it turned out, the strange gas was pervasive enough as to be a smokescreen for the whole street when we arrived. Shockwave was waving a sheet like a giant fan, but that wasn't quite enough. Quite possibly Physical Freedom was interfering, though maybe they wouldn't be able to swing the sheet without. What are the chances it's flammable? I asked Midnight. Can't tell, Midnight said. My suit is very confused. It's not anything natural. Well, I'm not going into an area with an unknown gas, I said. Standard power brigade protocol. But I moved forward and reached out my arm, grabbing as much as I could with storage. Actually, as a gas, I probably could have taken a lot more, if not for range limitations. I wasn't touching enough of it. That was probably a limitation in my expertise, though. Then I released the few cubic feet of yellow-grey gas away from the rest of it, casting firebolt into the air at the same time, piercing through it. Not flammable, I said. Next, I had to determine how much mana I was willing to risk on the task. Normally, I would have been conservative. At the moment, I felt like I had so much. I stabilized a conjure moderate elemental, trying to get an air elemental. I had no proof that it was in any way better than the minor version, but I could hope. A swirl of wind and air, then flames. I should probably name this little elemental. I was pretty sure it was just one. A mustachioed fire elemental flapping its arms really hard looked eagerly over its shoulder at me. "Blow away all that gas," I said, pointing. There was some chance this would do nothing at all. I was hoping that this elemental came from a strange reality where it could somehow at least perform the air elemental tasks I'd called for. It began to spin on its toes, arms out, faster and faster, until I could feel a significant breeze even from over 10 feet away. Then it twirled into the gas cloud. I really hoped it wasn't more flammable when gathered together. Chapter 3, 173. I wasn't sure if this strange elemental should have different names in different states. No, I wasn't sure if I should name it to begin with. Wouldn't elementals already have names? Though that was presuming elementals from the planes I knew. So far, I hadn't properly understood language from this one. Well, whatever. The small elemental that was definitely just a fire elemental, twirling its arms around, spun through a cloud of weird gas that I was pretty sure wasn't flammable. I knew the gas was weird because Midnight's suit wasn't able to identify it immediately, plus most didn't make opaque clouds. The spinning fire tornado did manage to pick up the gas and shoot it into the sky in a pillar. I thought that showed a pretty good level of discernment from my elemental buddy, given that I had only told it to blow away the gas. I probably should have specified, but it all worked out fine in the end. What was revealed was a city street with wrecked cars that were definitely already broken when we arrived, no doubt about it. All the civilians who were able to would have already fled, but that didn't mean all of them were able. Especially where Doomsday was concerned, if the orcs responsible here were related. We were just on disaster mitigation duty, so we didn't have to rush into any of the surrounding buildings to stop them. We also didn't not have to do that. "Reduce me," Shockwave commanded. "Also, is it true that you can make your magic stronger now?" Not safely, but I wouldn't be telling Shockwave that. They might not be responsible enough to resist extra speed, even at an unknown cost. "Go do whatever you have to do." I cast a regular haste. Physical freedom was still in place, which allowed Shockwave to move at full speed without, well, shockwaves. If they were no longer fighting the air molecules in front of them, they were also faster. I was able to see them duck inside nearby buildings. A couple doors seemed to be locked, which meant Shockwave spent a moment messing with them before they opened. I could also open locks, it just wasn't subtle, and not quite as fast, even though mine was a spell that only cost a small amount of mana. Midnight and I watched Shockwave go into buildings one after another, making sure they were clear. I couldn't tell which one was supposed to have the orcs, which was weird. "Midnight," I asked, "can you sense any mana?" "Nope," he admitted. "Same. Could there be some other orcs?" "Of course. You weren't the first Type F people. But others should also have magic, right?" "Maybe." As I pondered the situation, I actively focused on sensing. Maybe they were just too far. Or they'd left already. Or the impact hit me before the sound of the shattering window and the gunfire. It shattered my force armor and sent me staggering back as it hit me in the chest, right where I had 2 layers of my supersuit. I also had Stone Skin active because it was crazy to be on duty and not. A few dollars couldn't compete with my life. Even so, my ribs hurt and there was a disturbing amount of lightning. At least I'd found some magic. "Shooter," I called out, grabbing Midnight as I dove for cover. He would probably keep his hold without me grabbing him, but that wasn't good enough. A single glimpse of Shockwave poking their head out of a building as glass was still falling. I cast Energy Ward as I ducked behind an already damaged car. It might not actually be good enough to prevent incoming shots, but it would at least make it harder to target me. Around the time I was casting another haste on Midnight and myself, I was really appreciating having access to more mana if I needed it. There was another shot. I turned my head to see my elemental buddy falling out of the sky next to us, clutching a hand to its chest. There was a patch of ice there. It staggered towards me with an arm outstretched pitifully. "Can you feel pain?" "Maybe the ice was uncomfortable. You're just going to go back to how you were when the spell ends in a moment." It sulked, dropping its arms to its sides and then spitting a puff of fire and wind towards me as it faded away. I didn't really mean to be harsh to my elemental summon, but the drama was a bit much. I heard a brief scuffle, and then, "Threat secured," Shockwave's message came through our comms. Midnight was currently crawling under the car to get a better vantage on the window, I presumed. But we both relaxed at that. There was a sudden roar and something crashed onto another car. How was I missing all this magic? Were my senses messed up, or were people actually hiding it? I guess I had been more focused on potentially being shot, but still. I tried to move, but I realized there was something more in that roar than simply noise. My mind was tangled up, and my body wasn't listening. Midnight was casting something, but he stopped and crawled back towards me. The spell became mental freedom. I could tell that once it was complete and affecting me. "You didn't have to touch me, you know," I reminded him. "I also didn't want to be near all that fire." I looked. The street was on fire. The big thing that had crashed onto the car looked like an 8-legged porcupine lion, and it was climbing the side of the building Shockwave and the shooter had been in. I didn't have any better words than that, because I really had no idea what it was. However, I could sense a magical link to an orc standing up in a window. There was also another orc striding towards Midnight and I. She carried a heavy shield and didn't seem like she wanted to be my friend. The monster's claws were lighting the building on fire. I could definitely sense it was magical now. Shockwave appeared right next to me, apparently having rapidly dragged the third orc out of the building. "Aligned with these fiends? I will strike them down." "Tell me more about who you intend to strike down," I said to him as I blasted a sonic lance towards the incoming shielded orc. I wasn't making arbitrary judgments that lady was an enemy. Her shield had Doomsday's sigil. Despite how it might have looked, my sonic lance was far from casual. However, the shielded orc remained standing and three-dimensional afterwards, somehow blocking with her shield. I did throw her across the street, though I wasn't happy with just that. Shockwave gestured to the one that had presumably shot at me and was now restrained. "You can speak to this guy." "I can speak to everyone." I did need magic to speak Orcish, though. "Unhand me so I can shoot these villains," the handcuffed orc exclaimed. I had to make a quick judgment. Fortunately, I had a bit more time to think because of haste. Taking in the total scenario, such as the monster ripping apart the window he'd been behind to enter the building and the lack of Doomsday sigils on him, I nodded. "Hey, let this guy go." "You sure?" Shockwave confirmed. "Yes." They undid the cuffs immediately, standing the guy to his feet after dragging him a little further around the car. Shockwave had to move more slowly when bringing people along, which was why it had taken them 10 or 15 seconds to leave the building instead of 1. Still fast, though. I was going to ask about the guy's gun, but with a flash it appeared in his hand. What spell was that? I didn't know that spell, but it was definitely magic. Normal magic. Probably. It felt normal, at least. Same with the shield guy, who absolutely used magic to block my sonic lance, and the guy in the window who made the monster. Speaking of which, the guy in the window yelled something at the flaming lion porcupine with 8 legs. I really wasn't sure he needed to, but he did it anyway. I didn't need cover as much given the shooter was next to me, so I was peeking over the hood of the car. The monster leapt towards us from up on the side of the building. The gun orc had a perfect bead on it. Then he instantly swiveled and shot another orc. No, it wasn't me. That would have been so rude. It was the one in the window. Ignoring a massive monster seemed like a flaw, but the thing never landed on us. It roared as the magical connection dispersed, the guy in the window undoubtedly dead. It was a good thing my headgear came with ear protection, because aside from my own sonic lance, this guy had taken a shot with a proper rifle right in front of me, which also blasted sonic lance. That, I recognized. I just didn't get how it came from the gun. Was this guy a reverse mono? No, it wasn't a power, but a spell. The shield lady charged towards me, but suddenly toppled forward when something grabbed her ankle. It was me, I grabbed her ankle. With Mage's reach, obviously, otherwise I couldn't grab her before she got to us. Another shot, and a lightning bolt spell. It angled down to hit the street. Fortunately, the armored lady blocked with her shield and protected the pavement. That stopped the lightning, but didn't protect her nearly as well. "Hey dude, don't kill the mooks." "Why?" the orc asked. "Well, they were doomsday minions, so I couldn't say it was excessive. They inherited some aspects of his threat level. They might have info." I formed another Mage's Reach as the lady struggled to get back up. She stomped my first Mage's Reach spell to death about the time I undid the straps holding her shield on with the second. As she grabbed for it with her other arm, I rapidly recreated the Mage's Reach for my first hand to grab her wrist. Midnight had already rushed in to tackle his ankles and also do magic at them. She still had magic armor of some sort, so Midnight's first shocking grasp didn't do much. Shockwave was watching our shooter buddy, by the way. Otherwise, I suspect this orc lady would have been tied up already. Though once our gun buddy lowered his gun, Shockwave wrestled the armored one's arms behind her back. Calling Shockwave skinny was an understatement. However, whatever mass they had was muscle. Speedster powers interacted with grappling in different manners. From what I knew, Shockwave was advantaged in one simple way, being able to instantly react to how their opponent resisted. With proper technique and sufficient muscle and agility, they were able to get one arm in place, hold it there with a foot, then twist the other arm behind the woman's back. Power-dampening shackles went on, and things settled down. The only sounds were the slight ringing in my ears, car alarms, and the crackling of fire. "Ugh, we should probably put that out." I looked at the gun guy. "Hey, were there more than these two?" He shook his head. "Okay." I gathered a whole bunch of mana to cast Summon Moderate Elemental. Obviously, I wanted water. I really couldn't tell if there was any difference in this little elemental for more expensive versions. We'd have to test that later. "Get rid of that fire," I said. "Without damaging the building more, if possible." I had the feeling that would have happened already. There was a good head on this thing's shoulders. The vaguely humanoid shape looked at the fire and tossed its pot over its shoulder. Was there a no putting out fires rule? Well, the base form was certainly a fire elemental. That was what I was thinking as it jumped closer and grabbed the flames rising up the side of the building, ripping them away and eating them. It was fascinating to watch. It even pulled away the glow from embers that remained without pulling away the actual embers. Was this a normal elemental thing? I felt like it wasn't, but I couldn't be completely certain. When everything was over, the elemental buddy hurried towards the pot. Would it be lost when the minute was up? That might not have been it, because it then rushed back towards the building and splashed it at the base. Just a single bucketful. The fire was already out, and it had never been there. I realized the elemental understood my orders, but I didn't know if it understood my words. Before I could try to get it to speak again, however, it raised its pot prominently above its head, posing in front of the building victoriously like a proud water elemental. Then it faded away. 1 minute wasn't that much, especially when you didn't experience it as 3. "So," Shockwave's voice came into my ear, "are we going to do something about the guy with the gun?" I activated my comms, speaking quietly. "Why?" "He shot you." "Oh yeah." I didn't really care. "I'm going to talk to him." I looked over at the guy. "Hey, you, well, like this I should be called Mage. It's a secret identity thing in this world. In that case, I should be called Spellshot, I suppose. Pleased to meet you, and to determine you aren't one of them." I feel like my clothes should have given it away. Then again, I was an orc and didn't hide that part. But also he only shot me, and clearly he hadn't been that serious about it. Chapter 374. There was this weird orc guy who called himself Spellshot. Well, because we were being secretive, that he really meant he was a Spellshot. Not that he was really named that. Spellshot was a weird class. It was like if you took a mage and gave them a bow. Or a gun, apparently. I was aware that I had a gun, but that was different. In my hands, it was just a gun. In this guy's hands, it was a way to deliver devastating spells along with other attacks. While it had access to magic much like my own, it was limited to only combat spells. Come to think of it, if I had training with a bow or somehow known I'd end up with a gun, it might have been a good class for me. Except for the fact that I could nearly guarantee I wouldn't have survived up to this point with different options. Or at the very least, my story wouldn't include midnight. So it was pointless to think about. "So, how did you get to this world?" I asked Spellshot. He shrugged. "The same way as you, I presume." That might technically be true. However, a couple things this guy said indicated he walked through a portal knowing it was going to be there, instead of merely finding a convenient opportunity. "Are you from Ethos?" He tilted his head. "My accent doesn't give it away." "How should I know? I don't speak Orcish." His face squished around his tusks. "That's not a very convincing statement." "Well, only with magic," I said. "I never actually learned it. I was pretty sure something was different compared to Comgall and other orcs I'd run into, but I couldn't have said precisely what. Unlike English, which I was around literally all the time and got real practice with, I had a total of a handful of hours of Orcish between different situations. "I see," Spellshot replied. "It is true that I am from Ethos." Midnight leaned forward. "Are these other orcs?" Spellshot jumped back. "Whoa, a talking cat. I'm not a— Why are you surprised? You come from a world with magic." He folded his arms in front of him. "That doesn't make it normal for cats to talk, though." Do your cats normally wear suits made of advanced tech?" "Sometimes people put strange garments on their cats. It could be magical protection." I shook my head. "It's pretty obviously not magic. Can't you feel it?" "Feel what?" "It not being magical?" He looked at me like I was the crazy one, but he was the one that made no sense. "There's not a lot of magical things around here, so it's pretty easy to tell the difference." Relatedly, this guy's gun was not magic. It did seem to be connected to him, though. Otherwise, I would have been extremely concerned about his ability to teleport it into his hand. I had to presume that was a normal spell-shot thing, because I'd already reached the limit of my actual knowledge about them. It was a weird elf thing, if anything. Spellshot seemed to be pondering my words, or more likely he didn't think that it was that easy to discern magic from other stuff and just didn't want to say that. Well, that wasn't my problem. "Anyway," I said, "does Extra know you are here?" "They are aware, in general." "But they don't specifically know you are here," I surmised. "And you don't speak English." "How could I? I have only come here quite recently." Well, without utility magic he couldn't. "In that case, as a member of the Power Brigade, I need to bring you to them to get papers and stuff. Or I can just bring you back to Ethos." "What?" I thought my words were pretty clear. "There's one guy here who creates a lot of gates that go there. Well, people made that stuff harder, but I can definitely bring you back." "You know this guy?" Did I know Dr. Doomsday? Not really. We talked a couple times. He tried to kill me. He also bothered my friends, which didn't make me fond of him. But that wasn't really the question. "I know Gate." I can't really offer to drop you off anywhere specific in Ethos, but I can get you to the right country at least. I am not intending to return yet." So he did want to go back, once he was done spying or whatever. Well, he was fighting against Doomsday, so that was a clear mark in his favor. It was about that time that our car pulled up. Usually, a squad would continue a patrol after dealing with incidents until they finished their whole shift. However, I was injured. Not critically, but it was at the point that I should head back. Getting shot with bullets and magic wasn't great for me. I got a decent chunk of experience for only fighting 3 dudes, not counting the weird summoned monster, and technically, since Spellshot had killed that guy before, I really did much. It was from just him and the Guardian-type guy that had already been dragged off to jail. Spellshot took some time with the door, just a few moments, but enough to confirm he hadn't been on Earth all that long, or that he hadn't used cars much, which might be the case. Either way, he quickly copied how I used the seatbelt. It's strange, isn't it? How every armored carriage has bonds of peace. "Seatbelts are meant to protect people from flying away when in an accident," I explained, "or to reduce the chances of impacting your head within the car." "Oh, I did see how they would interfere with carried weapons, though. That was just a coincidence and didn't really apply to handguns. Just long arms like swords and Spellshot's rifle. It would also apply to a staff once I had it. But most of these weapons were unusable inside a car anyway." Midnight tensed for a moment. I turned my head, but he just shrugged. It didn't seem like we were being followed by additional doomsday thugs, so it was probably fine. There were plenty of reasons to show concern when looking at the streets of New Bay. I continued my explanation for Spellshot. Extra will have some other people with translation, or they'll be able to call them up, I explained. I was so glad for other people with portal powers, and especially those who wanted gainful employment with various supernatural groups performing utility services, because it meant I rarely got called to do that. Sure, I might be called to translate when it was happening in a danger zone, but that was good. Anyway, don't lie to the angel. Angel? I don't know if everyone ends up in front of Malaliel, I admitted, but it would be easier. Also, I would recommend not lying in general. They might make you undergo a lot of paperwork to stay, but it will prevent future incidents like you shooting me and Shockwave having to restrain you. Spellshot touched his neck. Shockwave, huh? Most likely his neck had something sharp pressed against it recently, but his skin wasn't broken. Not that it would have been for long, as they would have just needed him to loosen his muscles for a moment to restrain him. I had no idea a person could be so fast. Oh yeah, you see that sort of thing here, I said. Speedsters aren't that common, but they travel far, so you bump into them pretty frequently. How dangerous? Is it possible to defend against them? Sure, you just have to be better. Shockwave wasn't that terrifying without haste. They were fast, but if they were going to slit my throat, they'd have to do it at normal speed, and my defenses would protect me. Even force armor would be enough. Well, it was inconvenient if I was cuffed, but I could probably manage to use storage even with power-suppressing cuffs on. I wasn't going to tell anyone that, though. Obviously, regular ones weren't going to work on me, but nobody had tried that since, after my first scuffle with that racist jerk that hit me with a bat. I had lots of questions for Spellshot, but I didn't get all that many answers on the ride. The main thing I learned was that he got his hands on a gun that some thugs had. As far as he was aware, that particular group was unassociated with Doomsday. It was possible that I could have pressed for more, but while I had the feeling he was trustworthy, it would be easier to make sure he passed Malaliel's standards first. The chances of him getting beheaded were pretty small. I think it was the angels that made her extra angry. Worst case, they might actually make me send him back without his approval. If not, he'd just been acting as an unregistered super vigilante. As long as there wasn't any proof of him committing any actual crime, and I wasn't going to count shooting me. Then Extra would be content with properly contacting him, though they'd probably want to get him tied to some sort of group. And that would most likely mean the Power Brigade, not because Extra was tied to them in particular, but because I was there. Or not. If they sent him off, they would still have a way to contact him. Extra gave out cheap cell phones to so many people so they could stay in contact and track their movements. Considering the reactions they could have to people illegally entering the area from other worlds, I thought trying to keep tabs on people was pretty tame and required. In the situation where Extra refused to give me Spellshot's contact information, I could still talk to him. I had sending, after all. I wasn't personally planning to get information out of him under duress, so if he slipped away and never answered me, I would end up with the same amount of information, regardless. But optimally, he would be willing to answer further questions once we built up trust beyond the level of, I didn't get him locked up. Probably. Technically, Extra might have reasons to lock him up, depending on if he knew they existed and that he could legally come to this world. Even showing up on purpose, if he didn't know about them, he wouldn't be blamed for ignorance. I did kind of wonder how he'd survived for what seemed like a decent period of time without speaking the language. Then again, once you watched a few people use paper money, it was pretty easy. And even if he handed over too much money, he would get change. There might be a few people who were willing to rip off someone who didn't seem to speak the language and might not understand currency, but it wasn't really worth the legal risks. Also the risks of a big tusked orc ripping your arms off and/or shooting you. He was going to have to get a license for that, wasn't he? Actually, that might be the thing that got him in the most trouble, but as a power-related object, he might get a pass, or be pushed towards the brigade. Do you think he knows about the conspiracy? I asked Midnight, presuming that it exists and extends to every country. I have no idea, Midnight said. You said Ethos didn't have a lot of mages, right? I thought so, I shrugged. I guess having a random spell shot wouldn't really change that. It's a little weird that his abilities work with guns, Midnight said. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure they work with anything. If he had to, he could probably throw rocks, at least if he was attuned to them. There's enough differences between different kinds of bows if we just include those that it has to be pretty versatile, and that doesn't count crossbows and slings. I wonder if it would work with lasers. Does it require projectiles? I frowned. I think so, but I can't say I know enough to say with certainty. Maybe he would help us learn, though I wasn't sure if that would give me relevant insights into how magic worked for me. I didn't have things that carried spells, except that I previously had an enchanted staff. Was it related? If possible, I wanted Santa to bring me a book on enchanting, but it was a long time to wait for Christmas to come again when it was spring now. Chapter 3. 175. There were certain points in time where another in my shoes would have exercised greater caution if they had the same sorts of enemies as myself. But of course, I wasn't always going to know who I might come up against, and I couldn't really prepare for someone like Doomsday. For daily use, a little bit of force armor, non-detection, and stone skin on contingency were sufficient. Stone skin didn't last long enough to have it on by itself all day. Anything else was best used in the moment, unless I knew I was going up against something specific in the near future. I was going on regular patrols again after the whole incident with Midnight. Midid didn't want to talk to me, and I was magically unable to contact Master Uvathar even with boosted sending spells. So I couldn't really push that angle much. Chances were, looking for random other apprentices would result in horrible side effects again. Either way, I wasn't planning to try for a bit. As for my personal studies, I was very focused on summon elemental. I was able to test the differences between minor and moderate rather easily. The results? Ignis was way hotter with more mana. I didn't know if that meant it was actually stronger or just able to call upon more of its original abilities. The difference was academic unless I found it in those particular planes. Relatedly, Ignis was the name I had chosen for it. Since the elemental was always fire regardless of my intentions, a fire-related name seemed appropriate. Midnight vetoed Fire Buddy because it wasn't a real name, and my next few suggestions were turned down as well. When I mentioned the name, I couldn't tell if it was excited about its new name or just because I was talking to it, but either way it seemed fine. Returning to the testing, the sensors really freaked out whenever Ignis was in any sort of alternative mode. It was really fun for a bit until they calibrated them for power oddities. In short, other forms of Ignis were different in one meaningful way. Things didn't burn much. It was really so little compared to what a fire elemental was capable of. The quantity of water stored in Ignis's pot was related to the amount of mana I spent, with the moderate version of course being quite a bit more. I really didn't know if it would matter though, because the main thing I would want a bunch of water for was if I was going to put out fires. And Ignis was really good at that, in any form. Of course, the fire form tended to also start fires, which meant I'd probably never get to use that one in actual practice. My main goal was to get a natural upgrade for Conjure Minor Elemental, hoping to get spatial or dimensional or whatever it was called, mastery. For that reason, I continued testing. I couldn't summon 2 of Ignis at once. I didn't know if that was a limit of conjuration spells or if it was because I was only connected to Ignis. And no, using a mix of minor and moderate didn't help. That also included one total between Midnight and I, but he could summon Ignis independently. It was my focus for a few days until I finally got the natural upgrade. Ooh, why didn't that work? Is it just impossible? I complained to Midnight. I don't think so, he shook his head. I don't have perfect recall of dimensional magic, but the book and Rickle herself heavily implied it should be possible. The book had been scanned for purposes of sharing with Power Brigade recruits. At the very least, Bolster needed it. I also got a copy for Jerome. Aside from Spatial Rift, he should find the subject quite useful as a utility mage, or just for convenience. Storage was pretty great for everyday use. Searching through dimensional magic, I saw a few references to mastery. One, as I remembered, involved contacting something that could be summoned, and a natural upgrade should be the progress I needed. Other than that, Never forget the basics, huh? It wasn't like I had been slacking on my upgrades to storage. However, even with 11 total upgrades, I couldn't do anything like Rickle did. Or at least, I hadn't been able to. Not that I'd tried after I broke magic. What were the possible consequences of making storage perform differently than expected? I went over them with Midnight as we came up with them. Breaking stuff, obviously, I said. Just dropping things. Technically, that can happen already, unless you place things on the floor. Usually it's into my hand, but I get the point. What else? Losing access to things forever, Midnight said. Maybe it just gets shunted out of the space and never comes back. Wasted mana isn't really a consequence, maybe imparting momentum. Ultimately, the main potential issues were breaking or losing something. There was some very small chance that I ruined the connected space somehow and no longer had access to anything, but that was unlikely unless I did crazy stuff. I was just going to try to put stuff somewhere that wasn't immediately touching me. The first thing I did was clear out my storage. You should probably do that too, I suggested to Midnight, just in case. Right, he nodded. We dropped everything off in a temporary room. He had a lot of emergency supplies, food and water, even if the food was mostly canned tuna. Other than that, it was pretty much anything he regularly carried. Unless it was integrated into his Selmothian battlesuit, he really had very little that could be considered pocket space. And it was just as easy to leave stuff in storage instead of dropping it off at home if he only used it sometimes, as long as it was light. I kept my magic books, my gun, and material components for the most part, though Midnight's practicality had resulted in me having a small emergency survival pack, a med kit and some power brigade energy bars. Their caloric contents were dense. I really didn't think I'd ever lack water, especially not now that I could magic some up. If I was somewhere without magic, I couldn't use storage. Was there some special meaning to conjuring a tea set? Certainly, one with hot tea was rather special, and there were other reasons. A wide layout with specific positioning and breakable vessels. It shouldn't be too hard. I started with a cup and saucer. 10 minutes later, I realized I needed more tea sets. A lot more. Maybe you should start with something more durable, Midnight suggested. The fragility is definitely supposed to be a factor, but before I broke 20 or 30 more teacups this afternoon, I could instead start with an orange. There was still enough I could do. When I put my mind to it, I could conjure it away from me, upright, on its side, or in pretty much any orientation, and that included when I didn't know what direction it had been facing to begin with, as long as I pictured something when it was coming out. Through repeated experimentation, Midnight and I determined that either of us could also maintain an orientation, though only if we remembered it or never saw it. In short, knowing that we didn't know which way something was facing actually could be an advantage if we wanted to retrieve it that way. If we had some idea, we might just influence it to be that. It happened more than a few times. I couldn't repeatedly place things beyond arm's length, not even for a single orange. And no, it didn't make a difference if it was a banana or a grape. For Midnight, it was more or less the same distance from his core. The best part was storing things from that distance. I could do so many things like take things out of the pockets of villains. Not out of their hands, though. I tested just to confirm, but even in my current broken mana state, I couldn't do it. Not with anything resembling the normal amount of mana, and I was worried I might toss a whole person inside if I went beyond a handful of points. There were a couple references to Rickle storing herself at some point. I had some serious concerns about that, especially about where she came out. Her book never said, but I could imagine that she would have immediately chastised me for assuming it was where she was before. After all, storage wasn't next to you, that she had been clear about. I could probably get out with Gate, I said to Midnight, but let's avoid having to find out. Agreed, Midnight said. Back to pockets. Things carried by people loose on their persons were far easier than things in their hands, by which I meant I had successfully done it. So far, touching skin had been sufficient to make it impossible. Or fur. Again, that didn't mean it was actually impossible, just that I wasn't sure what the consequences might be if I screwed it up. Midnight could test a bit more safely, since his magic wasn't broken. Even though we'd fooled around with storage previously and didn't have any significant changes, Just knowing we could place things further away had made that more immediately possible. Even if we'd tried it before, it hadn't been wholeheartedly. We could still drop things from Mage's reach. Maybe I should get an anvil. Dash, dash, dash. Yes, I raised my fist high in the air. Look at that. Well, Midnight said slowly, at least all the broken ceramic is on top of the tablecloth? And in the right spot, I said. More or less. I was on to the level of trying to pull out several things at once, spaced out. I found greater success when I waved my hand over the area, but I was pretty sure Rickle had done that for flair. Pretty sure. My distance limitation didn't seem to be from my arm, nor my center of gravity quite. Just my core. Or something. It might not even be a real limitation. I could cast storage about bit less than once per minute if I used the natural amount of mana, and that was what I was doing. It gave me just enough time to envision what I wanted to do. I would store as much as I could at once. I'd done some experimentation on whether anything cared when or how it was stored, as a group or not, but I hadn't noticed any changes as long as I was conscious about what I had. My natural upgrades for storage hit 5, then 6. That wasn't enough. However, singular focus for several days was making me get pretty constant progress. Then suddenly everything clicked. It could have been a coincidence, but it was when I hit 8 natural upgrades, one more than my total number of point upgrades, or a total of 15 upgrades. It would have been my highest natural upgrade number, except that Familiar Bond also improved with Midnight and I working together all day. I looked at a whole, no longer steaming setup of tea nicely placed on a cloth in front of me. Time still passed for things in storage, though I wasn't sure where the heat went. Maybe it was best not to ask such questions, because magic and mana already broke so many rules. Maybe it took more mana to store hot things, and then it just bled off that energy with the excess mana. Or something. I certainly didn't always need all of the mana I spent on storage, especially for very small things. I finally had proof. Basic spatial magic existed. I checked a few times to make sure I wasn't actively manipulating my display, because I could do that. Ultimately, Midnight's independent confirmation was the clincher. I was really hoping for that to eat more lines, to be honest, I said. It was just a fusion of two things, but it has a mastery name, unlike when I combined opposite or related spells of the same tier. Haste and slow were opposites, like shrink and enlarge, but physical and mental freedom weren't. I sighed. That was so much work. Wait, I can't even hurt people with any of this. Midnight made a face. Unless you drop things on them. Though stealing from enemies might be worth experience. Or breaking things I toss out of storage, I commented. Breaking stuff is worth experience. Unlike my usual magic training, I had been pretty constantly training instead of doing it in batches. After all, I didn't want to sit in place for half an hour to cast a single teleport or something, or a 20 or so minutes for a chain lightning. Just to be clear, however, that was way better than standard. I recovered mana about twice as fast now, even when in the positives, and with the improved ambient mana levels in New Bay, I was closer to 5 times expected. Either way, unless I was casting spells that cost less than a single point of mana in a way that took concentration, it was still a lot of waiting. But since I had been doing that, I'd stayed nearly topped off and ready for active duty. Was it a coincidence that I got called in shortly after I achieved something new? Absolutely, because I'd also been called in a couple hours before that. So I merely happened to have some free time. Same area too. Weird. This time we were getting Acid Man, Knives, and Antagonist. We'd learn more about the situation along the way. Chapter 376. We ended up in the middle of a business park, which was of course not a park, and only a place for businesses nobody wanted. Otherwise, they wouldn't be exiled from the view of the populace. Earlier in the day, I'd dealt with some C-list villains. I didn't remember most of their names. There was one lightning guy. Frankenstein, I think. That sounded about right. It wasn't really important, though. The important thing was that we were back because some sort of monster melted some of the local art installations. I looked at a statue that had clearly been vandalized. You couldn't even recognize the face of the person it was supposed to be, and the other details were all screwed up. I see, I nodded. So the villain hates the concept of legacy, thus they destroy our memories of the past. Midnight commented. I think that one is just like that. The melted one is over there. Now that he mentioned it, it was very suspicious there were no lingering traces of power for an active scene. I turned towards where Midnight gestured and saw a few metal rings sizzling in a pile of green gloop. Yeah, okay, I said. That one does look slightly more defaced. Relatedly, it had a strong trace of mana. The reason I hadn't noticed it before was because I didn't know. I'd had that problem a couple times lately. I sure hoped I hadn't burned out my supernatural senses along with everything else that happened. Then again, anything would be an acceptable sacrifice for Midnight. Once I was paying attention, I did pick it out just fine though, and I could even sense some lingering traces of where it was going. It seems to have run off that way, I pointed, my arm drawing a line towards the front of a building where there were about a dozen shattered windows. Yeah, that's pretty obvious, Acid Man commented. He carefully stuck a finger in the metal melting goop. It's not any compound I know of, but it's certainly a powerful acid. Fortunately, it should eat itself out in a few moments. On the assumption that whatever did that would probably use the same sort of attack again, I cast Energy Ward to protect us against acid. I did my best to tune it to the forest green stuff eating away at the concrete and metal, but I wasn't really familiar with the properties and I wasn't going to dip my finger in it, so I simply did my best. Multicasting might not have been worth it because only 3 of us needed protection against acid, but I included Acid Man anyway. We all looked up towards the large building. In addition to those already mentioned, we had Knives and Antagonist. I scratched my chin. Do you think this villain is working with Frankenstein? Though I don't really get why anyone would attack a business that makes spark plugs and not like the factories. Antagonist shrugged, his mirrored supersuit concealing his true body. I suppose that's what we will find out once we catch this villain. I believe there is a likelihood of civilians still inside, so we need to watch for them. Knives created some of her red energy blades as we approached the building. The point of infiltration is pretty obvious. Should we fly directly there? I could see how among all the shattered windows there was one frame that was particularly bent and twisted. Seems reasonable. It was just a simple multicasting, and as long as I was conservative with my mana usage, I felt like I had so much more. Even if the latter half of my pool would be lacking stability, I was actually way better at manually stabilizing my spells now. As long as I didn't overcast spells, I wouldn't run out of mana too quickly, and being able to fly seemed useful, especially since signs indicated something scrabbling in through the window. I did try to sense the location of this thing as we went up, but the trail stopped shortly inside the room, perhaps some sort of active concealment. Either way, there was a fairly clear picture. Quadruped, most likely, Acid Man commented, and claws, obviously. Wide, Midnight added, seeing how large an area of cubicles had been pushed through. We followed the initial trail of destruction that also happened to match up with various lightning scars from earlier. It was becoming increasingly likely that this villain was after the same thing. At least this area should be free from civilians, though it would really be better to get everyone out of the building if some villain had a massive acid monster with them. Traces on the ground were less than they had been, specifically regarding the claws. But we had to continue into a hall regardless, moving carefully. Nobody took any note of a particular door until it exploded into pieces. There was a massive roar and a fanged and green-scaled head that took up nearly a third of the doorway. I vaguely noticed it whip out into the hallway as a cone of gas sprayed towards us. Training and sense said to dodge. Practicality said there was a wall to my left. I didn't think to do the sensible thing and stand behind Acid Man. Not that it would have helped much, as the gas spread around everything. I even got some in my lungs, despite doing my best not to breathe it in. This was the point at which we would have been in serious trouble if we hadn't had some idea what we were going up against. Fortunately, Energy Ward did a good job protecting myself and Midnight, though I wasn't sure if it would last another round, and the gas was clinging to us and dripping down like condensation. Acid Man was fine, obviously. Both he and his suit were specially able to deal with various forms of acid. Even Knives and Antagonist did better at avoidance. Ugh, Antagonist said, that's awful. Where's its master? I ducked through the wall that had previously been in my way, but was now about as tough as a wet paper towel. "It's just the dragon," I commented. Oh right, the head was a dragon's head, thus the scales, fangs, and acid breath. "It's so hard to turn into non-humanoids," antagonist complained. "I was a bit busy with the dragon yelling at me. 'Devour your heart.'" I didn't understand most of what it was saying, but I got the tone and that it wasn't friendly. As I went into the room, it whipped around towards me, ignoring the three left in the hall. I rapidly recast Energy Ward on Midnight and myself, while at the same time ducking under a tail sweep. Then a massive head was reaching towards me, trying to eat me. Or maybe just my heart, but that didn't make me feel any better. Midnight was brave. Hopefully he knew what he was doing as he leapt forwards off my shoulder, dashing beneath the thing. Well, he was pretty hard to target, I supposed. Also, the dragon was trying to eat me. What did I even do? I'd never done anything to a green dragon except that one time I fought a bunch of wormlings that invaded New Bay. Or maybe that was a couple times. I hadn't even killed all of them. I threw a sonic lance into the approaching jaws. I think I managed to chip a tooth. Massive teeth chomped down on my elbow and pulled away, and I was just glad that it looked like most of my arm was still there, under the blood. If I had known the dragon wanted to eat me specifically, I would have acted differently. But at least its focus gave opportunities for others. Acid Man had a grip on one of its wings, while Midnight seemed to have frozen its whole belly with a point-blank blizzard. Knives was tossing her blades, and they actually pierced into the scales rather easily. It probably wasn't often she got to stab things without reservation. This probably wasn't the right time to comment on the sapience of the dragon. I heard the building cracking as I continued in the one direction that wouldn't lead me back towards the dragon, towards a window. It was pretty much intact. The building trembled as suddenly there was a second dragon out in the hall. Antagonist breathed a cone of acidic gas over Acid Man, and the dragon to precisely no effect. The dragon didn't even look when he grabbed its tail. I leapt through the window, covering my head with my good arm, even as I cast Stone Skin. I could only say sorry to most of my teammates, but they weren't getting a multicasting at the moment. "Get back here." I could understand the dragon fairly well. "Mage Turlough, I will devour your entrails." "Oh," I shouted as I turned in flight. It was a good thing we chose to fly up. "I know who you are," I pointed at the dragon. "You're that one on the news, Face Eater." The dragon, I didn't have the proper expertise to determine male or female in the middle of combat, lunged towards me, leaping out the window even as antagonist tried to yank on her tail. That left just Acid Man clinging to a wing, but even if he got tossed off, he could fly right now, so it was totally fine. "That is not my name," the dragon roared. "I am—" Dragons weren't really vulnerable to anything. Conversely, they mostly resisted their own element, so I could just blast with anything I had. As long as I didn't hurt Acid Man. Meteor Swarm would not be a great idea. I was about to throw out a chain lightning when my recent habits got me to do something different with the same quantity of mana. I really hoped elementals fighting for me gave experience, also that Ignis could beat up a dragon or whatever. It was probably important to win and stuff. "Ignis," I called my elemental friend, using the moderate version which was the best I knew. "Blow this jerk out of the skies." A 3-foot-tall fire elemental appeared, rapidly flapping its arms. I was still pretty sure that it didn't make sense, but air was turning out to be quite useful. Ignis did just what I asked, appearing above Face Eater's wings and creating a sudden blast of wind downward. It was not my job to question how that worked with the sizes involved. Acid Man was blasted off to the side, but he stabilized himself in the air. The dragon crashed into a bunch of shapes. Another art thing, I supposed. I wasn't taking any responsibility for the damage caused by knocking something straight down to the ground. People shouldn't put their stuff beneath big dragons. A red dragon dove out of the building, breathing a cloud of burning red gas. Sadly, it wasn't fire, but still acid. That was how antagonists' powers worked. It was pretty spooky though, and Face Eater clearly thought so. The dragon jumped back, roaring. Although not looking particularly injured, the dragon flipped its head around to take in all of us. Midnight and Knives were also flying out the window. "Just try to catch me, weaklings." The dragon's claws helped acceleration as wings flapped, lifting the 20-foot long, not counting the tail beast off of the ground. "Did you hear what it called you, Ignis?" I said. "Blast that dragon back this way." It worked precisely once. Knives got in another few good punctures, and I cracked a few scales with Sonic Lance. However, the dragon steadied itself. Acid Man couldn't do much damage against a dragon, it seemed, so his harassment didn't do much. He got swatted away by a wing as the dragon ate Ignis. Seemed like it would cause indigestion, except I felt the magic disappear. So no fire in the belly. Antagonist tried to catch up, but he wasn't unlimited in his abilities. He didn't always match their power. Up to a certain level, he could either match them or even outclass them. But once they were beyond his limits, he was a weak reflection. Thus, slower. And the rest of us flying with the fly spell were quite a bit slower. "I'm calling it off," Acid Man said. "Any further, and we'll chase into occupied areas. We can accept this victory." I didn't have anything that could reach that far anyway, except, no, Meteor Swarm would blow up some buildings. Or, would it? "Can I try something?" "One thing, if it's safe." "It should be," I said. I really hoped it would be. All right, meteors from the sky. But it wasn't actually making meteors come from the sky, it was just making them at a distance. The acceleration was an important part of the spell. Probably. Either way, as the green dragon got further away, I cast Meteor Swarm and aimed up. It worked, or at least they didn't crash into the ground and blow things up. Instead, the 4 distinct bits created airbursts around the green dragon, though none hit directly. Targeting was hard at such a distance. It continued to fly away. "Oh," I said. "I thought I might get it." "What was that?" Acid Man asked. "That? It was just me—" I caught myself. Multicast Fireball. People didn't need to know I had Meteor Swarm. Midnight did, obviously. But unless people had been watching at the quarry, which they weren't supposed to be, they didn't know about Meteor Swarm. "Wild," Acid Man said. "Must be difficult to find a place to use it." "Yeah. I only brought it out because there was a flying enemy," I said. "We lost the dragon." Now, normally one would be suspicious about such a result. After all, it was so big. However, once the bleeding wasn't a factor and people lost visuals, there was magic resistance to consider. Well, it was fine as it flew out of the city for the moment. But I was a bit concerned that a dragon wanted to eat me. I still didn't fully understand why. Were mages extra nutritious? Chapter 3, 177. Midnight's tail was swishing back and forth, slowly. We almost managed to kill the dragon. What a shame. I pondered for a few moments. "I think you're overestimating how much damage we caused. You remember that time those massive dragons came through and Great Girl wrestled them? We didn't kill a single one, just tossed them away." "Because their bodies would have damaged the city, right?" I shook my head. "Because they're basically flying tanks, except without weak undersides. After all, dragons were usually above their enemies. If they had weak belly scales, they'd always be showing their vulnerable side to most of their foes, and thus wouldn't survive long. Unless those weak scales were still particularly strong. It's hard to kill them, even that more moderately sized one." "Oh," Midnight sounded disappointed, "because we should really try to get rid of that one. Fleshmelter tried to kill you." "Yeah," I shrugged. "I'm not a huge fan of that. Especially not when it's going to do it again. It's here for you, after all." "I don't know why," I admitted. "Because of those green wormlings we fought, and because of Demos. He did get dragon powers after all." "Not very good ones," I said. I pondered for a few moments. "Wait, are you saying Handface had kids with Face Eater?" Midnight was clearly confused. "No, what? That wouldn't make any sense." "You're right," I nodded. "They were clearly pure-blood wormlings." "That's not— Could he have?" Midnight sounded appalled. "Oh, sure. Dragons have been doing that forever." "How?" "The normal way. Magic." Midnight gave me a look. "Is that the normal way?" "For dragons with anything that's not a dragon, yeah." "I'm not sure if I want to ask. They just transmute themselves, but their kids still carry draconic traits because magic," I said. "Do you think Handface got adopted?" Midnight squinted. "Would that give him dragon powers?" I pondered. Depends on if it was magical, but in that case a dragon could probably do some other magic. I don't know exactly, but it would be like a familiar bond, but meant for multiple sapients from the beginning, though dragons might not see it that way. So you're saying we killed a dragon's favorite pet human? I shrugged. I think you were saying that, but I can see how it's connected now. We should scry on it and get rid of Fleshmelter as soon as possible. I think Extra would want that too, since dangerous extra-dimensional individuals aren't welcome in New Bay. Technically, I think he or she left. Is there any way for us to tell which it was? I would suggest asking a dragonologist. Midnight pondered deeply. Is that a real thing? This world has humans who mostly study individual species of ants. Why would there not be people who study dragons specifically? I'm sure we could find someone specialized in green dragons. I was thinking magic. Oh, sure, I said. We could probably manage that with advanced divination magic and some of the blood. And then we scry it. Body parts are useful, right? Well, I paused. It's still magic resistant, so that might not work, but it's worth trying. I managed to get access to some of the collected blood. Extra was holding on to most of it, though the Power Brigade had some as well. By assuring people that my tests wouldn't be destructive. People had a lot of interest in dragon blood, which made sense, I supposed. Even in my old world, it was rare and valuable. Old Shock brought out a sealed vial. It would be best not to expose it to air or let it warm up too much, if possible, just to minimize its decline. That should be fine, I said. I left it in the stand he set it down in, dangling there. I literally had no idea what sort of divination magic determined the sex of something, but I couldn't imagine it was more complicated than spying on things at a distance. I gathered some amount of mana, called upon my experiences, and slowly let it form into something. I made certain to not consume anything, and also to balance things with stabilizing mana. It was so slow and normal. The blood sparkled and nothing. Oh, I said, the blood is also magic resistant. That would explain why many of our instruments aren't producing any results, Old Shock said, assuming that applies to powers in general. Hard to say, I admitted. Knives' power worked fine, but that's normal. Why? Midnight asked. Because she makes weapons. The magic isn't acting upon the dragon as much as it is acting upon itself and the world. And by magic, I mean power. Anyway, Acid Man was acid, so I wouldn't have expected the dragon to take any damage. Old Shock pulled some of his poofy white hair out of his face. Why not? Because Face Eater was an acid dragon. But different sorts of acids work differently, and, he sighed, I guess it's probably magic. Probably, I said, but maybe you can figure something out. Anyway, Antagonist was using the same acid as it, so that would definitely do very little. In short, we have very little testing with non-magic powers. I see. So if it's magic resistant, are you done with the vial? Old Shock asked. We're still gonna try, I said. I have some ideas. Looking at the vial, I gathered 10 or so mana, a pretty high amount, but I didn't want to undershoot what was necessary. Then I targeted the DNA within the blood. How did I do that? Instinct and advanced divination magic. Or maybe I was just trying to do that, and whatever I actually did produced the results I wanted. I was also thinking about avoiding magic resistance after all. Female, I said. How certain are you? Old Shock asked. I looked around the lab. Midnight, split a spell with me, 20 and 10. I wasn't sure what spell I was using, if it was an actual spell or just some part of my unintentionally created divination mastery. All I knew was that it probably functioned at the 10 mana point, so with multicasting we could hit 5 people. That meant Midnight, myself, and 4 others. Because that was how magic math worked. I picked Old Shock and 3 women moving around the lab. Everything returned as expected. Pretty certain, I said. I could experiment more with animals or non-humanoids, but I'm currently confident I'm getting what I want. Interesting. Are you able to determine arbitrary genetic information? We could make Bolster do it, I said, or Jerome. If she didn't have advanced divination magic yet, we could force her to scry people around scrying anchors. That had been the biggest factor in my development. It wouldn't even have to be enemies, since the brigade had developed their own version. Old Shock shrugged. Fair enough. Our next step was to take the blood to the scrying chamber. It was much easier than moving around a 3,500-kilogram diamond block, especially since it wouldn't fit through standard doors. "Let's start with you first, Midnight," I said, "just in case it works at the normal mana price, and maybe you'll be more effective because she isn't watching for you." Midnight nodded, gathering mana. Everything was going normally with the mists swirling about until he suddenly staggered backwards. "Midnight, I'm all right," he said. "I just wasn't expecting such a strong rejection." That was another problematic factor, the will of our target. Combined with inherent magic resistance, we might not get much. But I certainly had to try. I poured 22 mana into my spell, though at that point I thought I might as well go as far as I could and added the last 2 I could handle. If I could do this, now would be the opportunity. Mist swirled in and around the scrying orb. Clearly I was more balanced this time than when I needed to find Midnight and saw flickers of different places. I had some of Face Eater's blood, so the connection was viable. And it even worked, somewhat. It was a pretty pathetic result for not having a scrying anchor. The scene around Face Eater was small and vague. She herself was also blurry. Still, the spell stuck for a few seconds before she slashed a claw and tore apart the scrying. Inside the scrying orb, I saw pieces of the scene flutter apart like strips of cloth in the wind. Then nothing. "Well, I don't know what we can get from that except vaguely still in the woods," I commented. "Maybe someone else can find something on review." "I barely even saw anything," Midnight admitted. "It was so blurry I couldn't even tell if there were wounds, or if it was the same dragon. Yep, I'm pretty sure that issue wouldn't come up with the blood. And I don't think this is one of the dragons that normally learns healing magic, so she's probably still wounded." "You need to explain what you know about dragons." "I wish it was more. Maybe Sir Calman can get us some information, though. I feel like that's a pretty normal request. But mostly I know that dragons are big and magic, and probably don't have access to classes." Midnight gave me a suspicious look. "Probably. Probably. A year and a half ago, I would have said that there wasn't any way to get better at magic except getting levels, and a whole bunch of other things." "Fair enough," Midnight said. Dash, dash, dash. "Why can't druids teleport?" Sierra complained. "This is unfair." I shrugged. "You can heal people, though." "Ah, and you might be able to teleport." "Kinda." "How so?" she asked. "Tree stride. I assume you're leveling up swiftly. You're doing a lot of magic and don't have a weird aspect, right?" "Right," she agreed. "I don't know how you would tell, but I get experience without fighting. But what's this about tree stride?" "It can take you between big trees, of the same type." "What about different kinds of oaks?" she asked. "Or sequoias?" I shrugged. "I have no answers for you. I am not a druid. But you can test that yourself." But that would cost more mana," she grumbled. "It's kinda not worth it. If you recover twice as fast, then as long as you have a few hours it is. Plus, you can increase your mana capacity that way, right?" "I'd still rather foist the responsibility onto someone else," she said. "You do it for me. Or you could hire someone to teleport you. I'm sure there's a super who would bring you to the park entrance. There has to be someone with teleportation powers that would be willing to do that. Maybe there's someone licensed to travel internationally." "Do you need a license?" she asked. "I feel like people would complain if you don't have something like it," I shrugged. "I've only gotten to other countries the normal way, with an expedited passport process. And then I used Gate to come back to the United States because we had a little excursion to another world. But that was an exception." "All right," she said, "but today you're doing the job." "Yep," I said. "Today we were going on a trip and not spending as long in the car." In this case, we was myself, Midnight, Sarah, Zeb, Angela, Jerome, and Izzy. I'd offered to bring Tylissa and Haralam, but the former had work and the latter had school. Unlike Jerome, who was no longer attending, his friend and my semi-apprentice still needed to attend in person. It was a bunch of my friends who understood magic and knew Sierra, and also a couple others who were Sierra's bodyguards. They were trusted not to reveal the identity of someone who a bunch of villains would probably like to snag, so nobody was concerned with revealing some information about some of us who a smaller selection of villains would probably pay significantly less to try to kill. The bodyguards were exactly the same. Except I knew that wasn't true. Instead, they looked the same, but it was some kind of power. I could probably dispel it, but that would kind of ruin the point. Their purpose was to make it unclear exactly who was protecting Kara. So far, they hadn't had to do much that revealed themselves, probably because of how many billionaires that would be angry if she was delayed when she showed up to heal a tiny scar they had. Anyway, Angela verified them, and I was quite sure Angela was Angela. She felt like she always did, which is to say this one was a copy. Probably so her main self could continue to push out copies in the city if there was anything that needed to be done. Besides, it wasn't like she could meaningfully contribute to battle. Even as Madame Multitude, my understanding was that she was somewhere around basically proficient in combat. For an old lady. Well, middle-aged to old. We bypassed the entrance, though it was my understanding Sierra planned to donate to the park. We just didn't want to draw attention. It was probably the dozen squirrels or the giant bat that would have done it. But an orc might also be a sign of something weird. We probably shouldn't be roaming around among the great sequoias as we pleased either, but we had a druid with us in case we did something to screw up nature, so we would probably be fine. Chapter 378. Sarah's bodyguards sort of faded away as we wandered into the woods. I wondered if I should tell them that I could still feel where they were. One of them was actively using powers, so it was pretty obvious. The other one was just strong. Well, they were the ones who knew what they were doing, and they weren't trying to be hidden from us. Various animals ran around, most of which were various different sorts of squirrels. Then a dog, a cat, a dire bat, and a Martian rust mole. We would have been way over capacity for teleport if bonded companions had to be counted against the limits. The squirrels would have been too much on their own, with at least a dozen of them. Since we had decided to skip the entrance, it seemed rude to leave out Miss Flutter and Fluffy, even though they might be forbidden from visiting the area normally. We were currently breaking a bunch of rules, but we were cool and important and whatever, so we could get away with it. I was pretty sure Angela had minimized the amount of rules we were breaking by getting permission for some stuff, but I wasn't really sure. But rules, laws, and norms were all different things. It would be really inconvenient for us to do things the normal way. I looked up and up. "You sure these trees aren't magic?" I asked. Sierra tilted her head. "Who are you asking?" "Either of you native earthlings," I shrugged. "That would be Sierra, her manager Angela, or Jerome." "I have no idea," Sierra admitted. "All trees kind of feel magical to me. These are more that way, but they're also just bigger." Jerome was currently wandering off, but he would be fine. He knew all sorts of magic, including divination. He didn't actually go far anyway. He just walked off behind one of the trees, after which I heard a lot of beeping and booping. "This is why I told you that you couldn't come," he complained. It took him some time to circle around the huge base of the tree to reveal Rob held in his arms. "You can't move at all here." I looked at Jerome and his familiar. "You should learn fly," I commented. "Don't encourage bad behavior," Jerome said. "Rob isn't supposed to be here." I don't remember including him in the teleport." "He latched onto the connection, I guess," Jerome explained. I stroked my chin. "That's pretty impressive. He wasn't even close by." "Yeah, I guess so," Jerome said, "but just because it's impressive doesn't mean it's okay." "Well, he's here now," I said, "so he should learn fly." "Maybe," Jerome said, "but I don't trust him to use it responsibly." It was clear my apprentice loved his magical cleaning robot. The magical part was his responsibility. Rob had just been a perfectly normal cleaning robot that his mother purchased. Now he was much more effective because magic was great. Izzy hadn't said much, but not because she didn't appreciate where we were, she was just running around. I wondered if scouts inherently became more energetic. Then again, scrambling up fallen logs that were several times your height was rather diverting regardless. The fallen tree she was scrambling about on was over twice my height. These were huge trees, after all. I supposed from what I had seen most people with movement-related powers enjoyed using them. Or rather, most people enjoyed using their powers in general. Movement powers were just the most socially acceptable. I couldn't just throw around meteor swarms in public. I'd only done it exactly once, and it wasn't even that effective. Then again, Midnight was also running around happily. Maybe being a quadruped helped, or maybe I was just lazy. Not that it was a bad thing to properly take a day off. I ran so much for fitness training the rest of the time. Sierra pointed to a couple of Zeb's squirrel friends running up one of the taller trees. I wish I could do that. Even if you can't turn into a squirrel, you can still climb the tree, I commented. She just gave me a look. Even if I've become more outdoorsy, druid spells don't suddenly make me good at climbing. I'm also really not a fan of the idea of falling several hundred feet. Not that I'd make it that high. So unless you have magic for that, you could, I said. I'm sure you've got at least a handful of points. We'd just need to find a spider. A spider for what? To eat, I grinned widely. Syria made a face. Why would we eat a spider? To gain its powers, I made a fist. Look, I'm not the one who made up material components. I just follow the guidelines. Except when I don't. How's that working out for you? It's going great, I commented. Jerome stepped forward. You're talking about spider climb, he asked. My apprentice knew, of course. He had access to my most accurate understanding of spells and their components. That's right. I think Rob might have a spider wrapped up in his bristles. Do you think that counts? No idea, I admitted. Sierra was still caught up on the whole thing. But why would you eat it? Why would druids eat it? Good question. I didn't have an answer, though. Angela looked like she was getting around just fine. She was quite a bit older, and her powers didn't lend themselves to hiking, so I hadn't been sure. She was taking the easy route along our meandering path, but even if she exhausted herself, we were going to be teleporting back anyway, so it was probably fine. She looked quite content to be outside along with us. The distant bodyguards were still there, feeling like someone normal and someone who had lightning. It had taken me a while to figure out the first one because being normal was precisely the sort of thing that didn't immediately feel off. It helped if you knew the person wasn't normal. This is nice, Sierra said, being able to get away from things. Though I guess even now I'm technically training, huh? I shrugged. There's nothing wrong with improving yourself during your time off, if you enjoy it, as long as you're actually relaxing. I am, Sierra nodded. I was so worried that we would have been attacked by monsters, or I would have gotten an emergency call by now. I looked around. I don't think you can get an emergency call out here. I could be wrong, though. I would relay it, Angela said. Of course, only after determining it was an actual emergency. You get about 100 non-emergency calls per day, by the way. Sierra sighed. I'm so glad you're the one who deals with that. Angela nodded. I'm glad to. This is something I can do. Izzy wandered back over. I thought you weren't supposed to mention trouble, she commented. Isn't that a superstition here? It's not true, I pointed out. Mentioning potential trouble doesn't have any effect on how often I get attacked. Right, Izzy said. Sure, don't you get attacked pretty much every day, though? I sighed. I wish. It's usually weekly at best. Most of the time people surrender when we show up, so I don't even count that as a villain encounter. And it's not every day you get portals like the Doomsday incidents, Izzy prompted. Well, yeah, I nodded. Dash, dash, dash. We sat down for lunch, with Midnight and I pulling out a whole bunch of food. It was still hot, but not because storage did anything special. Instead, we had loaded up some special carrying containers that preserved stuff without letting things get all weird. With 15 upgrades in storage, now basic spatial magic, we had both a high capacity and ability to store relatively large individual items. Who are the bugs for? I asked. I checked, but they were mostly beetles and stuff, no spiders. Oh, Zeb bounced over. That's for Miss Flutter and Fluffy. We handed out all of the food, including for the bodyguards who came to eat with us. Normal person and lightning person ate in shifts, with one always on the alert. I wondered if they would spot trouble before Izzy. Even if she wasn't specifically paying attention, her class abilities were geared towards that sort of thing. I don't think either of them were, but it could be included in their secondary powers. Everyone, except for Rob, ate their own meals as we sat on a huge stump. It had mushrooms and stuff growing all over it, and only about half of it was still solid and not rotting, but that was still enough for our entire group, including animals. It was a nice, relaxing afternoon. My psychiatrist told me I did need those, and at least right now I agreed. I would be fine getting into real battle 5 or 6 days a week most of the time, but we weren't even a month out from midnight being abducted, so a bit of calm was nice. After everything was over, I swept up all the containers at once, tossing them into storage without touching them. Most people didn't even notice that I missed a couple and had to do it again. It seemed I was still quite some distance behind Rickle, but then again she was old and wrinkly, and I was still young and scarred. "Should we head back?" Sierra commented. "I thought we were staying out all day," I asked. "Well, yeah, but it's afternoon now and we've been walking for hours." "We're teleporting out," I reminded her. "When we're done, we'll just go. A few more miles here or there won't make any difference. You know, even with how much magic is part of my life now, I'm still not used to it," she admitted. "Same here," Midnight said. "I only expect teleportation to work within urban areas." Izzy shrugged. "I never had the spare cash for something so extravagant." "I'd teleport more," I said, "but New Bay has restrictions. Maybe I should get an official teleportation license. If I save 10 or 20 minutes getting to work each day, would that make up for the mana cost?" "No, not just yet, but it got close at the half-hour mark, which was sometimes the case with traffic. But if I split with Midnight..." I wondered if dropping something heavy from storage on people's heads was worth experience, or if teleporting them into a precarious position counted. Spatial Rift was a bit too much to use in a city. After lunch, we got up and our group continued vaguely towards the portal I had felt earlier. A little at a time, other people began to become aware of it. I wasn't going to blame Sierra, of course. It would have already been there even if she said nothing, and I hadn't bothered to root us away from it. Jerome and Midnight figured it out at about the same time. "Is that?" Jerome began. "I think so," Midnight turned to me. "Turlough?" "Yeah, there's a portal over there," I said. It was still pretty far, and I hadn't picked our direction of travel. It was just a coincidence. Sierra squinted. "We should probably do something about that." Angela shook her head. "We shouldn't expose anyone to danger." "We should at least get close enough to confirm its coordinates," Midnight suggested. Angela nodded, then turned towards Sierra. "If anything happens, make sure to use me as bait." "But," Angela flicked the younger woman on the forehead, "this version of me isn't real, remember? You're the one with only a single body." "Ugh, I should have brought weapons," Izzy grumbled. "I told you we could carry stuff," I said. "Did you get a firearms license?" Izzy shook her head. "Not yet. It took 2 casts of stone skin to get everyone. That included lightning person and normal person, because it would be a waste not to. We just wanted to get visual confirmation, so we weren't planning to go that close." There was a sudden shriek. Lightning person threw herself in front of Sierra. Normal person was standing conveniently off to the side, where he or she would probably do something. I looked for the source and I spotted Zeb running towards it. Lightning person transformed into actual lightning, which was awesome. She looked ready to zap, but I held her back as Zeb was tackled from the sky. Zeb was a big, strong member of the Power Brigade after all, and didn't need any interference. Chapter 379. A giant winged creature tackled Zeb, sending her tumbling across the forest floor. Tensions were high as people gathered together defensively. Miss Flutter was flying towards the aerial intruder. Lightning could have come into play from several sources, including one of Kira's bodyguards. However, I was feeling perfectly relaxed. After all, Rocky, Zeb rolled around in excitement after the impact with the stone griffin. A few stone feathers clattered onto the ground around her. "I thought you were gone forever." "Actually, you were supposed to be gone forever." Zeb ran around the griffin, sniffing. "You smell like the trees here. Are you living here now?" "Why?" Sierra waved off her bodyguard. Lightning person was the only one that seemed to be a problem at the moment. Normal person was somewhere further back, though maybe she would also have become a threat in a moment. Random humans could still be somewhat threatening since guns existed, even if she really was a normal person in terms of offensive powers. "We've met this griffin before," Sierra explained. "Rocky simply appears to be enthusiastic to meet us again." Lightning person just shrugged, but didn't return to being a non-lightning person. I wasn't one of the people with animal affinities, but I did wonder if Rocky recognized me. He nuzzled Sierra as she approached. When he looked over at me, he gave a sort of caw and slightly unfurled his wings. Maybe a wave. It wasn't an actual language, so I was just guessing. Izzy looked up at the griffin. I think I missed hearing about Rocky. Well, I shrugged, we only met him for less than an hour during Halloween. I opened a gate back home for him. I changed the topic slightly. Does he need me to send him back again? I was of course asking the people who could communicate with animals. Because I sure couldn't, and Izzy's class at most lent itself to hunting or avoiding them. While the two of them endeavored to answer that question, Rob was beeping energetically in Jerome's arms. If we were going to take Rob along on future hikes, we probably needed to get some sort of carrying pack. The little robot was heavy and awkward enough, Jerome couldn't easily carry him the whole time. That said, he was getting by all right with Enhance. I was pretty sure he was behind on mana, but it was good practice for him to take care of the foolishness of his own familiar. What's up with him? I asked Jerome. Rob wants to meet the cool bird. We'll see if our outdoors types can arrange that, I promised. They were pretty soon finished with getting their summary of the situation. Sarah explained what she understood to us. Rocky came through another portal, Sarah explained. This time, however, he brought his mate with him. He plans to stay here. Also, the portal appears to still be around. I frowned. That's odd. Well, I mean, I sensed it, but it shouldn't last long. Midnight pondered for a moment. It would probably be worse if this was another unrelated portal in a similar area. True, I agreed. We introduced Rob to the griffin, which seemed quite confused at the beeping mechanical individual. However, Rocky was smart enough to know that Rob wasn't food. Also people. Even when he'd been confused and scared on Halloween, Rocky hadn't hurt anyone. Extra will probably want to send him back still, I commented. Since I could. Zeb protested, but they have a nest here. I'm certain that will be taken into account, I replied. Sadly, we can't just not tell them. Before that, we have a portal to look at. Before we go, has Rocky noticed anything dangerous around here? Since he lives here. Only small things, Sarah relayed after she asked Rocky. Nothing bigger than a bear. She made a face. What sort of bear? It took a few exchanges to get useful information. She tried to pull out her phone to show pictures, but she didn't have good signal. She did eventually manage to have Rocky trace out the dimensions. About 2 to 3 feet tall and something like 5 feet long. Black bears, probably, she said. And larger brown ones like this, she gestured. It was maybe 50% bigger in each direction, which was going to be at least triple the mass. Maybe brown bears? Grizzly? Izzy had an answer there. Grizzlies used to be here at the park. I learned that when I worked here. Oh, right. She did work here for a while. Unfortunately, it was a bit far from New Bay for a day job. Also, I think I dragged her off for some adventure or something, but she hadn't complained about moving on to another job. I want to see a grizzly, Zeb declared. I shrugged. If we run into one, you can talk with it, but make sure to protect yourself properly. Don't worry, I have squirrels for that. I did notice a lot of squirrels watching from the nearby trees. They mostly fit in, at least from my perspective. I was able to spot them mostly because of the power they held. Otherwise, they should be pretty good at hiding. At least Douglas had previously lived here, hadn't she? We hiked onward, with Lightning Person finally settling down after the giant bird lion was clearly peaceful for a sustained period. Angela had displayed mild surprise at the encounter, but one would presume she was fairly used to supernatural stuff by now. She'd been a hero for a long time, after all. Even if she mostly saved kittens from trees and walked old ladies across the road, she did it a lot. Even before Dr. Doomsday's advent, there was a high occurrence rate of supernatural stuff. Rocky led us along, though we weren't fast enough to keep up with his normal pace, so he circled around occasionally, making sure we were going the right direction. He really fit into the forest well, big trees spread far apart, fitting a giant bird lion like him. It was nice. We didn't really have to worry about forest creatures bugging us to begin with given our group size, but having 2 giant flying creatures made that even more likely. Hopefully Rocky wouldn't wreck the local ecosystem too much. Miss Flutter didn't live here and was quite subdued during the day, though I wasn't sure if dire bats were actually nocturnal. If they lived in proper cave systems, it probably doesn't matter. A polite shriek came from Rocky. He says we're close, Sierra commented. Though I suppose you can probably tell. I can kind of feel the portal myself. I nodded. It's just up there. Can't quite see it from this angle, but I'm certain. Midnight and I will go take care of it. I want to see it, Zeb said. Rob beeped. Rob and I would like to as well, Jerome said. Sierra nodded. I didn't get a good look at Rocky's home before. Can you include me? Once Sierra was included, we suddenly crossed the threshold. After all, her bodyguards would want to be able to follow. I wasn't sure about Lighting Person's ability to fly, but the other one probably couldn't. It would be rude to leave out Izzy and Angela, so we used multicasting twice for fly. The squirrels were ecstatic. Most of the animals were. Even Miss Flutter liked magical flight for some reason. Only Fluffy didn't seem that enthusiastic, sort of air waddling and sniffing at tree branches. The portal was more like a rift. It wasn't nice and round or really any shape. It was jagged and weird. Wrong, I briefly thought. However, that was just my sensibilities. It didn't actually feel unnatural. I was just used to things with even sides. It was huge. Approximately 30 feet wide and 10 feet tall, though the jaggedness made it a bit less than that overall. I was the first to see anything through it but a different sky. It was awful. At no fault of the rift, probably. What I saw beyond was no good. Stumps and scorched land were most of what remained. It certainly couldn't be called a forest. Midnight felt uneasy on my shoulder. It wasn't from the heights this time. As long as he was on my shoulder, he was fine, with flying neither significantly helping nor hurting. It wasn't like this at all last time. Right, I said. It certainly wasn't. Doesn't look safe, Lightning Person commented. She immediately flew through the portal, having once again turned into actual lightning. A few moments later, she came back out. It's pretty much the same in all directions. I frowned. How did you do that? Do what? She tilted her head. She held up her crackling hand. This is my power, obviously. And the flying thing is your power, unless you forgot. How did you go through? I asked. I just went? She tilted her head. Were lightning people not subject to the interdimensional barrier? Or was this not my old world? I thought it was, as that seemed to be the most connected world right now. May, I was wrong. You, normal, actually, Angela, could you go through? She did just fine. I also went through to feel things out. I called upon the idea of gate. I just wanted to know if this dimension was the one with which I was familiar for most of my life. It certainly seemed to be. Well, he can't come back here, I commented. All right, everyone out. We're closing this thing off. If Extra needs me to transplant him somewhere else, we'll figure that out then. People had all sorts of expressions. Fascination at the rift was one. Displeasure at whatever happened to the forest was clear on many. Wait, Zeb called. I see a squirrel. I'm not casting fly again, I yelled after her. You'd better get back within 5 minutes. I would, of course, absolutely cast fly and/or open a gate to another dimension for Zeb if I needed to, but it was better to try to get her to behave. She hurried along at my words, flying as swiftly as she could. A couple minutes later, she came back holding a squirrel in her mouth. Murm, grr. I couldn't understand a word, however, I still got the gist. The squirrel looked burnt. Sierra was already acting before I did. She cast a full-powered regeneration spell. I whispered to Midnight, how expensive do you think that was? So expensive, Midnight whispered back. Based on the crazy rates she charges, enough that I don't want to think about it, and I don't think she does either. Fair point, I agreed. Squirrels were probably more important than billionaires anyway. Though maybe they were harder to heal, because the squirrel didn't look like it got any better. Except for the part where it started wiggling frantically and squeaking angrily, so at least it was energetic. While Zeb and Sierra landed to try to handle that, I stayed flying with Midnight to close the rift. Everyone else went with them or just had fun flying about. All right, time to seal this guy. Work with me. As much mana as we can, it's quite big. I rather wanted sealing a rift to be stable, so we both ended up using 10 mana. Nothing overly complicated. I reached out for the rift, starting to zip it up, and felt resistance. That wasn't too abnormal. Stable portals were actually effort to undo, whereas unstable ones just needed someone to give a little tug and they would unravel. If this one had been around for days, weeks, it was difficult to say, actually. It could have been months since we hadn't come out here and nobody really asked Rocky. As I put more effort, I didn't feel good about closing the portal. Stop, I told Midnight. I don't think we should. Why? It was difficult to explain. It's just instinct. I feel like this is meant to be here, if that makes sense. It didn't have anything to do with it being convenient for smuggling supers into my old world if we needed to. I didn't even think of that until later. Midnight shrugged. You're the boss. We still have to report it to Extra, though. Yeah. Hopefully they would agree with me. If not, it wasn't going to be my fault when something exploded. As for Rocky, they had to agree with me that he didn't belong in that burnt hellscape. He even had a nest here. Somewhere. I hadn't seen it yet. Chapter 3. 180. Rocky was a bit reluctant to show us the location of his nest, despite the positive impression he had of many of us. Ultimately, we decided it wasn't necessary to know precisely. If we really needed to know, we could probably find it. For purposes of security, a general location would be good enough. By the time we finished visiting the portal, with Midnight and I taking pictures of the area below so we could return directly with teleport, it was pretty much time to go home. Yes, teleport would bring us back instantly. But we were getting tired from hiking for several hours. After that, we had to return the rest of the way home. Plus, Midnight, Zeb and I had some business with Extra still. Extra was quite busy, because even though there weren't that many people who could teleport or travel extra-dimensionally, there were enough passing through New Bay along with the other business throughout the headquarters for people to blend in, especially since there were all sorts of different people. For the sake of whatever privacy they had left, those not from the Power Brigade slipped out ahead of the rest of us. In various ways, Sierra was more widely known than the rest of us, but that was the exact same reason for her to keep a veil of secrecy. She wanted to stay anonymous until eventually there were viable replacements for her ability with Regenerate. Even without points, a sufficiently dedicated individual could reach her proficiency in a year or two. After they got to a high enough level and actually learned Regenerate somehow and, well, it wasn't perfect. Various groups, including the Power Brigade, were looking to find druids to train. Sierra was willing to teach them the spell once they could learn it, but not that many people with portal powers ended up as druids. That was unsurprising, given that New Bay was a big city. Even if there were parks and similar natural areas, most of the residents wouldn't gravitate towards such a class either, through conscious or subconscious choices. There were other healers, of course, people with powers. The really good ones were just as busy as Sierra, if not more, since they were well established and normal. However, there simply weren't that many people who could match how Regenerate worked. Regrowing parts of the body and not simply patching people together. Even back in my old world, most magical healing was different. Maybe more people should have been encouraged to be druids, though with the levels people tended to reach, many would only barely be able to cast Regenerate. People didn't like working at their fatigue limit, and slower mana regeneration meant slower training. It was honestly weird that New Bay was hitting such high levels. It wouldn't have helped me much, though, since I was limited in my abilities in other ways. After we made our own way out of the teleportation center, we were soon enough stuffed in a room with all of Zeb's menagerie and Malaliel. There were other representatives of extra-dimensional interests, but she was the one we were familiar with, so we were given preferential treatment in that regard. Malaliel was clearly perturbed. You could have sent the larger individuals back on their own, she commented. Miss Flutter, even with her wings tucked in, hadn't really fit through the halls. I had to use Reduce to get her here, and it was going to be necessary on the way out. Fluffy was eyeing a landline phone on Malaliel's desk, though I was certain Zeb would keep him under control. They don't like getting in a car without me, Zeb commented. Her squirrels, including Toasty, the newest and most burnt one, were piled atop her and each other. They fit places easily, at least. Right. Malaliel turned to me. So your message mentioned a portal? Yes, I nodded. We noticed it while we were on a hike. I summarized the situation for her, with Midnight providing helpful details. Zeb talked about Rocky a lot. Ultimately, we decided that leaving the portal where it was for the moment was the best call. Malaliel frowned. We usually prefer to remove them, but if it might be some sort of danger to either side to seal it, we'll have to take a look at things. We can set aside tomorrow to go out there. Shouldn't take long, I said. You can already fly. I suppose not, but we might need time regardless. Plus, if she reserved the time and didn't need it, she would have free time. Though I wasn't sure that Malaliel was the sort to actually take such time. She was so serious, and it felt like she was always busy. Though maybe some of that was my fault. Now, she continued, about this stone griffin. I'm not certain we can let it stay. Under a pile of squirrels, Zeb turned deadly serious. You can't send Rocky away, he just made a nest with his mate. I'm sure we can manage to relocate it, at least if he is as safe and cooperative as you say. That was the catch. Either Rocky was a wild animal that was dangerous, or he could be reasoned with and convinced to move. How devious for an angel. But we'll have to find a place for them first, Malaliel continued. If their former home is devastated as you say, we can't simply condemn them to death there. However, Earth's ecosystem could be further destabilized by griffins. There was already a whole lot of weird power stuff around here, and at other hotspots around the world. It was probably difficult to say precisely how a giant bird lion would affect things, except the obvious. Maybe if there were too many bears, we could ask Rocky to hunt them. We eventually determined there wasn't much more we could do that evening and squeezed our way out. When subjected to reduce, Miss Flutter was still too big to dangle from my arm, but she could flap around inside the halls without hitting the walls too much. Dash, dash, dash. The next morning, we were back out in the forest. Teleportation sure is convenient, Malaliel commented. I tilted my head. Surely you should be used to it. She shook her head. Most people with the ability to travel between dimensions don't also have the ability to move so broadly within one. Why? I asked. It's a similar sort of thing, and teleporting should be easier, mostly. Because of power specialization, she explained. Usually to get something so powerful as dimensional travel, other abilities are limited. Except, apparently, someone like you. Fast-growing, wide-ranging, and yet also very specific abilities that develop at will. She sighed. I'm not looking forward to more powerful portal power villains. I shrugged. Most of them should be easy to deal with. They don't really know what they're doing. Spellshot seems to be surprisingly effective, Malaliel said. He took to guns quite easily. Spellshot isn't a villain. He could have been, though. Maybe, but I'm not sure if it would be Extra's job anyway. Most of those who are going to become villains are locals. Otherwise, they'll just be henchmen to people like Doomsday. She grimaced. They're capable of similar amounts of trouble, though. She looked up, spotting the portal. It's sure just hanging there, isn't it? It seems quite stable, I agreed. You should go take a look. It was unnecessary for Midnight and I to cast fly right now. She had wings, so she could inspect herself. She moved in the wide and oddly shaped rift, returning to us 10 minutes later. So? I asked. She shook her head. I don't have the same sorts of sensory abilities as you. I can feel the presence of powers to some extent, and if they were aligned in particular ways, I am more specialized. The one thing I can say is the devastation beyond the portal is probably not fiendish in origin, which is good, because if there were any sorts of fiends beyond it, we absolutely wouldn't want this portal to remain. Midnight perked up, so it can stay. I haven't concluded that yet. I'll need a specialist to confirm Mage's opinion that the portal is necessary. I nodded. Not a bad idea. After all, I just felt like things wouldn't be good if I closed the rift. I didn't have that much practical experience to point to. Sure, I'd dealt with quite a few portals in a year and a half, but most of them had been perfectly fine once closed. Most wanted to close, returning things to a natural state. Also, we should grab a dimensional resonance specialist to confirm which dimension that is. You can't tell if it's your old world, Malaliel asked. I thought you said it was. It feels like it, I said, but you going through reminded me that 2 people with powers went through. Haven't you traveled with various powered individuals? Malaliel asked. She pondered for a moment. Oh yes, the dimension was sealed to those without mana flows, was it not? It was, I confirmed. Maybe it still is, except for this portal. That leans towards being something we need to resolve. I shook my head. Only if anyone there is willing to work with you. Otherwise, they don't deserve it. And I'm sure Sir Calman wouldn't mind leaving it open for opportunities. The Order of the Lion mostly interfaced with Extra through me, but they did have a few mages with sending working for them. Ultimately, they didn't represent a country or anything so significant. There were probably some people who would be willing to work with Extra to resolve the crisis, but it had already been solved. Except for things like Flasher ending up in that world, and he definitely didn't have the right qualifications. Unfortunately, most of the powerful magic users hadn't been terribly forthcoming. Even Rickle, though she did give me a cool book, so I wasn't mad. It didn't have anything on dimensional ceiling, though. Maybe that was later in the series. Too bad I was feeling paranoid about people somehow overhearing sendings. Otherwise, I'd just ask her directly. The wrinkly old goblin might actually be willing. --. 2 teleports later, we confirmed that people with normal powers could go through the portal, that it was indeed to my former world, and that it was a natural portal. The person who measured the dimension had the power, and the other person was an eyeball, with 3 wings. I had no idea how Samael spoke. It would have made more sense if he spoke directly into my mind, because that would make sense. Instead, he just sounded normal. Just a floating eyeball with trifold wings around it. Samael said he was an angel, but I was pretty sure he had a different definition. Angels were like Malaliel. There were some other celestials that were a bit weirder, like that one snake guy, but it was still a winged person. Samael was missing the whole person part. Apparently, he came from a very different dimension and couldn't go back. He was apparently able to see dimensions, though. Everything here is as it should be, he declared. Further distortion of space would be a danger to both sides of the portal. Malaliel gave him a look. Are you certain you weren't bribed by Mage somehow? You write my paychecks, the eye sassed back. The world resonance specialist I'd met before. His name was Zach, something like that. All metrics indicate the expected world, he confirmed, though notably, you feel less connected. You are fairly quickly naturalizing to Earth. I frowned. Will that make it harder for me to make gates? He shrugged. I don't know how your power works. Maybe keep some rocks with you. I thought about making Malaliel pick up some rocks, but I went to get something myself. I picked up a few different things from the burnt-out forest. Some would be kept in storage. It had so much space right now, it would be fine. That said, I needed to test if keeping something in storage gave it a weird dimensional signature. Otherwise, I'd have to find some way to stabilize normal rocks. As we left the portal behind, I looked back at the world that had barely welcomed me. I didn't mind that I was going to become an Earthling, but it was still an odd thought. I wondered if it was supposed to take longer. Chapter 3, 181. The Portal Squad was a pretty balanced group, with utility members, support, and combat-focused individuals. They might not stay as a squad forever, but having trained together, they were acting as one of the newbie squads. They weren't that new anymore, but it was possible for new recruits to spend over a year in such positions. Midnight and I didn't end up in that situation due to my rapid growth from aspect of the Barbarian and generally just getting involved with a lot of incidents. Plus, I wasn't able to maintain a permanent position in a squad with frequent extra-dimensional travel, some intentional and some not. I just ended up around a lot of things where I had to be away from Earth for days or more. Now I could more reliably return from pretty much anywhere, but even when we'd ended up on Bunvorix, there had been reasons that kept us longer than absolutely necessary. Ultimately, Midnight and I had been patrolling with the Portal Squad for the last week. The name might not stick forever because there were more people with the same origin trickling in, though they weren't fortunate enough to have unlocked points. Extra would probably be miffed if I suggested they pass through Rocky's portal without reason. That was fine, because the brigade was interested in seeing what people could do with pure training. I rarely gave any direct advice to people outside of the Portal Squad, because most of their questions had already been answered. Most patrols were boring by design. We were meant to show our faces to discourage villains from causing trouble and to remind civilians that we were there to protect them. Villains caused trouble throughout New Bay every day, but New Bay was huge. The number of petty criminals was fairly high as well. though anyone without powers didn't tend to last long unless they linked up with a proper villain to run things, becoming a minion. Villains weren't always successful either. Heroes dealt with the most public problems if they could, while mercenaries picked up whatever trouble fell through the cracks. Supervillains could make a modest living if they were conservative and had a team with good powers, but they usually got greedy and stretched too far for their own good. Today we were dealing with someone that wasn't going to last. Her power was interesting, but not good. She was a second-rate villain, so second-rate that what she did was only sort of illegal. No, it was fully illegal. It was only somewhat villainous and entirely pointless. What's her name again? I asked Midnight. Conflagration. Right, so Fire Lady was one of those villains that almost definitely fell under the mentally ill category. Not psychopathy, not even pyromania, really. Just not right. I took another shot with Water Blast. It struck a floating ball of fire and sizzled, putting it out. That was what Fire Lady did. She left behind fist-sized balls of fire that just burned. She didn't set things on fire most of the time. If she did, it seemed more of a coincidence that they happened to be too near to where she happened to want to place one of the orbs. The problem came in that her placement was often along city streets. Sidewalks sometimes, where civilians walking along could pretty easily spot the trouble and walk around. Other times, she left them in the middle of the street. Or rather, in crosswalks, because she seemed to properly follow the rules of the road. There, pedestrians or cars could accidentally run into the balls of fire, which were quite hot. Brushing too close could set alight hair or clothes, running directly into one could crack windshields or cause heavy burns. Midnight blasted the next one. Then it was Bolster's turn. She had less power in her water blast and a bit less accuracy, barely failing to take out the orb. It was much diminished, but Honey Badger had to disperse it with his weapon. It might be possible for him to use his Bunverixian enhanced axe to slap it away. The reason he didn't exclusively handle them was a concern about his weapon overheating. Nobody knew what problems that could cause with Bunverixian technology. It wouldn't be easy to repair, probably requiring tech supers. Furthermore, if he failed to destroy an orb, he might move one around, and we really didn't want to end up knocking one into a nearby building and setting it alight. Nor did we want to pay for street repairs. The thing about Fire Lady was that she left an obvious trail. We just had to maintain a faster pace than her, and we would eventually catch up to her. Or she would stop setting the air on fire at some point, but that didn't seem to be something she did. There had been numerous previous incidents with her in our data, but she was difficult to actually catch. If we could at least tire her out, we would be all right. As for Fire Lady herself, she often used a disguise to blend into the crowd instead of openly causing villainy. It honestly seemed as if she didn't care about anyone else. She didn't want to hurt anyone, but she also didn't not want to hurt them. Or at least that was my interpretation. Ugh, Bolster complained. I can't believe she can make fire that just lasts forever. Shouldn't it run out of energy? I shrugged. It's not that weird. Well, I guess it's weird that it's hot, but endless flames are nothing new. Bolster looked over at me. What do you mean? Well, we could create a continual flame if we wanted. But since it outputs light, it's still constantly releasing energy. The heat is just a higher intensity. So it's just a strong version of that, really. But we can put it out, she said. It clearly doesn't have infinite energy. No, that would be absurd to begin with. I think continual flame draws on ambient mana. If the spell is disrupted, that connection unravels. It's the same thing here, maybe. Maybe? If there's one out of the way, we can leave it for study, but we don't really have time to stop and look. I wondered if I could put one in storage. Unfortunately, I had flammable stuff in there and didn't want to learn the hard way that it worked. Too well. It might. I should test that later. Maybe I could make separate spaces. We moved along at a brisk walk, just short of a jog. Fire Lady's path was inconsistent and full of zigzags. We didn't want to miss something, and since it was day, looking for the light produced wasn't that useful. It was a good chance for people to practice their power sensing. It would be a great training exercise, but if people missed one, I had to go grab it. I shaped my water blast to be a wider spray, annihilating another burning spot. I wondered what I needed to do to get an elemental mastery, if such a thing existed. If I had the choice between individual elements and a combined one, I'd absolutely go for the latter. I was only slightly partial towards lightning. My hair could be ignored because that came about from using shocking grasp at extremely low power. A spark of fire could still burn down a shop. A tiny zap was just an annoyance. It was probably good I hadn't known I could get experience from breaking stuff, or I might have damaged a lot of the forest. Even as a kid, I'd generally been wise enough not to cause a wildfire, but I could have still caused a lot of damage. Was it possible to break dirt? It was a very serious question I had that would matter probably precisely once. I couldn't imagine getting much repeated experience for that, if any. I sensed Fire Lady now, however I didn't inform anyone just yet. If someone else could sense her, that would be good, and we didn't want to spook her off. They should be able to pick her out from the patterns of the surrounding civilians. We hadn't evacuated the area because we didn't even know what area to cover before now. It was a big project. Random citizens of New Bay were all smart enough not to touch floating fires by now. There was a scream of pain from up ahead. Twirl reacted first. "Someone's hurt." He dashed off, easily slipping past people on the sidewalk. Okay, most random citizens were smart enough for that. Maybe whoever that was thought they might get a power from the random flame. It did work out once in a while. I cast haste on most of us, snagging Twirl as he ran off. Bolster got herself and her brother. It wasn't the most efficient, but there wasn't any optimally efficient mix with the numbers we had. I would have to have vastly more proficiency in multicasting to hit 7 distinct targets. Counting Midnight and myself as one, of course. Something like 15 upgrades where I had 6, and they couldn't be bought with points. We already had Energy Ward going, so we rushed forward after Twirl. I left Midnight to catch the lingering flames, as he was probably the next best after me at finding them at the moment. I apologized in my mind to the old lady, who wasn't entirely at fault for getting burned by the fire. There was a ring of people standing around, looking at one of the flames, and from what I could tell, she'd been jostled into it. Well, she hadn't had to stand close to the flame, though, but it was Bandage's job to fix her. She wasn't on fire or anything, so I put out the fire and left the cleric to that. Twirl was trying to catch Fire Lady, but I don't think he'd actually spotted her. However, he did a good job of intuiting the direction she was fleeing in. "Out of the way," Boom called. His powers weren't much good for putting out fires, but he could be loud. "Power Brigade coming through, please step to the sides of the walkway." I wasn't sure if it was magic or not, but people actually listened. It was magic that his voice went far without being overly loud for those up close. I thought about tossing a grease spell in the area of the fleeing villain, but decided against it. I wasn't completely confident I could be accurate, and I would need it to be large-scale. If I couldn't also make it non-flammable, it would be a terrible idea. Instead, I followed after Twirl, who almost bypassed the villain. Then he pivoted, holding out his electrical baton. He should have just hit her, but maybe he wasn't confident she was Fire Lady. Until she leapt back and created a giant wall of fire out in the street. I had the choice between chasing after her by following a trail of angry honking cars or putting out the fire. It only took a couple moments to reach the fire. I carefully tuned a blizzard to be widespread but weak. A few people got frosty eyebrows, but the wall of fire went out. With haste, it should be easy for myself and Twirl to catch up to Fire Lady, except, "I lost conflagration," Twirl said. "Do you have her?" I didn't. Her power signature disappeared. That was odd. It shouldn't be so easy. "Did you catch what Fire Lady was wearing?" A coat and striped shirt. Civilian clothing." Twirl shrugged. I pulled out my phone. I didn't unlock the screen, though. Instead, I used the dark, reflective surface as a medium for scrying. I wondered if I could take a screen recording. But that would require the system in the phone to actually be displaying things. Maybe with a special piece of tech. For the moment, "Record this," I ordered Twirl. The swirling mists parted easily to a woman panting. She reversed her jacket, changing to an entirely different color, and put on a beanie. It wasn't cold enough to need one, but it wasn't hot enough that it would stand out. I caught a street sign as I swiveled about the viewing area. "Got her. I'm going to try to maintain this. I'll cast Disguise on us, and maybe we can finally catch her." Chapter 382. Following after someone who wasn't running was actually pretty easy. Fire Lady thought she had covered her tracks, and if she hadn't swapped her coat as we watched, she might have been right. Her power signature had disappeared as she fled, so once she was out of eyeshot, we'd have had to go grab someone with tracking abilities, and it would be easy to lose her for good. Scrying probably counted as a tracking ability. I wasn't planning to highlight that in my resume, though. Using disguise, we hurried through the streets. Bandage was taking care of the few injured civilians hurt by Fire Lady's weird floating fire. The rest of us were going to catch up to her. Midnight got ahead in the form of a small dog, since it was easier to weave through people. Twirl also caught up, but stayed back to keep her in his sights. Honey Badger and Ironhawk moved in while the rest of us prepared to block off her retreat. They waited for the crowds to thin slightly before Honey Badger revealed himself. That included me dropping disguise. Power Brigade. He identified himself immediately. Conflagration, you are under arrest for serial arson, reckless endangerment of civilians, and… She shoved at him with her arms, creating a wall of fire that covered his outstretched hand. Multiple counts of assault, he finished as she twisted and sprinted away. Directly into Ironhawk, the monk's knee striking her right in the gut and causing her to double over. Fire Lady fell to the ground, limp. It took Ironhawk only a moment to slap some power restraints on her. I sprayed the wall of fire around Honey Badger with a diffuse water blast, noting that Fire Lady's power had been detectable again the moment she used her ability. Whatever she had, it only muted her presence when not active. That was good for us. Ironhawk had the lady over her shoulder in a second, walking along. Out of the way, we need to get to our vehicle. Fire Lady groaned. She clearly wasn't that durable, though Ironhawk did more than just a simple knee to the gut. She could have stunned much tougher foes, at least for a moment. Civilians were always interested in powered engagements, but there wasn't any more to see. They gave us enough space to move towards the nearest main street where we had a waiting vehicle. Obviously, we weren't tailing her with it directly, or it would have been too obvious. Still, having a villain pickup within a few minutes of capture was the optimal situation. Leaving people on the streets for a while, even restrained, was inconvenient. Though if they were in some sort of outfit, that was a good chance to get publicity. Fire Lady didn't seem to want fame, she just liked the chaos. Or the fire or something, it wasn't my job to figure that out. Just to stop her from causing more trouble, which we had done. Not every villain operation actually resulted in taking them in. If we could be efficient about it like this time without risking civilians, it was optimal. Otherwise, the main priority was to avoid anyone getting hurt, or anything getting busted. Heroes were the ones who had to catch people and be flashy. .. Inside Fire Lady's pockets was some sort of tube thing that seemed to be the source of her power hiding. It had a few buttons nobody was going to press, but it was pretty obvious once it was no longer on her. It was pretty effective, because I could barely feel her from right next to her when it was active. "Where did you get this?" I asked. Ha, as if I would tell you pathetic lot anything. I presumed the words were meant to be hurtful or something. Fire Lady was the one who was in trouble, though. She was being pretty uncooperative, and it wasn't my job to change that. Just to haul her in. .. Midnight and I frequently used contingency to improve our readiness against potential threats. Setting up Stone Skin early in the day could save a good bit of mana at a critical point. If its duration were longer, simply casting it would be better, but it was decently expensive at the moment. Occasionally we tried out contingency and multicasting together, and it worked fine as long as we could predict the targets. It wasn't flexible enough to pick up new targets, even with a more active trigger. Overall, it cost more mana, but if it meant having 10 or 20 extra mana in a critical situation, it was very much worth it. Even if it wasn't triggered, however, it still consumed any material components. That wasn't such a big deal for Stone Skin itself, since industrial diamond dust was pretty cheap, but contingency itself had a troublesome component. Magical eyelashes, and the most magical people I knew didn't live on Earth. Well, there were probably some people that worked, but class-based powers didn't seem to, and I wasn't aware of the brigade having any angels or things like that. If I was going to go asking around among different groups, I might as well just go to Earth number 2. Rather than bothering magical girls to pluck out some eyelashes every time I showed up, They were just gathering ones that naturally fell out. I probably got some eyebrow hairs mixed in or whatever, but if so, they seemed to work fine. I made sure my gate was as safe and stable as possible when I went through. It wasn't so difficult, going somewhere familiar that wasn't sealed off. Maybe they would want to do that, but I didn't know how, and they had their hands full with fighting the scouring. Not a ton of time to go around tucking in the edges of their reality, or whatever you had to do. Presumably, it involved magic. Actually, something like what had been done in my old world wasn't a great option. It still allowed certain types of things through, whereas Earth number 2 wanted to keep out very specific things. Not that they had the option, because I didn't know how to do it, and I wasn't going to ask just yet. Maybe I'd talk to Rickle about it at some point, but contacting her might bring more attention to me, or to her. She had to know, though. She was the dimensional magic expert. Unless, of course, there were people outside of Grautan who were better. That could be the case. I knew less about the power structures than I thought I should, but archmages didn't always advertise themselves. I wondered what was required to be an archmage. Level 50? Level 100? No, it should be purely based on that. It was politics. 50 would be pretty low anyway. I could easily be there in another year, effectively my second or third active year. I was hanging out at one of the hideouts for a while, waiting for Strife to show up. Ultimately, I got Momo. The same person, but also kind of not. She handed me a tin. "Here are your components, Mr. Turlough. I hope they serve you well." "Thank you." I immediately took it into storage. "How are things going here? Any issues?" In exchange for helping me, I had offered to aid Earth number 2 when I could. Obviously, I couldn't just pop over for emergencies. They didn't have any way to proactively contact me. But I could do things like bringing over more Humarans from their home planet. Just because one of those incidents had come with turmoil didn't mean it wasn't a valuable opportunity. Momo stood with her hands clasped in front of her. Very formal, she also seemed to be troubled by my lack of a surname, and my lack of calling her by a surname sometimes. But I could get away with that sort of stuff because I was kind of American. Also an orc from another dimension, but the American thing was a significant factor. "Everything is going well here," Momo explained. "We are still acclimating to the increased numbers of companions. There are fewer incidents that each squad has to deal with." "I'm sorry to hear that." Midnight sighed. "Most people don't want to fight things all the time." "Oh yeah," I nodded. "I guess that's good then." Momo smiled slightly. "Yes, things have been going well. We have been able to establish some official connections to the local government. Though, it seems there have been some intrusions in other locations. It's not just Japan that the scouring attacks. Australia in particular has been having some trouble." Do I need to visit?" Lady Eglantine, the rainbow porcupine, shook her head. "That won't be necessary. The Humarans have arranged for transport for themselves. Furthermore, there are some magical girls on loan for a sort of cultural exchange." Must be tough," I said. "There's a lot of space to cover." "It's not that bad," Lady Eglantine said. "The scouring prefer to assault populated areas. Thus, we can fairly well manage to place people that are necessary." Additionally, Momo said, "We have been improving our techniques to predict potential intrusion points. It helps to have some amount of official resources." "That's great to hear," I said. "It would have been a pain to get to Australia anyway." "Ah," Momo held her hand to her lips for a moment. "Yes, I suppose it would be. You do not have a valid passport in this world. I barely had a valid passport on Earth. The main time I'd actually used it, I'd gotten it in an extremely expedited manner. I could remember how long it was valid for. And Australia is pretty far. It would take like 3 or 4 teleports to reach it, assuming there were good stops along the way. At that point, it would be easier to bring someone from Earth number 2's Australia back home via Casting Gate twice. Though I could probably go directly with a good picture, since I was familiar enough with the world. I just needed to be careful not to end up in some other Australia. A famous building that was only in this version would be optimal. "You certainly have a unique view on transportation," Momo commented. "I do think it would be better to minimize how much extra-dimensional travel you engage in." "Yeah," I frowned. "Any luck determining how they were ready before?" The time at the gym had made me wary. I hadn't even gotten to fight all of them. Right now, I was just doing my best to make my gates subtle. I wasn't sure how much that was coming through, since I only had basic spatial mastery. Any more trouble with weird intruders? Momo pondered for a few moments. There have been some unusual incidents. Though the magical girls have no intention to be a peacekeeping force, we have been attempting to solve any supernatural incidents on our own. We can't rely on you and your Earth after all. Certainly not without a more reliable travel method, I agreed. Personally, I didn't think it would be too bad if we got some interdimensional tourism going. But some people didn't like that idea. Extra already had a lot on its plate trying to establish a proper connection to Kelmoth long term, and they probably had other stuff they were dealing with. Tourism wasn't as high on the list as critical diplomacy. Earth number 1 would probably love to have magical girls visit, though. Good for morale, maybe also good for money. Then again, I didn't have any intention to get involved with marketing. I'd stick to safe and simple stuff like extra-dimensional combat. I suppose we should get going soon, I commented. If I was lucky, I would run into some combat when I came to Earth number 2. Maybe the locals didn't appreciate it as much as it might seem like I was a bad omen, but aside from one time, I probably hadn't contributed to any danger at all. And we totally didn't know about the potential when the whole gym incident happened, so it wasn't really my fault. I lingered for a few moments. It would have been a good time for something to happen. But alas, I had to go back to Earth and learn whether or not Fire Lady revealed anything, or if they were just going to toss her in a deep, dark hole. Or both, I supposed. Cooperating on probably illegal devices carried only got people so much leeway. Chapter 3, 183. It turned out the device that Fire Lady had wasn't unique to her at all. Calculator explained things as far as he was aware. The neon void is responsible for the production of the device that Conflagration was using to hide her power. Our sources indicated a number of others have appeared with such devices as of late. And the neon void? Midnight asked. I was already looking them up in our databases. Calculator probably already had all that info in his head. Aliens, he said, nominally from Venzal Prime, though we don't know where that is, and they might not know where it is. Sounds like an extra problem, I commented. Oh, it is, Calculator agreed. They have a bounty for any member of the Neon Void Syndicate. If it's alien tech, Midnight pondered, can we use it? Well, Calculator shrugged, it kind of isn't. I tilted my head. Is it made with local capabilities? Calculator shook his head. No, it's pretty much super tech. It shouldn't work. Well, perhaps it is super tech, but we'd have to learn something more about the Venzul to know if they have this capability, or if it's just one of their members. Calculator shrugged. If you spot anyone with indigo blue skin and shiny black eyes, take note. If they're involved in crime, prioritize their capture. So, I said, was Fire Lady working with them? No, the Neon Void seems to sell these aura dampeners, Calculator explained. Ah, the other explanation was that she stole from them. We could have used it as bait. Then again, if it wasn't unique, that would make it harder. What stops us from using it? Extras rules. That, and it has to be attuned, and we don't know how. Well, if it suddenly starts being magic instead of super tech, let me know, I said. I literally can't guarantee anything with magical objects, but it would be interesting to poke around at some. If it was super tech, I could almost certainly make it not work. Dispel was a temporary measure, unless a phenomenon was already temporary, but I could probably figure out a way to make any powered thing that wasn't fighting back permanently disabled. So could Great Girl. Actually, it would probably be easier to do something similar to her. Just break it. Super tech without the super was just a pile of scrap metal. Dash dash dash. Dr. Paternaud's sensory stalks bent and twisted in a pleasant manner, like kelp in the sea. Not that I had actually seen that myself, but I had seen videos. I was supposed to go to therapy regularly, even if I didn't think I had any troubles. Since my best friend had been kidnapped pretty recently, I wasn't worried about a lack of issues. I want him to be stronger, I said, so that I don't have to worry. I never want something like this to happen again. I see. Have you ever told Midnight this? He's already doing his best. He is getting stronger. It's just more stably. Does the instability of your own power concern you? No. Normally, I would expect such short and definitive answers to be lacking, but I do believe you on that part. However, perhaps it should. I frowned. Is a therapist supposed to ask me to worry more? I'm supposed to make sure you feel enough and process it. Those who are numb to emotions aren't healthy, just unaware. It doesn't bother me, though. But Midnight being hurt does, and if you hurt yourself, he will be upset. I thought about that for a while. I wasn't really concerned about my physical well-being unless I died or something. Midnight certainly cared, but if I lost an arm, it wouldn't be the end of the world. If Sierra couldn't regrow it and I didn't have cybernetic compatibility, I would just not have an arm. It might stop me from being a member of the Power Brigade, which would suck, but Midnight might actually be happier with me safe. I'd fall apart if I lost magic, but physical injuries were fine. Returning to the original topic, it's close to the truth. My magic. That's more important to me than it being easy. No, it's probably too easy for most people. I have more control now than before. I just need to remember that I have to be in control. And I do. I put in a lot of practice too. I wanted basic elemental magic. I really should have that by now. Then again, I'd only fused paired spells before. Even basic light magic was like that. Space and elements were perhaps a bit more complex. I was also assuming that the elements were one category together, which wasn't necessarily true. It felt right to me, but I really didn't have a good book on masteries. I had barely written any of it yet. Dr. Paternaud brought me back to the session. You mentioned lingering resentment for those who caused the incident. The Bunverixian government in general, Spot in particular, along with Flash Circuit. Yet you haven't expressed any intent to go after them. I thought about that. If I see them, I'll throw them into a black hole, but they have access to teleportation and stuff, so they're hard to pin down. Please don't, Dr. Paternaud said. Anything related to a black hole. You were far too confident right there. I thought about it. I didn't even have a connection to a black hole, but if I did and could somehow make a portal close enough to pull them through, it would probably get Earth too. I happen to live on Earth. I'll just toss them next to that propaganda tower then. I imagine Extra would advise against casual offensive use of portals. Spatial Rift was pretty good too, if I could get it to throw things out. I should try that, since I at least knew where Ignis's elemental planes were now. I should be able to attune to those instead of planes from my old world. I was barely even a native there anymore anyway. The Power Brigade training facilities were great. I honestly had no idea how they compared to anywhere else. I hadn't done a broad survey of my options. I thought Great Girl was pretty cool and she worked for them. They hired me when I applied. Simple, I had no regrets. The training facilities were great, but I think an underappreciated aspect was Francois. My hand was on fire and it didn't hurt at all. Technically, the area around my glove was fire, rather than it or anything being on fire, but the point was that it was hot, and I wasn't burnt. The idea here was that I needed to see if I could do different stuff with elements, and I could. The problem was that Shocking Grasp inherently came with protection from itself, and Firebolt or other fire spells didn't. I had thought about it, and I hadn't come up with a solution besides casting Energy Ward on myself, which was way more expensive. Shocking Grasp was stored as charged potential that was released into a touched target. Doing something similar with fire seemed like asking for an explosion in my hand. That wasn't safer. So it was just on fire. Now I just needed to figure out how to slap this fire on something else, or make it hot enough that brief contact would be worthwhile. Shooting small lightning was easy, but I felt more like I was severely downcasting chain lightning rather than creating a bolt of lightning. Actual lightning bolt by name was far more powerful than firebolt, more than tenfold. Well, more than firebolt was supposed to be. I could replicate that level of power, but the spell design was not optimal. Various tests had resulted in the spell creating an explosion more often than a tightly focused shot like it was supposed to. Most of my early energy spells were second rank. Only Energy Ward and Sonic Lance were higher, and then there were the much later options like Fire Shield, Blizzard, and Chain Lightning. Making Sonic Lance weaker was trivial and kind of pointless. The way it diminished in power, I'd have to hit someone right in the head for it to matter much at the same level of mana as the other spells. I wasn't really sure where I was going with that anyway. It was a spell that had good stopping power that was also hard to dodge. It was perfect as it was. If it was too strong for my target, I might not even need magic to take them down. Yeah, it would probably kill a normal, unprotected human, but I didn't have to deal with those. Smart minions had armor. Shocking Grasp was the spell that was the most different of the offensive options. That was why I was messing around with replicating it with other elements. Water Blast, formed around my hand, was completely lacking in offensive power. I needed another spell. Fortunately, the earliest offensive spells were cheap. I wondered what points were doing. Would my mastery be better without spending points? I couldn't know. How annoying. Time to try to learn a spell naturally without anyone to give me proper examples. Water breathing just happened because I needed it, and unfortunately, I wasn't thinking about taking notes at the time. Learning a spell without points or reference wasn't something I'd ever had much success with. Even the light spell I had learned from Jerome. Jerome had learned a lot of spells from me, but they were ones I already knew as well. There was Arcane Sight. It had been pretty easy because it was an extension of my already good sensing abilities. Probably, I knew how much mana Acid Splash was supposed to take. I just needed acid for reference, preferably magical acid. I wasn't going to ask Bolster or someone to learn the spell just to save points myself. I did have a friend though. Rasmus was Acid Man at work, and we were definitely at work now. He was the most acidy person I knew, except maybe Face Eater, but I doubted she was available to help. Plus, she'd try to eat my face and or cover my whole body in acid. I didn't know for sure why she disliked me, but I did know she was female. Probably because of magic. I just need you to make a burst of acid, I said. A small one. That's not how my powers work, Acid Man explained. You know that already. They're mostly contained to my body, or where my body should be. Hadn't you developed a ranged attack? I felt like he did. It's probably not as versatile as you want. I can't tell it to explode or anything, but I can throw it at a target. Sounds good, I said. I watched him transform himself, a small section flinging off and clinging to a target we had set up, rapidly melting until the acid disappeared. You seem more like an ooze than an acid elemental. Is acid an element? Of course it is, I said. So that little elemental buddy of yours can make acid? Of course not. Why? Elementals don't have anything to do with elements, I said. Oh, I see why you're confused. I had to take a moment to think of a good explanation. The explanation was, language is terrible. It wasn't actually much clearer in common. Elements and energy have a metaphysical overlap. Like energy ward, it may be more correct to call acid energy. Acid Man made a face. That sounds way less correct. Acid is pretty strictly a substance. Cold is kind of anti-energy, at least that makes sense. Anti-energy is totally energy, I shrugged. It did seem that what I wanted was basic energy magic, not basic elemental magic. Though the name wasn't the important part was still understanding how it worked. So I needed Acid Man to show me how supernatural acid worked, and we'd take it from there. Chapter 384. Since Acid Man wasn't going to be able to perfectly replicate a spell anyway, we began with offensive uses of his powers that he was comfortable with. He could grapple a target or become a pool of acid underneath them. By controlling his power, he could change the rates at which certain materials dissolved, including organic matter. Most of the time, he didn't dissolve flesh. Much. The threat was good enough for most people. Moreover, since his powers were so valuable defensively, he could use them to reach a foe and perform standard takedowns without fear. But that wasn't what we were concerned with. I was watching him melt targets. It took a lot out of him to actually dissolve a large mass, but he demonstrated his effects on different materials that the training rooms could cobble together. The whole time I was focused on him with my magical senses, along with having active divination. It wasn't precisely arcane sight, but that was the basis of what I was doing. I'd been lucky to cobble together a useful form of advanced divination magic, propelled in part by necessity. Perhaps I should thank Dr. Doomsday. If I had the opportunity, I would do so. Probably over his dead body, because at any other point our interactions would be too busy. He might not remember that I existed, but that was okay. He was too dangerous to directly confront, and not at all fun about it. I felt like I'd need a million more defensive spells before I was comfortable with the idea. He had so many minions, though, and they were far weaker. I didn't mind running into them. Acid Man then made use of his powers to launch something similar to an acid splash. It didn't have to be big, but the separation was important. Otherwise, I'd be developing some sort of acid grasp spell, which I wasn't even certain was possible pre-mastery. The problem for Acid Man was that he had to imbue anything that was going to leave himself with all the power it would ever need, which didn't leave a lot of options for granularity of control. He lobbed a bunch of acid that didn't go very far and ate through a half-inch of artificial flesh in a fist-sized area. That was the sort of thing that people would hope killed them. No wonder he didn't do anything like that regularly. I had no idea how to convert what I was seeing into magic. No, I wasn't even sure if I could get close. At some point, I just began gathering mana in chunks of 2, which I knew was how much I needed. Sometimes the spell was so far from forming that most of the mana just returned to me. Other times, I got it to try to do something, and most of it sputtered out. Spending it 2 at a time when I had over 50 mana remaining meant I got through something like 30 iterations before I was out of mana. Or rather, before I was expected to be out of mana. I still had my second half, a full 62 points. It was just going to be less stable. I wasn't sure why I was having such trouble with replicating a simple spell. I'd spontaneously learned water breathing a while ago, back when I barely knew anything. Was that the problem? Did I know too much? Was there some sort of unknown limit? Had I used too many points to actually learn things now? There was no way for me to know. I kept using magic, even though it would be less stable. The main thing I focused on was wanting acid and also for it to go over there instead of anywhere near me, plus the proper amount of mana. I had to exert more control over details that were normally handled automatically, but I had gotten used to it. Normally, I didn't do it so many times in a row. I preferred larger spells these days, when I could. It took me about half of what remained until I got something that actually felt right. I'd gotten a few green globs before, and a few strands of clear acid that rapidly dissolved without properly interacting with the target at all. But the last one was a proper fake acid green blob that clung to the target while at the same time exploding atop it. It did about as much damage as could be expected, which is to say enough to kill a normal person if applied in precisely the wrong way, and an insignificant amount against anyone powered. I now knew Acid Splash. That meant it would go a lot more smoothly in the future. I still didn't have basic energy mastery. Did I have to also get a natural increase, or was there more I was missing? Well, that's about it, I said to Acid Man. Thank you for your assistance. No problem, he said. So, are you sure you can't summon an acid elemental? Because it sounds like you should be able to. I sighed. I thought I pretty clearly explained that elements and energy are different. So try it, Acid Man said. He wasn't listening at all. Ugh, fine, I said, but this is space magic anyway, and it's not going to work. I waved my hand after gathering the proper 6 mana. I felt it flow out of me. See? Nothing. What did he think was going to happen? There had only been 4 portals in Ignis's room anyway. Well, I was presuming those all went to the same world or whatever, but it was possible that Ignis simply had a far greater connection to me somehow. Either way, there wasn't an acid place. Besides, what was it going to do? A rift in space tore open and Ignis stumbled through, carrying a pot that it was rapidly stirring with a stone spoon. Inside the pot was a bunch of clear liquid mixing with something green. The spoon dissolved in the mixture. Ignis dropped the rest of the handle in and proudly held the pot over its head. Was that the same one that held water normally? Good to see you made it, I commented. Ignis looked around before pointing towards Acid Man. I still didn't speak its language. Maybe Ignis didn't know how to speak its language. No, he's a friend. Also, I doubt it would hurt him. Just splash that target dummy, I guess. Ignis saluted, then dumped the green liquid from its pot. There was certainly more than fit, just like with the water. The target dummy melted, as expected from spending significantly more mana than an acid splash. However, Ignis seemed to exhaust pretty quickly from that, and went back home. Told you, Acid Man said. Stop ruining my magic. I said, if you suggest anything else to make it more complicated, I'm going to be annoyed. Have you done lightning? He asked. That's also an element. Ugh, fine. I also tried to get a lightning one. Just as before, Ignis didn't show up immediately. No, this time had a far more noticeable time lag. I wondered if Ignis was spying on me because of the green acid. More likely, Ignis was reacting to the image I had when I summoned it. My image for lightning had been pretty vague, though. About a minute later, beyond the normal duration of such a spell, the air suddenly tore open and Ignis came stumbling through. As it did so, bolts of lightning dropped out of its arms as they caught on the edge of the tear in space. They bounced around and sparked. Ignis tried to pick some up, but kept dropping more before finally putting them all down, arranging them into neat rows and picking them up like a large bundle of sticks. It looked at me expectantly. I guessed the same target. It was more than half melted, but I hadn't really expected this to work. Ignis nodded eagerly, awkwardly balancing the bundle of lightning bolts and tossing them one at a time. They zapped the target pretty good. Neat, I said. Good job. Ignis came close, and I decided to pat it on the head. It was hot. Good thing I had combat-grade gloves on. Ignis probably looked happy as it departed. Okay, what about... Nope, I said. That's more than enough. Acid Man sighed. Fine, be boring. Have fun with your elements or energy or whatever. Dash, dash, dash. It was Acid Man's fault that I was still on the same task a week later. Midnight got dragged into it too. I got a natural upgrade for Acid Splash and it didn't matter. Are you sure this makes sense? He said. Couldn't there be a whole lot of other elements or energy like... No, I said. This is all there is. The end of things. We just need one earth spell and one air spell and that's all. Normally, I wouldn't be so insistent. But this needed to work. I'd already spent so much effort. Even if we had to invent new spells, we'd do it. We're just going to uncover hidden spells, I said. Somehow, I knew Spatial Rift was one of those. Maybe cross-dimensional inspiration would have hidden something in other editions of tabletop RPGs. Gust? I checked. Nope. Aeroblast? I wasn't sure if focusing on a name would tell me if a spell was real without actually knowing. I'd been told about Spatial Rift by Rickle, and I believed her because she wrote a book on it. Gale Blast? Huh. I hadn't expected that to work. I would have begun randomly looking through things a long time ago. Let's try this one, I told Midnight. The description might be nothing like what we had, but we could start there. A bunch of air around us to try to push things back. I immediately avoided stabilizing my magic. I had fallen back into the habit of letting my magic be stabilized by half of it, which wasn't bad. It just wasn't good for learning and practice. It wasn't automatic, but it was my default choice for when I used magic now. This time, I just chose to forego it. I shouldn't be able to cause any significant damage with the amount of mana I was using. It took me 6 proper attempts, during which time Midnight tried twice. He was a bit slower with gathering mana and stabilizing himself between spells, but I'd also started right away while he had to take a moment to read the parameters. It would be very hard to kill anyone with this spell, which was fine. It really didn't need to. It just went whoosh in all directions and could probably shove someone back a step. The power was far more diffuse, but that was fine. Midnight checked his window to confirm along with me, and there it was. Gale Blast. I guess we just need to find an earth one, Midnight said. Regardless of whether these were energy or elemental spells, or whether those were somehow the same even though they shouldn't be, it was reasonable that there should be some spell. Scatter Scree? Nope. Mold Earth? Ha, no way. Not with those parameters. How much power did they think could be packed into 2 mana? Earthen Force? Nothing there. Rock? I was extremely glad there wasn't a spell named Rock, but I was kind of annoyed that there wasn't a name we could find. We spent hours on it, during which our mana recovered to full. So we then spent a while just trying to do magic anyway. In the end, we never did learn a spell name. I did form a chunk of rock that hit a target's head, exploding into shrapnel. Both the rock and the fake head, but the rock didn't stay after. Turlough, no surname. Level 43. Experience, 4,808 out of 4,950. Basic spatial magic plus 15, 7/8. Basic energy magic plus 11, 5/6. Grease plus 6, 2 vertical 4. Force armor plus 13, 7/6. Mage's reach plus 7, 3/4. Translation plus 6, 1 or 5. Alter time flow plus 11, 6 vertical 5. Disguise plus 1, 0 or 1. Familiar bond plus 13, 5/8. Size shift plus 6, 2 vertical 4. Advanced divination magic plus 8, 3/5. Shield plus 3, 1/2. Stone skin plus 9, 4/5. Mana manipulation plus 11, 2/9. Water breathing plus 1, 0 or 1. Variable freedom plus 4, 2 vertical 2. Basic light magic plus 4, 1/3. Alter Portal plus 6, 0 oder 6. Gate plus 7, 2 vertical bar 5. Sending plus 3, 0 or 3. Chain lightning plus 5, 3/2. Clean plus 1, open parenthesis 0 or 1 close parenthesis. Shelter plus 2, 0 or 2. Assistive familiar casting plus 6, 0 bar 6. Multicasting plus 6, 0 or 6. Enhance plus 3, 1/2. Non-detection plus 5, 0 or 6. Blizzard plus 1, 0 or 1. Fly plus 1 open parenthesis, 0 vertical bar 1 close parenthesis. Dimensional anchor plus 1, 0 or 1. Knock, teleport plus 1 open parenthesis, 0 vertical bar, 1 close parenthesis. Dispel plus 1, 0 or 1. Dimension door plus 1 open parenthesis, 0 vertical bar, 1 close parenthesis. Fire shield, contingency plus 2, 0 or 2. Spatial rift plus 1, 0 vertical bar 1. Summon moderate elemental, remaining points 6. Well, it was something like that, and it appeared that basic energy magic was the name it ended up on. I was kind of motivated to get more masteries to squash things together so I wouldn't have to look at as many things. Possibly advanced energy magic, but I was really tired of all that right now. Perhaps far in the future. Advanced spatial magic might work, but I might not have enough things within that threshold. I was pretty sure teleport fit in whatever the highest category was. Gate and spatial rift definitely did. I noticed my latest 2 masteries had more natural upgrades than points-based. It didn't seem to be a hard requirement for them to form because of how basic light magic had ended up. But it also seemed to be easier if that was the case. Which made sense, probably. I needed to go fight things and get more levels, if not for points, for mana. And also the good of the city or whatever. Chapter 385. Sometimes I looked at my official profile to see what the Power Brigade thought about me. Internal documents were quite lengthy now, though it didn't seem absolutely everything had been logged. I wasn't hiding any of my abilities from the brigade, but I imagined they also didn't want certain details to get out. Obviously, my public profile was significantly shorter. Extra probably had different details entirely. They would care more about my portal-related abilities than everything else. I frowned. I only fall under a mid-threat rating, and you're less. Midnight shrugged. Is that supposed to bother me? I don't think you should be too bothered by that. Threat isn't usefulness. I'm just wondering how it's calculated, I said. Also, it's kind of a problem because several people who would want to try to kill me are higher threat. Mostly Great Girl's rivals. I don't think that's a problem, Midnight said. I imagine we're rated lower because we aren't crazy. Besides, isn't it inexact for a reason? Maybe, but we need to be able to defeat Darkstar Girl. Can't we? Midnight asked. I mean, I don't know what her growth rate is like, but you're way stronger than last time we faced her and we beat her then. I tilted my head. That didn't sound right. No, we didn't. When have we ever? Halloween? We didn't fight them. The angels did all of that. Then when she tried to murder us at the park. That sure was forever ago, wasn't it? We didn't beat her. Midnight was indignant there. What about her running away makes you think we didn't? She was still fine. I don't think she got hurt at all. And Great Girl was there. Only at the end. I shook my head. I still don't think it counts. People don't have to be lying bloody on the floor to be defeated. Actually, Midnight drew out the word. It's possible Dark Star would skip that step once her powers ran out. She probably wouldn't be much more durable than a human once she actually started taking visible damage, so anything that could cause her significant trouble would probably just kill her. You're speculating. That's what we do here. We can't call her in for a sparring match to try it out. Gloom is trouble too, I said. We could work on mental freedom more. I think that solves most of the trouble there. It was good that Midnight was confident, but I still had some concerns. Even if they weren't my rivals, they hated me. Spot was whatever. By himself, the guy didn't matter. He could be an unfortunate addition to them, and he had sufficient subordinates or random allies to be a problem. He'd also been responsible for Midnight being abducted, so he was going in the garbage next time I got a chance, which meant dealing with those two. Our odds go down significantly if we have to face them together. Obviously, I'm assuming you're with me for most scenarios, otherwise it doesn't look good at all. I have lasers now, Midnight pointed out. That could help a lot. It might. That was true. It came to mind that I would be far more powerful if I had material components for every spell. Not excessive things like converting a proper focus into power, but small things that were meant to be consumed in reasonable quantities. The issue was holding all of that stuff. I had a number of things stuffed into my pockets and more in storage. However, it was impractical to use any of the latter except when I had plenty of setup time. There was always the option of using storage to pull something out immediately before, but there was a problem. I couldn't be spending an extra second to think about pulling something out in the middle of combat. Rapidly retrieving precisely the right thing for the spell I wanted. Wouldn't it just be better to spend an extra point of mana on what I was already doing? That was a thing I could do now after all. Up to my fatigue limit, I could push more mana into spells than they were meant to have, effectively making them higher rank. That brought in some of the better scaling as well, however that wasn't always correct. For more powerful spells, a single point of mana was less of a proportionate increase than a proper component would be. The problem of time was still an issue. Even if I could rapidly withdraw a material component, I needed a free hand. Technically, I could use them from anywhere on my body, so maybe I could reserve a particular pocket. Trying to improvise where I stored something for a moment was way too crazy. But even if I could do all that quickly, the time lag between spells would be too much. Possible solutions. I pondered with Midnight on the couch in my apartment. Carry everything. Obviously that doesn't work for me, Midnight commented. I barely have room for a few things. He was just smaller, so space was a bigger issue than weight. A small amount of material components for over 40 different spells would probably be at most a couple pounds. But they all needed to be stored properly. Yes, we had experimented with mixed piles of material components, and it was awful. It worked half as well less than half as often as it ought to, with more concentration required. Option 2, have some guy follow us around carrying everything. I think that's slower than using storage, right? Midnight pointed out. I nodded. We'd have to say what we wanted, have him hand or toss it to us, and not die in the process. If there was such a person who could contribute merely by standing around, it would be better to have them stand as a wall between us and our enemies. Option 3, narrow our focus. That's not a bad idea, Midnight admitted. I don't like it, I crossed my arms. I've gotten used to fighting by jumping between diverse spells. It's also antithetical to the masteries I've gotten. Can you have a single component for a whole mastery? Midnight asked. Spatial magic, I get. But energy? Maybe crystals? I tilted my head. But probably not, no. Even proper gemstones would have their preferred energy types. I think it's a bit much to use material components for every spell anyway, Midnight said. Unless we did it automatically, I countered, as part of the process. Presuming we didn't run out, what happens if you try to use components that aren't there? Nothing, I said, which might be disappointing. That does mean there would be some waste for my theoretical idea. Which is? Drawing directly from storage. Didn't we already decide against that? No, see, I tried to explain. We just take the stuff from storage. It's connected to us, right? We shouldn't have to cast the spell. Does that work? Midnight asked. I don't know. It's my day off. You don't have to do nothing on days off, Midnight said. The brigade complains about it if I go in too much, I said. Something about balance. There are some spells you can do here, Midnight pointed out. Defensive spells, I suggested. We can't really test any of them, though. There's always clean, Midnight said. I frowned. Shouldn't have learned that one. What was the point of paying for someone to come clean if I did it myself? Or, Midnight suggested, we could always cast anything and dispel it. That's a good way to test defensive spells, right? Midnight had a good point. And we didn't have enough practice using active dispel. Not from my staff, I mean. The staff I used to have. Maybe it still existed, but I didn't want to go back to the country that had taken it. They'd be expecting spatial shenanigans. I wondered if I could summon my staff. Probably not with basic spatial magic. I held out my hand. I was pretty sure 6 mana was the limit for a basic mastery. I could increase power beyond that point, but not utility. At least that was my general understanding. I wanted my staff. Either it didn't want to come, or my desires and attempt at improvised magic weren't enough. Yeah, we should practice Dispel, I said, and anything else. We didn't have everything we needed, but we also didn't want to go out to get stuff, so we ordered a whole bunch of feathers and a bolt of military-grade cloth. The latter was far more expensive, but I only needed a small piece. There was an appropriate amount of material to use as a component, and I needed about a square inch, so 10 yards of stuff should serve me for the next decade or so. Yes, I had tested force armor with such a component before. The stuff I could get was less robust than whatever Francois used as a base for power brigade stuff, but beyond a certain point, material components didn't get much better. Who would have thought that diamonds were cheap? Actually, my initial estimates for diamonds were much closer to what I was spending now, before I knew about industrial diamonds, and that would have been for a small baggie. Now I ordered tons of the stuff. Same-day delivery was expensive. Same-hour delivery required supers. Being a super-powered mercenary paid well, and I wanted to support local laborers. Or something. Anyway, it wasn't long before we had a huge bag of feathers and a bolt of cloth. I expected it to be heavier, I admitted. Which? Midnight asked. Both. The whole bolt was barely 10 pounds, and that was because it was very dense. There were denser cloth-like materials, but not easily available. Anyway, with some effort devoted to deconstruction, we split the bolt and a torso-sized bag of feathers between us, tossing most of our portions into storage. Only a bit was kept outside for our initial tests. For the rest of the afternoon, Midnight and I took turns casting Force Armor, Fly, Stone Skin, and Dispel. It was unfortunate we didn't have a material component to augment Dispel, but we did what we could. Because I had more than double mana capacity and twice Midnight's effective regeneration, much of the time I ended up dispelling things on myself. It was easier, so it wasn't as good of a metric of whether or not we properly used any material components. We could have theoretically checked for missing material after every cast. Even a low mana usage of storage was sufficient now, due to the way its levels had scaled. It was never expensive to begin with. However, it was still more efficient to do a handful of attempts first. We were testing it anyway. It took over 10 attempts on my end before I thought I'd had a few successes, and the missing material seemed to agree with me. But it was possible. Just as I could use materials in a pocket to some extent, I could do the same with things in storage. Midnight too. How excellent of a thing to discover. It would save us a lot of fumbling around, though having some failure rate was a problem. We practiced until we were out of mana, rested, and then practiced until we were confident in properly using material components every time. I dropped about a foot to the floor as Midnight dispelled my final fly spell for the afternoon. Going higher than that was a problem for various reasons, one of which was that there wasn't room inside, but also because falling was bad. Just a few feet was fine, but without magic I couldn't say I hit a supernatural level. Brigade equipment only helped so much with falls, as stopping kinetic energy throughout the whole body wasn't really the point of armor, and our outfits were armor. Midnight's adaptive nanobot stuff was better about it, though. Not that he'd go more than 2 or 3 feet off the ground, unless it was to reach my shoulder. We earned improvements for both Fly and Dispel, as well as our unmeasured gains in using material components from within storage. Storage wasn't near us, but it was connected. That was the important thing. I'd have Jerome and Rob test, plus maybe bolster, to check to see if it required a spatial magic mastery. I could add the information to my book. I doubted I'd ever get a chance to publish it in my old world, but I was still preparing spell mastery. Now you have access to natural upgrades and combined spells, written in both English and Common. Chapter 386. Usually when people were gathered together to watch something, it was for entertainment purposes like a movie. At least, that was what I gathered was the common sense of Earth. Mostly when I was watching something with people, it was like the current situation. Security footage. This one involved a very large guy, and I used guy very loosely, not because he lacked masculinity, but because he lacked humanity. Stomping down a corridor. Energy weapons blasted at a barrier the giant metal guy had. It was, of course, Flasher. He wasn't supposed to be on Mars. I also supposed he wasn't supposed to be inside a prison either. Occasionally, he would hop forward, through space, not physically. He crossed solid barriers while taking a relatively straight path towards Iron Shell's cell. How did I know? I certainly hadn't seen it before, but it didn't take very long before he took advantage of the incoming lasers to focus their reflected beams onto the cell's lock before flinging open the door. He dragged a comatose Iron Shell out. He must have been pretty strong, though I supposed she was currently lighter. At least if I understood things properly, they would have removed as many mods as they could safely, which at minimum included a lot of extra armor plating and power cells. Since she was basically full replacement, however, they couldn't legally leave her incapacitated without arms and legs or whatever. Once outside the cell, I had thought that he was going to go out the way he came in, but instead Flasher took out something and crushed it. The two of them pushed through a portal. Their anti-teleportation stuff sucks, I said. Why did anyone even bother sending her to Mars? Because it's more difficult, Calculator commented. He was, of course, the one who had just informed Midnight and I about this incident. We had history with both of them. Great Girl was also present as a main contributor to Iron Shell's capture. It's an exchange program, you see, Great Girl explained. Many individuals are swapped between Earth and Mars for powered prisoners. That way people at least have to get to another planet. Can you imagine leaving everyone in the same city as all their minions? That does sound bad, Midnight said. So about that portal, we have limited information, Calculator continued. However, we presume it is connected to Bunvarixians, and potentially whoever got Flash Circuit into your old world through their ceiling. Does this change Iron Shell's threat rating? I asked. Do we follow the same engagement protocols? Until she does something beyond her previous activities, things stay the same, capture if feasible. Of course, you need to protect yourselves first, Calculator said. If you seriously feel threatened, you act as you have to. This does increase Flash Circuit's threat rating, though. He's a takedown priority, dead or alive. We should have hunted him down already. Well, we tried. However, scrying hadn't proved as effective on him as we wished. Since it was a major component in how Iron Shell had been taken down, Flasher seemed to have taken extra precautions. Midnight was pondering seriously, with the proper amount of worry one should have when a supervillain nemesis broke out of prison. I was probably below that proper worry, but we didn't need both of us to be like that. The defenses seem like a lackluster response. Calculator nodded. That's still being looked into. We might not get the full report here, however, that doesn't stop me from making a few guesses. Calculator's guesses were extremely accurate. When he said he was certain about something, he'd never been wrong. But if he was willing to offer a supposition unprompted, he was close enough for my purposes. There are two possibilities that aren't mutually exclusive. First, he tampered with the local systems. Nothing is joined to a complete network, but there are smaller subnetworks that could have been disabled to limit the response. Or he could have done something to suppress the threat he presented to the automated systems. Something like those devices the Neon Void are selling. How likely is that? Great Girl asked. I can't imagine the mod squad wouldn't acquire any new tech that popped up, if at all feasible, Calculator said. Whether it would work for this is a different question. Either way, there should have been squads waiting for him when he arrived at the cell, having predicted his destination. It was a very short intrusion, but there should have been enough time. What about corruption? Midnight asked. We had seen some of that previously. Not this time, Calculator said, at least not as a primary concern. Obviously, it could have been another factor still. Okay, I nodded. I turned to Great Girl. Do you think you could rip his head off? Only if I had to. I had to think about that for a moment. Is that an image thing? I don't like killing people. Oh, right. I didn't like killing people, but if they needed to die, I really didn't care. That wasn't normal, but it wasn't far enough from normal to concern the power brigade, as long as I maintained contact with a psychiatrist. Flasher was already on my list of people that I'd prefer to be dead, so I hadn't thought about it much beyond that. Calculator reminded us to remain cautious. Iron Shell might come for revenge against any or all of us. He didn't need to remind Midnight and I about Flasher's danger. Though it was at the very edge of my abilities, I could use multicasting with Dimensional Anchor. Triple the cost for 5 beams, though they were difficult to consolidate into a small area. That wasn't too big of an issue, because Flasher was both big enough that I might still hit him with multiple anyway. And I just wanted to connect. Midnight was great practice, because he was a small and quick target. Dimensional Anchor didn't hurt, so it was easy enough to use it continuously. Midnight could use lower-level spatial magic to test whether the Dimensional Anchor took hold to preserve his mana. He was nominally 17 mana behind me, about a quarter, and for the sake of this exercise, we were sticking to my stable mana pool. Dimensional Anchor was completely safe. I didn't want to find out what an unstable version might do. Most likely, be less reliable. Nothing ever went all that far from its base form, but it was still magic that really shouldn't be used carelessly. Besides, if I couldn't disable Flasher quickly, it probably wouldn't work at all. We were ignoring the barriers he could generate at the moment and just focusing on one necessary bit. A shotgun blast of extra stable space sprayed out. I had the feeling Midnight wouldn't have been able to dodge without our connection. Actually, he probably wouldn't be able to sense magic at all, so that was certainly the case. Avoiding invisible beams wasn't simple, but beyond learning to sense magic to some extent, his connection to me made that more precise. I didn't want it to be easy though, so I wasn't going to complain about it being tougher. This was training, and MoveBrain wasn't available whenever I wanted. Or pretty much ever, beyond that one sizable training session. We didn't have an abundance of other space-related supers for me to train with, as it was a rarer category. I gathered enough mana for multicasting once more. I shot a single beam. Midnight dodged it. He managed to dodge the second single beam, though he was clearly thrown off guard. The third one I managed to predict his angle in time for the invisible connection to reach him. Yep, he said, locked solid. He attempted to cast a few spells, starting with storage. Summon Minor Elemental resulted in Ignis poking a head and arms through space and flailing about before being pulled away. I was pretty certain that wasn't supposed to work like that, but maybe it helped that Ignis really liked being summoned. After the anchor wore off, we properly summoned Ignis to explain. We returned to training, though I really only had mana for one more multicasting. I gathered all 24 mana, steadying myself as I pushed up against my limits. It was far from the hardest thing I'd done with magic. Pushing past where I should go was pretty regular, so standing right on the edge was nothing. I shot a single dimensional anchor. This again? Midnight avoided the one connection just fine. It took me only a moment to recollect the last 8 mana and properly use multicasting. Midnight picked a direction and dodged, but I shot them parallel to the floor at about his shoulder height, a spread that covered every direction he could dodge in that time except a straight leap upwards. Ah, I get it, Midnight said. You split them into 3 the first time so that I would think you'd repeat that pattern. Pretty neat, right? I'm not sure if Flasher can sense mana like that, but I'm not betting he can't do something. Of course, if I don't hit with the initial attempt, he might just flicker off. Midnight nodded. And that's why I'll take down his barrier first. Right. Think we can tune Dispel to only things that would hinder dimensional magic? Honestly? Midnight shook his head. Not at all. But if you think we can, I'll try anyway. I guess the best we can do is tearing apart Dimensional Anchor for now. So, I gestured at Midnight. Try it out. I was confident enough at using a single casting of Dimensional Anchor on myself, stably even without the stability of my upper half of mana. Just in case, though, I targeted my least favorite hand. I really didn't want to have to go to Sierra and ask her to grow back a hand, so I really was careful. It was fine. I focused on dispelling just dimensional anchor. There weren't any other spells, but there was super tech in my suit. It wouldn't be permanently disabled, but I figured it was better to not cause it more wear and tear than necessary. Ultimately, as long as we got better at dispel, it didn't really matter if we could target things so precisely. We just needed midnight to break down Flash's barrier, even for a single moment, so that I could hit him with a couple bits of dimensional anchor. After that, his fast processing and defensive abilities wouldn't be a huge issue. Even if he had a new trick or two, if we could fight him, we could win. Though I wasn't planning to have only Midnight and myself. We'd presumably be with a full squad. If they came to us, we couldn't pick which one that would be. If we were going to them, Great Girl's squad would be good. She had shown her ability to overcome Iron Shell, and she could doubtless do so against this guy. Of course, I couldn't expect Flasher to be alone, which was why Midnight and I needed to be as coordinated as possible. Whether or not we could organize an assault of some sort would depend on what patrol schedules we needed to take part in. It would be convenient if New Bay would offer an increased bounty on either Flasher or Iron Shell. Well, there would be the standard one for Iron Shell probably. The same as before her initial capture. Most of Flasher's trouble had been off-planet though, which meant bringing him in wasn't financially viable for the Power Brigade. That didn't mean they wouldn't let us organize it, just that if there were higher priority tasks, they would want us to handle those first. Obviously, taking down personal nemesis wasn't a low priority for the brigade, but things had to be balanced. Fortunately, some of the prep work I had to do with scrying also counted as training, so Midnight and I would always be moving closer to a resolution where we tossed Flasher into a star. Or maybe just one of the planes Ignis came from, assuming they were different and not just one megaplane. Flasher wouldn't do well in a world without electricity, food, or maybe air. Oh wait, we wouldn't be able to shove him though a gate with dimensional anchor going. I guess we'd just have to crush his brain. I wasn't sure if he even had any other vital organs, so we didn't have many options. It would have been easier before Iron Shell got out, but hopefully she'd be weaker for a while as she had to get replacement cybernetics, and we couldn't ignore the potential threat escalation. Chapter 3. 187. Flasher and Iron Shell appeared even more difficult to scry than usual. There were no guarantees about what they might do, but for the moment, Great Girl's team was working with Midnight and me to prepare to take them down together if necessary. Midnight and I might brute force some glimpses of their surroundings if we kept working at it, but being prepared for a battle was also important. Aside from magic training, I also trained with weapons. There was always more to learn, as people could use anything. Mostly guns, though. People liked guns. They were good at almost every range, until the point they suddenly weren't. Once within arm's reach, it was easy enough to get them off target that proper melee weapons were better. Knowing how to fight against certain weapons also involved knowing how to use them to some extent. That was how I ended up in some supplementary training sessions with Sophia. Great girl at work, she almost never had any use for weapons. When you could throw trucks, fists were good enough for most things. However, against overbruisers, it was useful to have a mechanical advantage. Not that Great Girl currently had a weapon that could stand up to her strength. Not at any significant size. For the moment, we were sparring against each other with staves, because they were one of the simplest weapons to make, and because she could rip a light pole or something out of the ground. Not that she'd be able to bring that into any decent base. It was quite difficult to keep track of someone that could shrink and grow as she pleased. Even if I knew that she was activating her power, she'd gotten pretty good at hiding how things were going to change. Was she going to thrust forward and extend her reach, or suddenly shrink and slip under my guard? I was fit and had decent natural strength, but no supernatural physical attributes, so I had to use magic to keep up. I kept it to enhance for the most part, for optimal training. Anything too much in either person's favor would make things pointless. Our staves crashed against each other loudly, rebounding slightly. They were only so strong, so we had to control ourselves. Or constantly keep getting new ones, but that wasn't good training. A minute later, I ended up on my back with a staff pointed at my trachea. A minute wasn't too bad, though. I lost most of the time, but that was fine. It wasn't my job to beat a bruiser in melee combat. My job was to delay long enough or take out mooks that way. I just needed to find openings to use spells, and I did. These particular sparring sessions, I didn't actually cast spells, because if we were being serious, I absolutely would avoid getting into melee in the first place. I'd rather use a gun. Even a proper rifle wouldn't do much more than slow her for a moment, but as a general rule, it was better. I had the most training with a single-handed pistol, but lately I had been thinking about other weapons. Rifles were close enough to staves, though not at all magical, and a mediocre conduit for magic. I could point them at a target better and shoot down the sights while also using spells at the same target, or one nearby, but that took more concentration. I could store most weapons with similar ease. Basic spatial mastery allowed moving quite a significant amount of matter into or out of storage for a low cost. I could even pop a weapon right into a firing position. Great Girl also joined me for some firearms training, though there wasn't any sparring there. Not that we couldn't, but it was kind of pointless. Or at least, it would really be more of a bullet-dodging training. Useful, but not what we were interested in at the exact moment. The only reason Great Girl would have a gun is if she took it from someone, as she didn't carry one. But I could hold two just fine. The vast majority of the time, Mono would take care of anything that required long range. However, sometimes circumstances didn't fit his style. The training was useful, even if we didn't expect to use it repeatedly. I added a little twist to my firearms training. I emptied my magazine and then kept shooting. At first, I had less than a 50% success rate. Swapping things was difficult, and there were a few internal mechanisms that actually needed a clip to be pushed in, instead of just magicking its way in. The good news was that I couldn't accidentally overlap anything. At most, I could get stuff jammed. If spatial magic could overlap matter, I could just pull out sticks through people I wanted to kill. It might actually be able to do that at higher tiers of magic, but there were plenty of spells that directly killed people. The point was that it didn't work for trivial amounts of mana, and so far even intentionally sloppy mana control hadn't resulted in anything. I presumed it was magically expensive. My accuracy was pretty good. Not in the top ranks, but there were plenty of gunslingers in the power brigade, people with powers much more suited to the task. But I was pretty decent. Now I just need something that can shoot through super cyborgs, I said. Pretty sure you don't have a license for any of that, Great Girl said. I can get armor-piercing rounds. That was one thing I had been working on, swapping in the right clips. I had to keep a proper mental inventory of what I had in storage for that to work, plus be familiar with the ammo itself so that I knew what I was actually pulling out. I was still short of throwing a tea party like Rickle, but I thought I was pretty good for the time I'd had to practice. Want to help me out with grappling practice? Great Girl said. We can load you up with some metal armor, and you can grow big. I don't have most of the things they have, I pointed out. I do have Fire Shield, though. Dash, dash, dash. For Great Girl, Fire Shield was more of a time limit on how long she wanted to grab onto me than an actual way to stop her. Thus, it fulfilled its purpose perfectly. I still wasn't a very good giant metal man, though. You're not heavy enough, she commented. Or durable enough, I shook my head. I don't have enough points to learn Iron Body, or the requisite mastery to just improvise it. I was pretty sure metal wasn't an energy type. I was more certain that transmutation-type spells were their own thing regardless. I'm not sure if this is a good representation. If you can grab them, you should just rip their arms off. That's not something I can do in public, Great Girl said. Just enough to tear some parts. I tilted my head, or like twist them an extra quarter turn without ripping anything off. It's not like either of them have any flesh in that area. That's a bit tough, Great Girl admitted, depending on the height of the room. You don't have to stand up, I suggested. Well, anywhere they can move around properly, you can probably manage in a low stance. We were fairly likely to fight them in a lair instead of on the streets. Otherwise, we could make her big enough to grab one in each hand. Has your maximum size improved any? I might reach 3 times my height soon, Great Girl explained. Couldn't you already? Her glare stopped me and forced me to think. So like, 20 feet tall. Putting an absolute number to it would give me a better idea of the actual amount. Something like that, she said. Closer to 18 at the moment, but that's my goal. So she was somewhere around 3.5 times her height now, aiming for 4. She rarely had to go to her limits though. It was usually a worse option against most opponents. It was too much strength in exchange for being somewhat slower and certainly less agile. Not that she was ever particularly clumsy, it was just an issue of size. Dash, dash, dash. Great Girl was one of the important image supers for the Power Brigade, so she needed to be seen dealing with problems, or at least patrolling as regularly as possible. Calculator already knew I didn't want to be part of that, but I could at least do my best to not make our image any worse. Grasp, Great Girl, Mono, Midnight, and I all patrolled along the streets. Mono would normally be perched atop a building, but it was kind of difficult for him to get an angle all along a patrol route, without making it just a straight line. If dealing with a specific threat, he'd find a good place to set up. If we ran into trouble on this patrol, I'd cast fly and he could get to some rooftops swiftly enough. The number of criminal incidents in New Bay was extremely high, but it was lower around patrols. Most villains tried to avoid them. However, they were intended not to be predictable enough that they could just skirt around them. Some people were probably happy when many patrols went by without an incident. I didn't want more dangerous things to happen, I just wanted more of those that were going to happen anyway to happen around me. That way I could get experience. Sparring just wasn't cutting it, often giving only a single experience point per day. Sometimes less. We'd missed a few opportunities, but finally we got called into something. Incident in progress, 2 blocks away to the northwest. A bank robbery. How dumb. I didn't even have any money in a bank, by which I meant physically in a bank. Did people really do that? I suppose they were required to keep some cash for transactions, but it wasn't much. There were few enough of us that one multicasting of haste covered us all. We could have done one more, since Midnight was my familiar. Fly allowed Mono to move freely, while the rest of us ran along the streets. Map took over the job of interfacing with dispatch, directing Mono towards a good perch. The bank is on a corner, so you can cover both streets from the opposite corner. What about back alleys? There shouldn't be any access, but if you're willing to compromise angles along one street, you can roam an opposite rooftop and potentially cover the alley. I'd better do that. I can't fly whenever I want, and I don't have the powers to jump over a boulevard. Mono's power didn't actually have anything to do with guns. It was sound manipulation. It made him pretty terrifying to some people, as people would only know he'd arrived when they started getting hit. He often used various forms of less lethal ammunition as well as targeting people's limbs. But he could just shoot someone through the heart or brain. He wasn't a big part of the brigade's image, for various reasons. "Who are we up against?" Great Girl asked, doing her best to keep her words at the right pace. Map wasn't hasted, since she wasn't anywhere physically present. I honestly wasn't sure I'd ever seen her in person. "Reports are the Neon Void." "That new gang?" Great Girl said. "The very same. They have power suppression tech, so we might not know who their heavy hitters are until we spot them." We managed to confirm that it was them when the vault teleported out of the bank with a guy standing on top of it. He had indigo blue skin, shiny black eyes, and was obviously an alien. I also had the feeling he was a show-off because normal people didn't teleport a whole vault. It was very nicely severed from its surroundings, though. It was pretty obvious he had super tech. I could feel it. I had no idea what most of it did, but the gun in his hands probably shot something. "You'll never stop me," the man said. He might have been right. Even with haste, Great Girl might not have reached him before he teleported away again, depending on how fast his stuff charged. But I didn't want him to run. I wanted him to fight. I gathered mana quickly, watching his posture to try to guess what he might do next. Hopefully, what I was preparing would make that not work like he intended. Chapter 3, 188. I had nothing in particular against aliens with blue skin and shiny black eyes, actually shiny as if Neon Void was an actual disturbing color. But this guy was robbing a bank. That wasn't the worst sort of thing people could do, but it was very high profile. He had just teleported onto the street with the vault. I could tell he wanted to do that more, so I gathered mana for something I had just been practicing. Dimensional Anchor. And while that didn't always work, multicasting it to be 5 instances was certainly much more capable of tripping people up. In this cast, I aimed 3 at the guy on the back of the vault and 2 at the vault itself. In the worst-case scenario, the vault wouldn't be going anywhere, and the guy would get away. The bank would have to figure out how to deal with it from there, but they would hardly be able to say I didn't stop the robbery. It almost happened. The guy nearly dodged my spell, even though it didn't look like anything. It was like he saw something. Could he see magic? Dimensional stuff? Well, they did have aura dampeners, so it wasn't weird. They had things that could detect powers. Anyway, I threw 3 of my 5 beams at the guy precisely so he couldn't dodge. I just had to clip him, and I did. Sadly, it was just 1, but that would make any teleporting much more difficult. It didn't seem he knew that, as he smirked and did nothing. Okay, that wasn't true. Some devices he had attached to the vault and himself, certain amped up with super tech power, and then did nothing. That was about the time Great Girl vaulted over the vault, tackling him. Grasp hadn't ever focused on the guy at all. Instead, she had beelined for the bank itself, stepping inside. A few moments later, I saw a bunch of guns fly out of the building, carried by her telekinetic hands. I said they were guns, but they clearly weren't normal types. I had no idea how she stopped anyone from shooting her. How could she disable such complex— Oh, they had triggers. I guess she probably just held the back of the trigger in place so she didn't have to know how the rest of the guns worked, huh? There was a reason triggers were standard. They were quite intuitive for humanoids once they got used to it. That extended to super tech like the Neon Void had. After all, super tech was just someone making something function beyond what it should. Why should it be uncomfortable? Well, there were some villains that liked having unique activation methods. Most of them were just copycatting Dr. Doomsday, who actually had a good reason to make his stuff harder to use. I was able to think about this stuff a lot because Great Girl was already holding on to a guy who couldn't teleport. Besides, he was already on the opposite side of the vault. I did move around to make sure I could take a look inside in case Grasp needed backup, and Great Girl might have. But she had already disarmed the guy and was choking him out. It didn't take too long before Grasp was carting out various thugs, mostly humans, which was typical. It would be strange if the Neon Void were entirely aliens from Venzul Prime. There weren't a whole lot of aliens who could consistently get to Earth except for Martians. Though I heard that maybe there were some reclusive aliens from other planets in the solar system. The guy looked really mad about not being able to teleport, but it might have been the neck constriction that was causing his coloration. He was lucky that Mono hadn't needed to do anything to him. I did learn later that Mono had targeted a few thugs that ran out the back alley, like we had anticipated, but obviously I didn't hear anything at the time. As the guy began to slump over, I started looking over various devices he was holding. I should toss some of these in storage in case they try to explode. I couldn't necessarily react to things fast enough to stop it after there was a change, so I just grabbed everything that felt the most dangerous. More power meant more danger, and that was true of super tech. Maybe not actual advanced tech, but super tech that had to break more rules to work needed more power, though it varied by the creator's affinity. Normally, we would go right back to our patrols. This time, especially because of Great Girl, we got held up. Lots of people wanted her autograph. A couple people wanted mine. Midnight was a bit more popular than me because people liked cats and watching him sign things with magic or his battlesuit's graspers. Grasp had a longer career than me, even if she wasn't the face of the squad, so she was in between. Mono kept up a mysterious image, so unless anyone could fly up to the roof, he was free from autograph duties. At some point, a monster crawled out of the bank. Of course, properly discerning threats was an important part of mercenary training. Since this monster was wearing things vaguely resembling a suit and tie, and none of the bank personnel were panicking, I figured the 6-legged hairy beast belonged. It must be hard to be so divergent, since some people already hated me, and I was human-shaped. Excuse me. The individual spoke English with an accent, which was pretty impressive for the lack of standard anatomy. He was clearly addressing Great Girl, while Midnight and I just happened to be nearby. I am the bank manager. Could you help put the vault back? Great Girl smiled pleasantly. I knew her well enough to know that was the sort that she used when people were being stupid. Unless you want me to knock a hole in your building, I believe that will be impossible. However, I can at least move it off the street. Should save you some trouble for later. Yes, that would be great. Great Girl gave me a meaningful look. I had no problems with improving her image by helping her out a little. Of the options I had, she probably would have asked for enlarge. Her exact maximum height wasn't public, but people had seen me do that enough to understand what was happening. I inferred she wanted a physical enhance. All right, everyone back away. I'll set it beside the doors for now. There's nothing in here that can't be jostled a little, is there? She asked the bank manager. There. Shouldn't be. Good enough then. Great Girl stretched to near her maximum size, squatting down carefully as she slipped her fingers under the armored vault. It really was just a whole room that had been taken away. It was heavy. Even Great Girl staggered during her few steps, but we kept everyone well clear of her path as she gently set it down in the small plaza in front of the bank. Even if we could teleport it back into place, they probably couldn't expect the repairs to be easy, but that wasn't our problem. That was for them and their super insurance to deal with. The crowds eventually thinned out, and a squad from Extra came to pick people up. Most of the thugs would probably eventually be transported into the care of municipal police. But with an alien involved, it was Extra's jurisdiction. Though since the Neon Void used super tech, it wasn't like they were particularly more qualified than the police forces rated for supernatural matters. I recognized the one to show up. An angel, but not Malaliel. Instead, it was Inasha? I didn't remember that. She just had a name badge. She had been infected with lycanthropy because of Great Girl. Nobody would have known that based on the way they acted. Yo, Inasha, Great Girl waved. How's it going? I'm doing fine, thank you. What's the problem here? She looked around. I gestured to the devices. Super tech, huh? She commented. Any others? She gestured to the ones taken off the vault. I was pretty sure those weren't dangerous, so I'd left them out of storage. I'm holding on to a bunch, I said. I can come with you to drop them off. Dash, dash, dash. Half of the stuff blew up, but only in the normal way Supertech did. People trying to keep others from dissecting it and figuring out weaknesses, that sort of thing. Some of it was clearly too expensive to explode, though. So we retrieved those pieces from the containment units I was dropping stuff into, one by one. I was asked for my professional assessment of what things did, so I did my best with arcane sight. If the stuff was actual advanced tech, it would do nothing. How funny. This seems to be the main part of the teleportation stuff, I said, commenting on a disc about a quarter-inch thick. It's got a bit of spatial stuff, but it's mostly a controller of some sort. There were a bunch of buttons someone else would have to figure out. Extra didn't actually need me, I just happened to be there. Midnight and I waited a bit and… How rude, I said. No ambushes today either. Midnight shrugged. It's not like we can expect our enemies to be ready every day of the week, can we? They could have come after us, not at Extra HQ, but potentially on the way. Alternatively, they could have gone after Great Girl. We were ready to teleport back for that. I had a sweeping video recording of the area to make up for lack of actual familiarity. Eventually, I might get good enough with the streets of New Bay to teleport everywhere. I hadn't been interested in such memorization before, but it might be useful. Most people shouldn't be aware I could teleport within the city. Interdimensional travel didn't necessarily have anything to do with other things. It wasn't impossible for people to guess I had it, but keeping it mysterious should actually cause people more trouble than if they actually knew. Planning around things I might be able to do would make people's lives difficult. There were a few benefits to frequently showing up with new powers. I sighed. Maybe it will work next time. This wasn't our only plan, of course, but it would be preferable to draw people to us instead of fighting them in their base. Then again, we could bring more forces to a secret base if we were certain it existed. As long as we didn't have to put together a team on short notice, the Power Brigade had plenty of forces even without outsourcing to other mercenary groups or worse heroes. Heroes were fine, really. People like Darkstar Girl were more the exception. However, they were supposed to hire us instead of us needing to ask for their help. I personally didn't end up working with heroes very often. At least not in organized scenarios instead of spontaneous events. But that was probably a coincidence. Sure, I was indirectly responsible for the fall of one of their most prominent people, but that was really their problem. I would never have had a problem with Stargirl if she wasn't terrible to me first. Well, or to people in general. The toy companies might have hated me more than the Heroes Association, though. Might have because it was easier to get away with not paying a supervillain for their image. Obviously, there were risks for that, but even most petty villains didn't have time to break into toy factories. What should we try next, you think? I asked Midnight. Some more irregular scrying, he suggested. We can also look for members of the mod squad who get picked up for anything and try to use them as a conduit or something. We had no idea if that would work, of course, but it might be worth trying. Then again, we couldn't bring them into the scrying chamber. One good kick and a meter cube of perfect diamond would shatter, and the city would not be happy if Wilhelmina caused blackouts again to make another one, assuming she was even willing. Chapter 389. The problem with Supertech was that it didn't always work. Any sort of modification might make it completely non-functional even if returned to precisely its previous configuration, and that was without considering intentional sabotage. I had also experimented, and I could turn Supertech into piles of junk, not by smashing it, but by using Dispel. It wasn't efficient, because Dispel wasn't even efficient for pure magic as a generalized spell, but it still worked. Without the super tech was not tech, it was just stuff. Anyway, that was pretty much how recent interactions with the Neon Void had gone. We could figure out some of what the stuff did, but certainly not all of it. The one thing of note was that Neon Void's super tech seemed consistent, yet was also produced in quantities no individual would be able to keep up with. Unless someone could make a super tech factory, but the current understanding was the Neon Void had multiple super tech people working together. Over the course of the last week, Midnight and I had been scrying Iron Shell and Flasher on and off, trying to catch them off guard somehow. It wasn't as serious of a push as with Handface, though not because they weren't a danger. They were a wider spread problem than with just Midnight and myself, so exhausting ourselves wasn't a great idea. Besides, they had pretty good scrying anchors and stuff. Our efforts were mostly to probe for any weaknesses that we could take advantage of later. Did I want to throw Flasher into the deepest pits of hell, never to be seen again? Of course. But I hadn't even been to any of the hells, so I had no idea how I could get him there. Then there was that whole issue with dimensional anchor and shoving people through portals. Fortunately, I didn't have to think about that all the time. There were plenty of other people to think about solutions too. Besides, Midnight would be somewhere extra safe for the next few days, on Selmoth. Considering that the Bunverixians appeared able to reach Earth just fine, being home with his family was about as safe as Midnight could get. We barely ever got attacked there, and I never felt unsafe. Sometimes I went to Kelmoth with Midnight. This time I didn't. Just because we were buddies that wanted to be around each other most of the time didn't mean that extended to all of the time. Besides, Dr. Paternood thought it was best for me to try spending some time away from Midnight when I knew he was safe, but still couldn't feel him. Familiar bond extended quite a long distance, but not interplanetary or anything like that. All I could feel was that Midnight was, not anything else. It was fine though, totally and completely fine. Today I was hanging out with Izzy, just chilling at a coffee shop. That was the sort of thing that normal people did, apparently. "Tell me about the crazy stuff you've been up to," she said. I pondered for a moment. "I don't think there's been anything crazy, just tests and stuff." "Now I know there's something," she said. "Your tests always produce impossible results here." I crossed my arms. "Maybe they're things that were supposed to be possible everywhere. I'm not doing anything wrong." Izzy rolled her eyes. "I'm not saying that you are, only that everything you get up to is weird somehow." "You were with me a couple weeks ago when we met Rocky," I countered. "That was pretty normal." "Running into a stone griffin during a walk in the woods isn't normal," Izzy said, "especially not here. Plus, the portal definitely wasn't normal." "We're still not sure why it's like that," I admitted. "See? Anything else?" I pondered. "I learned basic energy mastery." "See, I still don't get how any of that stuff works. I don't have magic, so—" That was a good point. Unless magic using classes were inherently better, that didn't quite make sense. I've been working with Barbaro and Punk Monk on that kind of stuff. This was public, so using their real monikers might not be appropriate, even if for the most part we shouldn't be overheard. "What about the fighter?" Izzy asked. Well, same thing. Unfortunately, I'm not any of those classes, so I can't really feel it. There were some ideas about weapon group masteries for him, though. What does that mean? Skill transfer for something like all swords. That's ridiculous. Many are completely different. If you asked me to pick up a claymore, I wouldn't suddenly be an expert. Well, not without sword mastery, I said. You have stuff for short swords, right? Just a little, Izzy admitted. I didn't get into real fights that much, and there aren't a ton of sword dojos in the city. Or rather, none of the right kind. She made a face. What did that one mean? Her eyes were unfocused. Or she was looking at her status screen. Something weird. Well, I have been keeping in shape. I've been getting natural upgrades for unarmed combat stuff. Too bad I don't get any. Can't you? She asked. I thought about it for a moment. I'm quite certain that classes lock people into a broad category. Mage is very much not a weapon class. Hold on 1 second. I pulled out my phone and sent off a message. I got a quick reply. Spellshot gets weapon skills. You have one of those in your company? Izzy asked. I shook my head. Nah, just met a guy. I don't remember much about the class, but it is a hybrid spellcaster. What do they give up? Izzy asked. Most utility options, I think. I don't think we can go into detailed thought unless this guy joins up. You think he won't? I think he's working for Ethos, I said. So we couldn't necessarily trust his loyalty. Well, I tried to get some sort of mobility mastery, but so far it's nothing. You need a few things in the same ability tier, I think. Or 2 extremely compatible abilities, like Enhance. I don't have an endless list of options like you, Izzy said. What ability tier range do they need to fit into? I think the top end of the cutoffs are 6 and 13, though I'm still guessing at that one until I get advanced energy magic. Oh, that means the best things I have are not fun to train. Why? I asked. They require me to put myself in danger. I pondered for a moment. I thought you liked fighting. She nodded. It's a good way to mitigate stress, but that doesn't mean I want to try to dodge things when I'm not looking or avoid explosions. I bet we could make that fun. Izzy wasn't interested in training any of those things, but she did bring me to a local gym. It wasn't one focused around supernatural sparring, just one with a proper fighting ring. Seeing us climb into a ring, a woman nearby commented, I think this is the biggest weight class disparity I've ever seen. I shrugged. I might even have a chance to win. If I was using magic, I could win with just defensive spells and haste. Even that wasn't guaranteed. It may have seemed unfair, but it was actually quite reasonable. Because in a real-world scenario, a scout like Izzy could make the optimal choice, not fighting. I could spend all of my mana on haste to keep chasing after her. But before I broke magic, it would have been a fruitless endeavor. Being more than twice as tall as your opponent was a great benefit in a fight. It gave increased reach and striking power. However, there were some drawbacks, like the fact that my fists were pretty much useless. If I took a low stance and aimed downward, I could keep my balance and potentially get my arms near Izzy. Alternatively, I could go for kicks. I started off with the former, but Izzy could dance around me with pretty much no chance to stop her. She wasn't trying to win, so she only punched vaguely towards my kidneys a few times, not even enough to break my force armor. I spun around, hooking my leg. That seemed to have been what she was waiting for as she charged my leg. She easily bent under my attack, even though I aimed it near her midsection. She elbowed the back of my knee and toppled me over. She didn't have the mass to take me down any other way unless she shattered my kneecaps or something. But she could let my body topple itself. We repeated the process a few more times. I knew better than to try to grapple her. Trying a hold was basically just putting myself in an awkward position for nothing. We fought a handful of rounds, after which it was clear she was far more focused on knocking me down than trying to win through other means. With both of us avoiding blows that could be dangerous, there were only so many options. It was still fun, though. Wow, I can't believe you lost to a little girl. I tilted up my head from my position on my back to see the individual in question. It was just some kind of muscled guy, nobody I needed to pay attention to. I picked myself up. The guy was still saying stuff, I think. Izzy looked pretty tired. That was fun. The position for sparring opponents is still open if you need extra cash. As I slipped between the ropes, Izzy scurried after me. I thought you might want to keep fighting. Well, it's decent training, but like this, it isn't really worth any experience, I pointed out. Izzy just nodded. She looked quite content with how much we'd done, and she'd probably moved 4 or 5 times as far as me. We were just walking along when a fist appeared beside my ear, along with Izzy's arm wrapped around the meaty wrist. I took a step away as I twisted, taking in the picture of Izzy with one foot pressed against the man's face, one against his neck, and his arm along the length of her body, tilted off to one side because of her position. If you try to touch my friend again, you'll be taking all future meals through a straw. I hadn't even heard the guy step up behind me. Of course, I also couldn't feel him since he was completely irrelevant. Not a speck of power in the guy. The man grabbed at Izzy with his other hand as he flailed his arm. You be... She shoved off, snapping back his head and sending him toppling backwards. She did a side flip and landed smoothly on her feet. If he makes another move, I can legally break all his teeth, right? I think we're supposed to disengage. We could easily leave, so I turned to do just that. Ugh, fine. Izzy followed along beside me. I did hear the man cursing as he got up. This time I was listening for his steps too. It was the material of the gym floor that kept him quiet, I thought. There was a rather panicked-looking employee in front of us, behind. Well, if he was going to try to punch someone in the back of the head once, he was the kind of guy who would do it twice. He really didn't like being ignored, probably because it reminded him of how pathetic his life was. I was fine with letting him hit me in the back of the head. I didn't feel any impact, so I determined that Izzy was less fine with that option, especially with the snapping sound. The gym employee flinched, so whatever happened probably looked pretty bad. Well, I wasn't much for third chances anyway. Turning around, I saw the guy screaming wordlessly and clutching his arm in pain. It looked fine, except for the way the elbow was facing. Izzy looked between me and the man's jaw, then back to me. I subtly shook my head. Some people thought it was excessive to break all of a man's teeth if they weren't currently attacking, so it was better she stopped. Izzy just crossed her arms and huffed. We had to hang around for a bit for the police to arrive. It was going to be really awkward for him when the people in jail found out he lost to a little girl. If anyone complained about Izzy using her powers, I'd truthfully swear she didn't use any for the part where she messed up his arm, though few people could say with a straight face that it would have been unreasonable. Especially after attacking someone from behind twice, with witnesses. Technically, the witnesses had nothing to do with the retaliation, but it was a pretty good sign of an idiot. Aside from the time spent dealing with the cops, it was a pretty good afternoon. Chapter 390. It took a number of attempts as we tried to use scrying to track people from the mod squad, but after looking at various corners, we were finally looking at a different corner. Yes, I nodded my head seriously. Look at that concrete. It's so very concretey. And look, a wall made out of concrete, a floor made out of concrete, and a wall made out of concrete. Together they all connect in a peculiar pattern nobody has ever seen before. Midnight was nodding along with me. Since most of the mana was already expended for a scrying spell when it was used, regardless of whether it was sustained for the whole duration, we had to find some way to amuse ourselves. Indeed, though how do you know that's a floor? Because it's down, I said. It looks down, Midnight said. They might be in Australia, in which case it's a ceiling. I frowned for a moment. No, that doesn't make any sense. It's far too dangerous there for any supervillains to set up a lair. Also, scrying should account for that. Are you sure? Midnight asked. It's never been upside down, has it? What if you scry Miss Flutter? What if someone is upside down on the ceiling? What if someone is upside down near a scrying anchor? Does it take into account gravity? What about places without gravity? Are you picking up on external factors we can't see? That's a lot of good questions, I said. We can try to answer some of those, but I don't know anyone in space. I do, Midnight said. It doesn't have to be close, right? I found you on Bunverix, I reminded him. I assume that's not terribly different from whoever you'll be scrying. As for the other factors, we'll probably need Kithay and probably some sort of scrying anchor. Why Kithay? Miss Flutter also hangs out upside down. Because we'd know, I said. Kithay can, maybe, stand on the ceiling somewhere. I'm not sure if the ability scales to that extent. I could text her and find out, though. The answer was pretty straightforward. It would depend on the material of the ceiling, because even if she could stick, the material might not hold together. The brigade wasn't willing to pull her away from her job right away, not like we could get a scrying anchor on short notice, so we started with the other options and would attempt that later. While it seemed like a distraction, understanding how magic worked was important for getting around things like the scrying anchors that kept dumping us in corners. So we started with a dire bat and a feline in space. I can't tell if this is how it would normally work, or if we were primed to see this, I said. By default, the image appeared with the figure seeming to be right side up. That was consistent for Miss Flutter, who was certainly upside down, and the Selmothian that was probably one of Midnight's relatives who could have been at any angle inside some space station. After the scrying began, we could reorient however we wanted, so the next step was testing if we could orient as we pleased beforehand. However, it seemed difficult to do anything regarding an absolute reference frame. It was harder to turn a scrying over to match with gravity than it was to flip it independently, but I was pretty sure the former still worked. Then again, I already knew the answer, which was the problem. We had one more thing to try, so I called up Jerome. "Hey, we need you to scry on Miss Flutter and take a picture of it." Okay, he said. Technically, Bolster could do the same thing. She had met Miss Flutter after all. However, if she used the same room we did, it was impossible to guarantee any similar results were not related to the scrying orb. The massive cube of diamond was fairly special after all. It might have its own predilections for orientation. Besides, I needed to pay my apprentice occasionally. It wasn't a long job, but it was still worth something. Then again, I was pretty sure he was making more money in other ways, like translation and mending and stuff. It didn't pay as well as combat, but it was plenty for a teenager, and he wasn't interested in fighting. Once he was good enough at utility stuff, he could do all of that for the power brigade, so I wouldn't have to. Mostly, he just needed more levels for a bigger mana pool. Miss Flutter ended up head up in the picture, which had just finished forming based on the swirling mists still lingering at the edge. That was about as good as we were going to get. Dash, dash, dash. The next day, Kithay was somewhere in a nondescript room. Midnight and I were spending a lot of time trying to determine if she was on the floor or the ceiling. It helped that she didn't have any hair. No doubt we could have tried to figure things out from the sag in her clothes, but that wasn't the point. Instead, we were trying to swap towards where gravity fit. We didn't actually get any answers about whether we were right. However, Midnight and I tended to agree. Instead of using the scrying orb, we just used some small mirrors. We didn't need details or screen recordings, we just needed Kithay to keep track of which way she had been at what times. Between rounds, we sent her a message to tell her to move, or to not move. Once she confirmed she was done, we tried again. After about an hour, we got our results. It turned out we were pretty good at determining which way down was. It shouldn't have been surprising, since we were using divination magic. It was specifically for figuring things out. Down wasn't nearly so hard as all the sights and sounds around a particular person. Where things got interesting were when the scrying anchor came into play. What we had to do was the same, but without a visual reference aside from a small device that didn't have any distinguishing features. It was pretty easy, but we learned something either completely irrelevant or very important. We could still figure out which way was down. But the starting view had nothing to do with the actual position of our target. Kithay stood right side up, upside down, and for a segment lay on the ground sticking out from a wall. The latter we already encountered earlier. She didn't have the core strength to actually stand that way, but visually it was no different from having her back against the wall. Gravity was something we figured out, though. The same with when we were just looking at the anchor. Unfortunately, it seemed our starting orientation didn't have anything to do with how Kithay was. Just the object we ultimately ended up drawn to. It seemed there was some internal top it possessed. Even if we couldn't see it, it was very consistent as she rotated the device when we weren't looking. Ultimately, we learned very little of note. Starting orientation seemed to be based on what was right, and we could orient towards gravity. We weren't 100% certain about that in regards to our feline friend in space, where the gravity was far weaker, but it wouldn't matter too much either way. Dash, dash, dash. We went back to trying to find Iron Shell. We hoped she was easy to find. Instead, we found a corner. We just so happened to have improved our natural upgrades for advanced divination magic. And this time, we spotted something. Is that caution tape? I asked. I do believe so, Midnight said. Presumably that's supposed to be outside the area we can detect. I nodded slowly. It's about double, maybe. The base radius of the area we could view was 10 feet from the target. In this case, a scrying anchor. Presuming Spot had told them about upgrades or they had found out somehow, it was reasonable to have an area designated further than that. It was quite blurry, really pushing the edge of the spell, but with the enhancement from a good scrying orb and a bunch of upgrades, it made sense. Something like 20 feet. We still couldn't see or hear anything important. What we learned wasn't anything that could find them. Probably. Unless they used a specific brand of caution tape. Actually, Calculator might be able to get something from that. More likely, though, he could take a look at some of the cracks. If we could find some water infiltration or something, it might be useful. Scrying wasn't limited by physical barriers in a traditional sense, but didn't really work inside things. We did actually learn something from that. Since the anchor was shoved in a corner and we didn't spot any hallways or open space on the other side of the walls, we had to presume they were buried underground. That wasn't new, but it was a useful data point. We might learn something from the theoretical density of tunnels or the lack of it. Maybe we could wind up on other scrying anchors and learn something. We made a note in the logs to indicate that there was something to see, even if it wasn't amazing yet. Eventually we would try overpowering the anchors, but it was better to not have to rely on such things. Dash, dash, dash. Extra had a task for me that was both personally relevant and important for New Bay in general. Ever since Dr. Doomsday had been importing orcs and others from my old world, they had been getting picked up on the streets. New Bay had plenty of ways to deal with intruders. Sometimes they were imprisoned. Sometimes Extra sent them back to their own worlds, if they could. Sometimes they died, though that wasn't usually the plan. Ultimately, people had decided that killing people in their captivity wasn't something they wanted to do. None of that was my job, so my opinion was mostly neutral. Sir Calman didn't want 100 random orcs sent to the Order of the Lion. No Archmage had made a request to have people connected to the guy throwing portals everywhere, so there wasn't really a good outlet. Until we found Spellshot, he had been in contact with Extra slightly unwillingly after his reveal. Apparently, Ethos wanted them back. At least, that was what the guy in the trench coat told me. Why? I asked Spellshot. They're just a bunch of jerks. Because they're problems, and we can interrogate them to find out what groups they belong to, he said simply. He has already verified that Ethos will do their best to keep them from returning to cause more trouble, Malaliel assured me. It was her job to be involved in this because it was extra-dimensional and all that. So my job is to send people back to Ethos, I confirmed. That's right, Spellshot said. I've never been there, and I've only seen it once or twice. I can't just throw up a gate. Spellshot nodded. Understandable. Are you able to cast teleport? I felt like he knew too much about my abilities. Well, I think he was just guessing at the possibility. And Extra told him about gate. It was probably fine as long as we were going to be friends, but I'd only ever gotten along with one group of orcs. Traditional ones, actually. Spellshot wasn't really the type, in part because he used a gun, but that wasn't all. Then again, our first introduction did involve a fight, so it wasn't too far off. I would still need to know where I'm teleporting, I pointed out. We can go from mountain to mountain, he said. That will cut weeks off the journey from Granbold. Then, you just have to familiarize yourself with a single location. Too bad they don't have a fancy magic thing that says drop criminals here, I commented. It would make this plan far easier. Chapter 3, 191. Between Midnight and I, we could teleport safely 7 times. One less counting gate to get to the right plane. After that, I would still have usable mana, but I wasn't really up for long-range teleports if I wasn't going to be completely certain things were stable. Much of the planning we had for our travel involved looking at mountain ranges on maps. The problem was, I don't actually know how accurate this is, Spellshot admitted. You know how maps are. Not really. I didn't travel much before, I said, and all of the maps here are great. Not that I needed them much. I mostly used them for keeping on a patrol route. Otherwise, I either knew the way locally or I got a driver. At some point, I could probably teleport places, but that was probably too flashy and a bit wasteful for within a city. I know a scout if that helps. That shouldn't be necessary, he said, though having help navigating the peaks would be useful. Aren't we teleporting? I asked. That doesn't mean we won't have to traverse anything, unless you hit the perfect peak every time, and we can always see it from whatever angle we're at. What else might we need? Spellshot pondered. Do you know the spell altitude adaptation? Nope. Do you? Very funny. His choice of spells was restricted by his class somehow. I didn't know precisely how. He would also need the points for other things, and he might not have figured out training yet. Is that spell related to water breathing? I pondered aloud. I don't see why it would matter. He was right, of course. It might help me get a mastery, but without one, it required learning it first, which wouldn't save me any time or effort or anything. At the moment, I happened to have almost no spare points. Meteor Swarm was expensive, not that Summon Moderate Elemental had been cheap either. Eventually, we decided that in addition to us, it would be appropriate to bring along a scout, healer, and someone with athletic prowess. If the scout could be both, that would be good. But while I imagined Izzy could scale a cliff and drop a rope for us, she couldn't hold up a rope very easily. Even if she was strong for her size, it would be better to have someone that didn't begin at a disadvantage. Dash, dash, dash. Unfortunately, Izzy was busy. It was like it wasn't even her job to help out with random things for the power brigade. We could have waited a week or so, but Extra really wanted to get things moving. However, our options were limited. It seemed we could slip pretty much anyone through Rocky's natural portal, but that had a whole host of other issues, like not knowing what country it was in. Thus, we decided to stick to people with mana that could go through a normal gate. We ended up with Punk Monk fulfilling the role of athletic individual. With class abilities, she was certainly ahead of us orcs, which wasn't anything to be ashamed of admitting. We were just a bit taller and more naturally muscular. Spellshot didn't seem to work out all that much, so there was a significant difference. If he were attached to any super work long-term, someone would doubtless make sure he had balanced overall fitness, but shooting a magic gun didn't require that much muscle mass. Bandage was our healer. There wasn't even a doubt in our minds about her dealing with high altitudes or snow. Then again, she would be taking care of the cold part. Energy Ward was too useful for a supporting class like Cleric to not learn, and anything that could protect against being instantly frozen also worked on long-term thermal damage. Midnight and I were obviously part of the whole thing. We would be doing the gate and teleport stuff. Midnight was going to stay away from any ledges as much as possible, no doubt. Just because he could cast Fly didn't mean he wanted to. The last member wasn't qualified in the normal way of things. She had absolutely no idea about how the world we were going to work or even experience in the matter. Nor did she have any relevant class abilities, or class abilities at all. In the wrong circumstances, she might bite people, but she did have wings. No, it wasn't Miss Flutter. It would be a stain upon her good reputation to say she would bite people in the wrong circumstances. She always did it entirely appropriately. Anyway, we weren't taking Zeb and like 50 squirrels up onto mountaintops. Instead, we were taking an angel. Not Malelial. I was pretty sure she didn't bite. That was what she had that sword for. Inasia. The werewolf one. She wasn't supposed to bite people, but she was still new. It couldn't have been more than a few full moons, so even if she had properly trained with Great Girl, she would still be new. Then again, maybe angels had powerful wills or something. Inasia met us at Extra, which meant she didn't really have to go anywhere at all. She looked around. So we are sending evildoers to face judgment. I do not see any here. She grinned slightly at Spellshot. Except perhaps this fellow. Spellshot rolled his eyes. Not at all. Barely more than a bit of interdimensional trespass. I'm sure that's not a problem. Inasia held her head up high. Extra has decided that intrusion on its own is not a crime. Of course, she was probably guilty of other things like assault with a deadly weapon and things like that. But if they hadn't ironed all that out, she wouldn't be here. Or alive, based on Malaliel's attitude about bad angels. Then we all walked into the portal room and transcended space itself. Bandage prepared us all with energy ward. She hadn't quite mastered multicasting, and it would have required at least one of those and a single cast without significant advances. Midnight and I could share just fine as normal. Either way, it used up about half her mana. Then Midnight was the first to cast teleport, starting from the closest point I knew how to gate to. It was simply the most economical. Either we split gate and teleport, or cast them individually. Either way, we would both be down some mana. In this case, gate had one more upgrade than assistive familiar casting. To get the maximum benefit, it worked out this way. It was about half a point of mana difference. On that topic, the mana here is nice, I commented. Much better than down below. Was it because it was further from people, or were mountains special? I might have thought I had a good grasp on that before, but New Bay was now higher density than cities I was familiar with that had normal mana regeneration. Oh, but high was good. Inasha flew off, occasionally being blocked by puffs of snow, trees, or the like. We weren't quite at the peak of this particular mountain, and we had to find our way forward. The general direction was still obvious, but our flying friend should come back with the best route. Spellshot huffed along at the rear of the pack. How are you all fine like this? Cardio, I said. I was pretty sure Midnight's suit helped him too. Speaking of which, it was performing some calculations to make sure we didn't run into too much danger. We weren't planning to stay on this peak for too long, and it wasn't that impressively high. We were just trying to get into a good spot to see our next target. A half-mile up let us see something like 70 miles into the distance. If our target was also tall, we could more than double that distance. Ultimately, someone had to be the slowest. That might have been Midnight if he had to push through snow, but he got to ride on my shoulder for free, and it didn't take long to get to a place where we could see our next target. It was approximate, but in the worst-case scenario, we could teleport along the ridgeline to hit our targets better. It was a shame that Spellshot didn't have a better way to get directly back to Ethos. Or maybe it was just one he couldn't share with us. He had to at least have a way to report back, right? He didn't seem like the type to wander through a portal with no plan. I really wanted to teleport us right on top of the next peak. It was still within the same range, but we ended up quite a bit below it, looking into it. It seemed this was the only space we could fit that the spell judged was safe. We had to at least have solid footing and a space big enough for all of us. Inasha took off, and then returned to lead us around the peak. That hike took a good half hour, but it was way better than trying to climb some icy slopes. Besides, we were high enough. I was starting to breathe a bit harder, no signs of altitude sickness just yet. Obviously, most of the studies hadn't involved teleportation, but there was a time component involved. Obviously, it would be faster, much higher, but we were still fine. We hit the third peak, covering most of the length of the mountain range, and then ran into a problem. There wasn't another mountain range within sight. There was one option to try to eke out more teleport distance, which was to fly as high as we could and teleport from there. However, there was a problem with that. Aside from Inasha, we couldn't fly naturally, so if the spell wore off, we'd be in a bit of a pinch. It was also more expensive than teleport to use on our whole group. Ultimately, we could probably only use about half of the spell's duration because we couldn't be certain that teleport would put us on the ground. Maybe we should have tested that before. Instead, we picked the furthest city we could spot and went just outside. Midnight didn't have much spare mana at the end of that anyway, about 15 each, so it was time for a break. We could have gotten more mana high up, but it was better to minimize health risks. Whoa, Punk Monk shook her head. I suddenly feel better. I didn't realize how hard it was to breathe. She looked over at Midnight. Your suit is monitoring things, right? Does it freak out when we teleport? Why would it? Midnight asked. Sudden changes in temperature, pressure, and stuff. The only complaint it has is that there are no local satellites. Otherwise, it is quite prepared to be suddenly teleported. Oh yeah, your people just do that. From proper stations, yes, he nodded. Spellshot looked quite interested. You have teleportation circles. Something like it, at least, Midnight said. I had explained the concept to him. It was a pretty expensive construction, so normal people didn't get to use them here. And even if I was wealthy on Earth, I was a broke apprentice mage here. Spellshot might not be much better off in that regard. He did have enough money for us to stay in town if we had the opportunity, or to buy better maps if this city had it. We got a lot of strange looks. It was hard to say if it was because of the cat, the orcs, the angel, or the mohawk. Bandage was certainly the most normal of us. We didn't have any luck finding better maps, at least not in the ways we cared about. But we did confirm our location and get directions to the next city along that might have better maps. It would be a bit pathetic to travel for just an hour or so during a day and then give up. Our mana would regenerate on the move, and unless we were going to do the flying teleport thing, I hadn't even mentioned to people we needed to get close enough to spot the nearest mountains. It seemed we were only slightly less than halfway between relevant ranges, so it shouldn't be far. Though that would depend on the relative height of the two ranges, and our information was less than specific. What I wouldn't give for some local internet so we could just look these things up. Seriously, someone should make a spell that did that. No, it wasn't going to be me. Assuming spells could be invented, I didn't live here. Chapter 392. We spent the night in the magic of shelter. I wasn't any good at camping, so a proper roof over our head was important. Midnight and I did have some supplies in storage for emergencies, but it would require very specific circumstances to not just use shelter instead of spending a similar amount of mana pulling things out of storage. In some ways, we were limited by quantity, weight and size, but mainly it was about getting the right stuff out. Storage didn't drop out random junk or anything, but keeping in mind a whole set of stuff at once was difficult. It was easier to take things out a few pieces at a time, thus the greater mana costs. But ultimately, tents just weren't as comfortable as beds, even if the beds were still mediocre. Living in a city the majority of the time, I really didn't have a huge incentive to upgrade shelter. A couple natural upgrades from experimentation was where things had settled at. We were on rations for a few days, mainly Power Brigade energy bars. We also had canned tuna for people who were interested. Though shelter would probably have held up just fine at altitude, we didn't camp on a mountaintop. We were really trying to avoid altitude sickness. Instead, we might develop entirely new forms of sickness involving teleporting high and low frequently. That's what we had Bandage for, as she had some magic for fixing general problems. Plus, we might get attacked. On that topic, we got attacked. Not by people. We were far too strange for anyone to want to be associated with in any way. Plus, we were obviously magical. I wasn't certain that banditry was as infrequent as I had once been led to believe, but I could think of various reasons it would be a poor career choice, like divination magic. Anyway, if there had been that sort of trouble, we would have just teleported away. When we ran into danger on a mountaintop, we didn't have a good angle to go anywhere. It also came rather suddenly. A rush of cold washed over us out of nowhere. Our foes blended perfectly into the background, so when icy cold threatened to destroy us, our energy ward spells all pretty much disappeared. Spellshot was the first to react. His gun was up in an instant, and the cracking sound echoed across the snow a moment later. I didn't know what he was shooting at, and it turned out neither did he. His bullet hit a snowbank and exploded into sparkles of light that clung to everything. That was how we made out the shape of a number of giant winter wolves. They didn't seem particularly enthusiastic about getting bright lights in their eyes, and their whines might have given them away even if they weren't outlined. It was especially effective when they moved. Bandage! I began to call out commands. Someone had to. Refresh cold wards. We needed to get her to master multicasting. It saved both time and mana. Punk Monk, cover our rear. Inasha! She howled. I saw her form shift as claws grew from her fingers and a snout extended from her face. I wondered if she had forgotten that she was carrying a weapon, or if something about wolves triggered her. She leapt forward, at least remembering that she had wings as she went. She swooped low over one of the targets, missing with her outstretched claw as it ducked down. Well, at least she couldn't feasibly infect any of these guys. They were already wolves. Whether her fighting style worked was up to her, I supposed. I gathered mana for Stone Skin, a full multicasting specifically. I couldn't make use of every upgrade I had, because multicasting didn't quite have that many upgrades, but it was still efficient enough that I could handle it alone. I used some of the material components that were in my pockets, as usual. I hadn't come up with something specific for Midnight to do, but he both shot a laser from his suit, something he didn't do that often during our normal activities because they were military grade and normal thugs were not, as well as casting a spell. Specifically, he summoned Ignis, the moderate version. If we were going to use him for combat, bigger was better. Snow turned to water and almost instantly to steam beneath him as he appeared, carrying a rock. I thought the cold might be bad for him, so I thought it might help. Midnight tried to explain. We'd never been so mean as to test how bad cold and water were for Ignis. Could have gone with air, but I don't think that really lets him fly. Hey Ignis, we want to fight those wolves. He nodded seriously. In this form he was still smaller than a human, but not as small as the lesser version. He took commands from me just fine, though I wasn't sure if it was because of the familiar bond or if he just figured it out. Maybe Midnight could magically command him not to listen, but that really wasn't something we needed to concern ourselves with. Ignis took the rock he was carrying and dropped it in front of him, rolling it along. It began to build up a coating of fresh powdery snow, and it seemed like he might be making a snowman. Somehow that snow didn't evaporate under his touch, and there was less under his feet. I really didn't understand how any of it worked, but I was going to have to go with magic. As expected, the winter wolves tried to move to surround us. They were chest high, which was pretty massive considering they were on all fours. Among the sparkles, I could pick out 7 of them, moving easily through the snow. Ignis fended off one, and Ignacia was harassing one more. Spellshot picked out his target, imbuing his bullets with the firebolt spell. The first shot barely even phased his target, but that didn't stop him from doing it again and again. It was likely he'd take it down soon, even if they weren't actually vulnerable to fire more than any other thing with fur. It didn't seem the winter wolves could immediately overwhelm us with ice again, or maybe they thought tooth and claws were better. As they approached, Punk Monk stepped atop the snow and rushed towards an incoming trio. She held her staff, twisting it to release a spear point. I thought it only did that from one end, but a moment later it extended from both. They tried to flank her, but she fended them off with fancy footwork, kicking off of the snow and off of their snouts while fending them off with the more obvious points of her weapon. Most of her magical effort seemed to be going into not sinking into the snow, but I was pretty sure she could keep up that rate of usage for a while. Unhindered by the terrain, she was far more agile than her foes and their tender noses expected. That left one more coming, trying to sneak around behind us. Bandage was busy refreshing people's defenses, so she didn't have the spare capacity to fight a giant wolf. She wasn't as fragile as people might expect of some healers, but that didn't mean we should let her be attacked. I gathered mana for a lightning spell. It shouldn't be something beasts like these should be familiar with, though fire also wasn't that common. Mostly, it was the most powerful spell I felt confident using in the current circumstances. People might not appreciate me using Meteor Swarm on icy peaks. I blasted a chain lightning through the approaching target, catching 2 of the ones harrying our monk at the same time. It was the sort of spell with the power to stop a superhuman's heart, but the winter wolves endured. They were injured, but even the primary target didn't fall. Midnight surrounded the 2 of us with a fire shield as it charged us, forcing it to hesitate right before its leap. I was fairly certain the spell wasn't going to last as long as normal with the reaction it was having with the surrounding snow, but it didn't need to last long. Small skirmishes didn't tend to last long, even when they felt like it. More lasers, claws, and a good bit of fire and lightning abounded. Punk Monk was crazy enough to block a lunging wolf with her forearm as it chomped down, at the same time letting it impale itself on her double-ended spear. Stone Skin and Francois's work did keep her arm from turning into the wolf's lunch, but it was still a risky move. The remaining 2 engaged with her hesitated just a moment, or at least that was what I thought. Instead, they were taking a breath. Shards of ice and cold sprayed out, ready to drain what heat she had. With a swish of her weapon, she cut apart the mists, the trail where her weapon went remaining in place and causing most of the spray to bypass her. Rather than following up, however, the wolves turned and sprinted away. It wasn't beneficial for them to fight to the death, really. They had just thought they could win. Unfortunately, their pack was more or less devastated. "Whew," Spellshot said. "That was a bit of a surprise." I nodded. I was quite drained of mana, close to my halfway point, which was the normal empty. They can't have been tracking us for very long. Bandage looked at them. "Are their pelts worth anything? It seems like a shame to just leave these bodies here." "Something will probably eat them," I said. "They're probably quite valuable, but, I sure don't know how to skin a wolf." Ignis waved as he faded away. He seemed to have shrunk during the course of the battle, but he held on until the end. "Ammo, please." Spellshot held out his hand. He could only carry so much. I tossed him a small box he had given to me for storage. "I kind of know what I'm doing," Bandage commented. "I want to at least try." She was already breathing heavily. The rest of us weren't in great shape, so we needed a break. "Just don't pass out," I said. I didn't intend to sit in the snow, but Punk Monk sure did. Or Iron Hawk, since that name was good too. She looked quite comfortable, grinning. "Something good happen?" I asked. "I pretty much got a level from the rough travel already," she commented. "Mountaintop training seems to be good for a monk. This battle got me another half a level." "Me too," I commented. Of course, I got extra experience from battle, and needed more. Still, it was almost half a level, and enough to get me to 44. Nothing particularly exciting, but the points were welcome. I could get any spell I wanted, but I knew I should wait to make a decision. Dash, dash, dash. The break was critical, but we were still exhausted when we finally got to a better vantage point. Bandage had gotten 2.5 usable pelts, with another ruined and the rest simply left for time. We couldn't fit whole winter wolves into storage. There wasn't another mountain range in view, and though we could have gone further along the range, Midnight and I combined what mana we regenerated to land us down below. I cast Shelter with my low mana. There wouldn't be any devastating side effects if that didn't work, unlike Teleport. I did make sure to give the hut a shake to make sure it was going to hold up. I was glad we only had another couple of days of traveling this way. It turned out teleportation really helped with such things, because I really didn't want to fight more things on top of mountains where my lungs burned from strain and sheer cold. They should fight us where we were comfortable. I'd like to do that more. Chapter 393. We were once more atop the highest peaks in the region, but these weren't even icy at the top. Even though we were looking down on a desert, it wasn't because of a lack of moisture. After all, these very peaks were at least partially responsible for the lack of rainfall in that very desert. This was Ethos. Most of it didn't look like much, but there was one city that stood out, rising above everything else. "That is Vico, the capital," Spellshot commented. "It is good that we can see it from here, though I would suggest not teleporting directly." Ooh, I thought about the possibilities. Do they have magical wards that trap people beneath the sands? Seal them into a prison? Spellshot just gave me a look. No. But they would not take kindly to an unknown group suddenly appearing inside the city. "Sounds like a security flaw," I commented. "Can't they do anything about it?" He shrugged. "It has not proven to be an issue." Punk Monk nodded. "You don't have much to take." Spellshot spread out his arms. "That is generally true, but there are also many warriors on alert at all times." I couldn't help but point out flaws in that setup. If people just teleported in with Stoneskin prepared, it would be quite tough to deal with. Haste, too. "For every Stoneskin, there is an armor-piercing skill," Spellshot commented. "It is not impossible to deal with." "I could heavily damage the city from here, though, with Meteor Swarm." "I wouldn't, but there had to be plenty of others who were of a similar level and actually enemies with Ethos. Probably best not to mention that in particular." Midnight also had cautious thoughts. Bolster spoke up. "Will they mind if we show up outside the gates?" Spellshot shook his head. "As long as the boundaries of Vico are respected, it should not be an issue. Besides, they should be expecting me." Dash, dash, dash. We teleported down, met some people at the gates, met some people inside the city, and eventually ended up in the big courtyard in a palace of some sort. I didn't really pay that much attention, because I didn't plan to get involved in Ethos politics long-term. Obviously, everyone was speaking Orcish, which I only understood with Translate. I'd had a significant amount of practice with older Orcish, but it really wasn't the same at all. Interacting with a handful of Doomsday's minions didn't give me a complete understanding either. I took a panoramic video of the courtyard since this was what I needed to memorize for future teleportation. Or gate, technically. It was distinct enough I should be able to remember it just fine. But that was no reason to not scan it properly. It would be annoying to have to repeat the journey we were just on. I was happily ignoring everything else and ready to go. A stare burned into the back of my head. We just had to get final confirmation of when they wanted me to start shoveling orcs through gates. Then we could leave, and I didn't have to acknowledge whoever that was. "Do you know her?" Midnight asked, prodding me. "I shouldn't know anyone who was here before us." "Are you sure? Because—" It seemed neither of them were going to give up. I looked, and of course I had no idea who the woman was. She held a strange shield that was far wider than it was tall. Or perhaps it was currently on its side, as she seemed to hold it with two hands across her body. Either way, there were a couple others like her around, but none of them were quite as intense. Did she want to fight? That wouldn't be too bad, but I wasn't sure if I could ask here. It would depend on how much the locals stuck to old traditions. It wasn't really a friendly look, though, so I didn't think that was it. She might have wanted to kill me, but I had no idea why that would be. "That's Sahira," Spellshot commented, "head of the anti-magic specialists here." Was her shield magical? It was, but it didn't seem like that would be enough. Her class was monk, probably? She felt vaguely like our monk, though I couldn't determine much more than that. Most people with classes didn't radiate the same sort of supernatural clarity like most people with powers. Probably because powers were generally more focused and set. "Does she hate mages or something?" I asked. "I haven't even done anything here." "She is just vigilant. Aren't you, Sahira?" She stepped away from the edge of the courtyard. "I need to be able to act appropriately when the time comes, Khonsu." Her eyes never lost focus on me. This one is the greatest threat of the bunch. I did have the most levels. That made sense. "Turlough is also the one that will be responsible for bringing people here," Spellshot pointed out. I had shared my name because I really didn't care about secrecy, and because it would be super weird here, even if it might give a very slight magical advantage. Then again, a name was nothing next to a picture or recording, so it really didn't matter. Mage was just as much my name, but it would be significantly more confusing for people. Spellshot looked between the two of us. "Well, I think we should be going soon. Do you have the necessary mana?" "Of course. I could easily create a stable gate with the second half of my mana if necessary, especially going back to somewhere familiar." We left behind Ethos and Vico and everything else as we returned to Earth. Spellshot came too because he still had to do Orc agent stuff. Extra would want to know the plans for the future since it was another point of contact with my old world. We all got clean bills of health from Dr. Martinez. Obviously, there are elevated levels of red blood cell development. There are a few other factors that do indicate problems could have developed, but spending some time recovering between times at elevation seems to have been sufficient. I wouldn't suggest doing anything similar with someone in poor cardiovascular health, though. I don't think I know anyone like that. I pondered for a few moments. Maybe Dr. Rose, Great Girl's sister. Sierra had been kind of marginal in that regard, but having a cat and a dog had gotten her more active before exercise became part of her new rich person routine. It was possible some tech supers I knew might have issues, but they weren't all unfit. Pretty much every member of the Power Brigade had certain physical standards to meet, including Kithai. I imagined climbing was pretty good exercise, and she'd never chosen not to do that. She'd actively complained about her former bosses forbidding it, in fact. About a week later, Spellshot and I ended up at a prison. It wasn't the sort of place I frequented, since other people were responsible for carting off criminals to jail, and I had no reason to antagonize people by showing up in prison much later. I still didn't see much of it, as we pretty much went right into a special room to wait. Unlike Extra's teleportation halls, this one was plain in a way that it would be difficult to remember it, instead of standardized in a way that was actually easier to reach. Not that it would matter much, because we were leaving, not coming. which was good because I had the feeling that there were some protections in place, even if this was a low-power facility. A number of extra guards were with us, mainly humans with a few Martians in this batch, plus Inacia. They mostly stood around the perimeter of the room as the prison guards escorted in a half-dozen, the first batch. The orcs were very grumpy looking. "You," one of them reacted to me, yelling at me in Orcish. "Dr. Doomsday will have your head." "At least he knows who I am," I countered. "He wouldn't even bother to break you out of this place." "Enough chatter," Inacia said. Her intent was clear, and the orcs shrunk back slightly, even if they might not understand her words. "Mage, are you ready?" "Obviously." I waved my arm unnecessarily to let the people from Extra know I was doing something as I gathered mana for Gate. It took a bit for a top-rank spell. I wondered if I would ever get as fast as Zentha Kitris. If I could find her again and get her to not run away, I'd ask her to teach me. Or maybe I'd be able to find Master Uvathar eventually. Surely he knew methods to improve. I was making some progress on my own, but it was better not to have to invent new techniques. Zenfa Cloudfound's book didn't cover that aspect of mana manipulation. Did he not know? Or was it secret? I opened a gate about 10 feet wide with enough room for several people to comfortably walk through together. All the handcuffed orcs were herded through, followed by the guards from Extra and then finally the other two orcs. Spellshot and myself, of course. It didn't take long for people to exchange custody, though it was far longer than the time remaining in Gate. The locals of Ethos applied their own shackles that inhibited mana somehow. The handcuffs were removed, something better than what I had been cuffed with, obviously. I was kind of interested in both options, since I wanted to be able to get out of them if there was some sort of trouble. Sadly, Athos wasn't going to give me access to something like that, and Inacia was responsible for returning the ones from Earth. The brigade might be able to get me access to something like that, but I was pretty sure there were rules about that. After all, I could go rogue, or at least people could. I couldn't really think of anything that would make me turn villain. Then again, in theory, most people would avoid those sorts of situations the best they could, except people who were already on the edge to begin with, but they didn't get accepted into the brigade. Maybe super soldiers, Incans, the Beast family had that issue once, but it was high profile enough that they had to entirely reorganize. I was pretty sure heroes were at a higher rate of flipping than the Power Brigade. At least I knew about Darkstar Girl and Spot, if we could count both of them. I was pretty sure the Hero Association really didn't want to count both. They really cared about looking good and maybe didn't put in enough effort being good. After everything was over, I took the Earthlings and Spellshot back. That was it for the week. Sure, I could have done that another couple of times, but we couldn't go directly back to the prison, or at least I wasn't going to try it because I might succeed and make people mad. So it would turn into an annoying day of going around not fighting anything. I should have asked Sahira if she wanted to fight. I could learn what an anti-magic specialist monk did, except if she knew what she was doing, maybe she wouldn't spar with me because it would be obvious why I wanted that. What a pain. Maybe I could practice with Midnight. Dispel wasn't really a very complete anti-magic option since it was inefficient. Still, it would get me some experience in case I had to face something real. There were so many things I wanted to learn. No wonder some people chose to be specialists, as it could be quite troublesome, pick a priority every time. Advanced spatial magic and energy magic were both tempting to try to achieve. There was the mod squad that would doubtless cause trouble in the near future. Oh right, and Face Eater. The dragon hadn't bumped into me again after the first time, but I had the feeling that wouldn't be the only time. Chapter 394. Every once in a while I tried to scry a dragon. Keeping tabs on people that were enemies with me was important. Unfortunately, most of my enemies seemed to have ways to resist scrying. High willpower did it. Special technology made my life more difficult. Finally, magic resistance also seemed to be a factor. The particular dragon I had in mind kept showing up in forests, which didn't tell me much more than normal rumors. I also didn't get particularly long glimpses of Face Eater's activity. There was some possibility that I could teleport out into the wilderness with a short glimpse of an area. It was recorded, but the problem was that scrying was limited in area. I could easily end up in a very similar copse of trees if I didn't have a wider area to take in. The same sort of thing was true with attempts to scry on the mod squad. I had seen only the tiniest of distinctive features to work with. Technically, that was similar to how extras teleportation chambers worked, but that wasn't better for randomly teleporting. That meant we could be guided to somewhere we did not want to go. It might still be worthwhile to fall into a potential trap if we brought the right forces, but that wasn't so easy to pull off. The Power Brigade didn't just have a bunch of free mercenaries sitting around at all times. We could plan a specific mission, of course, but we might just invade a base when nobody was there, tipping them off. Then they would be more cautious. No, the current plan was to use other methods to continue to search for where the mod squad had a base, while waiting for them to give themselves away with their next move. Midnight was spending more time away from Earth. That had been happening for a while, really. I always heard about it later, if it was important. According to Midnight, Kelmoth had taken advantage of the chaos of our departure from Bunvorix to make contact with the Bunvorixian Freedom Initiative. The chaos and the lack of teleportation nullification. Given that they could have used the opportunity to fire terrifying weapons at the planet, I maintained my confidence that they were in the right. Precisely because they didn't just kill Bunvorixians when they could, despite being long-term enemies. They still killed them, of course. They were at war. They were attacked, and Midnight mentioned taking out their outposts. However, as Kelmoth had grown more aware of certain details of Bunvorixian organization, they were better able to exploit certain weaknesses. They had long suspected that the conflict stemmed from the top down, but before Zeb, it had been difficult to get any reliable information from captured prisoners. It was possible that was because the war had started before they came to really know their neighbors and how susceptible they were to promises of treats. They hadn't known about the squirrel thing either. Midnight had consulted me about a particular mission that involved going to Bunvorix. I know it's a risk, he said, but they need me. I'm the only one that can reasonably disguise Selmothians without it being picked out technologically. I pointed out. We could both go. You're the wrong shape. With disguise, I can be a small dog that moves slightly weird. You still don't fit in. We don't want to give away that we can return either. About that, I said. How does that work? How can you get out? Technology, Midnight said proudly. Anything they can block, we can unblock. We just needed an opening. Well, we also have local accomplices, which helps significantly. But we need Selmothian techs to help install some additional necessary pieces for further operations. And covert communications that don't involve me using sending to talk to Flopan. I nodded. I suppose that is a pretty significant limit, given you're not even usually on Selmoth. Did any of those random Selmothians we saved and ported through my old world become mages? They mostly fell into tech classes, like Kithe, Midnight explained. Either way, without proper training they can't do much. And they haven't been the Bunvorixians or been to the planet, which is kind of important. I was just thinking we can make some. The plane is sealed to people that don't already have magic, Midnight reminded me. I shrugged. We can just take them past Rocky. Have your people negotiate with Extra. I bet Ethos would agree to allow something given the favors we've been doing for them lately, if they need kingdom approval. Sir Kalman was local, but he didn't represent a country. Just the Order of the Lion, who were trying to do the right thing in a confusing world. One that had lied to me about how much violence there was. Though it was probably true that violence was lower than in the past. Midnight pondered for a while. I'll put it on my list of tasks. I still have to do this, though. I wasn't going to tell Midnight not to help out his home planet, and thus his family, also most of the friendly Bunvorixians we knew. If he couldn't take me, though, you should take Zeb. But, Midnight blinked. It would be good to have a native, wouldn't it? She's a zealous advocate against the propaganda of the tiny dictators, I added. Midnight would later relay to me how his conversation with Zeb went. You can't bring all these squirrels, Midnight said. Aren't they extinct on Bunvorix? That's the whole point, Zeb countered. But fine, how about half? What? It wasn't about how many there are. It was partially about how many there were. Zeb's current companions were large monsters and loads of squirrels. You can't bring a... Midnight could be firm, but there was only so much one could do against real puppy dog eyes. Look, maybe you can bring one, Midnight said, so that you can prove to the Freedomers that they exist. It might lend strength to them as they try to counteract the local narrative about Selmothians wiping out your squirrels. It's such a sad story, Zeb whimpered. It's worse to know that we did it. Hey, it would be better if they were Selmothian squirrels. Squirrel, Midnight said firmly. Just one. Summarizing how that went was fairly easy once they returned, and Zeb introduced them to me as squirrels N+2 to N+5. They're all best friends. From different regions. I couldn't just leave them alone, Zeb explained. What about that numbering? I asked. She also mentioned their names. One of them was Spot, which was both appropriate and not at all helpful. Oh well, you see, Zeb explained awkwardly. I might have found some twins somewhere. Or maybe I didn't. So I lost count. And that was that. Dash, dash, dash. A Bunvarixian with 4 tiny Bunvarixians randomly hanging off of her was a strange sight, but it was ultimately believable. It was fortunate that Zeb and companions counted as a single target for disguise, or Midnight would have been spending a ton of mana. I felt like there had to be a limit, but I didn't want to push the universe's stability, so I would not be asking Zeb to help test that. Selmothians were closer to the right body type than squirrels, so they looked more natural. Zeb ended up wearing some sort of lumpy cloak with tiny Bunvarixian faces poking out. Midnight decided that was good enough, and the Bunvarixian Freedom Initiative ultimately agreed. I heard about the suppressing tower, Zeb commented to Flopan as the Kelmothian techs talked to some of the Freedomers' people about what they had to install. Midnight was carrying most of it in storage, giving up precious tuner space. He had far more than a small team of Selmothians could normally carry without exosuits. I mostly worked with ships before, though. I heard you guys blew up a bunch of them with Turlough. Yes, though the humans did most of the work. Not Turlough. He has big magic spells. Flopan tilted his head, his dangling ears waving around. He is human, though. He's an orc. What's an orc? Isn't he human? He had 2 hands with opposable thumbs, wore the same clothing and footwear, he doesn't have a snout. They're practically the same. Well, I do get that they're very similar, Zeb admitted. But it turns out that the big giveaway is that he's green and has tusks. Humans don't have that. Are you sure he isn't human? They're so similar. Apparently orcs are bigger too, Zeb commented. But he seems pretty normal to me. It's not even a 20% height difference. Truly insignificant, Flopan agreed. Can they have children together? I think that was implied in some things, but I don't think Martians can, even though they're also green and humanoid. Oh, so human and orcs are like long ears and chasers. Maybe. I really wasn't paying attention to that stuff. Look at these squirrels. They're all from Kelmoth. I want to take so many pictures, but it's such a big risk to distribute them. The propagandists might twist things and say that Kelmoth stole them from us. Zeb nodded. They'd say it was a new discovery, like always. I don't know how I didn't suspect the sudden changes in position. It's okay. Everyone has to wake up at some point, Flopan said. So you live on the Earth now? Yes, Earth is good. It has many types of squirrels, and the people are so nice. I think Bunvarixians would be good friends with Earth once we get rid of the bad people making us do bad things. All of this was recorded in the background of Midnight's technically more important work. But I really didn't know how human tech worked, so Selmothian tech was far over my head. I was going to skip it all until I heard the background conversation and focused on that. This time, there weren't any infiltrations of important places, or attacks on military bases, or secret facilities, or even tossing towers through portals. I was beginning to wonder if things like that mostly happened when I was present. On the other hand, it seemed like maybe things like that would come up again in the future. I was glad I didn't have to chase Midnight to a far planet again. At least my mana would have been stable this time, since I knew what I was doing. I had really wanted to tell him not to go into danger, but I wasn't such a big hypocrite that I could actually say that. I was glad to know that progress was being made, and simultaneously glad that Midnight didn't need me, while sad that he didn't need me. But we weren't going to stop being great friends. Magical bonds weren't the sort of thing that faded just because someone was busy. Actually, Familiar Bond actually improved somewhere around that time. It hit 10 natural upgrades for a total of 15. Because of how basic spatial magic had combined, there had been a brief time where that was higher. Now they matched again, so Midnight was ever so slightly more efficient with that stuff. Midnight didn't have to say anything, but I had the feeling Spot was going to be a big problem for whatever the Bunverixian Freedom Initiative and Kelmoth wanted to do in the end. Spot the Bunverixian. I wasn't going to call the squirrel that because frankly I might have given up on their numbers even before Zeb. Nothing they were doing was going to come to fruition in the short term. They were fighting for the next generation, not the next year. Even so, dealing with Spot sooner would be better. If we could catch him on Earth or force him to come to Earth, that would be best. All we had to do was deal with 2 high-threat supervillains at the same time. Plus maybe a bunch of Portal Power Darkstar Girl fanatics. I wondered if Ignis could eat spooky dark fire. Maybe it would have to be Major Ignis, but I didn't even have that spell. I resolved to overcome Gloom's spooky, horrible anti-scrying aura. Great Girl would certainly appreciate dealing with them whenever we got a chance. And Darkstar Girl wasn't fun to fight. She didn't come, engage in a moderate conflict, and leave. She always wanted to kill me just because I made her look bad for being a terrible person. Chapter 395. Despite how she looked and frequently how she acted, Zeb was highly intelligent. She was capable of discussing complex technological topics I could barely even begin to comprehend. Maybe with a decade of focused education I would get it, or maybe not. But also, as intelligent as she was, Zeb was often quite dumb. "Rocky wouldn't do that," she complained. "Tell them it was someone else. We can't get Rocky in trouble." I sighed. If Rocky is doing what we agreed, it will be fine. The last part won't happen regardless. Still, it's possible that he didn't understand the complexity of what we asked. Zeb looked offended. It was all in the ears. He knows what a trail is, I asked him. And he might not be able to see them from where he was, or he forgot, or any number of other things. Regardless, we have to go investigate. That was about the time Tylissa arrived, our third and final member for the mission we were on today. Midnight wasn't present because we shouldn't be doing anything dangerous. "I think I should bring 20, Zeb commented, "just in case there's trouble." I shook my head. "You don't need 20 squirrels, that's too many. Together we only count as 1, right? It should be fine." I wasn't talking about the teleport limit. Tylissa cleared her throat as she bent down towards Zeb. "I know you want to bring a lot of your friends along with you, but some will have to stay behind." 20 is already leaving lots behind, Zeb protested. "Any less than that and they'll think I'm choosing favorites." I raised an eyebrow. "I'm sure you do have favorites." Zeb inhaled sharply. "Don't tell them." "Relax," I said. "You know they don't pay attention most of the time. Also, they don't really speak English." As a Beastmaster, Zeb could communicate with them. That extended to those around her to a lesser extent. But as seen with Bun and Cell, even if they were smart animals, they were still just animals. Tylissa and I eventually managed to convince Zeb to only bring 12 squirrels. 8 Earth squirrels and all 4 Kelmoth squirrels, because they needed to get used to Earth, apparently. Any more negotiation than that would cut into our mission time. I didn't actually have anything against her bringing as many companions as she wanted in theory, but there was limited space in a car. Getting a van would be a bigger hassle just to drive over to Extra. We didn't have to go there, but there weren't a lot of convenient and secure places to return to, so it was better to be seen both going and coming. Dash, dash, dash. Wolf had directions. That was what I was supposed to call Tylissa when we were doing anything related to the Power Brigade. Jerome's mother had been trained as a powered scout. I wasn't sure she would have gotten an interview without me, but she certainly wouldn't have finished training and kept the job if she wasn't qualified. There were never enough trackers to be had, and the Power Brigade couldn't just wait for more people to randomly manifest super scent. We could totally make a bunch of werewolves, but we wouldn't. Both because it might provide people for competitors and because New Bay would frown on unsanctioned power propagation. It wasn't all Extra's fault. The Hero Association also had opinions about such things. Extra just got involved more when the particular method involved something unearthly. She was navigating with her phone, which didn't mean she wasn't doing her job. She was the one that had made sure she had some pins to bring us where we needed to go. "The first one is over here," she commented, Probably about 20 minutes. Normally, we wouldn't be all the way out here in the Great Sequoias for Power Brigade business. However, our association with Rocky gave us a connection. Furthermore, New Bay was still the closest hub of supernatural activity. There might be random people in various cities around, but there wouldn't be whole groups easily contactable. The forest rangers here had already decided that the matter was out of their expertise. 20 minutes wasn't too bad of a distance. I had done my best to get as close as I could to the destination, but I didn't have the whole forest memorized or anything. I'd only been here a few times. Ugh, Tylissa made a face. We're close. Zeb hung her head. Yeah, we are. I tilted my head. I figured. But how do you know? The smell, they said at the same time. Oh yeah. Maybe we didn't even need Tylissa. Except Zeb wasn't trained for scouting purposes. She might be able to track something by scent, but that didn't mean she would be the best choice. We circled around to be more upwind as we approached the bear carcass. It was pretty gruesome and smelled awful. Large portions of it were missing, which was expected from the report. Wolf put on her best human face. I wasn't sure if she could actually turn off her enhanced canine sense of smell or not, but I think maybe her mask could cover that. She professionally crouched down and assessed the situation. Zeb pulled away to give an inspiring speech to her squirrels, probably reminding them that they were safe and powerful and stuff. Not like anything that 8 bears would probably bother with squirrels. Ugh, Wolf made a face. This wasn't a bird, I can say that much. How can you tell? I asked. Too many tiers alongside each other. A few other things that are guesses. Mostly, though, it doesn't smell like a bird. Not to sell out Rocky, but doesn't he have lion paws? Mage, no. Bad Mage. Zeb shouted from a distance. Wolf shook her head. It's not that either. I've been to the zoo recently. I know what lions and fur smell like. Oh, and this part here, it's melted. That was all I could say. I attempted to sense something supernatural, but the results were vague. I wondered if advanced divination magic was enough to learn something here. An image of the scene, or a more clear sense of aura or something. I first activated Arcane Sight, but got nothing clear. A waste of mana, but sometimes that was how things were. Further magic amplified that vague aura enough for me to potentially recognize it if I saw it again, but I couldn't even say if I'd noticed it before. I've got very little. I think I can follow the trail, Wolf commented. Whatever it was went this way, flying low. It wasn't Rocky, Zeb complained. I reached down to pat her on the head. Even if it was, we'll just remind him what he needs to do. The park didn't actually mind culling the bear population a bit. They just didn't want people to stumble upon the carcasses too easily, as it worsened their opinion of things. They would clean it up, of course, but this one was left for us to investigate because it was unusual, even if they couldn't say precisely how. We continued on with our 2 resident scent experts agreeing on the direction. Apparently whatever this was had a unique smell, and the remains of bear they wore on them were likewise powerful. I know what Rocky smells like, Zeb said. It's definitely not Rocky. Something like half an hour later, we ran into Rocky standing atop the carcass of a bear. No, not just Rocky. There was another griffin. Gasp, it's Mrs. Rocky. I've never met her before. Zeb excitedly ran closer. Hi, hello, nice to meet you. Most of the time, Zeb's excessively friendly approach resulted in whatever she was moving towards running away, or pouncing on her. This time, however, the second stone griffin just cawed at her partner, who responded in kind. Neither seemed worried. You did such a good job killing a bear, Zeb said. I could feel her using her abilities to communicate with unbound animals. You're great hunters. Oh wait, you aren't supposed to leave them near trails though. You didn't. But we just saw something back there. I more or less understood the conversation from just her side of things. There were some chirping and screeching bird sounds in response. Mrs. Rocky was munching patiently. Were neither of them at the nest watching the eggs? I presumed they had eggs, but I didn't actually know that now that I thought about it. They certainly would soon, if they didn't. Some other thing did it. Zeb tilted her head. What sort of thing? Mage! Tylissa slapped me on the shoulder with great force. I probably would have turned to look right away anyway, but her clear urgency didn't hurt. It gave me enough time to react, which was to shove her lightly away from me. Take cover." Then I ran in the opposite direction. Tylissa wasn't supposed to be engaged in combat, so I could only hope running at an angle that was slightly towards the incoming green blur that it would target me. I didn't make it behind a tree. They were huge trees, so it should have been easy. Instead, I was covered in acid as a roar washed over me. I was pretty sure I knew what the green blur was, as I felt force armor immediately collapse. My suit lasted long enough for me to cast energy ward, just on myself, unfortunately. I wasn't close enough to the others. I did get behind the tree before massive jaws clamped down on me, so my running wasn't fruitless. "Zeb, it's Face Eater!" Loud screeches suddenly filled the forest. Rocky and Mrs. Rocky clearly weren't happy to have someone eating faces in their territory. I very much appreciated their enthusiasm, but "I don't know if stone griffins can handle a dragon," I yelled. "Zeb, tell them to be careful." Tylissa was focused on staying in cover. Not that it mattered, because Face Eater was specifically trying to murder me. She was coming back for another round, and I only had half an energy ward left after it fended off the rest of what was hanging on me. I cast haste so that I could properly dodge, preferably moving into cover. Before Face Eater could properly attack, 2 stone griffins pounced on her, tackling her out of the sky. It didn't look like either of them kept a prominent position, however. They rolled away with little harm on either side. I didn't believe a green dragon would be weak to a specific element, so I took advantage of the opening to use Sonic Lance, adding more mana than normal. I had a big target after all, so even if my aim was slightly off, I should still hit. I didn't expect anything else to suddenly get in my way. Maybe I should have. Fortunately, squirrels were small, even gliding squirrels with spread-out flaps of skin. There were 2 of them, and they went right past Face Eater's head. They'd better be careful, or they'd get their own faces and everything else eaten. With haste giving me more relative time to react, I managed to hold back on the timing of my Sonic Lance and blast the dragon in the chest instead of blasting one of them. I think I cracked a couple scales, but mostly it looked like I slightly shoved her. Magic resistance sucked, especially since dragons were already massive and durable. I looked for Zeb, rushing towards her. If this dragon sprayed acid around, any of her squirrels could easily be melted. I needed to help with that and the griffins and pull out my gun. I did the latter as I ran. I regretted not pushing for a higher caliber weapon sooner. There wasn't supposed to be a dragon here. This was hundreds of miles from the last known location of Face Eater. Sure, it wouldn't be that hard for a dragon to fly here, but it was still concerning. Should we fight? Maybe we shouldn't fight. If I could get everyone gathered together, I could just teleport us away. I wasn't going to risk Tylissa. Fighting wasn't her job, and I didn't want either Rocky to be hurt, nor Zeb, but she was officially signed up for battle missions, so it was more about mitigating risks rather than completely avoiding them. Chapter 396. Face Eater was yelling at us. Probably, this was an unfortunate day to have only Zeb hooked up with translation, but I really didn't need it for English, and we hadn't anticipated any need. I sure wasn't going to spend the time and mana while in battle with a dragon. Zeb was barking up a storm. Hopefully she was commanding her squirrels to get somewhere safe or something like that. There was no way they should fight a dragon. I mostly kept tabs on Face Eater by how she stomped around and made angry dragon noises. I was doing my best to keep the vast majority of a very large tree between me and her. I could still see some glimpses of her wings and tail occasionally, though I did my best to keep away from her reaching neck as she came for me. The face was the most dangerous part of a dragon. Not the only dangerous part, but it was the one with the most reach and the part where all of the bad acid came out of. I got a glimpse of Rocky and Mrs. Rocky. It was difficult to say they looked fine, but they didn't look like they had just tangled with a dragon. Maybe a handful of bloody feathers and a limp forelimb between them. Zeb, Tylissa. I spoke through our local comms. I should have said herder and wolf, but that really didn't matter right now. Through our comms, I didn't have to worry about whether or not Face Eater spoke English, as long as she didn't also have super hearing. If you can get over to the griffins, I can get us out of here. A few barks and some bird noises were exchanged. They won't run away when there's a threat to their forest, Zeb said. We might have to anyway. Tylissa? Unfortunately, I'm on the far side of the dragon, she commented. As a scout, I have pretty decent movement abilities, but I'm not highly trained in evasion. What a shame. Maybe we should see if Izzy could provide her an intensive course on that after this. It was really great to see someone come out completely unscathed from a nominally undodgeable wide area assault. Dragon face. I shot it a few times with my pistol as I twirled around the base of the tree. I doubted I could even crack the scales, though the power wasn't too bad. Maybe if I hit an eye or the inside of the mouth, though. Even with haste active, I wasn't willing to focus on that compared to dodging. I got them to agree to go behind this one tree for a second, Zeb declared. Fortunately, I was at the right angle to sprint over there, and the magical acid breath that came at me from behind wasn't even that close to melting my posterior as I reached the griffins and Zeb. Half of our plan wouldn't work, but I could still toss out energy ward. With multicasting, it was sufficient to hit myself, Zeb and her squirrels, and the two griffins. Technically Wolf too, but she wasn't within range. I still flung the magic generally at her, hoping to get at least a partial effect. Or maybe it would enhance a tree. I couldn't tell because there was too much dragon garbage flying about to get a good read on more subtle magic. After energy ward, it was time for stone skin. I couldn't cast it at full power with multicasting, both because of my fatigue limit and because of upgrade limitations. But it would still be pretty good. I had no idea if it would do anything for stone griffins. But to save time, I was doing it for me and Zeb anyway, so the mana was already going to be used. Maybe they would be double stone griffins. It was probably better than nothing. It was quiet for a moment. Then I heard a whooshing sound, too far away and in a direction I didn't like at all. I picked a random direction to round the sequoia I was behind, seeing Face Eater had once again taken flight. If she was leaving, I wouldn't mind, but I didn't get that feeling. Indeed, a moment later she circled around and came not towards me, but towards Tylissa. Zeb confirmed it as the dragon roared. She says that if you won't fight, she'll eat the easiest target. I frowned. I hadn't even done anything to her. This was annoying. I would happily fight a dragon in other circumstances. Tell her that she was the one who ran away the first time. I needed more targets. Ignis. He should also be able to hold her off for a bit. I poured a bunch of mana into summon moderate elemental, more than it should normally hold. It was a bit risky, but I wasn't going to any crazy degree. I would definitely be hitting negative mana from that point onward though, so I would have to stay in control of things manually. A tall fire elemental appeared. Normally Ignis was waist high, but this time as his flames appeared, he was significantly taller. Was it actually someone else? As the figure resolved in my vision, the top of the flames settled into the solid form of a top hat. I also noticed the moustache that came with summon moderate elemental was a bit larger, poking out from behind Ignis. He was carrying a pot, and I had no idea if he was properly acid-empowered and thus able to resist Face Eater, but I had to assume he could do something. Ignis, take down that angry flying dragon. It was a big ask, but I really didn't know what else to say. If we could get her back on the ground, he could probably burn her. Maybe he could throw fireballs from where he was. The forest was wet enough that I wasn't too concerned, and he could eat the fire if it spread. But he didn't do that. Instead, he hefted his pot and waited. Maybe he just couldn't reach her. That was what I was thinking as she was getting awfully close to Tylissa's tree. A quick snap of her neck once she was past it, and she would see around the backside, able to breathe a cone of acidy death. Ignis began to bounce his pot up more, swinging it in wider arcs. She's probably immune to acid. Ignis just nodded, but he didn't change what he was doing. Eventually, he swung it all the way back and thrust it out to the full length of his diminutive arms. A huge spray of green liquid tinged with orange light blasted up into the air. I couldn't see anything, but I had the feeling it hadn't hurt Face Eater at all, as she barely even made an annoyed grunt. Then I saw her wing clip a tree as she came out of the spray. She caught herself before crashing down, with powerful and definitely magical flaps of her wings, but I realized something. Ignis may seem foolish, but he was pretty good at using his abilities. I hadn't been able to see Face Eater in that whole thing, but she hadn't been able to see either. It had bought Tylissa enough time to rush behind another tree further out of the flight path. That was good, because no way was I letting my apprentice's mother get hurt. Face Eater seemed annoyed, swooping slightly lower and spraying a blast of acid at Ignis. He, in turn, held up his pot and caught everything. I frowned. It wasn't completely outside the realm of possibility. Acid was a form of energy just as much as anything else, and it was what I'd wanted. He just seemed stronger than expected. Maybe it was the top hat? I couldn't think about that too much. I only had maybe 20 seconds of haste left. My mana wasn't limitless either, but I clearly needed a big spell to hurt this dragon. Tylissa had unfortunately gotten further away, and the rest of us weren't gathered together anymore. We couldn't easily escape. Maybe I should have insisted on it. I might be a bad team lead. What could I hit this dragon with? Meteor swarm? If I didn't actually connect, it wouldn't be much better than last time when I detonated them around her in the air. Gate. If I could get her to stick her neck through one and then close it. But she probably wasn't that foolish. Plus, magic resistance might make that less viable. If I had anything quick that could hit her wings, that would be good, but I wasn't sure I did. Spatial Rift might be good, but placing it would be difficult. The collateral damage wasn't something I could think about at the moment. Ignis, can you hold up for a while longer? He gave me a thumbs up. That would have to do. Somewhere, I lost track of the griffins. I hoped Zeb had convinced them to go to safety. We could still manage to get the rest of us out of here. I would keep enough mana to teleport, though I'd have to manually balance things. That meant 2 more big spells at most. I took a couple shots at Face Eater's wings as she turned about for another pass. If she wanted to target me, I'd have to give her that option. I wasn't quite sure how I would defend myself properly, but if she came into melee, I could severely overcharge Shocking Grasp. That would have to do something. If I consumed my phone battery, it should be pretty good. It seemed that she was either wary of my energy ward or out of breath for the moment. I knew that dragons couldn't repeat it forever. Either way, she was flying lower. I supposed she might just want a different angle. Should I move slightly closer to cover, or would that set her after Tylissa again? She was getting pretty close, and I wasn't sure if Ignis could successfully blind her again. I expended my clip and another one as quickly as I could, but I think I only successfully punctured a few insignificant holes in her wings. I had mana gathered, but I wasn't sure which spell it was going to become. Holding on to unspecified mana took a lot of concentration, especially at low mana, but it was necessary. I wasn't ready to see squirrels suddenly blitz past Face Eater's head. She instinctively snapped at them, but one of the 2 avoided her, and the second flying squirrel actually grazed her eye. I had no idea if a squirrel could actually cause damage, but being poked in the eye still wasn't fun. I wondered if dragons had eyelids. Face Eater definitely pulled her head down after that. Then she was tackled by 2 griffins. She roared in frustration, and though I didn't speak Draconic without magic, I could guess it meant something like, "Again?" Rather than get tangled up with her again, however, the griffins just raked Face Eater's wings. That was great, even though she was tumbling directly towards me. Gate? Gate. I decided on gate, but I got Spatial Rift, or maybe a gate without a destination. I had only wanted some sort of unquantifiable danger, and I got a vague feeling of dread as Face Eater crashed into it and got stuck to the Spatial Rift as it began to pull in leaves, fallen branches, small shrubs. "Tell the griffins that should be enough," I called to Zeb. "We're regrouping and leaving." I really wanted to toss a meteor swarm on the momentarily incapacitated dragon. The problem was I didn't know if it would kill her. It might just make her even more angry. I really wished Great Girl was here because she could probably just rip off the dragon's wings now. She had wrestled dragons before, though she hadn't killed them. Just tossed them back through some portals so we didn't have to deal with them. Ignis rushed the downed dragon. I hoped for his great success, but I knew that even if he died, he would ultimately be fine. But even with the amount of mana I'd pumped into him, I wasn't confident that he was powerful enough to cause any real damage. Did his fire even really work in this form? He could eat fire in his water form, so probably. When I reached Tylissa, she was covered in squirrels. Presumably all but the 2 flying squirrels. Had they actually attacked a dragon? Of course they had. At least Zeb kept safe. The 2 griffins were also circling around to land at Zeb's prompting. It was time to go. Chapter 397. I gathered 15 mana for teleport. I was a very, very tiny sliver of self-control, away from the line of gathering just 5 more mana and casting Meteor Swarm on Face Eater instead of teleport. But while I personally would love to keep fighting, there were 2 innocent griffins, Tylissa, Zeb, and I was pretty sure one more squirrel than before. Besides, Midnight would be sad if I died, or got myself maimed, so I cast teleport. It was terrifying. I'd never felt so off balance since I first stumbled into negative mana around the time I was saving Midnight from his abduction. I was pretty sure we ended up inside solid material, until we were pulled into Extra's teleportation nexus. That had been my target all along, but my accuracy hadn't been great without the proper balance. I either needed to use more huge spells when in negative mana, or not do it at all. Assessing the damage, it seemed to be only the griffins that were injured. I had thought they were in pretty good shape, but maybe I missed something. They weren't going to be doing a lot of bear hunting in the near future with a broken claw or 2. I think Mrs. Rocky had a snapped wing. Wolf Tylissa was fine, as well as Zeb and somehow all of her squirrels, even the flying ones directly involved in attacking the dragon. So it was just the griffins. I wondered if Sierra was busy. No, of course she was. I should talk to Angela and tell her that Rocky needed help. Sierra could still heal them later, even if they healed poorly right now. Neither stone griffin was enthusiastic about being inside, but Zeb managed to explain things to them. They really wanted to go back to their forest, but that wasn't feasible right now. I certainly wasn't going to teleport back out there and be out of mana. Plus, there was the dragon. It was a bit far for New Bay to send out a proper dragon hunting squad, but the part of the Great Sequoias that was public would have to be closed for the near future. Prepared hikers would have bear spray. I doubted any of them would have dragon spray. What would you make that from? Would dragons be vulnerable to whatever mechanisms bear spray had? Unfortunately, my knowledge about dragons didn't indicate many weaknesses. Either they didn't have any, aside from often being quite visible and easy to track down, or such knowledge had been well hidden. I asked Sir Calman if he had any advice for fighting a green dragon. I considered who else I might know that could help, and considered Lightclaw the Elven Beastmaster as well as Archmage Rickle. Probably some of the other mages wanted me to contact them about such things, but I only had a limited amount of mana. Those 3 points of contact took a couple of hours to replenish the mana for. Sir Calman suggested a large brigade with ranged weapons, preferably magical bows or crossbows. Earthbind would be good if there were any mages with such a spell. I would have gladly chosen such a spell, but I had the slight problem of having accidentally spent most of my points. I supposed I had wanted the best form of Ignis I could get, so accidentally ending up with Summon Major Elemental wasn't incorrect. It did make me wonder about the limits of spells, especially ones like that. I could scale spells up with mana anyway after I broke magic. Had I subconsciously determined that the higher tier version was better somehow, or was there some other rule I didn't know? Maybe I would have just summoned a stronger version of Ignis without a top hat for the same cost. I really didn't know what difference that would make, though. I didn't really have a way to answer that in the near future. Lightclaw's advice was basically to let Rocky rip apart the wings. He didn't know about Rocky, he just suggested any flying combatant. He acknowledged it was more difficult than it seemed on the surface, and the risk of approaching a dragon so close was high. Rickle, of course, suggested a spell that wasn't previously listed anywhere, including in the book she'd given me. She called it Full Spatial Lock, and apparently it could hold something in space while we draped heavy things over its wings. Still subject to magic resistance, and apparently it made the target invincible for the duration. I was confused about how that worked, but I suppose that any sort of damaging interaction would have to move the target in space. But also, I wasn't sure if that included locking them in space relative to the planet or not. Presumably it was, because she didn't mention being flung off into space at 67,000 miles per hour. Or if we compared to things at the scales of galaxies, some hundreds of miles per second, which was around 1,000,000 miles per hour. Everything was relative. Maybe there was an absolute somewhere, but it surely wasn't Earth. It was probably easier to tie something to a gravity well, though, like it was easier to gate between them. Space was complicated like that. Teleport was pretty much only functional inside a gravity well. The specialties were quite different. If I ever got to advanced or master spatial magic, maybe I'd understand how to do something in between. Anyway, I didn't have the capability to improvise that spell, and it was another 20th rank spell, which I could have purchased before accidentally spending the points on Summon Major Elemental. One more level would be enough, but that was still a while away, even if the skirmish with a dragon had been something like a quarter of a level. Dash, dash, dash. I spent a good 3 hours meditating to recover to maximum mana. That was from basically empty, which would have taken me almost 11 hours at one point. I wasn't counting the double mana and double mana recovery from having broken mana. Just empty to full. However, active meditation more or less doubled my mana recovery rate once I got used to it if I was somewhere appropriate, like at the top of a tower, and the higher ambient mana levels were also about double. So 3 hours was pretty much expected. It wasn't something I could do several times per day, though. Active meditation for mana recovery wasn't as easy as it sounded. Relaxing certainly, but not restful. But it was sufficient that I could go out once more today, in the evening, because waiting longer than half a day would be rather risky. Great Girl's team ended up on a double shift with me. They were just the most appropriate for dragon-related trouble. Even if it wouldn't give any publicity to the Power Brigade to do stuff outside of New Bay, the state of California was quite incentivized to pay the Power Brigade to resolve the issue. They liked powered stuff to stay constrained to a couple geographic regions, if at all possible, so that they could live normally. I really had no idea what that meant. A world without classes or powers of any sort would be weird. I'd passed through a couple such areas while on Earth, but I'd never really been there. Since Face Eater was a real problem, we also snagged Acid Man and even Telescope. The Power Brigade executive wasn't one I'd been on missions with much. She didn't look particularly dangerous, but I knew she was. If she could make people walk around a corner and never actually get around the corner without me even sensing anything, I knew she could do a lot more. Maybe she would be able to make Face Eater slam directly into a tree, or the ground, or throw her into space, assuming her powers worked on anything that big. If not, she would mostly be useful for scouting purposes. One of her best-known abilities was telescopic vision. I wasn't sure if that was an actual power she had, or if she just actually made things closer to her eyes. One unusual thing was that we brought Map with us. She was part of the squad, of course, but she normally remained elsewhere, with good reason, because her powers were best that way. They didn't help her fight, but instead provided battlefield awareness, which she had trained to helpfully share with others. Occasionally she had to show up in person, though, like the angel and vampire incident. I teleported us out into the forest, vaguely near where we had last departed with Face Eater. Only vaguely near because I didn't have the area locked in memory. All right, everyone, Telescope took control, which made sense given her status. Once we find the site of the battle, we'll spread out and look for clues of what Fleshmelter did afterwards. If she was bleeding, as we believe she might have been, Great Girl has expressed her ability to track her via scent. Wolf was better at the job, not because her werewolf nature was better, but because of her scout class and ultimately her specific training afterwards. However, she wasn't supposed to be in combat zones. She wouldn't take people into a hidden base, but at most nearby. If we'd expected to be attacked, we would have had a very different arrangement of people. Zeb wasn't with us because she was helping keep the Griffins calm. I had heard from Angela that Sierra would be coming to heal them soon enough, so if Face Eater was dealt with, we could send them back home. Probably tomorrow or something, because I'd also need to rest before doing too much more teleporting. The journey was strangely short. Telescope made that certain. Each step we took covered hundreds of feet, as long as we walked along a path she determined for us. There was just a section of the world that was closer. I was fairly certain we didn't need to be able to see it. The first trick I'd seen Telescope do with the corner indicated as much. However, it was far more comfortable to see where we would be stepping when the ground wasn't entirely level. We got back to the battle quickly, obvious from the scarred trees. Draconic acid was not nice to whatever it came in contact with. We sorted through the few small patches of blood, finally finding some that appeared to be face eaters. Distinguishing between bird lions and reptilians is pretty easy, Great Girl commented. I would probably agree, but my sense of smell wasn't strong enough to detect either, except when they were right next to me. Though even I could smell that the blood was wrong and mostly missing, because it was also highly acidic, and acid used itself up as it dissolved things. I can sense a few hollows that might fit a dragon, Map commented as we went along. Some in the trees, some in the ground. She always took a moment to orient herself when we skipped some space. It seemed her powers did recover instead of getting totally confused, though. Presumably Telescope was already aware that they would be functional together. Mono's steps didn't make any noise. It wasn't that important because the rest of us still did, but I still marveled about how well he used what were officially some of the lowest tier sound powers. Not like Rocker, who could attack people directly with sound. It wasn't like they were so different either. Mono was just weak, but he found a way to use his powers that worked. Instead of amplifying, he attenuated sound to nothing, providing stealth capabilities, while still allowing him to maintain a high muzzle velocity with his sniper rifle. Grasp was constantly looking around. She would use her telekinetic abilities to grab one of Face Eater's wings once the dragon got even vaguely close. Only Great Girl and Acid Man would approach after I gave them fly. Acid Man might not be able to harm a dragon easily, but in turn he was actually pretty resistant to anything she could do. Cutting? He could turn into liquid. He was resistant to other acid, so her breath wouldn't matter. I thought we had a pretty good setup. And if somehow things went wrong, we could teleport away again. That sounded boring, though. Chapter 398. Everything was perfect. We had the team, we had the plan. A dragon was going down, and Face Eater wouldn't bother anyone ever again. Actually, were we supposed to capture her? Dragons were people. That was somewhere in the if-feasible realm of things. In theory, Great Girl was going to be grappling the dragon anyway. We wouldn't have great restraints, but she could just dislocate a few things. Surely it would work out. Relatedly, being a person would get Face Eater in a lot more legal trouble with Extra, because she should know she was invading sovereign territory and committing crimes. While in some ways animals got off worse, Extra was never really upset with them. Magical beasts wandering through portals because they didn't know better could be dangerous. Or they could be like Rocky, fully capable of killing people but peaceable enough to not do that. The trail of blood was getting more fresh. Face Eater had likely flown away from the scene rather quickly, but we were skipping a lot of distance because of Telescope. We didn't know precisely where Face Eater might be holed up, but it was highly probable that Map could reveal it before we got too close. The actual details of her power were unclear to me, but she did know things about the terrain and how people should route around things, so that was good enough. Large claw marks ahead, Map said, bigger than bears. We hadn't seen those, but it probably fit into her power if the marks were significant enough. I suggest we prepare ourselves for Flesh Melter, which meant having me prepare people. Great Girl might shift to a different size, but that wasn't something that required much forewarning. Nobody else had powers that had a particularly limited duration or affected others. Everyone got Energy Ward. Normally I would have used multicasting because of the mana efficiency triple price for 5 targets. However, for something within the realm of basic energy magic, it was a difference of 5 upgrades. 20 points of mana for maximum power versus 12 was significant, but with 6 of us it was actually 24 versus 16. 50% more cost for a third more power wasn't efficient, but it was good. Fighting a dragon wasn't the sort of thing where we could afford to skimp on the costs. I could have left Map out of the costs, but she was close enough to the battlefield that she might be an incidental target. Energy Ward was what she needed most. Stoneskin, however, was somewhat closer in total upgrades, and the difference between spending 27 and 47 or 54 mana was huge. I would drop into the negatives before the battle if I did that. So Map didn't get Stoneskin, I used multicasting. And I didn't quite maximize the power, because I couldn't manage 27 mana on a single spell by myself for like 5 more levels. Maybe if we got into a really good brawl today. No, it was extremely unlikely to get over 170 experience in a single battle. It would have to be a far superior opponent, and I'd have to have a major contribution. Face Eater might not quite hit that level of superior. She was a big dragon, not a legendary dragon. For one thing, she fit in a building, between the floors. She barely even knocked down any walls. The truly big dragons had necks that were more than 10 feet across. In theory, I hadn't seen one, which was probably why I was still alive. Because I had neither friendship nor gold to give to such a dragon. Maybe praise would work. I feel like I could give pretty sincere praise to a big dragon. The burrow begins among the roots on the far side of that tree, Map pointed. I would suggest proceeding with caution. It slopes downward and turns into a chamber 40 feet across at the widest. You might be able to trap her, but you won't have much room to maneuver either. We crept forward. Suddenly we were looking at the entrance, without having even rounded the tree. I would have said that was a risk, but Telescope was very good at hiding the signs of her power usage. I couldn't sense it, though I wasn't sure how good a dragon's magical senses might be. Great Girl led the pack, with Grasp just behind her. Then it was me, with Telescope and Mono at the back. Mono's footsteps were silent. He might have been able to extend that courtesy to us, but he wasn't quite as subtle as Telescope. Maybe that was why she was an executive. Plus her experience, and quite possibly the public perception of such an ability. It looked very useful and not at all scary. I wondered if she could be closer to the inside of something than the outside. I hadn't figured out a good way to ask without forcing her to reveal too much or lie, so I would just assume she could do it to me and not our enemies. The den smelled awful. I was pretty sure I had never smelled dragon before that moment. Not really. Great Girl was very obviously holding a hand up to her face. Hopefully she could stop being wolfish. We rounded the final bend and she sprang forward. There was one problem we hadn't considered. It was dark. Maybe Great Girl's night vision sensors weren't working because her lunge didn't take her towards a dragon. How could it? There wasn't one. I was very certain of that as I scanned the area. It was open, with nowhere to hide behind, nothing dangling from the ceiling or tucked away in weird corners. Maybe she went out again. Great Girl bent down to look at the ground. No, this blood is the freshest. She shouldn't have had any way to stop it. And there wasn't anything outside. And yet, Telescope said, it appears that Fleshmelter is not here. Yeah, I tilted my head. She shouldn't have any healing spells. Great Girl spun around. Spellcasting dragons. They still do that where you're from. I shrugged. Some of them, of course, but I haven't seen anything from Face Eater to indicate that she is one of them. Well, find her. Great Girl pointed to the puddle of blood. I sighed. I need to get a big mirror. I wondered if I could fit a standing mirror into storage, maybe with a bag as a focus. Phone screen it is. If I consumed the blood, it should boost the spell. It probably wouldn't be as good as the scrying cube still, but maybe I could do some other sort of divination. Where is she now? Where did she go? These questions I had, but the biggest was, what happened here? When Face Eater appeared on my phone, I almost yelled at Great Girl to lunge forward. But I realized what I did. I saw her lying in a small puddle of her own blood. Small compared to her bodily proportions, at least. She was licking her wound. Did dragon saliva do the same thing as dogs and cats? Number, or at least that wasn't what she was going for, some sort of residue stuck, covering the gaps between her scales. Nothing, huh? Great Girl commented as she peered over my shoulder. Dark vision, I commented, holding up a finger. Apparently my magic wasn't tuned to get what goggles needed, just my eyes, so she licked her wound closed with some sort of dragon mucus. Maybe. Then what? My question was answered as I continued to slowly pour mana into the spell. It was getting pretty expensive now, but since it didn't come all at once. A sudden movement, a silent roar, an arm extended into the scene, indigo blue. Something was pulled out, and then I recoiled as my magic hit a sudden wall. I wasn't done, though. I slammed my head both physically and magically forward. It seemed I missed something, as I only caught Face Eater's tail slipping out of frame. Why wasn't it following her? I let the magic lapse, reeling on my feet, as I realized I went too far into the negatives too quickly. I really didn't want to tell people I could divine the past now. Someone else had to have that power, so nobody wanted me to use it, right? Well, it fit under advanced divination magic just fine. As I recovered, I had a very good guess why it didn't follow a Face Eater. Because it wasn't targeting her, it was targeting here. I asked what happened here, not what happened to her. That might have been the reason it worked at all, because I didn't really feel her magic resistance like I should have. I had some suppositions about what happened. I spoke them as if they were fact. A member of the Neon Void here came with a device. She left with them. Are you certain? Telescope asked. As certain as can be. She won't be coming back, Mono commented. When people looked to him for reasoning, he shrugged. If I was a dragon, I wouldn't want to live in the dirt. Don't they have nice caves? A good warehouse might be close enough, and it could have proper luxuries. Surely the Neon Void has access to some. They might try to ship her into New Bay or another city. Telescope pondered for a moment. We'll see if Calculator has the same speculation as you. I do agree that she won't be coming back, though. We should check for scents on the surface. Immediately, I could see daylight, so she could make a connection there, but she had to know precisely where it was going. Or she hadn't wanted the daylight to alert Face Eater, though it could have been a good trick to blind her. Great Girl gagged after we stepped out and she began to transform her face once more. Please cut off that connection, she waved towards it. Telescope did so. Ugh, the scent that came out is still way too strong. She sort of bent over, sniffing. Then she sighed and got down on all fours. No, sorry, I can vaguely pick out another scent, but I don't think I'd be able to track it. She scurried around, checking the perimeter. I can't pick out anything I would say conclusively is Fleshmelter leaving. She might have flown off, but I'm not a proper scout, so I can't do any more than this. Unfortunate, Telescope said, if we had been a bit faster. I shook my head. I don't think this was all that close. We would have had to come back as soon as I had mana for a single teleport and hoped I ended up on target. Then we would have shown up with me useless and without buffs. Terrible raid coordination, Great Girl said. Yeah, it probably had to be this way. She stretched. It will probably be fine. If she comes to kill you in the city again, call me. I'll let the whole brigade know, I said. This time, even on low mana, I was pretty sure we were never inside any solid material on the return teleport. Obviously, Extra's teleportation hall still made things accurate regardless. Dash, dash, dash. I really wanted that fight, I told Midnight when he returned. Midnight just rolled his eyes. Of course you did. Seriously, I go away for a couple days, and you run into the dragon again. Good point, I said. Anything else you need to do on Kelmoth? Of course I was joking. I would always prefer to have my best buddy with me to back me up. And Face Eater would probably come find me since she had a grudge. Now I had another reason to look into the Neon Void. I could counter a lot of their specific tricks, but I didn't know everything they could do. Maybe I needed to bump into their territory some more in the near future. If we even knew where they operated precisely enough to get a patrol route anyway. New Bay was big, and while the Power Brigade usually operated throughout the city, they didn't cover it all evenly. Heroes and other mercenaries had their own preferred stomping grounds that we had to have reason to go into. I didn't want to annoy anyone, because then the brigade would be annoyed at me, and I liked working for them. Chapter 399. It wasn't very often that I got private guard duty like that one manor. Not because we had done poorly, but because hiring mercenaries was expensive. Even trainees like many of us had been at the time were a good chunk of cash, and most people didn't need that. If they wanted supers as a deterrent, I wasn't that cheap. Relatedly, prices for the city were cheaper. New Bay couldn't afford to pay such high prices for every patrol, but instead it was based around consistency. There wasn't enough work for the Power Brigade if it was just specific missions. Some groups were mainly mission-based, but they were generally smaller groups of elites. Or at least, that was how they marketed themselves. I didn't see why we couldn't have a large group of elites. Ultimately, today we had a job, by which I meant myself and Midnight, of course, plus sorority. Normally, having a 3-person team would have been rather limiting, but for guarding the outside of a warehouse, it was plenty good. Plus, sorority wasn't really just one person, was she? Most jobs like this had nothing happen. Usually people took obvious supers guarding a place as a good reason to leave it alone for the moment. Sometimes they took it as an invitation that there was good stuff to try to steal. Lucas was the one who showed us around, a member of the Crimson Angels. I could see where the crimson came from, but I was pretty sure that angels was ironic, because they looked like fiends. Devils, probably, since demons tended to be far more twisted. I was pretty sure they were aliens, though. For one thing, they all looked way too similar to each other. Just guys with red skin and horns. They were too human to be real fiends, probably. Not like I'd interacted with many. There were a few working for Dr. Doomsday fiends, that is, but they were generally bigger. And they didn't wear t-shirts. We got word that some people are looking to hit this place up, Lucas commented. We'll be moving our shipment today, so we don't need more backup. Don't let anyone pass unless they've got the say, even other Thelxinoians. Clearly my face showed my lack of familiarity. People that look like us. Got it, I said. I looked over to Sorority because she might have better questions. Who is able to authorize further individuals? Me or Jeline? I'll show you her. We took a look around the outside of the warehouse, plus a bit of the inside. It had boxes and some shipping containers and stuff. Jeline was dressed pretty much like Lucas, but instead of a black tee, she had a white one and a stylish jacket. We'll have a couple trucks coming by later. Jeline gave us a half salute. Just 4 walls to guard. Not too hard, yeah? Depends on what we have to face, Sorority commented. Personally, I thought it was pretty simple. And all we had to do was our best. If we were overwhelmed, then they didn't properly assess the threat level. Today, Sorority would be 5 people. That was a bit much for her to have optimal combat effectiveness. But that was where Midnight and I came in. We could greatly boost the power of all of her copies, if it became necessary. 5 was the right number, though, because it was 1 per side plus another inside to keep in contact with Lucas if necessary. Midnight and I would be patrolling around, sometimes on opposite sides in the same direction, sometimes in opposite directions, or with random direction changes. If there was some sort of attack, it wouldn't take more than 20 or 30 seconds to reach the trouble even from the furthest location. Not much good against speedsters, but they would have to contend with one of their greatest nemeses if they tried to get in. Heavy doors. Most likely they'd only have to slow down to the pace of a normal human to open a door. But that was still significant. We weren't expecting supers, though. We weren't even expecting guys with guns. Even if there had been some people planning to come, it was very possible that they'd notice our presence and just give up without revealing themselves. Morning went by easily. We ate lunch together, with Sorority guarding outside still, of course. Apparently just one part of her resting was sufficient. She had a pretty good power, it seemed. Then again, the rest of her was just standing around, so it wasn't like we were in an extreme situation. Otherwise, we might have staggered things more. When late afternoon came, I felt a momentary tension from Midnight, just around a corner. I looked back towards the closest Sorority, and she just nodded. Not a huge issue then, but I figured I should check it out. There was a woman running up, a Thelsomethingen, wearing shorts and a tank top. "Stop right there," Sorority called out. The red-skinned woman looked up, noticing someone familiar, and screeched to a halt. I forgot we were... She caught herself, then switched priorities as she began to catch her breath. "I need to talk." She paused to gulp in air, to Lucas. "He'll come check you in a moment." The woman tilted her head. "Aren't you going to call him or something? Tell him Kite is here." Already did. Obviously, Sorority just spoke to him. Her powers weren't exactly a secret, especially to anyone scoping the place out. She was too identical. Splitters were decently well known in general, though the specifics varied between them. Lucas came out. "Yeah, that's Kite. Come on, tell me what's up." Sorority explained the gist of things to Midnight and me. She saw some neon void. Apparently they have personal conflicts. Convenient. But then again, the neon void was on the upswing, so they'd probably cause trouble with everyone around them. Unless these guys had some cool alien tech, I doubted they could be primary rivals. Then again, maybe that was what they were moving. Presumably, if it was any good, they'd also use it for defense, though. We got back to our patrols, but the next time I made it around, there was already trouble approaching. In the form of some guy with a cape. Colors indicated he might not be a villain, but... "Step aside. This is Hero Association business." A man that looked entirely too invested in how he was standing tried to look down on Sorority. But she was fairly tall for a woman, so it was difficult. Sorority did not step aside, of course. Do you have a warrant? No, but I don't need. Have you witnessed a crime in progress? A criminal fled this way. She could be hiding in the warehouse. I'll notify the owners that there might be an issue, Sorority said calmly. If they confirm anything, we can handle it. The super looked doubtful. I saw the demon approaching this building. Sir, I must inform you that the Power Brigade constantly records our activities. So? The man asked. I sent his image in for rapid database processing, but I imagined calculator was busy, so I had to go with the actual channels. I got a link to a profile within 10 seconds, which was way slower than it would have been. No helpful summary either, though the database link was pretty concise. Super strength. This guy was a hero by the name of Rook. He was represented by grey attire with a tower on his chest. Threat level, medium-low, even with one of the best powers. That was lower than that one fire lady for reference. I doubt your manager would appreciate you calling a citizen of New Bay a demon. Should I send it to her? It's not, I saw her do the crime. What did she do? Sorority asked. Midnight was approaching, which was good because other powered individuals were also approaching. I carefully spoke into the comms. Fortunately, Sorority was good at multitasking, so she didn't get distracted. She was running away from it, Tower commented. Running is not a crime. Running near a crime scene is also not a crime. I don't have time for this, he said. You're helping her get away. He stepped forward, fist raised. I cast Grease. Then I cast Mage's Reach, sending it flying over. Tower took a swing at Sorority. She was going to dodge, but she didn't need to. He fell flat on his face. Mage's Reach then grabbed him by the ankle, and I braced myself to try to. Oh, he sure dragged pretty easily. What was he, 200 pounds? Couldn't be much more than that. How dare you? Castle will hear about this. What did she have to do with anything? If only there was some way to know about possible connections. But I already closed his profile page. The Power Brigade has been assigned to guard this location, Sorority commented. Without a warrant or a convincing argument, we can't allow you access to the premises. You are already trespassing, by the way. Please leave. He couldn't. Because he couldn't even stand up, like he'd never even been on a patch of magical grease with enhanced properties before. I'd poured in a couple extra points of mana for that, nowhere near close to the incident and not focused on quantity anyway. Rook, some weirdo shouted. There wasn't anyone by that name here, was there? Maybe this dude spoke a language that didn't distinguish between R and L sounds. Could he have been saying, look? He was pointing. Let him go, you villain. The weirdo did nothing other than yell and point. Relatedly, he had a pure white costume with no distinguishing features. Then came a guy in brown with a big dirt hammer, and a fourth guy in blue with a bird on his chest. Quite skinny as far as heroes went. Speedster or something else. Maybe a mentalist. Step aside, we pursue a villain, said the third guy. And the fourth in exactly the same voice. The effect was not as impactful as they wanted, though, because it just sounded like they repeated themselves instead of really emphasizing anything. As I have already explained to your prone friend, Sorority said calmly, unless you come back with a warrant or can provide convincing proof that you saw a crime happen, you need to go. Sorority came up behind me. So she thought things were that serious, did she? I hoped we weren't leaving anywhere unprotected, but I supposed it was important to fend off the current threat before worrying about potentials. And she'd always have one inside, right? We're heroes, said the second guy. He wasn't even as convincingly normal as Sierra's bodyguard, normal person. He was just dull. You're just mercenaries. Step aside. He walked forward and ate my magic. No, he was probably just so boring it dissolved. But either way, as he walked forward, Grease just stopped existing. I pulled away Mage's Reach before he could get close. Tower stood up. We have no time for this. He cracked his knuckles. If you continue with hostilities, Sorority said, be aware that we will respond appropriately, and the law is on our side. Hey, she was right, it was. Actually, it usually was. Obviously, we mostly fought villains, but there had been a couple incidents with heroes too. Maybe they weren't very good at their jobs. Did they not take legal liability courses? Dare you to face us, Tower said. I have with me Null, Earthmaster, and Mockingbird. We are all protégés of famous heroes. I didn't like Dull. I didn't want him to touch my magic. The others didn't appear that big of a problem. As long as I didn't let Tower or Dirtmaster hit me, their powers seemed useless. As for the bird guy, he had to have some power besides parroting people, right? Oh right, parrot. They'll be way more disappointed when you get your asses handed to you then, I commented. I wasn't really worried about most of them. A power negator though. I'd just shoot him. Chapter 400. It was possible that Sorority would be annoyed with me for my comments later, but she stuck by my side for the moment. Simultaneously, 3 of her cracked her knuckles. You heard Mage. You have no legitimate reason to be here, so it's only going to be worse for you when you lose. Solidarity was good. It would have been nice if we had anyone properly scary so that they might actually want to give up. Because these baby heroes, Tower, Dull, Dirtmaster, and Parrot, clearly had heads far too big for their shoulders. You heard them, Tower said, standing to his full height, which was still shorter than me. They're going to harbour the villain. These people were getting in so much trouble even if they won. Actually kicking their asses might be doing them a favour, because even if they took in this guy, they absolutely couldn't use any evidence they found. If there was evidence, I should have used enlarge for intimidation. Even bruisers were afraid of bigger people. It seemed a bit too late, as they were rushing towards us, by which I meant Tower with his fists raised and Dirtmaster with his dirt hammer. Parrot was just standing there yelling at us. You won't last, villains. Was that supposed to be a famous voice? Some superhero that mattered? I didn't recognize it. Maybe it was Parrot's real voice, but I doubted that he sounded so confident. Dull was approaching more slowly. That was good. It gave me a chance to make choices. Let's see. If there were only 3 of us, I could save mana on multicasting, right? That wasn't how it worked. It always took the mana for 3. But I figured I could swing it. Sorority was going to want enhance for physical. I might too. Midnight wouldn't be upset. Let's say 10 mana. 2 for 3 seemed like a fair ratio. It worked, but I couldn't be sure I got full power without doing a weightlifting test. And we simply didn't have time for that. Sorority had to punch Tower in the face. The guy took it like a champ, holding his ground and not even flinching. His fist went straight through Sorority's chest and, oh good, that was one of her clones. Because a death here might be the end of all of our careers. It still shattered force armor though, since they all shared that. It couldn't be helped. Speaking of clones, either Sorority or her second clone launched an uppercut that hit Tower in the jaw. I didn't see how it should be much different from the first strike, but he went flying. Was her real body stronger? I didn't think that was the case. Midnight dodged around Dirtmaster and went straight for Dull's legs. With shocking grasp active, he swiped out with his claw and nothing. Midnight felt even more surprised than I was. We knew he was a power negator. It was just surprisingly effective. No. Boring. It didn't have any visual flair. Sorority caught Dirtmaster's big hammer just behind the head as he swung down, and as she held it with 2 hands, she punched him in the ribs. Oh, she already made another one. I didn't even notice. I shot a firebolt at Dull just to see if a different sort of spell reacted differently. It just kinda stopped existing before it hit him, but I didn't have a good angle to see at what distance. I was fairly certain he didn't have an active reaction though. Then he shot a lightning-enhanced firebolt at me. I felt the power coalescing, mana that was both mine and Midnight's. So he was more than just a power negator. How annoying. He wasn't anything like Shockfire. I liked Shockfire. Tower was back, and he and Dirtmaster together were keeping Sorority on her back feet. They pretty frequently took down one of her clones. How she always managed to keep her main body from taking damage, I didn't know. Good training, I supposed. If she could predict how people would attack, she could choose which to place where. But that didn't seem like enough. I thought she would normally take some wounds, otherwise I wouldn't bother protecting her clones if I could manage it. Oh, she was reabsorbing them before the hit caused full damage. She was probably getting slightly worn down though. And if nothing else, a bruiser like Tower would be harder for her to brawl with, using only her secondary abilities and a small boost. Enlarge. There was room, but we hadn't practiced that enough. Might make her worse. I hit Tower in the chest with a sonic lance. That was quick enough. He slid back a couple steps, but that was all. Still, it provided some space for sorority. As for Midnight, he had tried a few spells against Dull. They weren't working. How bothersome. And Parrot wouldn't shut up. Wasn't I supposed to shoot someone? Ugh, my head hurt. Chain lightning should help. These people were tough, right? I could afford to boost it a little. The limit was, whatever. Dirtmaster was first. I maneuvered around to a good angle. Boom! My ears hurt. Chain lightning went through him, then next it went through Tower. Dirtmaster was laid flat on his back. Tower remained standing, but he wasn't moving. Dull was next. I didn't think about not targeting him. He had just gotten hit by a laser from Midnight, good call, and then my spell connected. A lot of it disappeared. The rest hit him in the face. He screamed, like he'd never been struck by lightning before. Well, that was everyone. You killed them. The most annoying voice I ever heard suddenly spiked that headache I was feeling. Oh right, there was still Parrot. You'll be sorry. I pulled out my handgun and shot him 3 times in the chest. His outfit clearly wasn't made by Francois because it barely even met bullet-resistant standards. He staggered backwards and, "Damn it," I said, "why did I do that?" Dirtmaster was twitching. That was fine. Dull also wasn't dead because he was groaning. Had I really used my maximum amount of mana? I boosted Chain Lightning to hit harder than Meteor Swarm, probably. Tower was still standing, so he was probably oh wow. No, he was not. I'd seen people unconscious with their eyes open before, once or twice. The man was out. Parrot had some kind of headache-inducing ability, I commented. Sorority was currently checking both Dirtmaster and Tower for a pulse. But that left one free to speak to me. Had? Has, probably. He'll just need a ride in an ambulance. We'll need 3. Tower is fine then? I tilted my head. Nah, he might go straight to the morgue. His heart stopped. She gave me a look that indicated that wasn't something that should actually happen. I can fix that, I said. No, Midnight commented. I'll do it. I wasn't the primary target of Mockingbird. I only got the secondary effects, and I still... He gestured vaguely to the smoking hole in Dull's suit. Well, at least his chest was still mostly intact beneath it. I could see the burns, and I couldn't see through him. Null got it pretty bad. Yeah, the laser damage was probably worse than his face. Turns out his abilities didn't work on pure tech. He was nothing like Shockfire after all. Put Rook on his back, Midnight said to Sorority. One of her was currently calling in the ambulances, by the way. She was optimistic enough to go for 4. She struggled with the bruiser for a moment before he suddenly lifted and then was horizontal. 2 of her set him down, holding feet and shoulders. Midnight hopped on his chest and began bouncing up and down while steadily using shocking grasp. Focused on his heart. Maybe 20 or 30 seconds later, he suddenly took a deep breath, arms flailing and cracking the ground around him. Midnight got clipped as he leapt away. Incoming, Sorority said. That was fast, I commented. Usually. On the other side, Neon Void. Ugh, of course. Do we just leave them? None of them are dying. I'll meet you there. Sorority disappeared, all 3 of her. Didn't she have to spawn clones from her real body? Didn't she have to touch her real body to absorb them? Oh, she was way stronger than advertised, because if she could propagate clones from clones or whatever else, it was pretty hard to cause her serious damage, though theoretically she could be hurt through her clones. Unless that was a lie too. I wasn't going to rat her out, obviously. It just affected what buffs I would give her in the future. She was on our side, so her being better than advertised was only a benefit. Midnight and I circled around opposite sides. I heard Sorority calling in the intrusion on our comms. The info would be relayed to the incoming ambulances, but it should be fine. They would just have to make certain they came from the far side. We wouldn't let things spread that far. Some kind of beam cannon punched a hole in the wall of the warhouse as I rounded the final corner. I already had mana gathered, and since that beam was black and horrible looking, I didn't think it was something I could easily use energy ward against. Besides, I had enough gathered mana for Chain Lightning. Or Blizzard. Sorority. Cone. Now me yelling a warning would indeed give the Neon Void an opportunity to dodge, but none of them had supernatural dodging abilities. As it turned out, you needed magic to avoid a space-permeating attack when they were just in a wide alley with no cover. There were more than a handful of indigo-skinned aliens with shiny black eyes. Then there were a bunch of ice statues. But it was fine because the ice was only outside, maybe the top layers of their skin. I tempered my mana usage. I knew what I was doing. I would accept no responsibility for the dumb heroes who messed up my focus. I had enough control even with my magic not auto-balancing, unless someone intentionally eroded it. Parrot really had to work on that because a lot of villains also tried not to kill heroes, but they often could. Not because they liked heroes, but because they didn't like heroes going after their heads. Broken ribs and jail were far preferable to death. Midnight hopped up on the cannon and threw it into storage before the big guy holding it cracked the shell around him. Good, that was our biggest problem. Sorority managed to cuff one of the guys, his wrists were in the right place. But we still had 4 or 5 neon void guys trying to tear holes in the warehouse. Hopefully that hole didn't cause any real damage, but we could only do our best. I finally had a moment to cast haste on Sorority, and with physical enhance already going, Guys didn't stand much chance. She was already a half-bruiser and a splitter before I got involved. Her strikes caused people to double over, while her grapples twisted arms behind people's backs. I noticed whenever she cuffed someone that the cuffs disappeared from every copy, but it didn't seem to matter which of her did it. She did run out, though we didn't need power-restraining shackles since the Neon Void relied on super tech. We just had to strip them of their devices. Midnight and I pulled out enough stuff from our storage, and we called in some vans to arrest them. Nobody was hurt enough to warrant an ambulance, but they'd get checked out after they were booked in jail. I wasn't going to take responsibility for going too hard on some trainee heroes when they both provoked us and literally messed with my head. But I did need to consider the situation. I still hadn't killed them, which indicated some restraint left on my part. Mostly, though, I wasn't worried about casualties as much as making sure I didn't hurt any of my allies. Had I just been lucky with my spell choice? I really needed to be safe. I had mental freedom to help as well, but I hadn't been expecting mental manipulation. My own willpower needed to be good enough to recognize things like that and protect myself. Or I might make a mistake I would regret. I wondered if we could still get concessions from the heroes, because I could come up with pretty good arguments that they were double at fault for that situation. It wasn't blackmail when we just took advantage of city policy, was it?